Chapter 951. Genius of a Generation, Feng Ju Ji. Blazing Heaven Demonis compensation was very satisfactory. Firstly, Blazing Heaven Demonis recently funded Immortal materials were all waived. Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demonis lent Fang Yuan 3 Fire Path Immortal GU and gave him a large number of Mortal GU. These 3 Fire Path Immortal GU along with the countless Mortal GU could create the Fire Path Immortal killer move, Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demonis was quite unlucky. She had funded Fang Yuan in refining Star Thought Immortal GU, and provided him a huge amount of precious Immortal materials. In the end, all of it went to waste and Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Even though Blazing Heaven Demonis had tampered with the Immortal materials earlier, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He was very familiar with the refinement process of Star Thought Immortal GU. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan obtained the details of the Immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. Which Immortal GU were the cause, how many supplementary Mortal GU were needed, what was the order of the GU worms, Fang Yuan knew all of these clearly. But to use this killer move, there was a prerequisite: Fire Path Dao marks needed to be expended from the GU Immortal's body. Blazing Heaven Demonis had cleverly concealed this fact. It was a small trap in the agreement. She wanted to increase her control over Fang Yuan using this. Since Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks, if he wanted to revive using Nirvana Fire, he would need Blazing Heaven Demonis to use Nirvana Fire for him. Fang Yuan planned to modify the Immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, using other Immortal GU as the cause to achieve the same or similar results. And it would be best of these new core Immortal GU were Immortal GU that Fang Yuan possessed. This modification was very difficult. Typical Wisdom Path GU Immortals would not have any confidence in this, but Fang Yuan had high hopes for it. The reason was because Wisdom GU was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The power of the rank 9 Wisdom GU was simply brilliant. It could not be expressed with words. It was important for Fang Yuan to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive, but it could only be used once on each Immortal Aperture. After revival, he would not be able to use Wisdom GU. If Fang Yuan could modify Nirvana Fire and freely change between being an immortal zombie and a living person, Wisdom GU would continue to assist him in unimaginable ways. Blazing Heaven Demonis is tight on funds now. She needs to spend her own resources to refine Immortal GU and complete the mandatory mission by Zombie Alliance. Thus, she had to lend out these 3 Fire Path Immortal GU. If not for this situation, even if I requested it, she would not lend them to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal GU, my modification and deduction will be much easier. Fang Yuan felt very pleased about this. The GU formation plan of Zombie Alliance unexpectedly made him a beneficiary. In the following days, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. He deduced with all his energy, concentrating on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies and refined enough Exert Strength GU. He even had a 60-year lifespan GU. He had all 3. He could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method now to become a living GU Immortal and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. But after obtaining Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan was no longer satisfied with just this. Even though with Blazing Heaven Demonis interference, Fang Yuan was prevented from plotting against Hei Lou Lan and obtaining a super-grade Blessed Land. Because of this opportunity, he obtained Nirvana Fire, and if he used it well, he would be able to continue using Wisdom GU. Summing up his gains and losses, Fang Yuan was uncertain if he had overall made a gain or a loss. Just as Fang Yuan was modifying the Immortal killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already stepped into Luo Po Valley. She was the key to rescuing Feng Ju Ji. There was only one person who came along with her as the rescue team from Spirit Affinity House. Prince Feng Zan. His rank 8 cultivation could face any challenges. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path GU Immortal, and was an external Supreme Elder of a super force, Gong tribe. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline in him, and because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. The truth was, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. The Central Continent Force had spent a huge effort and price to send him into Northern Plains as their highest-level spy, his main task being in regards to 88 Truyang building. Normally, Prince Feng's Yuan could not be used easily. If any traces were exposed, Prince Feng's Yuan's secret status, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, would be wasted. But it was different now because of Feng Zhuji. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. Currently, he already could suppress the rest of Central Continent. If he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, in time, he would be an expert even among rank 8s. His existence meant more benefits. His life and death would tilt the balance between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even change the situation of the entire Central Continent GU Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House took a risk in using the hidden agent Prince Feng Zhan to try and save him as soon as possible. Prince Feng Zhan and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and an immortal, moved forward in Luo Po Valley. Lord, I would like to ask a question. If I can save Lord Feng Zhuji, will I be able to become the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House? While traveling, Zhao Lianyun asked this. Prince Feng Zhan wore a mask. His figure was blurry, he was shrouded in fog, his true appearance was concealed. He said softly with a smile, "It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Zhuji, then it would almost be guaranteed that you succeed. I heard that his daughter Feng Jinhuang is the top competitor for this title. If you become the savior of her father's life, she would step down from this contest for sure." So that's it. Zhao Lianyun's eye shined with the light of hope. Even though she had the soul of an adult, after she went to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative. She did not conceal anything and acted obediently. Because she had understood what world she was in. Without strength, no matter how intelligent you were like a loose strand of grass. Once the wind blew, you would be blown away and sent into danger. She understood that she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House to save Ma Hongyun. But it was unrealistic to get Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had understood the rules of Spirit Affinity House. All the generations of fairies were fully nurtured by the sect. In Spirit Affinity House's long history, all of these fairies had become GU Immortals. They had immense strength and had significant authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, you must hang in there. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun internally. Prince Feng Zhan suddenly stopped moving. Found it, it is here. Using the Immortal GU from Spirit Affinity House, Prince Feng Zhan obtained an Immortal killer move that was specialized in finding the Thieving Heaven inheritance. To use this killer move, they had to move slowly. Prince Feng Zhan brought Zhao Lianyun and walked for over 2 hours before they located the Thieving Heaven inheritance in the giant Luo Po Valley. Prince Feng Zhan activated his Immortal GU, and in a few minutes, an entrance of light opened. Whoosh! The entrance of light had just opened when an intense wind blew. Prince Feng Zhan was shocked. How can the winds of assimilation be here? He quickly activated his Immortal GU, using a killer move and grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation were condensed into a ball, grabbed tightly by Prince Feng Zhan in his hand. But soon, Prince Feng Zhan's hand started trembling as his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only control it for a moment. Zhao Lianyun swiftly acknowledged his words. Even though she could not see his face, she could hear how anxious he was from his voice. Zhao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar sight. Like the previous inheritance space, this place was empty. The only thing here were over a dozen tornadoes of the winds of assimilation, moving slowly in the space like tall pillars. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Even though she did not know what the winds of assimilation were, from the actions of Prince Feng Zhan, she knew that they were incredibly powerful. You are finally here, quickly come to me. A voice was transmitted into her ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Zhuji. Hurry, come here now. The voice was extremely weak. It sounded like a dying old man who was holding on to his last breath. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. She could hear that the voice came from within one of the tornadoes of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also realized that the tornadoes were all gathering towards the most central one. They were moving slowly, like a group of lions stalking and eyeing up on their food. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon, you have received the acceptance of Thieving Heaven's will, the winds of assimilation are harmless to you. Feng Juji paused before speaking with difficulty. Didn't you come to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this Thieving Heaven inheritance. Zhao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew that she had to make a decision now. Time waits for no one. Zhao Lianyun carefully got closer to a tornado of the winds of assimilation. The tornado's power was very concentrated. Zhao Lianyun could only feel a light breeze when she was beside it. She stretched out her trembling hand as she placed it into the tornado. If any GU Immortal saw this, they would cry out in shock. But Zhao Lianyun's ignorance made her less fearful. She did not know the power of the winds of assimilation, and she chose to believe in Feng Juji. Like what Feng Juji had said, the winds of assimilation that even Prince Feng Xian could not deal with were harmless towards Zhao Lianyun. After Zhao Lianyun placed her hand into it, the tornado shrunk at an observable rate. In a few breaths' time, it vanished. Feng Juji's voice was transmitted again. See, wasn't I correct? This inheritance space has a power greater than the winds of assimilation, thus it cannot be destroyed. You are an otherworldly demon accepted by this space. With it protecting you, you are in no danger. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. Lord Feng Juji, I will save you now. She rushed into the tornadoes, charging her way in, as the winds of assimilation vanished wherever she went. Eventually, she reached the center, and the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Juji dispersed. Next, she saw that Feng Juji was sitting cross-legged in the air, 3 meters from the ground. His face was rosy and his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tight. Lord Feng Juji. Zhao Lianyun called out lightly. Feng Juji slowly opened his eyes. His expression was clear as jade. He did not speak. He opened his right hand and showed it to Zhao Lianyun. There were 2 words written with blood on his palm. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion, turning her gaze towards Feng Juji again. Feng Juji smiled lightly at her. Next, his entire body scattered with the wind, it disintegrated and vanished on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was left staring blankly. The greatest genius of a generation, Feng Juji, had passed away. Chapter 952. Fang Yuan's first entry into Luo Po Valley. Because the rate of time was different, half a month had already passed here. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced quietly as usual. In here, he did not need to use the killer move vaguely familiar face, he was in his original zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat still like a rock. But in his mind, countless starlight specks were shining, as thoughts clashed endlessly within. Puff! A long while later, he let out a breath, he opened his eyes and showed an extremely tired expression. He stood up with difficulty. After undergoing such a long period of intense thinking, his mind was hurting and he felt waves of dizziness. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low, he could only maintain each deduction for 7 days and nights. After 7 days and nights, he would need to rest, unable to continue further. His mind was like a simmering cauldron, it needed time to cool down frequently. If not, his mind would suffer considerable damage. After so many days, I have only completed 20% of Nirvana Fire's modification. And this was with the effect of the light of wisdom. If I did it alone, I would need countless years to reach my current progress. Immortal killer move were very hard to create. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more profound. Using Fire Path to display the mysteries of life and death, if Blazing Heaven Demonis was not a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have successfully created this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave and returned to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, his mind was refreshed, but according to his experience, Fang Yuan still needed to rest for an entire night before he could recover fully. Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have day and night, there were no changes in the sky. But if it did, then there would still be 6 hours until night time. Fang Yuan was unwilling to waste his time, he activated Connecting Heaven GU and his consciousness entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. During this period of time, he selectively put some rank 8 immortal materials up for sale, to exchange for a large amount of food to feed his immortal GU. Of course, the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were kept in his possession. The rank 8 immortal materials that he sold were the lowest quality among his inventory. Even so, waves of commotion were created in Treasure Yellow Heaven as a result. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to easily complete the current goal of feeding his immortal GU. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I would be troubled by this for a long time. Fang Yuan was feeling the burden of feeding immortal GU now. He had simply too many immortal GU on him right now. Very few GU immortals had so many immortal GU in their possession. The burden of feeding these immortal GU was huge. Actually, quality was more important than quantity for immortal GU. Like Shui Songzi, he only had one immortal GU, but after Shadow Sect gave him a set of immortal killer moves, he fought without any clear weaknesses. In this situation, he was making full use of his immortal GU. The most common situation is to feed a small number of immortal GU and use them as the cause to create many different immortal killer moves to deal with different situations. Fang Yuan knew this, but he had no choice. He could not sell these immortal GU easily. Transactions of immortal GU were very rare. Even if there occurred, they traded immortal GU for immortal GU. After settling the final deal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's immortal GU feeding session ended for the time being. As for the refinement of Star Thought immortal GU, Fang Yuan had set it aside. He still had the rank 6 immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, but he did not plan to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal GU and his battle strength fell drastically. The success rate of refining immortal GU was too low. In order to refine Star Thought immortal GU, Fang Yuan suffered huge losses. Right now, he felt sick every time he heard about refining immortal GU. He felt some pity and sympathy towards the immortal zombies who were refining immortal GU collectively right now. He did not lack immortal essence stones currently, but his funds were all spent on the building of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan had been multitasking. Star Form Land Spirit had been working laboriously, following the design plans of Fang Yuan in building the new structures. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land was already 40% done with the new development. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan no longer felt such urgency towards Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan also did not plan to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources into Star Form Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan's time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was fulfilling and peaceful. His main effort was on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Everything was prepared now, he only lacked the final critical elements. Once Nirvana Fire was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. Next, he will move all of the Blessed Land's resources into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and fastest way. Undoubtedly, once this plan succeeds, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not anxious, even though he had been seeking this goal for a long time. His experiences in the 500 years of his previous life trained his incredible level of patience. But just when he was preparing to rest for the night before continuing his killer move modification, Hei Lou Lan requested help from him. You will never imagine what I found in Hei Cheng's soul. Using a Stargate, Hei Lou Lan arrived in front of Fang Yuan excitedly. After Hei Cheng died, his soul was captured by Hei Lou Lan. These last days, Hei Lou Lan had obtained lots of shocking information from Hei Cheng's soul. What moved her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains. I need you to retrieve Luo Po Valley for me. Don't worry, I will give you enough compensation. We have to move quickly before complications arise. Hei Lou Lan acted rapidly. Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan did not speak. He thought of the open door GU and closed door GU in his possession. He had the clue to Luo Po Valley long ago, but he was bothered with other matters and did not head there. Now, after receiving Hei Lou Lan's information, he was internally glad about his vigilance and careful decision. Luopo Valley was under the control of Shadow Sect long ago, it was their base. If Fang Yuan headed there abruptly, without enough strength, he would be easily captured by the other party. Even if he struggled while risking his life, his enemies would be too powerful, there would be little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. Hei Lou Lan's eye shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed and Luopo Valley is controlled by the Central Continent GU Immortals now. But they are from another region after all, they cannot stay for long. We just need to leak some information to force them to escape. Hei Lou Lan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent GU Immortals had already left Northern Plains, returning to Central Continent. Fang Yuan had always been weak in collecting information. In terms of Northern Plains, he relied on Fairy Li Shan. In terms of Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect would never reveal such secrets to him. This group of people should be trying to investigate the culprit behind the fall of 88 True Yang building, they are after us. But for some reason, their investigation led to Shadow Sect. Hei Lou Lan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered, compared to this, I am more concerned about the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. He is a member of Shadow Sect, why was he saved by Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious GU Immortal revealed his identity as a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie, Hei Cheng was there as well, thus this precious information was leaked. Sigh, there are many secretive GU Immortals and GU Master Forces. Zombie Alliance has a loose structure, many of the members have their own forces, this is nothing strange, right? Hei Lou Lan said nonchalantly. Shadow Sect is not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression, Shadow Sect members are not afraid of sacrifice, the unity of this mysterious force is simply too high. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had heard of Shadow Sect. Back in Southern Border, he had heard about it from Cho Ju. Fang Yuan even knew that the door of life and death was inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. But he did not make any plans regarding it. The reason was that his strength was too low, and there was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land and not attract attention. Shadow Sect was mysterious and stretched across Southern Border and Northern Plains, they were not to be trifled with. All right, enough of that. Luopo Valley is right in front of us, I am inviting you and my aunts to explore it. We will split the gains according to our alliance agreement. Hei Lou Lan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood why she was in a rush. This was truly an incredibly rare opportunity. Fang Yuan was excited too. He still had open-door GU and closed-door GU in his possession, he wanted to know if these two GU worms could grant him any different treatment in Luopo Valley. But before going, some things had to be said. You want to take Luopo Valley completely, I do not agree with that. Fang Yuan said firmly. Hei Lou Lan stared with furious eyes, her gaze shined with a ruthless light. What do you mean? I found the information on Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan laughed, he said the location of Luopo Valley. Hei Lou Lan was shocked, she was staring at Fang Yuan with much suspicion. She had withheld some information earlier, she did not tell Fang Yuan this piece of important information. Fang Yuan took out open-door GU and closed-door GU. Like how Hei Lou Lan exposed Attitude GU to them, since these GU worms were going to be used anyway and could not be concealed, he openly explained it. Hei Lou Lan snorted, looking at Fang Yuan disdainfully, without my information, would you dare to go? By the time you are willing to go, the chance would have been lost. Fang Yuan smiled, don't be so agitated, I am just saying your information is not as important as you think. But Hei Lou Lan acted very agitated. Next, they went into an intense verbal fight. Both sides were breathing roughly with exertion written on their faces, their demeanor as GU Immortals was disregarded, but they came to an agreement. The ownership of Luopo Valley was divided up. Blazing Heaven Demonis would take 50%, Fairy Li Shan would take 20%, while Hei Lou Lan and Fang Yuan would take 10% each. Hei Lou Lan was very crafty, she used her two aunts to force Fang Yuan to give in. 10% of the ownership might be little, but it achieved Fang Yuan's goal. He just needed the rights to use it. Fang Yuan had never thought of taking Luo Po Valley for himself. After all, Hei Lou Lan had Blazing Heaven Demonis backing her. However, Blazing Heaven Demonis was busy refining GU, and as a rank 8, her every action would garner great attention. She transmitted to them, since Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel anyway, if they were in any danger, she would be able to save them. In the end, only Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan went. Oh no, some people have entered Luo Po Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hidden outside guarding the entrance, saw Fang Yuan and the others and quickly reported it. Soon, Prince Fengzian was informed of it. Chapter 953. Late by one step. He had just sided with Central Continent and had originally been unwilling, and was only a temporary hired hand, so naturally he did not have the qualifications to know of Prince Fengzian's true identity. He only knew an immortal and a mortal had entered Luo Po Valley, while he was keeping watch for them. He was at the mercy of others and had no choice but to slog for Central Continent. The moment he saw Hei Lou Lan and the rest of the group, he quickly used information path methods to inform Prince Fengzian who was inside Luo Po Valley. Prince Fengzian quickly obtained the information. At this moment, his hand was still slightly shaking. Clearing up the winds of assimilation was truly not easy. Just from this, Prince Fengzian could not help but admire Feng Juji. The latter was actually able to last for so long under the winds of assimilation. He truly did not know how Feng Juji was able to do this. Unfortunately, Feng Juji was already dead. The process of inheriting the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance was extremely fast. Only the identity needed to be checked, and if one was indeed an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven Inheritance would go to them. After Feng Juji died, the inheritance space only had Zhao Lianyun remaining. So, she quickly obtained this inheritance, Ghostly Concealment. Right at this moment, she returned to Prince Fengzian's side and reported the news of Feng Juji's death. Sigh, we were late. Prince Fengzian sighed inwardly. He then grabbed Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and flew away. An immortal and a mortal were soon away of the scene. At present, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis relation was already known by everyone. Prince Fengzian did not want to get in a fight. The social circle of rank 8 GU Immortals was very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, the number of rank 8 GU Immortals on the surface was only 5. Old Ancestor Xuehu, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, Yao Huang, Prince Fengzian and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a rank 8 immortal zombie who was barely able to join in this circle. One could say all 6 of them were very familiar with each other, and had fought and sparred with each other many times. To exaggerate it, if someone farted, they would know who it was, and they would recognize someone even if they turned into ashes. Were Prince Fengzian to attack Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan, Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely come out. In Prince Fengzian's opinion, Blazing Heaven Demonis might already be secretly lurking in the surroundings. Prince Fengzian's identity was very special, he could not rashly make a move. If he made a move and Blazing Heaven Demonis recognized his identity, that would truly mess up the situation. Why would Prince Fengzian appear in Luo Po Valley? GU Immortals were not idiots, they would easily guess Prince Fengzian had a secret link with Shadow Sect or perhaps Central Continent forces. One should not forget the existence of Wisdom Path GU Immortals in this world. Prince Fengzian was looking at the overall situation and in caution, he took the initiative to retreat, avoiding leaving behind any clues or evidence that could be deduced by Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Hei Lou Lan and the others still did not know they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke the concealment seal outside and entered inside Luo Po Valley, inspecting their surroundings. Luo Po Valley was a scene of ruins. This Valley of Legend had experienced the 100 Days battle and was already half-ruined. Moreover, the remains of the valley was already beyond recognition, as almost everywhere were GU formations arranged by GU Immortals. Some of these GU formations were the works of Shadow Sect while some were arranged by Central Continent's Hong Kai-ming. These GU formations had no doubt an extremely bad influence to Luo Po Valley's environment. It was to the extent that the bewilderment fog which blew all year round in Luo Po Valley and Luo Po Wind were nowhere to be seen. The group of 3 began to roughly search Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan found some remains of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. He sighed, feeling some regret. He had learned from Hei Lou Lan that there had been large numbers of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu in Luo Po Valley, but the 100 Days battle caused the death of most of them, and when the central continent Gu Immortals swept through the battlefield later, they did not leave behind any living ones. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and fed Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. This proved that the accumulation of those old senior Gu Immortals could not be looked down upon. Naturally, the prior condition was you needed to have something enticing enough to make them act and carry out the transaction. Under Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan's attentive gazes, Fang Yuan used Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu. No response. Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu were the inheritances of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place was already occupied by Shadow Sect and there were Gu formations everywhere, turning Luo Po Valley into a stronghold or a fortress. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. He realized the Thieving Heaven inheritance was already taken by someone else. Most probably it was Shadow Sect. But his guess was wrong. The true beneficiary of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun and Central Continent's forces. What's more, she had inherited it just a short while ago. Prince Feng Xian was late in saving Feng Ju Ji, and Fang Yuan was also late by a step to arrive at Luo Po Valley. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left behind an inheritance, so many years have gone by, it is normal for it to be taken by others. The true treasure is still Luo Po Valley. Hei Lou Lan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew she was urging him to hurry up and get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated Immortal Gu to slowly lift the whole of Luo Po Valley. Fairy Li Shan closely cooperated from another side, countless Gu worms flying all around. They are actually going to take Luo Po Valley. Hui Fengzi had been spying from outside and was shocked at this sight. Prince Feng Xian was also surprised. He had not expected Hei Lou Lan's side actually had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince Feng Xian unprepared. He hesitated, but finally decided to restrain himself and do nothing. After spending an hour, Fang Yuan succeeded in storing Luo Po Valley in his immortal aperture. There are still blessed lands here, but just to be safe, we better leave now. Ever since Hei Lou Lan failed in passing the calamity, she had become more self-controlled and had lost almost all her rashness. Although Luo Po Valley was extremely ruined, but with Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to the blessed lands, Luo Po Valley's value was extremely difficult to replace. Many Gu Immortals had fallen here in the 100 Days battle. After they died, their immortal apertures should have become blessed lands hidden in space within this place. Fang Yuan could take away Luo Po Valley, but he could not bring these blessed lands. However, now was not a good time to search for them. After taking Luo Po Valley, Fang Yuan and the group quickly made their retreat. They left really quickly. They know their situation. Far away, Prince Feng Xian quietly looked at the receding figures of the 3 people, his gaze dark and cold. Although he could not make a move, he had the 2 female Gu Immortals, Sword Master Yulan and Li Yao, under him, and he also had other secret forces. Prince Feng Xian had hidden in northern plains for hundreds of years. Naturally, he would have accumulated quite a bit of strength. He had still been wanting to find trouble for Fang Yuan and the others, but they left too quickly, so he was unable to chase them. Prince Feng Xian glanced at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luo Po Valley was already gone. This place had now become an empty, desolate land. Although the auras of Immortal Gu were removed as much as possible, an expert could still sense some clues. So many Gu Immortals had died here. These blessed lands themselves were rich resources. Prince Feng Xian naturally would not give them up. The central continent Gu Immortals behind him also would not give them up and would definitely move to retrieve these blessed lands. As for the Immortal Gu, he did not have to even think about it. They were certainly already destroyed. Retrieving blessed lands, especially ones that fell in foreign regions, was a difficult and troublesome matter. I hope this troublesome matter doesn't fall upon me. It is better if those other 9 ancient sects take up the trouble. Feng Juji died from the winds of assimilation. He left behind nothing except 2 words in blood. I should first send back Zhao Lianyun and this important information to the sect. Prince Fengxian did not remain any longer and immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still left behind to watch over the blessed lands. This is Xiao Han blessed land. Hei Lou Lan brought Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan to the blessed land left by Hei Cheng. This blessed land was clearly dominated by Dark Path and Soul Path Dao marks. The whole of the blessed land was dim and gloomy, giving an oppressive feeling. In the central area of the blessed land was a large and dense forest. The trees were in all kinds of postures resembling female bodies. This was a special resource Hei Cheng had raised in his immortal aperture. This kind of tree was not found in the nature. Hei Cheng could be considered its creator. Thus these female-shaped trees were also one of a kind. Hei Lou Lan had already thought of the place for Luo Po Valley, calling out the land spirit. Xiao Han blessed land's land spirit looked rather peculiar. It was a jade-green vine. The vine was like a cloth, attaching itself onto that familial emotion left behind by Suxiana to Hei Lou Lan. Fairy Li Shan introduced to Fang Yuan with a sigh. Xiao Han land spirit's ownership condition was to stay together forever with Suxiana. So after Little Lan took out sister's familial emotion, she easily became the master of this blessed land. Fang Yuan was also slightly surprised. Who could have thought that Hei Cheng's final obsession before his death was actually Suxiana? It could be seen he truly loved Suxiana, and even during the moments of his death, what he thought of was still her. Humans were truly complicated creatures. Turbulent events occurred over time. Most people did not understand themselves fully even until their deaths. Little Lan, you have returned. Suxiana's familial emotion looked at Hei Lou Lan with love. Mother! Suxian softly called out, then ordered the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 to another part of the blessed land in an instant. The land spirit's movement ability signified this blessed land had a lot of space path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's star form blessed land had few space path Dao marks, so star form land spirit did not have the ability to teleport. Boom, Fang Yuan placed down Luo Po Valley. Fairy Li Shan could not help but smile at the completion of this task. Fang Yuan, you have Dang Hun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and Little Lan has Luo Po Valley. Ha ha, this is interesting. We actually have possession of 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Gazing at the Luo Po Valley below him, Fang Yuan also could not help but reveal some look of expectation. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as the 2 treasures of Soul Path cultivation. Fang Yuan was already gaining endless profits from Dang Hun Mountain. He wondered how this Luo Po Valley would make him grow. Chapter 954. Blue. There were 15 GU Immortals in the sect. More than half of them had come in person. This was a rare sight. There were meetings held in the sect quite often. GU Immortals only needed to participate with their will or emotion. But now, there were 8 GU Immortals who came in person, including the only 2 rank 8 GU Immortals in Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this situation was Feng Juji's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's GU Immortals felt uneasy and uncertain towards the future. This time, we gathered everyone here to declare important information. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat as she looked around, speaking solemnly. Spirit Affinity House was very different from the other 9 sects in one aspect. They had a high proportion of female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female GU Immortals, but only 5 male GU Immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both female rank 8 Immortals. At this moment, everyone's attentions were focused on first Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder was expressionless, but second Supreme Elder beside her had a grim expression. The GU Immortals observed their reactions and had a very bad feeling. As expected, first Supreme Elder's following words were like a huge rock crashing into their hearts. It has been confirmed, Feng Juji has died in Northern Plains. He died inside the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything but 2 words written in blood. All of the Immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who attended the meeting personally, felt her head spinning as her expression paled. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they heard the news, everything still found it unbelievable. Feng Juji, who was so strong, actually died in Northern Plains. In contrast, the GU Immortals who were weaker than him were alive and returned to their sects. Honestly speaking, when Feng Juji went to Northern Plains, nobody expected this ending. Since long ago, Feng Juji's strength was ingrained into everyone's minds. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He had even become a symbol. Now that he was dead, the Immortals felt dejected and empty inside. Even those who were against him, Xu Hao and Li Junying, had the same feelings. First Supreme Elder continued, "Look at the information path GU worms in front of you. The details are recorded inside. Take a look." The GU Immortals looked into the GU worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Juji died in the winds of assimilation. It was not an unworthy death. Long after, a GU Immortal broke the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were shut, her body was trembling slightly, the intense pain and grief engulfed her like a tsunami. She loved Feng Juji so deeply, and Feng Juji loved her just as much. Her mind was filled with the scene before he left. To think that it was the last time she would see him. People were often played by destiny. Right now, she was alive while he was dead. She was in Central Continent while he perished in Northern Plains. Fairy Bai Qing did not dare to open her eyes. She was afraid that her tears would flow out uncontrollably if she did. She tried to think of her daughter and said to herself internally, "Bai Qing, oh Bai Qing, you must stay strong. At this time, you cannot let others see your weakness." She took a few deep breaths, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were watery and had redness in them. At this moment, the Immortals in the hall were discussing Feng Juji's final action. Before Feng Juji died, he wrote Bo Qing on his palm. What was he trying to say? In my opinion, this lead is very important. Feng Juji must have understood something while under the immense pressure of death. It is a pity that he was already beyond saving when he met Zhao Lianyun. He did not have the strength to speak anymore. He only left this clue for us. Feng Juji was investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88 Truyang building. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Juji and Bo Qing are very similar people. Of course, Bo Qing was much stronger than him. He was at the peak of Central Continent. Even Heavenly Court GU Immortals had to bow to him. At that time, Spirit Affinity House was at its most glorious period. Back then, many people thought highly of him, that he would become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that he failed in the end. We all know about Bo Qing's information. What I want to know is, why did Feng Juji write his name before dying? What was he trying to tell us? The hall became silent. A GU Immortal opened their mouth. Did everyone forget? In the information returned, Feng Juji had fought against Qing Bai Xing, who used 5-finger fist heart sword. This killer move was created by Bo Qing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Juji was trying to say that the collapse of 88 Truyang building was related to Bo Qing. According to my deduction, he should have thought that since the other party had 5-finger fist heart sword, they must be related to Bo Qing in some way. Bo Qing was a GU Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating it. This is an important lead. That is indeed the case. Back then, Bo Qing died under the Tribulation. Not even his ashes were left. How can his killer move be used by a Northern Plains GU Immortal? The GU Immortal talked about it for a while. They had all sorts of ideas, but none were reliable. First Supreme Elder raised her hand. Her action made the hall turn quiet. No matter what, we have to investigate Bo Qing's matter. I will pass this mission to you, Bai Qing. Hearing First Supreme Elder call her name, Fairy Bai Qing turned around and looked at First Supreme Elder, agreeing. These was her husband's final words before dying. Fairy Bai Qing would exert all her efforts to investigate this lead and find the truth. Only we will know about Feng Juji's death, conceal it as much as possible. Whoever leaks this information will become under trial as a traitor of the sect. First Supreme Elder called out coldly. Next, we will talk about the forces that are under our sect's control in Central Continent. Feng Juji's death created many problems for Spirit Affinity House. Even though the sect had 2 rank 8 GU Immortals, unless they were in a perilous situation, these 2 GU Immortals would not move easily. There were many reasons. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level was like treading on thin ice. The GU Immortals would be very careful and spend all their efforts on the Tribulations. If they were careless and lost their battle strength from fighting, they would die under the terrifying might of the Tribulations. Secondly, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had a sole origin, that was Heavenly Court. With Heavenly Court around, the conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects would never escalate. They did not require rank 8 GU Immortals to intervene. Thus, in the world of Central Continent's GU Immortals, or even in all 5 regions, the most active ones were rank 7 GU Immortals and rank 6 GU Immortals. And among rank 7s, the invincible Feng Juji was important beyond words for the sect. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House could expand to such a size and occupy countless precious resource points. With Feng Juji's demise, Spirit Affinity House was much less of a threat towards the other sects. The resources that they controlled were like pieces of delicious meat that attracted countless greedy gazes. Xuanwu Mountain Range has rich resources. It is a treasury of immortal materials. At least one rank 7 GU Immortal needs to guard it. The mining inside the Golden Sand Cave has reached a critical moment. We have already invested a huge amount of time and resources into it. Now is the time we reap our harvest. We should not give it up. Reincarnation battlefield is most important. The GU Immortals felt headaches. They had too large of a sphere of influence but too few GU Immortals. Even if they were split their forces up to defend everywhere, they still had insufficient numbers. At this time, they finally realized that Feng Juji's reputation was such a huge deterrence to the outside world. Fairy by Qing was silent. The GU Immortals were talking about immortal materials or other resources constantly. Nobody talked about Feng Juji anymore. It was as if Feng Juji's existence ended with the discussion of the 2 words Bo Qing. Fairy by Qing felt some sadness towards this. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, yet in the end, these people forget about you in an instant. In the entire process of the discussion, Fairy by Qing's mind was not focused on it. The Immortals could tell and understood why. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the Immortals mentioned Zhao Lianyun did Fairy by Qing's eyes light up, showing deep concern. If Feng Juji was still around, Feng Juji would almost certainly become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But now that Feng Juji was gone, and Zhao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere, she became Feng Jinhuang's greatest threat. Fairy by Qing doted on her daughter, of course, thus she was very concerned about Zhao Lianyun's matters. She heard the GU Immortals discuss. Zhao Lianyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did anything change in her? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment, these 2 are top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching on them. With our current progress, it is profound and unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have formed 2 layers of Dao marks cloaking Zhao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a unique usage of Dao marks. These 2 layers of Dao marks will always protect Zhao Lianyun. We tried many methods to deduce her, but there is no effect. We as GU Immortals are deducing a mortal, but we fail to get anything. If I did not experience it myself, I would not believe it. Did you all notice? Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves that do not expend immortal essence. They are like fortune rivaling heaven GU. The power of Venerables are truly hard to comprehend. Hiding from the deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions, this is the defensive effect of divine concealment. Then what about ghostly concealment? That is still unclear. We have tried many methods. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative during the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she knows how to behave properly, she can be nurtured. This little fella wants to save her lover. But sadly, according to our intelligence, old ancestor Xuehu has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded this meeting, continue researching, and also increase Zhao Lian Yun's attachment to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, 7-star child immortal zombie looked at a mirror to communicate with someone. There was a vague elderly figure in the mirror. He spoke slowly, all the preparations are in place. But Heavenly Court has already completed their last process of repairing Fate GU, you have to act in advance now. Understood. 7-star child immortal zombie said solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror spoke again. 7-star child did not speak, he stopped activating this information path immortal killer move and the mirror vanished. Next, he turned around and entered deep into the forest without looking back. Chapter 955. Swords traverse central continent. Under the hazy moonlight, shadows of trees seemed to be dancing. The occasional breeze, the cries of birds and the growls of beasts felt like the sleep-talking of this mountain range. Lanterns were lit in a cabin in the mountain valley, giving off a dim light. Feng Jinhuang lay on the bed, weak and pale without a trace of rosiness on her face. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing who was sitting at the edge of the bed, and apologized, Mother, I made a mistake, I will not do it again. Fairy Bai Qing was grave, Hoanga, I know what you are thinking about. You are cultivating so desperately that you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times over these last dozens of days. I have warned you when you began cultivating, you need to act according to what is natural and be in control. But what you are doing is going for more haste, which is instead causing you to progress slowly, you might even collapse and endanger your life as well. Feng Jinhuang lowered her eyelids, speaking quietly, Mother, I am sorry. I have already placed GU in your body, as punishment, you cannot cultivate for 7 days and 7 nights and you can only move around this mountain valley. If you are hungry, you can pick up wild fruits, if you are thirsty, you can go drink from the mountain spring. Think properly over these days. Fairy Bai Qing said in a heavy voice. Mother, don't. Feng Jinhuang was very anxious. However, Fairy Bai Qing brushed her sleeves at Feng Jinhuang's cheek. Immediately, an intense sleepiness attacked Feng Jinhuang's mind. Her eyelids were extremely heavy and she felt so exhausted that she was not able to say anything. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her daughter in a deep sleep but still frowning slightly, Fairy Bai Qing was sad and worried. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Jinhuang of Feng Juji's death. On one hand, Spirit Affinity House wanted to conceal the news for as long as possible to make arrangements more easily. Feng Jinhuang, a mortal, was not qualified to know. After all, prying information from mortals were much easier than prying information from GU Immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know how she could inform her. Why was Feng Jinhuang cultivating so desperately? She was working hard to advance further, to become stronger so that she could look for her father and save him. How could Fairy Bai Qing tell the cruel truth to Feng Jinhuang? She could not bear to sigh. As she looked at her daughter's face, Fairy Bai Qing heaved a long sigh. Her normally upright posture and dignified white robe, in this dim light, looked weak and dull. She was truly tired. Only now did she remove the disguise and revealed her true emotions. Fairy Bai Qing softly caressed Feng Jinhuang's cheek. The love and affection in her gaze could even melt iron. Feng Jinhuang's appearance combined the good features of Feng Juji and Fairy Bai Qing. In her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Juji's image. Feng Juji was dead, Feng Jinhuang was now her only sustenance to keep on living. In such a silent gaze, time passed and light was already shining in from outside the cabin. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize the passing of time, she had to set out now. She stood up slowly, taking slow steps towards the outside, and closed the door carefully. she looked at the cabin in the valley deeply, murmuring to herself, "Huang, wait 7 days for mother, you need to take care of yourself during this period and calm your mind." Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Jin Huang's safety. After all, this was Spirit Affinity House's central region. Even if there were internal fights in the sect, they were limited and a move would not be made against Feng Jin Huang. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on the clouds and mist, flying towards the northwest direction. Her destination was the source of falling Heavenly River. Why was she going there? She had received the sect mission to investigate Bo Qing, the clue left behind by Feng Ju. Bo Qing had been a GU Immortal of Spirit Affinity House and the sect had large amounts of records on him which Fairy Bai Qing had looked through. In her investigation, Fairy Bai Qing discovered Bo Qing's experiences were actually extremely similar to Feng Ju's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's lover, Mo Yao. Mo Yao had been the fairy of that generation of Spirit Affinity House, and unlike those of other generations, she was an ink man and not a human. But even so, Bo Qing and Mo Yao had fallen in love with each other at first sight. Bo Qing might not have entered Northern Plains, but Mo Yao went to Northern Plains, even entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Could Mo Yao be involved in the plan of destroying 88 True Young Building? Fairy Bai Qing knew the reason that Mo Yao risked entering Imperial Court Blessed Land was to help her husband, Bo Qing, pass his tribulation. Back then, the peak rank 8 Bo Qing was about to face tribulation to break through to the rank 9 level. Such a huge event had not only attracted the attention of Central Continent, but also the other 4 regions. Unfortunately, at the end, Bo Qing died, perishing in the terrifying tribulation. And Mo Yao also perished with him. In fact, all the GU Immortals of Central Continent knew of this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard of this many times in the past. But now, as she recalled, she got a different feeling, as if they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao, even in death, she had died together with her husband. Both had not let each other down, they were a couple who were greatly in love with each other and had died worthy deaths. Fairy Bai Qing repeatedly investigated and racked her brains, but was not able to make much progress. She discovered some clues in the records of the sect, all pointing towards the same place, the source of the falling Heavenly River. As there was no breakthrough in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing decisively moved towards falling Heavenly River to search for more clues. The source of falling Heavenly River was the place where Bo Qing had perished in the past. Spirit Affinity House was quite far away from the source of falling Heavenly River. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would take up to a year to reach there. She naturally would not do so and had already made sufficient preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's GU formations constantly on the way to transport her. In one use, she could travel over 100,000 li, saving a large amount of time. She did not directly move towards the direction of the source of falling Heavenly River, instead moving towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In the range of Myriad Dragon Dock's force, she used their transportation GU formations to speed up her journey. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's GU Immortals, and although she paid a high price, she was able to further save a large amount of time. She moved smoothly towards falling Heavenly River. After Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into the territory of Combat Immortal Sect. Just like before, she used their transportation GU formations to speed up her journey. A day and a night later, the fatigued Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling Heavenly River. In front of her was an enormous waterfall that fell from an endless height. A boundless expanse of water heavily crashed at the riverbed. The rumbling noise of the waterfall was like the continuous crackling of thunder. Endless water vapor formed dense fog that shrouded a vast range of the surroundings. Why was it called Falling Heavenly River? Falling Heavenly River, a giant river that fell from the heavens. Compared to this enormous river, Fairy Bai Qing was minute like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had already seen Falling Heavenly River when she had traveled with Feng Ju in the past. Right now, as she looked at this enormous river again, she could not avoid thinking about Feng Ju, feeling distressed. She still remembered what Feng Ju said to her at that time. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Juji had confidently told Fairy Bai Qing that there were two opinions about this. One was that falling heavenly river itself was a form of calamity or tribulation, while the second said that when Bo Qing had resisted his tribulation, his sword light was so sharp that it instantly pierced through white heaven to black heaven. And Bo Qing had faced his tribulation during daytime. Thus this sword light had pierced a huge hole in white heaven, continuing on to black heaven, where it formed a small hole in the bottom layer of black heaven. It just so happened that above these two holes was a majestic heavenly river. The heavenly river followed the path between these two holes and crashed down to central continent, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river surged and opened a path, forming the first river that traversed through central continent's mainland. Fairy Bai Qing had asked, which was more reasonable between these two opinions. Feng Juji had answered with a smile, I am also not too sure. But the second opinion can explain the change in the water flow. During daytime, the falling heavenly river flows with extremely strong momentum. Even rank 8 GU Immortals are unable to resist this momentum. And during night, the flow of falling heavenly river slows down to the extent rank 7 GU Immortals can just barely resist it. Nature's might was boundless and peerless. Even GU Immortals appeared insignificant when compared to it. Ending her recollection, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze focused. She had borrowed many water path Immortal GU for this trip to help her enter falling heavenly river. However, it was clearly impossible to do that during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 GU Immortal. Her only opportunity was to enter during night and search for clues. It was still daytime right now. Fairy Bai Qing reduced her speed and slowly neared falling heavenly river. She intended to wait for nightfall before she entered the riverbed. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west, red streaks of colors overlapped in the horizon and the radiance of the setting sun shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looking at the distant falling heavenly river with astonishment. Roar! Water gurgled as a giant beast stretched out its head from under the river, revealing the tips of its horns. This was an enormous bull head, the horns were curved. Immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing was pale as she recognized this fierce beast's identity. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Besides the majestic waterfall, there were also large amounts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts living inside. The myriad eyes clear bull was an immemorial desolate beast and one of the overlords that lived at the riverbed of falling heavenly river. Doesn't it normally stay at the riverbed and patrol its territory? Why has it suddenly come out of the river? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled, but she quickly retreated, maintaining some distance with this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this giant bull. Moreover, her main objective here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing was cautious while sighing at her bad luck. With the myriad eyes clear bull's appearance, she had an ominous feeling. Right as she was about to distance herself further from the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly came out from the riverbed. Like a thunderbolt, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This sturdy and tough immemorial desolate beast was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Endless blood and internal organs splattered out, dyeing the nearby river blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing was able to react, another sword light flew out, slashing at the river bank. The next moment, a long gash was slashed open on the ground, like it was a delicate tofu, and large amounts of water flowed towards the space rapidly. The river water overflowed, all of the surroundings were covered with water. Fairy Bai Qing was extremely shocked. What was going on? What was this situation? The sword light had such power that its terrifying might had reached an extreme. The immemorial desolate beast had been cut down as easily as a vegetable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from below the falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights flew everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river before rapidly disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's sight. Swords traverse central continent. Chapter 956. World-shaking might. A terrifying chase was happening in the narrow ravine on the mountain road. Quickly run, quickly run! A miniman laid down on Hong Yi's head as it shouted anxiously. It hurts, it hurts. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi screamed in pain. The Miniman did not pay attention to what he said. It subconsciously grabbed onto Hong Yi's hair and turned back to look. Damn it! It is already here. Quickly leave. If you are not fast enough, we will be eaten by it. The Miniman called out frantically. I also want to move faster. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to use his movement GU. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, at only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was already very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some lucky opportunities and his cultivation speed far surpassed others. But in this current moment of danger, rank 2 upper stage cultivation level was useless against the wild rank 5 golden horn centipede chasing behind him. This centipede had a huge body. It was like a large python. It had a sharp horn on its head. When it moved on the ground, its hundreds of legs stomped, its body twisted as it moved rapidly. We're finished. It is already right behind you. The Miniman was pale from shock. It was terror-stricken. I'll risk it. Hong Yi could also feel the golden horn centipede getting closer. The hair over his body was standing on end from fear. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had only obtained it recently. He had not practiced with it for long enough. When he used it, the success rate and failure rate was 50% each. Killer moves required at least 2 GU worms to activate. The more GU worms there were, the more complicated the steps involved, and the greater difficulty in activating it, but the power of the move also normally increased. Hong Yi's new movement killer move was formed by nearly 10 mortal GU. It was not comparable to a GU Immortal, but for GU Masters, this was a relatively huge number of GU. Killer moves were not so easy to practice. When the activation of the killer move fails, the GU Master or the GU Worms might receive damage. Thus, normally, Hong Yi was very careful every time he practiced this killer move. But at this time, his life was in critical danger. He could not care anymore. His original speed was not enough for him to break free from the golden horn centipede. He was sure to die. Right now, there was only one way left. He had to risk it. Activate! I must succeed! Hong Yi screamed in his mind. But wishes were wonderful, reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required intense concentration. Some killer moves needed special environments and could not be disturbed. Fang Yuan could easily use his killer moves because he had a huge amount of experience in the 500 years of his previous life, but Hong Yi was a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. He had to pay attention to the path in front of him as the mountain was full of rocks and pitfalls. He was running rapidly. If he fell, his life would be over. On the other hand, Hong Yi was chased by the golden horn centipede. The intense commotion behind him was ringing in his ears. He was engulfed in the aura of death. How could Hong Yi be unaffected by it? Under this situation, those who could remain calm and absolutely focused were experienced experts who had already undergone countless battles and had disregarded the fear of death. Hong Yi could reach this stage eventually, but he was too young now. It's catching up, it's catching up. The Miniman on top of his head screamed in fear as it looked at the golden horn centipede, shortening the gap between them with a fierce demeanor. The centipede was heavy and had a huge body. It had hundreds of legs and a huge mouth. Saliva splattered everywhere as it bit at Hong Yi. The Miniman screamed tragically. It shut its eyes in fear. Even though it had wings, they were broken already. It could not fly. It had succeeded in stealing the rank 5 GU material 100 flower dew during this exploration into the cave. But there was a price to pay for this. It had attracted the animosity of the golden horn centipede which was guarding the dew. Thus, the Miniman could only escape with Hong Yi, trying to get away using his superior speed. However, the Miniman did not feel any pain. It opened its eyes, showing disbelief. For some reason, Hong Yi had escaped from the golden horn centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horn centipede chased them again. The Miniman was scared, but it could see clearly now. The reason was, whenever the golden horn centipede tried to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head first. This action would cause its head to go dozens of meters above the ground. half of its body would be elevated from the ground as well, before it landed heavily. When the centipede raised its head, many of its legs would leave the ground, its speed would fall. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running without lowering his speed. Thus, Hong Yi could evade the golden horn centipede every time it attacked. This fool! The Miniman laughed heartily. It felt an intense joy in escaping from mortal danger. Man is the spirit of all beings. While GU worms had limited intelligence, their movements were decided by instincts. I was kind enough to escape with you, but you call me a fool. Hong Yi was displeased. I am not scolding you, I am talking about this golden horn centipede, you fool. The Miniman shouted. Hong Yi was still nursing displeasure. You are the fool. I said the centipede was sleeping. You should not have been afraid and simply should have stolen the 100-flower dew and escaped, but you had to scream for no reason. The Miniman's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed across its eyes as it showed an embarrassed expression. It wanted to rebuke him, but at the next moment, its eyes opened wide in shock. It turned out, the golden horn centipede behind saw that it could not bite Hong Yi. It changed its attack method, using its golden horn. Of course, it had not become smarter. The reason was, during its long life, the golden horn centipede had encountered some large prey that it could not swallow. In that situation, the golden horn centipede would use its horn to slice the prey up into pieces. Opening its mouth to bite was the golden horn centipede's instinct. Using the golden horn was also an instinct. The golden horn centipede pounced harshly, lowering its head and stabbing its horn forward, soon approaching Hong Yi's butt. This was unavoidable because of its size. Fool, run! The Miniman saw this dangerous situation and shuddered in fear. It could not even grab onto the hair firmly. You still are calling me a fool, oh! Hong Yi shouted, but suddenly, his pitch became higher, like a rooster who was grabbed by the neck. There was shock, unpreparedness, and intense pain in his voice. The golden horn had already stabbed into Hong Yi's buttocks. The Miniman was full of despair. It thought that this was it. But at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a huge amount. He shot out like a cannonball. The reason was, when he was screaming, the intense pain gave him a moment of inspiration and he successfully used the killer move in an instant. Hong Yi escaped as a result. Bleeding, you are bleeding. The Miniman screamed loudly to Hong Yi. It turned out that the golden horn centipede had already stabbed Hong Yi's buttocks, but because Hong Yi burst out in an instant, the two sides had been separated by a distance again. It was as if a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's buttocks. The wound was unstopped and started bleeding. My butt hurts. Ah, it's so painful. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with an intense thought. He subconsciously grabbed his butt, applying pressure on the wound. However, naturally because he was feeling pain from his injury, his mind was distracted again. The killer move that he had activated earlier fell apart, and his speed dropped again. But the golden horn centipede was still chasing him. The golden horn stabbed into his other butt cheek. Ah! Hong Yi screamed again. But the same thing happened again. The powerful attack, the sudden pain, Hong Yi's focus reached another peak. He used the killer move again. He sprinted again. You're bleeding, you're bleeding. The Miniman screamed. There was no choice. The two wounds were very deep. Because of Hong Yi's intense movement, it was no wonder that blood spewed out. Hong Yi grabbed his buttocks as the golden horn centipede chased relentlessly. He was in such a helpless situation. Oh no, my Primeval essence is running out. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression paled. GU masters had little Primeval essence in the first place. It was easily used up. Activating killer moves meant using many GU worms. The expenditure was great. After running for such a long time, Hong Yi reached his limits. Death was approaching. Hong Yi was forced into a desperate situation. There was no way to live. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. I am so small, I have little meat. Eat him, eat that fool. The Miniman was muttering senselessly while grabbing Hong Yi's hair. At this moment, Hong Yi was feeling empty inside. He did not bother to respond to this Miniman. But suddenly, sword light that shook the world flashed. In an instant, the world turned white, everything turned silent. The sudden change did not make Hong Yi stop running, he kept running for a while before he realized something amiss. Looking back, he was shocked. The rank 5 golden horn centipede GU was no longer present, it had vanished completely. Along with it, half of Centipede Valley had vanished. What was in front of him was a huge and deep trench. The sides of the trench were extremely smooth, like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was lost for words, he could not believe it. Just that sword light. The Miniman was completely stunned. Central continent, East Coast. Waves crashed, rumbling non-stop, frost energy oozed out in the surrounding area. Youngsters, we are here. This is Profound Ice Island, the place where Flying Frost Sect is located. This will be where you live from now on, the place where you change your destiny. The leading GU master pointed at the ice island and proudly introduced this. The youngsters raised their heads, looking forward. Some had shining eyes, some were extremely excited. Even though Flying Frost Sect did not have any GU Immortals and was not a super force, within a huge surrounding area, it was the Supreme Overlord, the only force that could contest it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, when the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for participation. Because of this, the reputation of Flying Frost Sect had spread widely. This time, the children here have the highest aptitude for the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect, nurture them well, they will make us stronger. The leading GU master saw these children and felt very excited. The leading GU master said loudly, "Youngsters, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you." Swoosh! At this time, sword light flashed, everyone was blinded momentarily, they all shut their eyes. When they opened their eyes, everyone was stunned, they opened their mouths and were still like statues with exaggerated expressions. The huge Profound Ice Island was gone, in its place, there was a deep trench that appeared in their vision. Even the sea water was split apart. On the surface of the sea, a path of 5 to 6 li in length had been completely emptied of water, the lingering sword path Dao marks were extremely overbearing, blocking the water path Dao marks and preventing the water from filling up the gap. At once, a weird but domineering scene was formed. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood below Heaven Overseeing Tower shakily. His other hand was holding Fate GU, his old wrinkled hand was gently rubbing Fate GU. This time, Fate GU was successfully repaired to a great extent, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely excited and happy. The ones who had repaired it with him, Bai Kangshui, Lian Jusheng, and Bai Chen Tian had already left Heavenly Court, going to the mortal world. The GU Immortals in Heavenly Court mostly used sleeping as their lifespan extension method. After waking up, they had to make good use of their time, going to their sects and settling some private matters, or to take care of their blood-related descendants in the sect. Heavenly Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were also chosen from the 10 great ancient sects. In the structure of sects, Heavenly Court was like the upper-level sect, and the 10 great ancient sects were the lower-level sects. Not all GU Immortals had the chance to join Heavenly Court. Other than having deep attainment in their paths, great battle strength and reaching rank 8 cultivation level, there was also additional important criteria to join Heavenly Court. That was their values. Heavenly Court. What was Heavenly Court? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had described it 3 million years ago. It was following the will of heaven, and upholding justice for heaven. After this restoration, Fate GU can use half of its might. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, we can find more people who escaped from Fate. Eliminating these people will help in repairing Fate GU. This can allow more people to be found and result in a beneficial cycle. As long as this progresses, Heaven Overseeing Tower will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with anticipation, he was about to step into Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble! A sword light shot over like a flash of lightning. In no time, it sliced through Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was opened wide, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His body was extremely stiff. He saw that the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilted and crashed onto the jade floor. Heaven Overseeing Tower! After being stunned momentarily, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord screamed loudly. Chapter 957. Rising Commotion. When the sword lights rampaged, she was nearest to the source and had personally witnessed this heaven-shaking scene. Right now, Falling Heavenly River was filled with corpses. Large quantities of mutilated body parts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts bobbed up and down in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was now dyed blood red. Although Falling Heavenly River came from the heavens, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts lived within and propagated, large numbers of aquatic plants grew within, and there were also countless hidden currents, whirlpools, and other natural traps which even a GU Immortal could die from. Fairy Bai Qing waited for some moments. No more sword lights appeared. She ran to the river and picked up the corpses of the beasts, and the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. She had truly earned a fortune. The fortune was so huge even she could not help being joyous. But the happiness did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts began to show up. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see some faint images of ancient desolate beasts through the river water. These beasts' ferocity was stimulated by the blooded water. The flesh and bones cut apart by the sword light were excellent delicacies to these beasts. More and more beasts were attracted over by the blood and flesh, leading to a fierce battle. They tore at each other as they battled for food, raising frightening waves. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. Over half the original quantity of corpses remained. She looked at them with much regret. These were all excellent GU refinement materials. The sword lights shot out so suddenly. What happened in Falling Heavenly River? Should I enter to explore and find the reasons or not? Fairy Bai Qing was held back by the thought of Feng Jin Huang, thus she hesitated. However, she had a feeling that Bo Qing's clues should be in the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, turning into a white light, shooting straight into Falling Heavenly River. From Falling Heavenly River's source, unrivaled sword lights had shot out everywhere, their range covering the whole of Central Continent. Whether it was the Centipede Valley in Central Continent Central Region, or Flying Frost Sect in the east, or even Heavenly Court which was high above, they were all affected by the sword lights. The whole of Central Continent was in a commotion. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen, his hand moved without stopping. He had immediately started restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower when he had gotten out of his shocked state. He had already sent a message to Bai Chen Qian, Bai Kangshui and Lian Zhusheng, urgently recalling them. Right now, they were already on their way. The damage created by the sword light was extremely troublesome. Its sword path Dao marks seemed to contain a corrosive nature. The remaining parts of Heaven Overseeing Tower might be standing upright, but it would not last for long. If the sword path Dao marks were left to continue corroding, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous damage. We succeeded in our last attempt at restoring Fate Immortal GU, but when I was just about to use it, Heaven Overseeing Tower was split apart. Is this a coincidence? Or Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Chen Qian was the first to return, then Bai Kangshui and finally Lian Zhusheng arrived. Lian Zhusheng had stopped partway through, but was thus able to bring concrete information. I have investigated it. The sword light came from the source of Falling Heavenly River. Right now, the whole of Central Continent is in a ruckus. Falling Heavenly River's source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Kangshui exclaimed in shock. Speaking of Bo Qing, Heavenly Courts for Immortals had complicated feelings on him. Back then, it was not that they did not try to recruit Bo Qing, but unfortunately, Bo Qing's ideals did not conform to theirs, and he did not join Heavenly Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was dark. Investigate, we must investigate this clearly. Fairy Kangshui, you are specialized in water path. I will have to trouble you to make a trip. The three of us will stay here to restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. For some reason, I am having a very bad feeling about this. The other three Immortals' expressions turned serious. Bai Tian spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you are in charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate GU. If you are uneasy, we cannot disregard it, we need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. Falling Heavenly River's source has changed all of a sudden. I suspect Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Lai Yang, you will go to investigate the truth. You can bring 2 rank 6 GU Immortals, choose whoever you want. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will floated in mid-air. GU Immortal Jin Lai Yang was sitting within fire. He was tall and well-built, with golden hair and fiery eyes, and a vigorous rank 7 aura. Hearing what was said, he instead snorted, not giving any face to the first Supreme Elder. You should go find Xiao for this matter. He is the Immortal Monkey King. With Feng Juji no longer alive, he is now the strongest among Central Continent's rank 7 GU Immortals. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Lai Yang, Xiao might be strong, but he is not the only person in Combat Immortal Sect. He has already made more than enough contributions in the exploration of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be that you want him to make more contributions? An idea came to Jin Lai Yang and he suddenly became convinced. He leaped out of the fire and cupped his fists. Hey! First Supreme Elder is correct. I had thought of growing another 17 or 18 Fire Path Dao marks, but since that is the case, I will immediately move out. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of seclusion. GU Immortal Hong Kai-ming immediately greeted the person in front of him with great joy. This person was clothed in a white robe and was wearing a jade belt. He was tall and thin, elegance and harmoniousness seemed to be expressed in him. He smiled and nodded, I came out because of the change in Falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. I have been asked to go investigate the truth of Falling Heavenly River, please lend me a hand. Hong Kai-ming took a deep breath and said sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. Back then, were it not for your help, I would not be around today. I will offer my full efforts. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Should we send someone to investigate the strange change in Falling Heavenly River's source? First Supreme Elder was not present, so the discussion hall was managed by Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder, you may not be aware but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore Falling Heavenly River's source a few days ago. Li Junying's will spoke. Oh? Did she discover some clues? A GU Immortal unavoidably recalled the matters discussed. Second Supreme Elder frowned, Fairy Bai Qing only has peak rank 6 cultivation, it is not enough to cope with this situation. But the sect is limited on available personnel right now, who should I send to reinforce Bai Qing at this time? Xu Hao's will laughed, reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing has actually already advanced to rank 7, it is just that she concealed it and did not report it. Oh? Is that the case? I remember there was still some time before the tribulation for her advancement to rank 7. Xu Hao calmly replied, this matter has been confirmed. Before Feng Juji left for Northern Plains, he borrowed Time Path Immortal GU to secretly help Fairy Bai Qing advance her cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder mumbled before saying, Fairy Bai Qing advancing to rank 7 is a blessing for our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, she shall be rewarded heavily. Also, open the storage and let her choose a rank 7 Immortal GU. As for this matter of Falling Heavenly River, there is no need to send reinforcements anymore, just message her regarding the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's command. TNT Mountain. This sword light, Bo Qing, the pseudo-immortal Venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him, maybe this is the appearance of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path GU Immortal Zhen Yixin gazed into the horizon with excitement and yearning. Such a huge change, Falling Heavenly River will definitely be a gathering point for GU Immortals, maybe there will be an opportunity to fish for profits in this commotion. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are strong and can eat the meat, but I should be able to drink some soup, right? As he thought of this, Jian Yixing hardened his mind and flew out of Tian Mountain towards the northwest. Whether it was the righteous path led by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or the demonic path or lone cultivators like Jian Yixing, they all started making their moves. Countless gazes pierced through space and gathered at the source of falling heavenly river. Qing, a pseudo-immortal Venerable, at the pinnacle below the Venerables, this reputation that had been covered in dust resurfaced once again. The countless sword lights that wreaked havoc throughout the whole of Central Continent reminded the world of Qing's power. A rumor, who knows from where, started spreading and kept on getting bigger, affecting everyone's mental states. The sword lights are the arrangements left behind by Qing before he perished. He is reminding the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, and although he perished, he did not want his true inheritance to be obtained by the wrong person. He is using this chance to select the most suitable inheritor. Thereafter, the shock created from the sword light's might gradually turned into greed and desire. Central Continent's GU immortal world was in a commotion. Countless GU immortals, even the hidden old monsters, started to move towards falling heavenly river. A commotion occurred in Central Continent, a huge dispute that covered the whole of Central Continent was going to unfold at falling heavenly river. But in southern border, it was calm and tranquil. The tree swayed in the lush green hills. On a mountain peak, in a stone pavilion. Old man Yangsha was sitting inside the pavilion, playing chess. A giant rock was in front of him. On the smooth surface of the rock were star path Dao marks that formed either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts, forming a dazzling diagram. Below old man Yangsha was actually the famous astrolabe chessboard from history. A figure descended down from the sky, and the stone pavilion instantly filled with cold air. "Why did you call me?" Ning coldly stared at the back of old man Yangsha. Old man Yangsha slowly turned around and faced Ning. Ning continued to speak in an icy tone, "Although you helped me in becoming a GU immortal, I am not a subordinate of yours who is at your beck and call." Old man Yangsha smiled, speaking softly, "Do you know that Fang Yuan will be returning?" Fang Yuan. Ning's gaze turned bright, he then squinted, hiding the sharp light in his eyes. With a cold snort, he said, "Explain it clearly." Chapter 958. Pawn by Ning. Ever since he had advanced to GU Immortal, while in the process conveniently getting rid of his female body which had been troubling him for a long time, he thoroughly realized how unfathomable old man Yangsha was. Ning's nature was to be indifferent. But his firm attitude towards old man Yangsha was only a type of probe. Even his strong desire of wanting to fight Fang Yuan and take vicious revenge was also a disguise for himself as well as a probe towards old man Yangsha. Although only a few years had passed, Ning was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Being at the GU immortal level had broadened his horizons, he saw many more things and experienced many more wonders. What he minded was old man Yangsha in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but Shadow Sect was still deeply concealed, not revealing a trace. He did not know why old man Yangsha was helping him, but at the same time, he was also discontent at being controlled like this. He had thought of walking away from all of this. But Shadow Sect had spent so much effort on him, they certainly would not let him leave easily. In addition, Ning cared about excitement and brilliance more than his own life. When the enemy was stronger, the process was dangerous, resistance became more difficult, it instead made him feel like he had not lived in vain, taking it as a pleasure of life. Competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans, the joy was endless. There was one thing that Ning had never done in his life, that was retreating in the face of danger. Facing Ning's query, old man Yangsha leisurely took out an immortal GU and said, "You only need to do as I say and I can guarantee Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Ning's eyes shined with coldness, "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts clearly. But in the past, when I was advancing to GU Immortal, and I asked you the same question, you said you did not know." Old man Yangsha chuckled. He did not respond to Ning's query, instead continuing, "To the south of Name Peak, east of Xiao, not far away from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountain is tall and there is a long river that passes by it. The trees on the mountain are green and lush. It is a lone mountain with no other branch peaks. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this GU. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for Immortals. Any GU Immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent. Bai Ningbing did not accept this Immortal GU, his eyes still staring at Old Man Yangsha as he coldly said, "You still haven't answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. You only need to know that when this is done, Fang Yuan will return. Back then, you signed an agreement with Shadow Sect. Wasn't the agreement that only after Fang Yuan is dead, you can be free from the agreement and regain your freedom?" Old Man Yangsha smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, before taking the Immortal GU. He then gave a cold snort, and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. He made haste when traveling. 2 days later, he found the mountain Old Man Yangsha spoke of. This mountain is ordinary and there is nothing strange. Why did he choose this place? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses, even thinking of the possibility that Old Man Yangsha was trying to harm him. But he has spent a huge price to raise me to GU Immortal. Why would he kill me now? The chance of this is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head. There was another uncertainty which he had for a long time. Why did Old Man Yangsha help me to become a GU Immortal? Among so many people, why did he choose me? Is it simply because of my Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? Previously, Bai Ningbing had such thoughts, but now he was increasingly feeling the truth was not as simple as that. Bai Ningbing started to carefully investigate this nameless mountain peak, but he did not find any traces of GU formations. He was filled with doubts and hesitation. If this was truly a trap, then he would be stupidly sending himself to death. Wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. Old Man Yangsha would not make me come here in particular and activate Immortal GU for no reason. His motive is veiled in mystery, but there is no time limit. I might as well delay and probe him. If the matter was urgent, Old Man Yangsha would be very anxious and naturally would urge him. At that time, with the Immortal GU, Bai Ningbing could obtain the initiative. Bai Ningbing bided his time and made no move. Sure enough, someone on Shadow Sect's side became anxious. A black-robed GU Immortal appeared inside the stone pavilion, and spoke with a rough voice. "Yangsha, Bai Ningbing has already gone for close to half a month, but there has been no word or action from him. Could it be that he ran away with the GU, or maybe encountered a problem?" Old Man Yangsha was at ease, looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to before, when Bai Ningbing had appeared, the numerous and disorderly lines had already reduced by a little less than half. Old Man Yangsha was pinching his fingers as he tried to deduce the chess moves, while saying to the black-robed GU Immortal, "Bai Ningbing is still there, just not making a move." He already had doubts that this trip is harmful to him, so it is normal for him to have this reaction. The black-robed GU Immortal could not help but speak urgently when he saw the leisurely attitude of Old Man Yangsha. "But we can no longer delay the matter in Central Continent. Now, not just the GU Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but even a lot of lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered to explore the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Vice Envoy Blue and the others can only hold on for 3 days at most. After 3 days, Heavenly Court will realize this is an arrangement and it might disrupt our true plan." Old Man Yangsha nodded, agreeing. "What you say makes sense. In fact, the present state has already diverged from the original plan. The progress is really too slow. How about you send a letter to urge Bai Ningbing to make a move quickly? If he doesn't submit, we can take away his immortal level and make him fall down back to a mortal. He became a GU Immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need for us to continue letting him be so arrogant. We can take action first and remove his GU Immortal strength, making him a mortal again, restoring his female body. Such a junior with his head high above the clouds, if we don't make him know his place, we won't be able to use him." The black-robed GU Immortal suggested. He, why do you think I am using him?" Old Man Yangsha chuckled. he lightly flicked his wide sleeve. Immediately, a star mark was removed from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan was to see this sight, he would definitely be very shocked. Doing this with such ease, old man Yangsha's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great Grandmaster. The black-robed GU Immortal was wearing a large hood that covered his expression, but his tone was filled with heavy doubts. Yangsha, didn't you choose Bai Ning Bing because you saw his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No, that is not the case. Old man Yangsha laughed. This is only what makes him special on the surface. His true special characteristic is that he is also someone who has escaped fate. What? He is also one. The black-robed GU Immortal was shocked. Old man Yangsha explained further, our crucial plan has been devised for 100,000 years. Our true enemy is not the central continent's heavenly court, or the other 4 regions, but heaven. So I am handing this final crucial step to Bai Ning Bing. He is an escapee of fate. From a certain perspective, he could be said to have escaped the grasp of heaven's will as well. Only this kind of person is qualified to become our pawn. So it was like that. The black-robed GU Immortal came to a realization and had no more doubts. Old man Yangsha continued, Bai Ning Bing is a fate escapee. Heaven's will is unable to control him completely, making him a potent weapon for us. We will first let him spearhead the attack, and what we will do is build up our energy, using all of our strength to cope with the fury of heaven's will. After Bai Ning Bing left, I did not contact him and let him move freely, but you can rest assured, with his nature, he will not wait for much longer. Since that is the case, then I will continue sleeping. The black-robed GU Immortal cupped his fists, and took his leave. Bai Ning Bing waited another 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, occasionally looking at the direction of old man Yangsha's stone pavilion. So many days have passed by, but old man Yangsha has not urged me yet. It seems he is not in a hurry about this matter. That makes sense. If he was hurried, he would emphasize the time limit for completing the task when he handed it to me. Bai Ning Bing could not help but feel somewhat dejected. The probing just now was undoubtedly a failure. He looked at the mountain below him, and pondered, I have checked this mountain time and time again over these last days, but I could not find traces of any GU formations. Sigh. If this is truly harmful to me, I can only admit defeat. I could not find out anything. I can only blame my inadequate ability. Bai Ning Bing sighed and hovered in the air, looking at this ordinary mountain. Go. With a shift of his mind, his immortal essence started to be consumed as he activated the mysterious immortal GU. The immortal GU let out some radiance, but it still lay on his palm, showing no movement. Bai Ning Bing was slightly surprised, so this immortal GU requires a lot of immortal essence. He continued to send beads of green grape immortal essence to it. The radiance of the immortal GU grew brighter and brighter, and the exquisite body of the immortal GU started to slightly tremble. After a while, Bai Ning Bing's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he was feeling worried. I have already used up hundreds of beads of immortal essence. Why does it still not activating? So the difficulty in this task was in this. Just when he was getting very puzzled, the immortal GU in his hand suddenly buzzed. It turned into a ray of light that shot towards the sky. The light continued to grow bigger. Its speed, however, was becoming slower. When it reached a peak in height, it charged down to the nameless mountain. Boom! It crashed onto the mountain peak. The clash produced incomparably dazzling radiance. Bai Ning Bing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. He no longer needed to use his immortal essence. But whether the immortal GU succeeded in its activation, he still needed to check to be certain. Thus, he flew to a distance of 5 li away, before stopping in the air. He then saw an unbelievable and marvelous scene. Within the intense radiance, the nameless mountain peak suffered no damage. Phantom images started to appear over the woods on the mountain. This was a section of a long river. The river water billowed, rising and falling, filled with a mystical and natural wondrousness that would be difficult to portray. There was endless profundity that could not be described with words or expressed. This scene, could it be the River of Time? Bai Ning Bing's eye suddenly enlarged, filled with extreme surprise. Afterwards, he saw the River of Time's phantom image gradually dissipate, becoming dimmer and dimmer. Two human-shaped figures seemed to jump out of the river, their appearances and clothes gradually becoming clearer. These two people were fighting. Both sides exchanged moves one after the other, the battle's intensity shocked by Ning to the core. Among them, one was enormous with bulging muscles. He was like a mythical creature that rampaged around with an extremely fierce momentum. He was a rank 8 GU Immortal. The other person was rank 7. But he seemed to be using a killer move to disguise himself. His whole body was covered in a layer of fog that made others unable to distinguish his face or stature. The only thing that could be clearly seen was a red lotus that was drawn on his forehead. Chapter 959. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Even if the change in the phantom image did not affect reality, it was an extremely moving scene. The battle gradually heated to the climax. The burly rank 8 GU Immortal held the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed wildly. I have rank 8 cultivation and also possess the great strength true martial physique. A mere rank 7 dreams of challenging me. That mysterious GU Immortal with a red lotus mark on his forehead chuckled and said with a plain voice, Martial Duel Heavenly King, your defeat is certain. Take this move. Right after he finished speaking, the rank 7 GU Immortal flung his right hand and a high platform flew out. The next moment, the contempt on the face of the rank 8 GU Immortal, Martial Duel Heavenly King, was completely gone, replaced by shock. This is an Immortal GU house. What Immortal GU house is this? The rank 7 GU Immortal proudly smiled. Let me teach you, this is my original creation, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. By Ning frowned. As far as he knew, the present southern border GU Immortal world did not have any such Immortal GU house. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage might was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attacks Martial Duel Heavenly King sent, they were all absorbed and sealed. That was not all. After the attacks were sealed, they could still be used by the rank 7 GU Immortal to strike back. Martial Duel Heavenly King's attacks were mighty, but in the end, he had to bear most of his attacks himself. The images transformed continuously, and the battle situation kept on getting more heated. Finally, with the help of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, the mysterious rank 7 GU Immortal won against Martial Duel Heavenly King, accomplishing an extraordinary feat of rank 7 defeating rank 8. However, the rank 7 GU Immortal also had to pay a heavy price. As a final stand, Martial Duel Heavenly King did not hesitate to turn into a rank 8 Immortal zombie, almost possessing an unkillable body. The mysterious rank 7 GU Immortal was not able to take his life, and could only let go of this Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, using it to suppress Martial Duel Heavenly King deep under the earth. To win against Martial Duel Heavenly King, the unknown rank 7 GU Immortal had to give up an Immortal GU house. After the battle was over, he sighed as he gazed down at his Immortal GU house that was under the earth, before flying away. There were no more images of the GU Immortals, but the phantom image still kept on transforming. The battlefield where the GU Immortals fought returned to tranquility. With good weather, grass and trees started to grow. Then there were lightning strikes and flood. Meteors crashed down and inferno raged. The plain terrain gradually began to rise, growing slowly. At first, it was a mound, then it continued to increase until it became a mountain. There were occasionally scenes of humans moving in the mountain. The movements were extremely quick, whether it was natural phenomenon or the movements of humans and beasts, they were shown like a sped-up video. This mountain also began to change rapidly. It occasionally had landslides and occasionally changed in shape. Finally, in the phantom image, this mountain gradually turned into the appearance of the nameless mountain. When the phantom image had completely disappeared, the world regained its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone strangely. He understood that the Immortal GU Old Man Yangsha gave him was a time path investigative Immortal GU. It drilled into the crevices of time and transported the scene of that past at a certain segment of the river of time towards the present. The scene of a huge battle between the two GU Immortals was now this ordinary and inconspicuous mountain. This means there is an Immortal GU house buried here. Bai Ningbing fixed his gaze under the mountain, his heart thumping in excitement. He naturally knew the value of an Immortal GU house. Only forces with GU Immortals could be considered super forces. But even among these super forces, only the powerful ones could possess one or more immortal GU houses. If I can get hold of this graceful chaotic duel stage, it will definitely be a huge help to me and I can more easily deal with Shadow Sect and leave. But this is bad, the Immortal GU's aura has leaked everywhere. The disturbance when I activated the Immortal GU was also not small, it will definitely attract other GU Immortals. Time does not wait for anyone, I must hurry up. Ning Bing had just thought of flying down, piercing deep into the earth and taking the Immortal GU house, when he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Yangsha. If he went down, would it be messing up Old Man Yangsha's plan? Maybe Old Man Yangsha already calculated his reaction and wanted him to go deep into the earth, explore the depths of the earth and take graceful chaotic duel stage. If it is like this, he must have something up his sleeve. The mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. If I blindly move, all my efforts will be in vain and I will be used by others. Ning Bing's gaze was deep. He decided to first probe the surrounding environment before deciding to move. However, what he had not expected was when he had just approached the nameless mountain by some distance, he felt an intense weakness. His GU Immortal aura started to quickly weaken. He could not even exert his thoughts. Ning Bing retreated in shock. He recalled Old Man Yangsha's words. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this GU. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for Immortals. Any GU Immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent. Ning Bing thought with a frown, could this be the forbidden zone for Immortals? If this had truly become a forbidden zone, then how could he seize graceful chaotic duel stage? At this moment, the phantom image on the mountain peak changed again, turning into the previous scenes. Ning Bing patiently observed, and could not help having a thought. Could it be that there was a clue to take the Immortal GU house hidden in the transformations of these phantom images? However, after the phantom image finished showing the scenes, it disappeared again. Ning Bing was not able to find out any clues. He then discovered, the phantom image would reappear once in a while. Every time the phantom image played, it would show the same content with no difference. He also discovered, the forbidden zone was expanding. At first, he could still approach within 3 li of the nameless mountain. Now, however, he was 10 li away from the mountain peak, but still felt exhausted and weak. He had a sense of warning deep within telling him that were he to forcefully charge in, he would definitely die. Looking at the huge fortune moving farther and farther away from him, Ning Bing was naturally uneasy. He had stayed here for 3 days, trying to hide this constantly appearing phantom image. He had already erased the Immortal GU aura, but he was not able to hide these images. Although Old Man Yangsha helped him ascend to Immortal, he did not give him any Immortal GU. This phenomenon in front of him was created by a time path investigative Immortal GU. Ning Bing naturally could not cover it using Mortal GU. Of course, if he used superior Mortal Killer moves, there was a possibility of covering the images temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such methods. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? In the worrisome moment, Ning Bing recalled Fang Yuan's image. Despite him no longer being concerned with Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had made a deep impression and subconsciously influenced him. He thought and thought, before he stopped in terror. He suddenly realized, this Immortal GU was given by Old Man Yangsha. This should be a plan of Shadow Sect. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They did not try to seize graceful chaotic duel stage secretly and silently earn a fortune. Instead they were proclaiming this as if they wanted the whole world to know. Involving an ancient battle and the Immortal GU house graceful chaotic duel stage, probably the whole of southern border will be in an uproar. Be it Righteous Path GU Immortals or Demonic Path or Lone Immortals, they will all go crazy for it. None of them would yield a step for the Immortal GU house. This will definitely cause great turbulence and incite bloodshed. Is Shadow Sect's objective to bring a calamity to southern border? But how would this benefit them? Ning Bing fiercely slapped his forehead. As his anxious expression vanished, clarity returned to his gaze. What was I doing these last days? I actually let myself be blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of a storm in southern border, luring almost all the GU Immortals of southern border. I am only a rank 6 GU Immortal with limited methods. I can't stay here for long, I better leave early. Right, I should return and try to probe old man Yangsha on what he is thinking of doing. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan? By Ning Bing hurriedly returned, but old man Yangsha was no longer in the stone pavilion. He hurried to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but he was unable to summon the blessed land's entrance to appear. He also could not contact them using information path mortal GU. It was almost like the entirety of Shadow Sect, including old man Yangsha, had completely disappeared in an instant. The wave of doubts in Bai Ning Bing's mind intensified. There was a sensation of being discarded. He vaguely felt that the last series of events was anything but a reassuring omen. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. Right now, the bottom of the riverbed of the source of Falling Heavenly River was filled with light. Countless GU Immortals of Central Continent fixed their gazes at the riverbed's only light source, their hearts filled with fervent desire. An immortal zombie with eyes closed was floating in this light. His appearance was just like before when he was alive, seemingly filled with vitality. Sharp brows, high nose, jade green hair, upright back, it was Bo Qing. Who could have thought Bo Qing would have turned into an immortal zombie? Back then, the fairy of Spirit Affinity House at that time, Mo Yao, had also faced the tribulation with him. But there is only Bo Qing here. It seems Mo Yao had completely died. According to the sect records, that heavenly tribulation had such terrifying might that it shook the whole of Central Continent. It really is inconceivable that Bo Qing could preserve his life. How strong was he actually? The Immortals discussed with each other. The corpse has been maintained for so long, who knows how many secrets it contains. As long as we can obtain it, we can decipher the profound mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation back then. Even if there is no sword path true inheritance, just this research alone would be an enormous gain. Maybe it can even add to a true inheritance in the sect. Most of these thoughts were from the GU Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects. They were looking at long-term prospects, considering for the situation of their sect. While the lone immortals and demonic cultivators like Zhen Yisheng were paying attention to the immortal GU carried by the immortal zombie Bo Qing. There are still auras of so many immortal GU on his body. This is really unimaginable for them to exist until now. These are all sword path immortal GU of the pseudo-immortal Venerable. I will be satisfied with even just one. Central Continent's righteous path was very prosperous, and the demonic cultivators were fiercely suppressed, to the extent that their situation was the most miserable among the demonic cultivators in the entirety of the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any idea of taking Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, and only wanted to make a profit and run away quickly. In fact, before this, in the process of entering Falling Heavenly River, almost all the immortals had made some gains. The remains of beasts and plants cut down by the sword lights were not few. As long as one looked for them carefully, they could find them. However, Bo Qing's assets was truly too attractive. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Since they personally witnessing it, who would want to leave now? Chapter 960. Bo Qing Awakens. The Immortals had heated gazes. They were staring at the light lump that enveloped the immortal zombie, Bo Qing. They looked around secretly. They were very alert towards their competitors. Among these competitors, the strongest ones were the GU Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Jin Lai Yang, Hong Kaiming, Qi Yuntian and others. And among the people from the 10 great ancient sects, the most threatening one was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing this stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, Fairy Bai Qing, this situation is very clear. Bo Qing has his immortal zombie remains, but his soul was decimated by the tribulation. However, there are some wills and emotions left in his mind. He can defend himself. Thus, whenever we get close, he will use his immortal GU and shoot out extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his animosity, we need something that contains Bo Qing's aura, or a GU worm that he refined in the past. We can also use the wills and emotions left behind by Bo Qing. As long as we take these out, we can get close to Bo Qing and gain the upper hand. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Why would I have these things? If I did, I would have taken action long ago, right? She indeed did not. Because she had not expected to find Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Tian smiled lightly. Fairy Bai Qing, why are you lying to us? You are the first person here. Why did you come here alone secretly? Is all this a coincidence? Fairy Bai Qing's smile became more bitter. You say I came here secretly. That is wrong. I had used the path through Myriad Dragon Dock and combat Immortal Sect. I came here openly. What do you mean by secretly? She had come to investigate Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Juji's last words. But she could not expose this truth. Spirit Affinity House needed to stall the information regarding Feng Juji's death as much as possible, so that they could have more time to prepare. Jin Liang frowned more deeply now. His voice became more shrill. Why is Fairy Bai Qing hiding it from us? The current situation will only draw in more GU Immortals. As time passes, accidents might occur. We of the 10 great ancient sects should work together to jointly control situation in Central Continent. Otherwise, if those lone cultivators obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal GU, Central Continent would undergo huge turbulence. Is your sect going to ignore Central Continent's well-being just for your own greed? Tian's attitude was warm. He continued urging, we of the 10 great ancient sects are of the same origin. We should work together and obtain Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. I can represent Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance agreement with your sect. We will ensure you get your benefits in this matter. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered internally. Jin Liang and Tian were working together to coerce and coax her. How could she not know that? She was secretly anxious. This had happened too suddenly, and Spirit Affinity House did not send GU Immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7, facing these Immortals, she could not do much. No matter what Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's situation was, it was very important to take back his body and Sword Path Immortal GU for Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 sects knew this. Right now, in their opinion, Feng Juji was missing. He was likely dead. Spirit Affinity House was weakened now. They could not let them obtain this Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Juji, what would the 9 sects do? The situation in Falling Heavenly River was extremely dangerous. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's sword lights were extremely sharp. They shot through the entirety of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic and lone cultivators came because of it. They desired conflict. They wanted to obtain huge gains from it. As for the Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, they want to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders a chance. But at the same time, the Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects were not united, thus, the 9 sects were resisting Spirit Affinity House together. Fairy Bai Qing was thought to have possession of a crucial method. She could not explain her innocence now. Just as the Immortals were in a deadlock, a vast rank 8 aura surged. All of the Immortals stand back. We of Heavenly Court are taking charge. Everyone gasped. They looked at the source of the sound and saw a female Immortal descending. It was the rank 8 Water Path GU Immortal by Kang Shui. The situation changed at once. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower. It had been rebuilt again, standing in front of the 3 Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian, and Lian Jusheng felt the weight on their hearts easing. They sighed in relief. Ever since Heaven Overseeing Tower was slashed by the sword light, they had not rested. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding it further and destroying more GU worms, they had worked day and night to repair it without rest. They had finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 Immortals rapidly replaced the destroyed GU worms using the huge amount of Immortal materials in Heavenly Court storage, saving it in time. There was something important to note. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 Immortal GU house. It had incredible defense. Even though it was split in half by the sword light, what it truly lost was only the GU worms near the damage caused by the sword. In fact, Heaven Overseeing Tower was not gravely damaged. After looking at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a deep breath and supported himself on his walking stick as he held Fate GU, walking towards the tower. Lian Jusheng could not help but ask, Tower Lord, are you not going to rest? Why are you in a rush to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it is all right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting the suggestion. For some reason, ever since the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had been having an ominous sensation. As time passed, this ominous sensation intensified. Even after seeing the repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower, he did not feel this ominous sensation going away. Go! He willed, in his hand, Fate Gu turned into a mystical light, entering the top of the tower, towards the formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord moved his aged body as he slowly walked up the stairs. Every step he took expended rank 8 immortal essence. The tower walls were shining in bright light, they appeared to be in a mess and did not give any hint or advice. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not mind it. Fate Immortal Gu could only use half of its might, half of the images displayed were blurry or dark. After walking for 60 steps, the image on the wall became clear. On the nameless peak of southern border, the scene was depicted vividly in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. In the image, martial duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 GU Immortals fight entered Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's vision. This old man frowned unconsciously. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 GU Immortal's forehead, the red lotus mark was very bright red and striking. An inheritor of red lotus true inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with sharpness. The pain that red lotus demon Venerable brought to Heavenly Court and the damage he dealt to Fate Immortal GU had tormented generations after generations of Heavenly Court GU Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking deeply. Red Lotus true inheritance, it has to be destroyed. No traces must be left behind. The great strength true martial immortal zombie is less of a concern, but that graceful chaotic duel stage should belong to Heavenly Court ideally. Even if southern border has the regional wall, Heavenly Court has to make an attempt now. Just that mystical immortal GU house, graceful chaotic duel stage, was worth the intervention of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Even though rank 8 GU Immortals faced much difficulty in passing the 5 regions' regional walls, and had to pay a huge price. Without concealing such a scene, southern border's GU Immortal world would definitely be stirred up, countless Immortals would come forward to fight for it. If Heavenly Court wants to traverse regions and compete, we have to choose appropriate people, and the number has to be precise. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought more deeply and soon shook his head, placing these troublesome thoughts aside. He continued to go up. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he got to the 83rd step, the image changed again. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes were shut as the Heavenly Court GU Immortal Bai Kangshui led the Immortals and controlled the situation single-handedly. In the image, Bai Kangshui smiled and spoke to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied to her, Bai Kangshui's expression became one of deep disappointment. Soon, she concealed her expression and became calm again. She moved her fingers, setting up a GU formation, planning to seal this place. But at this moment, starlight shot over, it penetrated the incomplete GU formation and shot towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. As starlight shined brightly, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing opened his eyes. In an instant, countless flashes of sword light burst out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shut his eyes in response. At the next moment, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a bloody scene. There were bits and pieces of GU Immortal corpses everywhere. The head of the Heavenly Court GU Immortal, Bai Kangshui, was rolling away with streams of blood. Her eyes were opened wide. She had died. How can this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, who saw this, was anguished. 3 figures landed immediately. 7-star Child was in front, followed by Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. Azure, you are finally awake. 7-star Child laughed loudly, his body was emitting a powerful rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eye shined with ruthlessness, sword light shot out. 7-star child was shocked, he did not expect Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was pitilessly sharp, he was sliced in half, even his immortal zombie body was useless against it. 7-star child's pitiful death stunned Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. What is going on? Envoy Azure killed Vice Envoy Blue. No, he is not Envoy Azure, his mind is filled with heaven's will, and there is another person's remnant soul living inside his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless, he turned around to look at them. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun felt a strong chill, they sank into despair. They did not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes. They only saw the unfeeling and impartial nature of the way of heaven. They were people who escaped from fate, they were targets of elimination of the way of heaven. An intense aura of death engulfed them. Against the famous pseudo-immortal Venerable, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun could not escape or dodge, they could only await their deaths. Chapter 961. Unprecedented Contest. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period, he had exerted all of his effort into deducing this immortal killer move, he had finally obtained some results today. This new killer move used each strength Immortal GU, pulling mountain Immortal GU and pulling water Immortal GU as the cause, with 330,000 supplementary Mortal GU, he formed an extravagant combination that would stun another person. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly for 2 hours, activating this set of GU worms. Then, going through 3 days and nights without rest, he could gradually transform his living body into an immortal zombie body, or transform his immortal zombie body into a living body. Even though it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had reached his limits by getting such progress. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had so many Strength Path Immortal GU. He could use all of them here thanks to the Light of Wisdom. Of course, it was because he had Nirvana Fire as the blueprint. If he did not have Nirvana Fire or the set of GU worms to research that were lent by Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain a Strength Path version in such a short time. Also, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Because of all these reasons, a minor miracle was created. Next, I have to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength GU to form my high-grade Life and Death Blessed Land, to revive. Fang Yuan sighed internally. After searching for so long, he had finally reached this stage. As for Luo Po Valley, Tai Bai Yunxing had repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan gave it a try, cultivating inside Luo Po Valley. It was indeed the soul cultivation sacred land that was on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Paired with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts GU, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to revive. His soul cultivation could be placed aside now, he did not need to engage in it. Fang Yuan could almost not hold in his urge. But just as he was about to start, he received Blazing Heaven Demoness letter. The contents caused his revival plan to pause. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. When Fang Yuan saw this line, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was regarding the Nameless Mountain in southern border. This matter was too big now, it concerned an Immortal GU house, it had spread throughout the entirety of southern border's GU Immortal world. In southern border, there was a Zombie Alliance branch as well. Thus, as the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly got hold of the news. Blazing Heaven Demoness has great ambitions, she knows that I have fixed immortal travel, thus she observed the events over all 5 regions. As a higher up of Zombie Alliance, she could collect information more easily than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt his weakness in intelligence gathering once again. In his previous life, he had an organization and network, his developed blood path GU worm techniques could replace the use of most information path methods. But in this life, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories together with intelligence mainly from people like Fairy Li Shan and Lang Yue Lan Spirit. As more and more unexpected surprises occurred, Fang Yuan was starting to feel that his previous life's memories were beginning to become unreliable. The truth of history was often hidden in deep fog. What Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was only what had been exposed and was seemingly true on the surface. Even for matters that he had experienced personally, they might not have been as simple as he thought. The reasons for the occurrence of many events were complicated. In my previous life, I had a tough time. I slowly climbed up from the bottom. My network and resources were accumulated slowly, thus I had no obvious weaknesses. But after rebirth, I have obtained opportunities one after another. My strength rose rapidly, or rather, explosively. Thus, in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I have to use more information path methods to collect intelligence. For the time being, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long run, I need to rely on myself. Fang Yuan contemplated. Lack of information meant losing many opportunities. Like just now, Fang Yuan did not know the situation. He was kept in the dark. He almost missed this fortuitous encounter completely. 3 days later, Fang Yuan went alone to southern border, approaching the nameless mountain. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She had told Fang Yuan in the letter that she was busy refining GU and setting up the Immortal GU formation. She could not leave. But when necessary, she would come to take action. As for Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, they were in Northern Plains, using Luo Po Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their foundation. They had an intense interest towards the Immortal GU house, but their Northern Plains aura made it difficult for them to roam southern border. Fang Yuan came here to obtain intelligence. Even though he had become a GU Immortal in Northern Plains, he had the concealment of vaguely familiar face. Ordinary GU Immortals could not expose him. On the Nameless Mountain, once in a while, phantom images would reappear. By Ning Bing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan watched it 3 times over and pondered over it before moving, getting close to the Nameless Mountain. As expected, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in the letter, this place was a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the more he felt his limbs going weak. He felt that his immortal aperture was being pressured by a formless force. Fang Yuan had to stop in his tracks. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be destroyed before he took 50 or 60 steps. That would not do. He had to use his strength path immortal aperture to create the life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had to retreat. At this time, he heard a tender laughter from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He immediately turned around. Only to see a beautiful woman, dressed in pink and red. Her hair was tied up and her skin was white like snow. Her eyes were alluring and watery. She was standing nearby, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was oozing with GU Immortal aura. She was a rank 6 GU Immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, this beautiful woman introduced herself. I am Li Mai Hua. People call me Granny Mai Hua. Handsome lad, you look very unfamiliar. Where do you cultivate? Fang Yuan smiled. He thought, so she is Granny Mai Hua. Even though Fang Yuan had never seen Granny Mai Hua personally, he had seen her granddaughter, that demonic path female GU master, Humayo. To care for beauty was natural for women. There was no relation between the age and appearance of GU Immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan wore a green robe and his sleeves were large and wide. The wind blew and his robe fluttered, moving like a war banner. In Fang Yuan's disguise, he had a rank 6 GU Immortal aura. He was tall and skinny, having a middle-aged appearance with a tall nose bridge, slim eyes, and his pupils radiated with faint traces of jade green light. He gave off an eerie aura, as if he was not to be trifled with. Even though he was not good-looking, he had quite a disposition. Granny Mai Hua, I have long since heard of you. I am Xingying. I am just a simple wanderer. Fang Yuan replied. Xingying. Li Mai Hua memorized this name. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she did not find it strange. Hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew that he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains. Countless experts were in seclusion. Many lone cultivators never showed themselves. Nobody knew about them. But because of the Immortal GU house, GU Immortals one after another were attracted and had come over. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Shenying, was just one of them. These last days, Li Maihua had contacted many GU Immortals similar to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slightly suspicious towards Li Maihua's warm attitude in approaching him. Fang Yuan was about to ask, when Li Maihua told him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Maihua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. After thinking about it, he agreed. He followed Li Maihua and moved out, settling down at Headless Mountain, which was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan got there, there were already many demonic path or lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, many cast curious gazes, while some has grim or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no GU immortal spoke to him yet. But Granny Maihua was quite popular. The moment she returned, someone smiled. Li Maihua, you brought another one. Ha ha ha, this time, we demonic and lone cultivators have gathered to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Maihua has made the most contribution towards it. Oh no, I am flattered. I am just doing my best to help. Li Maihua smiled as she greeted and interacted with the people around here one after another. She managed the individual relationships with great ease. Let me introduce you, this is Brother Shenying, he is a lone immortal. After talking to everyone, Li Maihua introduced Fang Yuan to them. So you are Brother Qing. Immediately, a demonic path GU immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhonghe Zi. I see that Sir cultivates transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong, I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed a look of being poor at socializing, barely interacting with them. After some short talks, Headless Mountain returned to being peaceful like before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Maihua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to return to the Nameless Mountain and wait for more people. She pointed at a mountain before leaving, telling Fang Yuan that Pine Tail Mountain is the base camp of the Righteous Path GU Immortals. Even without her pointing it out, the intense GU Immortal aura on that mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After separating from Li Maihua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out often. Most of his time was spent in his cave. After all, Fang Yuan was disguised now, and vaguely familiar face was not an invincible disguise. He stayed and waited for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pine Tail Mountain welcomed GU Immortals from both righteous and demonic paths. Most of them were rank 6. Whenever a rank 7 GU Immortal came, a commotion would be created. Eventually, even rank 8 GU Immortals arrived, a total of 4. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 of the righteous path. It formed a balance of power on both sides. The rank 8 GU Immortals did not involve themselves. Every day, the GU Immortals on both sides recommended 1 person each to engage in a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and nights of negotiation, they finally came to an agreement. The righteous and demonic paths, dozens of GU Immortals set an agreement together. All around the Nameless Mountain, they were engaging in a grand contest that was rare even in 1,000 years. The winner of the contest would obtain the opportunity on the Nameless Mountain. As for the other GU Immortals, they were not to attack the victor for the next 3 years. Chapter 962. Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Muchun's hearts were jumping. They were facing immense pressure. They were drenched in sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal Venerable. During his time, he was publicly recognized as the strongest person under rank 9 Venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he had become an immortal zombie after the Tribulation and his immortal aperture was completely destroyed, he still had ample rank 8 immortal essence on him, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Thus, his battle strength was terrifying. The most crucial point were the Dao marks. The higher the GU Immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they had. Even if 2 people were using the same immortal GU, the difference in Dao marks would cause different outcomes when the immortal Gu's power was amplified. Consider Qing by Sheng, a soul path GU immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a single sword path Dao mark on him, but when he used 5-finger fist heart sword, he could fight Feng Ju Ji on equal grounds. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal GU were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he could display unimaginable might. He could almost replicate the glory that he had when he was alive. Thus, Bai Kangshui, 7-star child, and the others had no chance to resist him. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the rank of the GU Immortal, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. Between rank 6 and 7, there might be those who are evenly matched occasionally. But when rank 8 fought against rank 7, it was almost always a one-sided fight. When rank 9 fought rank 8, it would be as simple as stepping on an ant. Facing immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to die today? What will we do? What will we do? The two of them felt their bodies going cold. Countless thoughts were churning in their minds. Looking at this situation, they had almost no hope. Bo Qing raised his finger, pointing at Song Zixing. A thin sword light flashed. Song Zixing did not even try to escape. He faced death with a bitter smile. Because he knew that in front of Bo Qing, escaping was completely futile. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. No. I am unresigned. I cannot die. Yu Mu Chun shouted loudly. In the moment between life and death, he took out an immortal GU. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's movements froze. His face started to show a struggling expression. Yu Mu Chun's heart was pounding loudly. He started at Bo Qing's changing face anxiously. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression turned from impassive to confused. He showed pain, hatred, and sadness. He was like a traffic light that was rapidly changing in color. Eventually, his expression turned lively. There was some intelligence shining in his eyes. It was like a person with dementia suddenly recovering his senses. He looked at his hand, and looked around at the brutal bloody scene. In the end, he looked towards Yu Mu Chun, asking hesitantly, "You are?" Yu Mu Chun's body was full of cold sweat. He replied weakly like he had lost all his strength, "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. It seems that I made the right gamble." It was so close, so close. It turned out that the remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yu Mu Chun's immortal GU awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul. It caused the heaven's will which was inside the immortal zombie's mind to be pushed out. Without the manipulation of heaven's will, immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped attacking. Yu Mu Chun took several deep breaths as he continued, "Remember our conversation back then," in order to revive Bo Qing. Bo Qing. Hearing her lover's name, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She manipulated the immortal zombie body, nodding as she interrupted Yu Mu Chun. "Then what should I do now?" Yu Mu Chun looked at 7-star child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were still alive, together with Yu Mu Chun, the three of them could use an immortal killer move and teleport all of the immortals to Central Continent's northeast area. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in control of that area. But now that 7-star child and Song Zixing were dead, Yu Mu Chun could only settle for dealing with combat Immortal Sect, giving up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect. I hope that they can be stalled. Yu Mu Chun took a glance in Heavenly Court's direction, feeling deeply worried. Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was dark. He was filled with anger. He looked at the image. Yu Mu Chun cooperated with immortal zombie Bo Qing and was going to attack one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, combat Immortal Sect. He could no longer watch idly. Even though he was a GU Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, combat Immortal Sect was still a sect underneath Heavenly Court. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court GU Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Jusheng and Bai Chen Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bai Kangshui is dead. Bo Qing revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking combat Immortal Sect. We have to reinforce them now. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. Go! The two immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the three immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation GU formation and appeared at combat Immortal Sect's base in a moment. Looking at the northwest direction, the sky was clear as a grand sword light flew over rapidly. A battle of rank 8s was right before their eyes. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was more than 2.5 kilometers tall. The light path GU worms produced on the mountain were well known over the whole of southern border. This mountain had been in the control of a single force for the last 1,000 years. Xiao clan. Rumors had it that southern border's Xiao clan and western desert Xiao clan were of the same origin. 1,000 years ago, there was an internal conflict within western desert Xiao clan, resulting in the losing side leaving and moving to southern border. Southern border's Xiao clan was once a super force. But its final remaining GU Immortal, Xiao clan's supreme elder, had not appeared for the last 100 years. It caused Xiao clan to fall from a super force to a large-scale force. Xiao clan's current leader, Xiao Shan, stood on a mountain slope. He looked at Xiao clan's main base partway up the mountain as he showed dejection and hatred in his eyes. A figure ran up the mountain rapidly, landing beside Xiao Shan. Paying respects to him, Xiao Zi Feng greets Lord Clan leader. That Wu Hui, is he still causing trouble? Xiao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Xiao Zi Feng lowered his head, reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still screaming in the hall, requesting us to hand over the culprit that killed his son. The other elders are still holding the ground, don't worry clan leader. Xiao Shan snorted coldly. He gritted his fists. Wu Hui's son was the one with ill intentions, trying to target Xiao Kui'er. My daughter was just defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause a ruckus in Xiao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, all will be fine if we endure this. Wu Hui is not a problem, but Wu clan is very powerful, we cannot resist them. Xiao Zi Feng quickly urged. Xiao Shan's clenched fists loosened. He sighed deeply. His face was full of fatigue and bitterness. He waved to Xiao Zi Feng. Forget it, I will hide at the back of the mountain for the time being. Xiao Zi Feng took his leave, vanishing into the forest below. Xiao Shan sighed at the sky again. His mind was filled with gloominess and anger. He could not calm himself. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice resounding in his mind. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Xiao Shan was suspicious and uncertain. This voice spoke again. Come here, my descendant. This voice was very familiar to Xiao Shan. He followed the voice's direction, entering deep into the region at the back of the mountain, until he reached Xiao clan's forbidden area. This is Xiao clan's forbidden area. Even as the leader of Xiao clan, I have no authority to enter it. Xiao Shan stopped moving. He was very troubled. That voice rang in his mind again. My descendant, you inherited my bloodline. Why are you so timid? I am Xiao clan's ancestor, a GU Immortal of Xiao clan. Quickly come and receive my inheritance. The mission to strengthen our clan is yours to bear. Xiao Shan's eyes shined. His body was trembling in agitation. GU Immortal. Xiao clan's ancestor. Were the rumors true? My Xiao clan has had a GU Immortal before? This voice is so familiar to me. I am a rank 5 peak stage GU master. Other than GU Immortals, who in this world can transmit their voices into my mind directly? But this is forbidden area in the clan. Anyone who steps into this place will be exiled from the clan. Even as the leader, I am no exception. Xiao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists tightly. He was engaged in an intense internal struggle. No, I must get the ancestors' inheritance. Wu Hui has caused our Xiao clan to lose face. If Wu clan voices out their support of Wu Hui, will I be able to protect my daughter? Wu clan is so overbearing and forceful. Rumors says that they have Wu clan's GU Immortals backing them. If I can receive the inheritance and become a GU Immortal, I will definitely be able to raise Xiao clan's reputation and change everything. Xiao Shan's face shined with determination. He hesitated no longer. He walked into the forbidden area. Under the guidance of the voice, he reached a cave, seeing an immortal GU inside the cave. Before he reacted, the immortal GU turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This GU worm's aura is preventing me from moving at all through power alone. Is this a legendary immortal GU? Xiao Shan was surprised and joyful. but when he inspected his body, the immortal GU was nowhere to be seen. He could not find it anywhere. And at this time, the voice in his head vanished completely. Xiao Shan felt trepidation and deep suspicion as he walked out of the mountain's forbidden area. Brother, right now, Wu clan's elder is here to cause trouble, but you as the leader violated our rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to be the clan leader. Xiao Mang suddenly appeared, bringing with him a larger number of Xiao clan elders. Xiao Shan realized the situation was turning bad. He knew that his twin brother had great ambitions. He had been coveting his position as clan leader. This is not what you think. Xiao Shan wanted to explain himself, but he could not explain himself clearly. He was unwilling to casually mention the GU immortal inheritance. He was afraid that other forces or experts would try to take it away by force. Your explanations are just excuses. According to the clan rules, you are no longer a member of Xiao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Mang shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition was hidden deep inside his eyes. Chapter 963. Yitian Mountain. However, Heavenly Pool, the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect, was still far away beyond the horizon. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu Chun. The immortal zombie Bo Qing, which was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, was now frowning with a sharp gaze, as he used sword light to sweep the surroundings. The sword light was incomparably sharp. Everywhere it went, space rippled and illusions shattered, revealing the true scene. However, a breath of time later, the true scenery was covered by layers and layers of illusions again. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal GU house, Illusion Garden, which is built on the foundation of Illusion Path and was created over 300 years ago by illusion demon immortal Huang Xiao. Yu Mu Chun immediately explained. Bo Qing's immortal zombie body nodded, sighing, every age brings forth new geniuses. It seems many geniuses have appeared in Central Continent after my main body's death. Yu Mu Chun spoke. Illusion demon immortal has already died. This immortal GU house could beguile and trap us so stealthily that we were only able to realize now. The person who is controlling it should have a very high cultivation. Just as he said this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng appeared. Escaping fate is already a great sin. Now, you are thinking of attacking the sects under Heavenly Court. This is unpardonable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord immediately shouted. You talk too much. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He waved his arm. A terrifying sword light quickly slashed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng cried out as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals. Its might had decreased for the most part in doing this, but it still was able to charge towards them. The three immortals disappeared without a trace, evading this strike. Cowards! Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted, extremely displeased. Yu Mu Chun's eyes shined with sharp radiance, but he let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The three Heavenly Court immortals were controlling the immortal GU House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s, using this to be able to trap Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu Chun in it. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, on the nameless mountain. Bam bam bam. 3 explosions resounded, and bright light blossomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth while in the air. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. He did not crash on the ground, but was instead caught by the elders behind him with some difficulty. Defeated! Xiao Mang's face was pale as paper. He opened his eyes wide, staring fixedly at Xiao Shan with hatred and anger. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path GU masters, both rank 5 experts, one tall and fat, another short and thin. Several days ago, Xiao Shan had set foot in the forbidden area at the back of Light Mountain, breaking Xiao clan's rules, and had to be punished. Xiao Mang took this chance to seize authority and kill Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan ran as quickly as he could, while Xiao Mang hunted him down with the elders. Their chase had brought them to this nameless mountain peak. Xiao Shan was in a hopeless situation with no way out. just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Mang, two demonic path GU masters descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Mang was filled with anger at having all his efforts go to waste at the last moment. He pushed away the hands of the elders supporting him as he stood up, shouting at Xiao Shan, sure enough, you were harboring evil intentions. As a clan leader of the righteous path, you were secretly colluding with demonic path GU masters. Xiao Shan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter filled with grief and indignation. I really misjudged you. For power, you were actually willing to kill me. You have such a vicious heart. It is so funny that I always treated you as my only close relative in the world. You can distort the facts as you like, but I believe that others will easily be able to discern the truth. Lord Xiao Mang, the enemy's strength is great, we should retreat. Right, we have enough time. Xiao Shan is heavily injured and near death, but the two rank 5 demonic path GU masters behind him are in good condition. The elders try to quietly persuade him. HMPH. Xiao Mang spat out some blood and said with disdain, those two are also nothing but stray dogs. Their cultivation might be high but they don't have many GU worms. What are you afraid of? Although he said this, Xiao Mang also knew that he would be unable to kill his own elder brother, Xiao Shan, today. The dark light in his eyes flickered as he internally pondered, right now, I already hold the upper hand and also have the basis of righteousness on my side. There is no need to go all out. After returning to Light Mountain, I can inherit the position of clan leader. At that time, I can use my identity in the righteous path to issue a warrant and bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is without a clan now, and with the righteous path's warrant, he can only live as a fugitive with his strength decreasing constantly. It will be wiser if I bide my time and kill him in the future. With these thoughts, Xiao Mang did not stubbornly persist. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will surely die like a dog. For now, I will spare your life, just you wait, I will come to take it in the future. Let's go. After leaving behind these vicious words, Xiao Mang and the elders cautiously retreated. He was also injured but he still had ample strength left. The two demonic path GU masters did not have many GU worms and so did not dare to go on a reckless chase, letting them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path GU master was called Sun Pang who, after he saw Xiao Mang had left, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. The short and thin rank 5 GU master was called Zhu Xingxing. He was supporting Xiao Shan's shoulder while activating a healing GU worm. Talk about the past later, heal brother Xiao's injuries first. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of these two GU masters. Xiao Shan had an ashen expression as he heaved a deep sigh. It is fortunate the two of you were here to help, otherwise I would have died here. But my younger brother is ruthless, he will definitely try to come after me again. He won't rest until he kills me. I can heal these injuries myself. Both of you leave, I don't want to implicate you too. What are you talking about? Back then I was saved by you. My life is yours, brother Xiao. Right. In the past, I had slaughtered an enemy's family for revenge, but was caught by brother Xiao. When you heard my story, you let me go that very night. This kindness has always been engraved in my mind. Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing spoke fervently and sincerely. Neither of us will leave you. If Xiao Mang wants to battle, he can come, I will fight him to the end. Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing were extremely firm in their attitude. Xiao Shan was very moved, his eyes started getting moist with tears. Sigh, over these years, I have understood this. Who says demonic path GU masters are all ungrateful and unkind? Instead, the hypocrites who put on false pretenses of kindness can be seen everywhere in the righteous path. Brother Xiao is correct. Many of us in the demonic path stay true to our nature, and the righteous path go through all possible means to kill us. Since the righteous path won't accept you, we will be a team from now on, and roam the world as part of the demonic path. Sun Panghu spoke boldly. Xiao Shan fell into silence. He still had the mindset and ideals of the righteous path embedded in him, and he did not want to join the demonic path. He knew there was an immortal GU hidden in him. He still wanted to restore his position in Xiao clan. Zhu Xingxing was observing his expression. Brother, you may not understand. When people hear how you were expelled out of your clan and are being hunted by an insidious relative, many good people will come to help you. Brother, you have been just, upright and have aided people in need over these years, saving others from disasters without consideration for whether they belonged in the righteous or demonic path. Everyone will be willing to help you, willing to fight for you. Shan frowned, but did not respond. At this moment, the voice appeared in his mind again. Fool. Why do you need to rigidly mind the difference between righteous and demonic? Since you inherited my immortal GU, you have the ability to create your own Xiao clan and lead it to prosperity. I will give you a task now, listen carefully. Shan was excited, and listened carefully. The voice in his mind told him that only by passing this test, he could truly earn the inheritance, getting the immortal GU and obtaining the method to become a GU immortal. Gather GU masters at this mountain and create a fortified village, and fight off any invading righteous path enemies. As long as it can be maintained for 100 days, I can pass the test, obtaining the immortal GU and becoming a GU immortal. Shan's excitement was hard to describe. He clenched his fists and his eyes shined brightly. Good, then let's go all out. Let these so-called righteous path people look at our might. Shan suddenly spoke boldly. Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing were very happy. After discussing for a while more, they felt a close affinity with each other, talking and drinking harmoniously. Shan saw the timing was right and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing exclaimed that this was a wonderful thing. Immediately, they chopped off a chicken's head, put drops of the blood into a single bowl of wine, before they all drank and used GU to make an oath. After they became sworn brothers, Shan's face also regained some rosiness. He stood up and faced the breeze of the mountain as he looked at the scenery in front of him. He sighed. The Shan of the righteous path from yesterday is dead. Today, the one standing here is Shan of the demonic path. This place and I have a fated connection. It allowed me to run into the two of you. This is an arrangement of heaven. I want to build a new village on this mountain. We will welcome any demonic path GU masters. Let's work together and band up to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Panghu's face flushed with excitement, giving a thumbs up as he praised, Brother, you are truly a great hero with high morals. This is such a grand course of action. Zhu Xingxing spat out saliva, speaking with a dark and ruthless look. Screw it, I have been hunted everywhere by the righteous path over these years, living a life of a fugitive. I have been dissatisfied with this for a long time. Brother, I support you. We will do it like that. My good brothers. Shan grabbed the arms of Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing, saying, the demonic path is filled with mutual suspicion. If we are to accomplish this, we need to set aside our prejudices and doubts, and believe others, abiding by a spirit of loyalty and brotherhood. Our village shall be called Tian Village. This mountain shall be called Tian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan sighed as he observed all these events. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal GU house, graceful chaotic duel stage, and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Tian Mountain. He had already recognized it the moment he saw this mountain. It was just that he had not expected the true reason for the Battle of Tian Mountain in his previous life to be this. My status was too low back then. My vision was only limited to the mortal world. There are so many hidden details to history. Who obtained the immortal GU house in my previous life? Fang Yuan was filled with the desire to explore this. His gaze moved down again, piercing through the soil, inspecting the immortal GU house deep under the earth. Graceful chaotic duel stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was extremely strong and the forbidden zone for immortals was caused by its strength seeping to the outside. Clearly, it contained the mysteries of food path. The GU worms that formed the immortal GU house were full and in excellent condition. And that rank 8 immortal zombie, although possessing the great strength true martial physique, its main cultivation was wisdom path. He naturally was not willing to be suppressed, and used a certain killer move, attempting to use his battle will to refine the immortal GU house. He did not succeed. His soul thoroughly died, only leaving behind an empty shell of a body. But he did not completely fail either. There were large quantities of his battle will in the Immortal GU house. These battle wills were already purified by the Immortal GU house's strength, becoming pure and ownerless battle will. When battles occurred on Tian Mountain, the intentions of GU masters to fight would form battle will and resonate with the battle will in the Immortal GU house. The pure battle will would then gradually turn into the GU master's individual battle will. If someone turned all the battle will in the Immortal GU house into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 Immortal zombie, that is, refining the Immortal GU house and becoming the true owner of the Immortal GU house. The gambling contest agreed to by the southern border GU Immortals revolved around this point. First of all, the forbidden zone for Immortals had already expanded to 10,000 li. GU Immortals were unable to personally make a move, so they could only select mortals as their representatives. Afterwards, they would form a battlefield. Only continuous fierce battles could stimulate the battle will of mortal GU masters. Then, the bodies of mortal GU masters would be tampered with via a simple wisdom path technique. Finally, the pure battle will in the Immortal GU house would convert into the GU Immortals' personal battle will. In conclusion, GU Immortals would choose certain mortals and turn these mortals into tools, which the GU Immortal would use to indirectly refine Graceful chaotic duel stage. Shan was the person selected by the Supreme Elder of Xiao clan. On his body was not only the immortal GU of Xiao clan's Supreme Elder, there was also immortal essence and large amount of the Supreme Elder's battle will. It was just that Shan was only a mortal, only able to see the vague image of an immortal GU, and had no awareness of the truth. Naturally, besides Shan, Mang was similarly a pawn of Xiao clan's Supreme Elder. If it were not arranged by Xiao clan's Supreme Elder, how could Mang coincidentally run into Shan when he stepped foot in the forbidden area? These two rank 5 GU masters, standing at the peak of the world of GU masters, were both in the dark, both being played in the hands of Xiao clan's Supreme Elder. Chapter 964. Gua Lao borrows money. Before he was expelled from the clan, he was known for his grand morals. His social network was extremely large and he had been popular in both the righteous and demonic path. Shan's nature was straightforward. He clearly separated kindness and hatred, and emphasized close connections and loyalty. On the other side, Xiao clan was weakening, suppressed and pressured by Wu clan and other forces from all sides. Sometimes, even demonic path GU masters could not be offended, especially those lone warriors with rank 4 and rank 5 cultivation. These demonic path experts were different from the righteous path experts. Demonic path experts were loners, acting without scruples, but righteous path experts were bound by morals, family, reputation, and so on. Xiao clan had established a caravan years ago to strengthen themselves. These wandering demonic path experts were treated with even more caution compared to other clans. Over these last years, Shan let these demonic path GU masters go, or roped them in if he could, but if it came down to killing, he would do it with all his strength and as fast as possible. Occasionally, he even aided some lone cultivators or demonic cultivators financially. Thus, although he was a righteous path clan leader, he had obtained the approval of many GU masters of the demonic path. All these gave Shan a strong rallying force. When the news of him creating a fortified village was spread, there were many immediate responses. A few days later, several demonic path experts traveled from far away to join Shan. Moreover, the GU Immortal of Southern Border intensified the situation in secret, so as to easily put their own pawns in the battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path GU masters and lone cultivators started joining Tian village. In just 6 to 7 days, Tian village already had over 30 members. Such a speed made even Shan shocked and surprised. As the number of people grew, they formed an organization. Any organization needed to have distinctions in status. In the world of GU masters, the strong were always revered. Among all these people, Shan not only had the highest strength, he also had the highest reputation. He was chosen by everyone as Tian village's leader, stably placed at the highest ranking. His two sworn brothers, Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing, respectively were placed at the 2nd and 3rd ranks. After all, they were rank 5 experts, having the highest strength among others. As for the other people, the vast majority were rank 2 and rank 3, with few at rank 4. Their statuses were arranged simply according to their cultivation and strength. In a mountain cave, Fang Yuan was drinking wine with a GU Immortal. This demonic path rank 6 GU Immortal was short but had a large head. He was an old man and his name was Guo Lao. "Here, brother Xingying, give it a sip. How is the taste of my melon wine?" Guo Lao enthusiastically urged Fang Yuan to drink. Fang Yuan knew Guo Lao's intention in coming. Without saying anything, he drank a mouthful and nodded, critiquing, "Not bad, not bad." Although he said not bad, but Fang Yuan's expression was impassive and it was clear he had spoken only half-heartedly. Guo Lao was observing him. He chuckled and pointed outside. "I wonder what opinion brother Xingying has towards this grand contest of southern border." Fang Yuan calmly replied, "Given that it concerns who Graceful chaotic duel stage will belong to, no one will yield a step. Since everyone is participating in this contest and has joined the agreement, putting forth their wagers, there should not be anyone who will cause trouble. In the past, it was always the righteous path who suppressed the demonic path. Whether it be in the mortal GU Master world or the GU Immortal world. But right now was an exception. The appearance of the Immortal GU house completely shook the world of Southern Borders GU Immortals. To seize the Immortal GU house, demonic and lone Immortals emerged, forming a huge force that gave the righteous path no choice but to compromise and set up this large gambling contest. The content of the wager was to select mortals as pawns who would participate in the battle between the righteous and demonic paths in Tian Mountain, helping the GU Immortal behind them to refine the Immortal GU house. But to participate in this huge contest, there were some conditions. Any GU Immortal that wanted to participate in this gambling contest had to make a wager. Those who made larger wagers could arrange pawns with higher cultivation and enter the battle earlier. Finally, when the gambling contest ends, all the wagers would be redistributed. Each GU Immortal would be ranked according to the amount of battle will they refined. Whoever had higher quantities of battle will in the Immortal GU house would accordingly have higher returns. Naturally, one that refined over 50% of the battle will would be the winner who could activate the Immortal GU house, obtaining the highest returns from their bet. But other GU Immortals would also be able to get some profits. They might even be able to get great returns from small bets, earning a huge fortune. This condition could be considered to be superb. It was because of this that all the GU Immortals participating in the gambling contest, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity or resentment, they all subconsciously worked together to maintain this unrivaled gambling contest. Anyone who attempted to play dirty tricks or acted shamelessly would have their wagers completely confiscated. GU Immortals who arrived later could also join in, but they had to take part in the gambling. And as the gambling contest progressed, if GU Immortals wanted to raise their bets, they could do so. And this demonic Immortal Guo Lao in front of Fang Yuan was a person who wanted to raise his bet. But he lacked the capital to do so. Over these last days, he went around borrowing money, so everyone knew of it. This time, he intentionally came to find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was giving him the cold shoulder. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention the gambling contest. Fang Yuan had only given a casual analysis, but Guo Lao squinted and gave a thumbs up, exaggeratedly smiling. "Brother Xingying, you are right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this contest cannot be broken by anyone. If anyone breaks them, it will be akin to making GU Immortals of the whole of Southern Border their enemies. So they need to earn capital and participate honestly in the contest. Just look at it, the contest has just started, but Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder is already at the lead. Xiao Shan is his pawn, and from the previous battle of Xiao Shan and Xiao Mang, Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder has become the first to refine the battle will in the Immortal GU house. As long as Xiao Shan doesn't die, his lead will continue increasing." Fang Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Xiao Shan is a rank 5 GU master and was the first to enter the mountain. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally will have a huge advantage. But he has also paid a large price for this. Although he is only a rank 7 GU Immortal, his wages are the highest, to the extent that even rank 8 GU Immortals cannot match it. Guo Lao nodded repeatedly. and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. Yes, the earlier we can place our pawns in Yitian Mountain, the more beneficial it would be. Of course, the cultivation of these pawns need to be ensured. They should at least be rank 4, otherwise they will likely die there and we will just suffer losses. Brother Xingying, I won't conceal it from you, I really hate not being able to put myself as a wager. I am a bit short on funds right now. Brother Xingying, could you lend me some immortal materials? Wait till this is over, and I will return double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled, sure. Guo Lao was joyous, and was just about to say his thanks, when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a vow. This is natural, and it is a must as well. Guo Lao nodded quickly. Fang Yuan continued, also, take out an immortal GU as collateral. Guo Lao's joyful expression immediately stiffened. Brother Xingying, is this a joke? If I had an immortal GU, why would I go for this immortal GU house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed. With a face filled with coldness, he glared violently and spoke, Guo Lao, you don't even have one immortal GU, but are actually scheming for this immortal GU house. Don't you think you are indulging in a wild fantasy? Aren't you too greedy? Xingying, you? Guo Lao was just about to flare up, but suddenly he sensed an aura of immortal GU from Fang Yuan's body, no longer concealed. He actually has immortal GU. Guo Lao's heart immediately sank. Many rank 6 GU immortals did not have even one immortal GU. But Fang Yuan did. This surpassed Guo Lao's expectations. As far as he was concerned, any GU immortal with immortal GU would have some reputation. But Xingying clearly did not. He had taken Fang Yuan to be a weak lone immortal, cultivating bitterly in some unvisited area of the world. But Fang Yuan had immortal GU, this caused fear to emerge in Guo Lao's heart. With an immortal GU, the GU immortal's battle strength would often rise by a large extent. Xingying, with immortal GU, was not someone Guo Lao could handle. Thus, he did not vent his anger and finally forced a smile as he cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. I was too abrupt and rude, Brother Xingying, please don't mind it. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, you can leave. I am leaving now, farewell. Guo Lao smiled as he retreated a few steps, before turning around and leaving, not daring to linger. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by shame and anger. His gaze was cold, as he roared in his mind, HMPH. Having immortal GU is indeed amazing. I shall remember this humiliation. Wait for the day I have an immortal GU, I will return this humiliation back to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan was thinking. Guo Lao's matter made him aware of the gambling mentality of many bottom-tier GU immortals. Most of these people did not have immortal GU, so they had an extreme thirst for the immortal GU house. They all knew that success could not be built on small efforts, but when it concerned themselves, who did not want to soar to the sky with a step and get rich overnight? The gambling contest in front of them gave these GU immortals an extremely favorable environment to compete in. If it were a normal situation, for instance, finding wild immortal GU, the GU immortals would engage in fighting each other. These bottom-tier GU immortals with no immortal GU had low battle strength. How could they compete with other GU immortals? But what this gambling contest examined were other aspects, not the GU immortals' own battle strength. This gave hopes of success to the bottom-tier GU immortals. Examples like Guo Lao were not few in number. Fang Yuan then thought of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. According to the news, this rank 7 GU immortal was facing a huge problem. He had barely gotten past extreme danger in his previous tribulation, and his strength had yet to recover. The next tribulation, which would be even more powerful, was already approaching. Xiao Clan only had one GU immortal remaining, that was him. Without another GU immortal support, he would not be able to face this tribulation by himself, and his death was almost certain. However, this gamble gave him hope of surviving. If he obtained the immortal GU house, he would have huge assurance in getting through this tribulation. Thus, he brought out all he had and went all in on this gamble, placing the highest wagers. These wagers gave him the qualifications to select 2 pawns. Moreover, both the pawns had rank 5 cultivation. Among them, Xiao Shan was the first to enter the area of the contest, the other, Xiao Mang, would enter the stage after some more time. Xiao Shan belonged to the demonic path and Xiao Mang belonged to the righteous path. No matter what the result between the righteous and demonic paths was, or how the process went, Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder was well prepared with having these 2 arranged. The 2 rank 5 pawns had a low likelihood of death. As time passed, the advantage of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder would continue growing larger. This time, I intentionally leaked out an Immortal Goo's aura so as to let other GU Immortals feel sufficiently cautious and not take me as a weakling. I need to properly participate in this gambling contest. The information exposed from the gambling contest is extremely valuable. It is a most precious opportunity for me to get close to the world of Southern Borders GU Immortals and understand their structure. As for this gamble, maybe I can personally take action. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 965. Battle of Tian Mountain, 1/2. This zone now covered thousands of li around Tian Mountain. Any GU Immortal who went in would face huge suppression. If they entered deeply, their lives would be in danger. Before the gambling contest was set up, the Southern Border GU Immortals had probed it themselves. But even the rank 8 GU Immortals returned empty-handed. And because there was the outside pressure of having too many competitors, this shocking gambling contest was established. But Fang Yuan could keenly sense that this forbidden zone had a loophole. This loophole was Immortal GU. Immortal GU could be used in the forbidden zone, but their power was greatly reduced. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder placed an Immortal GU in Xiao Shan's body and left behind Immortal Essence secretly to protect his life to an extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a bloodline descendant of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. Immortal GU can be used in the Forbidden Zone, but GU Immortals cannot enter. Does this Forbidden Zone for Immortals target only the bodies of GU Immortals? Fang Yuan thought of this conjecture. Then, what was the difference between Immortal GU and GU Immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the answer. Immortal GU were vessels containing Dao marks, while GU Immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan quickly thought of an answer: Immortal apertures. Maybe Immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal GU would not have Immortal apertures, but GU Immortals definitely had them. If the Forbidden Zone targeted Immortal apertures, then maybe Fang Yuan could make use of this loophole and attend the Battle of Tian Mountain in person. I am different from others, I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in my first, mortal aperture. My second aperture is dead. Most of my GU worms are stored inside. If I can seal my Immortal aperture and become a mortal rank 5 GU master again, will I be able to enter the Forbidden Zone for Immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more hopeful he became. Even though he did not have the method to seal an Immortal aperture, he had the help of Wisdom GU, and with his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path, he could deduce it himself. Furthermore, I have the method to transplant Immortal apertures, and succeeded in moving Star Form Blessed Land. This is very helpful as reference for my deduction. Right, I also can look into Blazing Heaven Demonis Fire Path aperture taking method. Maybe I can gain even more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. She created this fire path method after benefiting from an inheritance of old Immortal Kongju. Maybe I can get old Immortal Kongju's research gains from her directly. Fang Yuan's thoughts were churning rapidly. Old Immortal Kongju, a publicly recognized refinement path supreme grandmaster, being on par with old eccentric Tian Nan and long hair ancestor. He had the deepest research in Immortal apertures and mortal apertures. In terms of depth, it was yet to be surpassed by another. If he could obtain a portion of his inheritance, Fang Yuan's deduction of the Immortal aperture sealing method would receive substantial and crucial help. Fang Yuan did not invest much into this gambling contest. According to the terms of the gambling contest, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage GU master, and this GU master could only ascend Tian Mountain after 3 months. He had a lot of Immortal materials and had much capital to spare. He could bet heavily. But he had just arrived. If he acted rashly, other GU Immortals might covet his wealth and place attention on him. It would be dangerous if any rank 8 GU Immortals targeted Fang Yuan. Thankfully, during the process of this gambling contest, the bet could be raised at any time. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was important for Fang Yuan's plans. Other than that, he was also enticed by Graceful chaotic duel stage. This was an immortal GU house after all. Furthermore, this immortal GU house involved secrets of food path. After so many years, not a single GU worm had died of hunger. If he could obtain these secrets of food path, perhaps Fang Yuan would be able to settle his problem of feeding immortal GU more easily. Fang Yuan stealthily left the surroundings of Tian Mountain, using fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land secretly. In the following period of time, he kept his attention on the Battle of Tian Mountain while deducing the immortal aperture sealing method enthusiastically. The deduction of the method was very rapid, as expected and worthy of a rank 9 immortal GU. Even though Fang Yuan was only using the light of wisdom, its help towards him was immense. Over a month later, news of the righteous and demonic battle of Tian Mountain had spread far and wide. The attentions of almost all experts and large forces had been drawn on this battle in southern border. The first wave of attack since Xiao Shan created Tian village arrived. This was an expert sent by Wu clan, the super force closest to Tian Mountain. Wu Shentong. Wu clan elder, rank for peak stage, enslavement path GU master. Enslavement path GU masters excelled in fighting large numbers of enemies, but were more vulnerable if personally targeted and fought. Thus, Wu Shentong had 3 rank for GU masters around him in protection. 2 of these 3 rank for GU masters were clan leaders of villages that had submitted to Wu clan. The third was a Wu clan elder assigned to protect Wu Shentong. The beast group attacked Tian Mountain like a tide. The demonic path side had just created Tian village when it got engulfed by a beast group. Many demonic path GU masters died, but relying on Xiao Shan, Sun Pang Hu, and Zhu Xingxing, these 3 rank 5 GU masters, Wu Shentong retreated with heavy injuries, and 2 rank for righteous path GU masters lost their lives. Even though Wu Shentong's attack was repelled, the newly created Tian village suffered a huge blow because of this. Wu Shentong remaining alive caused Xiao Shan and the others to feel unrest. Just when the 3 of them were about to take a risk and go down the mountain in their injured states to kill Wu Shentong, a demonic path GU master ascended the mountain. Furthermore, he brought Wu Shentong's head with him. This person was called Feng. He was a rank 5 GU master, called the Divine Thief in southern border. He had a demonic path GU immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Feng relied on his infiltration methods to kill Wu Shentong and settled Tian village's crisis. The first wave of attack by the righteous path thus ended. Wu clan was unresigned. They quickly sent the second elder to battle. In fact, he was joined by 2 of Shang clan's new elders, Yang Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. During the second battle, both sides had wins and losses. They were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan ascended the mountain, joining Tian village. These 2 GU masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of southern borders GU masters. Tian village thus had the upper hand, and the righteous path members were forced back. To resist Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan, the righteous path invited a female GU master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the righteous path. But Hong Fei Yu alone could not resist the combination of 2 flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Fei Yu was at the moment between life and death. When Shang clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang had been nurtured by Shang Yang Fei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank for initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Fei Yu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the righteous path came, as Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was acknowledged by both the righteous and demonic paths, joining the ranks of the flying masters. Southern Border's 3 famous flying masters became 4 famous flying masters, with Wei Yang at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as the second Zombie King entered Yitian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wushan Tong and had no choice but to fall back. The second righteous and demonic battle came to an end. It seems that because of me, Yitian Mountain's battle has undergone some changes. Fang Yuan watched as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, during this period, Yitian Mountain should have held the upper hand firmly. This was because Wang Xiao joined Yitian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely powerful and had once attempted to force Shan to give up his role in leading the demonic path. But on San Cha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. This caused Wang Xiao to not join Yitian Mountain this time, and thus they were almost at a disadvantage against the righteous path. Thankfully for them, second Zombie King arrived early and saved the demonic path's position from worsening. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely the pawn of a certain Southern Border Immortal Zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage GU master. He had once left behind his inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain, causing the rise of an enslavement path GU master, Ding Hao. But Ding Hao had been killed by Fang Yuan in this life. In my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save the life of his master, Second Zombie King. If Second Zombie King encounters a mishap this time, who would save him? Fang Yuan was curious. Conflict in the Yitian Mountain battle continued raging, but Fang Yuan was met with difficulty in deducing the Immortal aperture sealing method. He was stuck at a certain point. He had to make use of the foundation of others to rapidly get past it. Otherwise, with just his own deductions, he would need 17 to 18 years. Fang Yuan sought help from Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis had part of an inheritance of old Immortal Kongju. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get through this. But Blazing Heaven Demonis made use of the chance, asking to borrow Fang Yuan's Immortal Killer move, vaguely familiar face. Blazing Heaven Demonis, Hei Lou Lan, and Fairy Li Shan all wanted to get a share of the action. But the Southern Border GU Immortals were working together in this gambling contest. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains GU Immortals. Once they showed up, the Southern Border GU Immortals would jointly assault them. Right now, in the 5 regions, Southern Border was the least welcoming to outsiders. Eastern Sea was the most open, followed by Central Continent. Thus, if Hei Lou Lan and the others wanted to interfere, they would need Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was unwilling to lend it, of course. Lending the Immortal Killer move was different from lending Immortal GU. Once the Immortal Killer move was lent out, the secrets in it would be learned by other GU Immortals. They would know its weaknesses and could easily develop ways to counter this Immortal Killer move. But Fang Yuan did not have other options and could only agree to it. He lent vaguely familiar face, but he obtained Blazing Heaven Demonis partial inheritance of old Immortal Kongju. Even though he paid a huge price, he got his reward rapidly. Getting past the point he was stuck, his speed in deducing the method rose again. It was smooth sailing. Chapter 966. Battle of Yitian Mountain, 2 halves. Boom! Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion created a huge inferno that rapidly spread in all directions. In just a breath of time, the lush trees in the surroundings were destroyed, and the area became a barren desert. The 8 rank 8 GU Immortals that came from Heavenly Court gradually revealed their figures. They had formed a circle, each of them heavily injured, their gazes looking heavily at the proud and aloof figure in the center. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was standing upright and proud like a spear. He slowly moved his eyes, a sword light suddenly flickered from them. The 8 GU Immortals were terrified, 3 even subconsciously retreated a step. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered a lot under these sword lights coming from his eyes. However, the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes died out in an instant. Afterwards, the lively light in his eyes completely dissipated. His whole body became motionless like a stone statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul within Bo Qing. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals let out breaths of relief. They had obtained victory in this battle. Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal Venerable, but he had only left behind his corpse, and the remnant soul in it was Mo Yao's. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals targeted this weak point, using their battle tactics to completely annihilate Mo Yao's remnant soul. Without the control of the remnant soul, Qing's immortal zombie body moved no longer. It has been so long since I had such a thrilling battle. A GU Immortal sighed, deeply moved. Fortunately, this immortal zombie Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise someone among us would definitely be annihilated. It is a pity we couldn't take it alive. After taking this immortal zombie body to Heavenly Court and storing it properly, I will continue my sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng used an immortal GU house, Illusion Garden, to trap immortal zombie Qing and Yu Mu Chun. Qing battled the three immortals with incredible sword path might. Heavenly Court's three immortals were no match for him and could only request for reinforcements. 5 GU Immortals from Heavenly Court had no choice but to come out of their rest and enter the mortal world as reinforcements. The 8 GU Immortals formed an ancient battle formation, and after over a month, they finally killed Yu Mu Chun and extinguished Mo Yao's remnant soul. The battle ended, the 5 Heavenly Court GU Immortals that were awoken immediately returned to their headquarters and continued to rest. They had almost no lifespan remaining, they had to treasure every second they had. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng also wanted to leave, but their situation was better than the 5 Immortals. They still had time to care for their descendants and sects. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Chen Tian, and persuaded Lian Zhusheng to go to the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River and search again. He now was flying towards Heavenly Court. Although we have won this battle, my unease has instead increased, and I am feeling very restless, as if an apocalypse is approaching. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 GU Immortal frowned. He stepped inside the tower and continued the previous deductions. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was dripping with sweat. His gaze was extremely puzzled. There was an enormous pressure which made it difficult for him to move forward. In the past, he only needed to spend a bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, he did not know why, but the consumption of immortal essence had doubled. Ever since I have been in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What's happening? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's intuition was urgently telling him, Sword Immortal Qing's matter was only a prelude, and behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand, it seems someone is secretly hindering me from deducing. If that is the case, then I want to succeed even more. I will walk to the top of the tower. I want to see who it is that has escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb, his expression was firm with no more puzzlement. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall turned dark. It was like the darkest, blackest ink had spilled over the whole wall. There were no more images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Who is interfering with my deduction? They could actually interfere with a rank 9 immortal GU house, Heaven Overseeing Tower, to this degree. Time continued to pass. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top floor of the tower. He was extremely exhausted, most of the immortal essence accumulated in his lifetime had been consumed. He looked at the wall with anticipation. After the first pitch-black wall, he no longer saw other images. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew fate immortal goose might extended over the whole world and could not be blocked. The wall at the end would definitely reveal the true perpetrator behind the scenes. When he stepped on the top floor, he widened his eyes, gazing impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk down to pin size. His aged body shook intensely. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But unlike before, in this darkness, a pair of eyes were shining. This was a pair of human eyes. But it was filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. They gazed at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a beast hiding in the darkness, waiting patiently for an opportunity, upon which it would charge of the darkness, causing terror over the world. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was soaked with cold sweat, he trembled and even his teeth chattered. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But fear and panic still remained on his face. Crisis! A huge crisis! If this is left unchecked, even Heavenly Court will be destroyed. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was no more than a distraction for us. I must awaken many more of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. This is a battle that decides our survival. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He ran out of the Heaven Overseeing Tower, directly to Floating Maple Cliff. On Floating Maple Cliff, there was a giant GU formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord decisively activated the GU formation. A sound of a bell, vast and unparalleled, immediately resounded throughout the sky. Heavenly Court shook. At the same time, in southern border. Finally, the deduction has succeeded. Fang Yuan had already taken another appearance and stepped onto Yiqian Mountain, his immortal aperture sealed. After obtaining a portion of old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan did not encounter any obstacles in his deduction. Using the method of sealing the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sealed his own immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 GU master, officially stepping into this huge stage. At this time, the situation on Yiqian Mountain had already undergone a huge change. Large numbers of GU masters had entered both the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path had initiated the third and fourth waves of offense. Both sides suffered heavy losses. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King had summoned many of his disciples, their zombie army giving a huge headache to the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu had allied, getting an advantage over Lan Maihe and Fei Yu Wang in the aerial battles. However, Divine Dr. Sheng Shou was supporting the righteous path. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, extremely proficient in healing and treating wounds and illnesses. With him there, righteous path GU masters had fewer losses, and most injuries were quickly healed, so they did not fear fighting fiercely. Xiao Shan knew if this were to continue, the righteous path would continue becoming stronger, thus he decided to make use of a diversion while taking the initiative to attack, beginning the 5th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. On the surface, he, Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing attacked, while Lu Xuan Feng was commanded to sneak towards the rear of the righteous path and try to kill Divine Dr. Sheng Shou. But the result was, Divine Dr. Sheng Shou was not killed. Instead, Shang Fuxi of the righteous path had planned for their scheme, laying an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. With Second Zombie King dead, the demonic path's disadvantage was quickly enlarging. Around this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Ju stepped onto Yiqian Mountain, suppressing Divine Dr. Sheng Shou, salvaging the situation. Cho Ju saved many demonic GU masters' lives, and soon took the 3rd highest rank. Lu Xuan Feng was ranked at 2nd while Xiao Shan still was at 1st. As for Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing, they had already been squeezed out to the 4th and 5th. Because of Cho Ju, the demonic path could recuperate and build up strength day by day, and because one of the rising stars of the demonic path, Mo Wu Tian, had joined and challenged many to one-on-one battles, the righteous path had lost many strong warriors. Shang Clan sent Dr. Su Shou, who together with Divine Dr. Sheng Shou, managed to close the gap created by Cho Ju. A phantom path inheritor, Yang Clan's young clan leader, Yang Jun, entered the spotlight. He sneaked into Yiqian Mountain and killed Cho Ju before swaggering off. The righteous path's morale was boosted, making another attack, beginning the 6th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. However, they fell into the demonic path's trap. Cho Ju had remnant life GU, as long as his body was mostly intact, he could resurrect. After Yang Jun killed him, he had secretly resurrected while pretending to be dead, causing the righteous path to take the bait. In the 6th battle, Mo Wuqian showed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 GU masters in the chaotic battle. His fierce might surged and even Yang Jun was defeated by him and suffered heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, but the demonic path had also incurred huge losses. Both sides temporarily rested, trying to recover their strength. During such a situation, Fang Yuan stepped onto Tian Mountain, joining Tian village. He had disguised himself as a rank 3 GU master, and after joining, his status in Tian village was outside the top 100. The higher-ups arranged him a position of guarding an archery tower. Fang Yuan was extremely low profile, working without making any disturbances. He patiently waited for the first 3 days, and after seeing no GU Immortals had appeared to stop him, began to stealthily refine the battle will in the Immortal GU house. The number of demonic path GU masters who had joined Tian village had already reached 600. Among these people, some were pawns of GU Immortals, while some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them and was not in the least bit conspicuous. He was secretly earning a fortune, rapidly refining the battle will in the Immortal GU house with his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment. Other GU Immortals could only make their pawns fight and indirectly refine the battle will from this. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight, he could continue to unceasingly refine the battle will. After all, a GU Immortal was personally making a move, it naturally would be extraordinary. Day after day passed, the righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After taking a few breaths, their energy was restored and they began to battle again. It was the 7th wave of battle, and this was a draw again. The demonic path made a crafty scheme, cutting off the righteous path supply lines. But on the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Yang Fei personally arrived with his forces and used gourmet food box GU, providing a feast for the army, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, the clan leaders of southern border super forces like Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan and Xia clan also showed themselves, joining the battlefield. The battles were getting increasingly heated, affecting the minds of countless GU masters and forces. But from Fang Yuan's viewpoint, it was simply another ordinary scene. Righteous and demonic battled, it looked to be extremely brilliant, but in fact the true manipulators were southern borders GU Immortals. During these last days, the GU Immortals had also clashed. Although they did not officially fight, they secretly schemed and strategized, each trying to cheat or outwit one other, making everyone on guard. Fang Yuan was able to obtain huge amounts of information from this, and his understanding of the world of southern borders GU Immortals increased at a rapid speed. He had refined large amounts of battle will, but Graceful chaotic duel stage seemed like a bottomless pit. Time continued to pass, a month had gone by. On this day, old man Yangsha secretly came to the surroundings of Tian Mountain with over 10 GU Immortals. He took a deep breath, and said in a slightly shaky tone, Heavenly Court has already detected this and is preparing for an expedition to southern border. Time does not wait for anyone, we can only begin early. Whoosh! The GU Immortals behind him turned into shadows as they flew in all directions. Chapter 967. Trapping Immortals, Tribulations fall like rain. Even the mortal GU masters on Tian Mountain also felt an indescribable chill. Rumble. A vague rumbling sound could be heard coming from the sky. Several breaths later, the rumbling got louder and louder, as if hundreds of people were beating war drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan stepped on Tian Mountain, he had been making use of every second in refining the battle will. But the commotion in the sky right now was getting louder and louder. He had no choice but to temporarily stop his work and look above. From high up in the air, he saw the sky suddenly brightening with a series of white light specks. These light specks were extremely vast in scale and densely packed together. They started to fall rapidly and powerfully down towards Tian Mountain. This is the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation. A GU Immortal exclaimed in shock. Wrong, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 light pearls, but this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. How could there be a tribulation? Many GU Immortals were baffled. Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? Most of the GU Immortals immediately looked towards Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, and he became extremely vigilant. Soon, he was dripping in cold sweat as he felt waves of immaterial investigative senses scanning his whole body. Although he had vaguely familiar face, the core immortal GU of this immortal killer move was only at rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 GU Immortals, but facing the inspection of rank 7 and rank 8, there was a huge chance of being exposed. Fang Yuan was filled with anxiety before he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered. There was no discovery. The GU Immortals were surprised. They searched Yiqian Mountain and its nearby surroundings, but did not discover any rank 5 GU master that was facing a tribulation. Just when they were about to continue searching with even more powerful investigative methods, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was already just above the Immortals. Just in case, we can't let this tribulation affect Yiqian Mountain. Right, let's block this tribulation. Some GU Immortals started guessing, perhaps this tribulation was caused by Graceful chaotic duel stage? The southern border GU Immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the gambling agreement, if a menace appeared, the GU Immortals participating in the gambling contest would band together to obstruct it and protect their interests. Although the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was high in quantity, the GU Immortals that occupied this place had power in numbers. They included for rank 8, 9 rank 7 and over 10 rank 6 GU Immortals. The Immortals made their moves, and soon the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was destroyed, with not even one light pearl touching the ground. It was to the extent that even some GU Immortals used their methods to draw in layers of clouds, blocking the sky of Yiqian Mountain, and preventing the mortal GU masters from sensing this anomaly. He. A lone cultivator rank 8 GU Immortal, Peng Shalong, stroked his beard, laughing. No matter who it is that is ascending to Immortal at this moment, they are quite creative. We need to find this person. The people here are all elite GU Immortals of southern border. We can't even find a mortal who is facing tribulation. The rank 7 GU Immortal Yi Qing Tang smiled coldly. Being taken as a meat shield by someone else and used as a tool to face the tribulation made this proud GU Immortal extremely displeased. Whose descendant is this mortal? Speak up, avoid losing your face when we find them. GU Immortal Wang Kai chuckled. The Immortals looked at each other, but no one stood out. Rank 8 GU Immortal Ren Haiyang's expression turned dark as he shouted, "You don't know what is good for you. You still want to hide, do you take us as fools? Look, another tribulation is falling." Suddenly, a GU Immortal gave a reminder. The sky was dark, like a giant had coated it with a dense black dye. At once, the temperature fell and cold air emanated. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Endless ice and snow circled around like sharp blades before pouring down like a storm. Yi Qing Tang's expression turned heavy, calling out, "Dark flying frost." Who is facing the tribulation? They could actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. No, that's wrong. The scale of this tribulation is even greater than the 10 great catastrophes. It's here. Hold it back. Rumble, lightning flashed and inferno roared as the dark flying frost was destroyed. Dark flying frost was indeed one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many GU Immortals suffered injuries. GU Immortal Guo Lao was heavily injured, and he could not help but think of retreating. Strange. Could this be because Graceful chaotic duel stage is about to appear? So the heaven sent down the tribulations? No, this won't do. I don't have any Immortal GU. I can't stay here, foolishly facing the tribulation. I need to leave this dangerous place before thinking of anything else. The moment he thought of this, Guo Lao turned into a ray of light, as he flew away. This guy ran quite quickly. Yi Qing Tang sneered, proudly floating in the air with his hands behind his back. Dark flying frost was strong, but he could still deal with it. However, many rank 6 GU Immortals started imitating Guo Lao. Most of these people were bottom-tier GU Immortals, with no Immortal GU, and injuries all over their bodies. However, at the next moment, Guo Lao's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the GU Immortals. He was stunned. How could he appear here? Shortly afterwards, many more rank 6 GU Immortals were also sent back, appearing beside Guo Lao. Ambush! Someone has set a huge space path GU formation in the surroundings. Soon, a GU Immortal reacted and shouted in shock. Rank 8 auras burst out. Peng Shalong's eyes let out a ferocious light as they gazed all around. Who is it? Come out! He. With a sinister laugh, Old Man Yangsha appeared with over 10 black-robed GU Immortals, encircling the southern border GU Immortals. Old Man Yangsha was at the back, his hand pointing towards the sky. Everyone, a word of advice, the third tribulation is already here. Everyone looked up, the sky was packed with lion groups. Desolate beast, Qi Grand Lion. These lions had Qi path down marks and could innately fly. There were over 6,000 Qi Grand Lions. The rank 6 GU Immortals turned deathly pale. Rank 8 GU Immortal Jiaoyi shouted in fury, such little things. Get lost. He waved his sleeve, and a wild wind started blowing. Giant wind sickles, numbering in tens of thousands, shot in every direction. The lion group howled in pain, severely injured by the wind sickles, many even died on the spot. The corpses were cut in thousands of pieces, blood started to rain down majestically from the sky, mixed in it were countless bone fragments and crushed flesh. Berserk Wind Jiaoyi, you are truly mighty! Old Man Yangsha lightly smiled, freely giving praise. Jiaoyi, however, frowned. He had sent most of the wind sickles towards Old Man Yangsha, but the wind sickles were blocked by a GU formation and were completely destroyed, while the GU formation only rippled and had suffered no damage. Its defensive prowess was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are they aiming for? Scheming against us, they really are audacious, they are seeking death. You dare to oppose GU Immortals of the whole of southern border? The GU Immortals shouted and cursed, while having doubts in their mind. Time did not permit for them to wait for the response of Shadow Sect. A tribulation was descending again. Roar! A majestic dragon's cry resounded throughout the surroundings. Cloud of fire spanned 10,000 li of distance, and started pressing downwards. For Inferno Cloud's tribulation! Someone shouted. Careful! I have faced this for Inferno Cloud's tribulation. It has 4 layers in total. Each layer above is much more ferocious than the one below. A firepath GU Immortal warned. Block it! There is also the Dragon Roar tribulation. This is 2 tribulations at once. Protect surrounding GU Immortals, maintain our strength. The GU Immortals shouted one after another, as they worked together to face these tribulations. A typical for Inferno Cloud's tribulation covers at most 100 li. Why is this so large? At Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan also watched with shock. The clouds drawn in earlier could block the vision of mortal GU masters, but could not obstruct Fang Yuan's gaze. He felt extremely uneasy. I seem to have entered a huge trap. These black-robed GU Immortals are extremely similar to the Shadow Sect GU Immortals that Hei Lou Lan had described. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border GU Immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems these tribulations are not because someone is undergoing tribulation, but their own handiwork. With Old Man Yangsha at the lead, Shadow Sect's Immortals had constructed a giant GU formation that completely trapped the southern border GU Immortals. The southern border GU Immortals wanted to escape and tried to break the GU formation, but their efforts showed no results, thus they could only face the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the strength of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon even rank 7 GU Immortals felt difficulty. After another 3 waves, rank 8 GU Immortals also struggled to cope. Their expressions looked unsightly. It was not that they had not tried breaking the formation, but their attempts had failed. Hold back this tribulation, let me do it. Peng Shalong decided, activating his trump card. Waves of light scattered with imposing momentum, but Shadow Sect's GU formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing again. What GU formation is this? The southern border GU Immortals' hearts sank to rock bottom. They were unable to hide their worries. The tribulations came in succession, and the time interval between each wave became shorter and shorter. Different kinds of tribulations poured down like an endless rainstorm. The GU Immortals gradually defended more and attacked less, losing the initiative. Persevere! Jiaoyi shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are coming against us continuously, but it is also affecting the surrounding GU formation. The Immortals felt a surge of morale. Despite the fact that some rank 6 GU Immortals were already dead, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They held on bitterly, retaining hope. Once the GU formation was destroyed by the Tribulation, they could escape with their lives. The situation of the battlefield was observed by Old Man Yangsha. He saw all the changes clearly. "Wuxie!" he softly called. Behind him, a young man stood up. He had wavy black hair that draped down to his shoulders. His eyes shined with countless lights of all kinds of colors, forming a vortex that was slowly but constantly spiraling. He had a tall nose bridge, the contours of his lips were like knife carvings, and when they were closed, they gave off a cruel and demonic charm. However, right now, he was concentrating on the sky, his lips opened wide as a smile filled his face, revealing white teeth, unexpectedly appearing somewhat silly. "Wuxie!" Hearing no response behind him, Old Man Yangsha called again. "Ah, you called for me, I was looking at the fireworks." The young GU Immortal responded with a smile. Old Man Yangsha gave a bitter smile. "This is not a simple display of fireworks, these are tribulations, although they look beautiful, they contain fatal danger. These are all the work of Heaven's will, it is attempting to destroy us, it is our greatest enemy." The young GU Immortal immediately revealed an earnest and serious look. "Ah, so it is like that. Then tell Heaven's will to come out, I will take it down." Chapter 968. 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. The young GU Immortal was stupefied. Then what do we do? What we are doing is defying Heaven, so Heaven's will is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we are going to unleash an explosive strike. There is a common saying, man proposes, Heaven disposes. But right now, we will be taking action all of a sudden, catching Heaven's will unprepared. This can be considered to be man winning against Heaven. While Old Man Yangsha spoke to Wuxie, he pointed with his finger. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation we set up has already entrapped all the southern border GU Immortals nearby. But only a small portion of this formation has been set, it cannot even display 1/10 of its might. The tribulations are constantly affecting the GU formation, the formation won't last long at this rate. Next, I and some other GU Immortals will sacrifice our souls in setting up this formation. With this, the formation can display 90% of its might, only lacking a step for completion. The southern border GU Immortals will have no more chance to escape. So powerful! The young GU Immortal stared with wide-opened eyes, looking blankly. Old Man Yangsha continued in a serious tone, "After I die, you will be the strongest of us. You need to remember, you were born from a dream realm, and only have 18 hours of lifespan in total. Every 2 hours, your cultivation will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just advanced to rank 7, your lifespan only has 4 hours remaining. The stronger you become, the closer your death approaches. When you advance to rank 9, no one can defend from even one attack of yours. Rank 9 is so powerful." The young GU Immortal had a look of ignorance. Old Man Yangsha chuckled, "Of course. Rank 9 is the limit in the whole world, it is the highest summit, this world cannot have rank 10, so rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't the time too short? After 4 hours, will I die? Death, what is it?" The young GU Immortal asked questions one after another. Old Man Yangsha patiently explained, "Everything has been planned properly, 4 hours is more than enough. Should the plan fail, even if you live longer it won't change the outcome. As for death..." Old Man Yangsha paused, before speaking slowly with a quiet and deep voice, "Death is the end of life, and is also the beginning of life." The young GU Immortal scratched his head, not fully understanding this. Old Man Yangsha took a deep breath, his emaciated, aged body trembled in the wind, as if he would be blown away the next moment. He gazed far away. His eyes did not have whites, they were pitch black, but right now countless inverted images emerged in them. In the inverted images were Fang Yuan, by Ning, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, Heavenly Courts GU Immortals, Southern Border GU Immortals, Tian Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. "It's time." Old Man Yangsha spoke, "But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to deduce for you. Remember my words, they will provide huge help to you. After he finished speaking, Old Man Yangsha's life force started to quickly weaken. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. For the first time his face showed bewilderment, seemingly being puzzled and terrified of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, and looked at the childlike GU Immortal with an extremely complicated gaze. His lips squirmed a few times, before he finally let out several words, one of, thus, be careful, failure. He revealed the heavenly secret with extreme difficulty. His body started turning into powder while he spoke, dissipating in the wind. When he said failure, he had no more time remaining, he completely dissipated and unraveled. His soul was absorbed by the formation, completely merging in an instant. Not only Old Man Yangsha, a number of Shadow Sect's GU Immortals also sacrificed themselves, their souls merging with the formation. 90%, 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A vast radiance suddenly soared to the sky. At this moment, even the mighty heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities seemed to dim and lose their luster. The radiance was so dazzling, all the southern border GU Immortals had to tightly close their eyes. The radiance passed in an instant and the southern border GU Immortals quickly opened their eyes. The entire area was covered by a gigantic GU formation. 10 GU Immortals stood in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, seemingly encircling the group of southern border GU Immortals. Among them, 9 GU Immortals wore black robes, their appearances covered under their hoods, veiled in mystery. The last one was the young GU Immortal, Ying Wuxie. He looked all around him with curiosity. After all, he had begun life just 14 hours ago. It was understandable he had a mindset of exploring the novelty of this world. What is going on? What happened? This GU formation has suddenly become much more powerful. Previously, under the bombardment of the Tribulations, the formation had already been swaying unstably, but now it appeared like a giant reef at the seaside, unbreakable by the storm, standing firm and stable like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the hearts of the southern border GU Immortals sank. Rank 8 GU Immortal Ren Haiyang stopped protecting the Rank 6 GU Immortals, and chose a direction to attack the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Merely putting up a facade, die! He shouted as he clapped his hands. A giant tsunami rose from thin air. The water was incomparably vast. With a roaring sound, it fiercely charged towards a black-robed GU Immortal. Protect him! The other 3 Rank 8 GU Immortals exerted themselves to block the Tribulations overhead, protecting Ren Haiyang. With their help, Ren Haiyang had less pressure on him. He laughed heartily as he stopped holding back and activated his immortal essence again. Waves after waves erupted, giving a feeling of covering the sky and the sun, as if an ancient beast had opened its mouth to devour heaven and earth. Wuxie wanted to go help, but was stopped by a black-robed GU Immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core where you're located, don't move recklessly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, the mysterious GU Immortal who faced the tsunami, suddenly sent out a burst of flames that soared to the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed GU Immortal at the center, the surroundings turned into a seething world of lava. Waves over 30 meters in height smashed into the formation, and evaporated into white vapor. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the fire roared as it spread quickly, the intense temperature clearing up the vapor in an instant. Such power! I almost cannot control it. The black-robed GU Immortal was pleasantly surprised. He stood proudly in the center of the lava. The black robe on him was already mostly destroyed, revealing his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border GU Immortals also exclaimed in surprise, "You actually are a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance." This person was precisely the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance zombie that had participated in the 100 Days battle and had successfully escaped. After he was captured by old ancestor Shui Hu, he was then saved by Blazing Heaven Demoness and others sent by Zombie Alliance. Who could have thought he would actually appear here? Could it be that the party scheming against the southern border GU Immortals is Zombie Alliance? That can't be. If it were Zombie Alliance, it would be impossible for Blazing Heaven Demonis to not know of it. Perhaps Shadow Sect. These two words suddenly jumped into Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's whole body shuddered. The situation was becoming worse. His own circumstances were actually similar to the southern border GU Immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Haiyan's attack failed and he could only discontentedly retreat. The tribulations from the sky rained down like a storm. Not only did they not halt for even a moment, their power also continued to grow greater. The air was mixed with constant sounds of shouting and screaming. The rank 8 GU Immortals could hardly look after themselves. Many bottom-tier rank 6 had already lost their lives. These GU Immortals, who stood high and mighty above the masses under normal circumstances, were as weak as chicks and pups in front of the tribulations. Many of the rank 7 GU Immortals could only be carried along by the tide. Like a small raft in a stormy sea, they had no control over their circumstances, and with any slight carelessness, they could be swallowed by the waves. The tribulations were very difficult to face, but the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation firmly withstood them all and was unshakable, while the southern border GU Immortals were in a predicament. At this juncture of life and death, they let go of any previous enmity and collaborated. They soon realized their only remaining path to survival. That was the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. This Immortal GU House had extraordinary defensive strength. It could block the vast and boundless tribulations, and protect the GU Immortals. At the same time, the Immortal GU House's offensive prowess was also the most suitable weapon to break through the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. The Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage that lay deep under the earth was the hope of the southern border GU Immortals. Although the Forbidden Zone made it extremely difficult for the southern border GU Immortals to approach in person, it did not damage Immortal GU. Though the powers of Immortal GU were weakened greatly in there, they still surpassed the vast majority of mortal methods. Combine our strength to bombard Tian Mountain and get hold of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. GU Immortal Jiu shouted. However, the only remaining ones who still had such ample strength left were the 4 rank 8 GU Immortals. The rank 7 GU Immortals, dodging and defending desperately from the tribulations, had no energy to spare. The 4 rank 8s attacked furiously, but it did not affect Tian Mountain. The thick layer of clouds above Tian Mountain had been infused with the power of the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation, and could defend from the powerful attacks. It absorbed all the attacks. Clouds and fog surged intensely for a while before it was calm again. The 4 rank 8 GU Immortals' efforts showed no results. Their eyes shone with a ferocious light. They clenched their teeth as they attacked without stop. Their expressions gradually turned frantic. On Tian Mountain, it was still a scene of serenity. Mortals were all kept in the dark, knowing nothing about the blood-curdling scene above them. So long as a fraction of the tribulations leaked out, they could destroy Tian Mountain completely, and all the mortal GU masters would turn into dust. Fang Yuan gazed at the sky heavily. Was there such a situation in my previous life as well? None of us knew death was right above us. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan took a few deep breaths, and forcibly dispelled his nervousness and unease, before starting to think. The shocking and enormous action taken by Shadow Sect schemed against the southern border GU Immortals, Fang Yuan was also trapped within and could not extricate himself. Although Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan have joined this gamble, they are currently in Xiao Hun Blessed Land, using Luo Po Valley to cultivate their souls. This GU formation cuts off links between the inside and outside. It even restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 969. Losses and deaths are natural. Only with the help of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage will I have hope of escaping. Otherwise, I can only use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The only chance in front of him was to become the new owner of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this Immortal GU was in his immortal aperture. The aura of Immortal GU could be easily detected, and they could only be kept safe when stored within an aperture. However, Fang Yuan had already sealed his immortal aperture. If Fang Yuan were to break the restriction of the Forbidden Zone, he would be destroyed at the first moment. He simply would not be able to last 3 breaths of time to activate fixed immortal travel. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada was not under this seal. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital GU. It had long ago been placed under a different seal in his first aperture. After all this time, Spring-Autumn Cicada had already recovered for the most part, and even though it was heavily sealed, it was already giving huge pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Prior to this trip, it was not that Fang Yuan had not considered sealing fixed immortal travel and other immortal GU in his first aperture just in case something happened. But it simply got nowhere. The aperture could store some mortal GU, but containing a second immortal GU was impossible. Even with fixed immortal travel, I am afraid. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the cloud layer, falling upon the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His breathing turned somewhat rough. Among the southern border GU Immortals, there were Spacepath GU Immortals as well as Spacepath Immortal killer moves. But none of them were able to do anything. Clearly, this formation restricted Spacepath as well. Its defense was extremely tight, with no loopholes that could be exploited. GU Immortals continued to die miserably under the Tribulations. The 4 Rank 8 GU Immortals were also injured. They knew that the longer this continued, the lower their chances. They had no choice but to work together and break through simultaneously. You are all flies trapped in a web. Where can you escape? A black-robed GU Immortal GU blocking their way sneered. His aura was surging as his hood swayed. Northern Dark Eye Soul! Peng Shalong shouted in shock. Frost energy spread rapidly. A crystalline ice wall that was dozens of meters tall spanned in front of them all. While the 4 Immortals were obstructed, a lightning strike smashed down on them. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Typical Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning in front of them had multiple bolts branching out, its might over dozens of times stronger. When it rains, it pours. The 4 Immortals did not dare to face such lightning head-on. Among them, one activated a time path killer move to slow down the lightning, which gave the 4 Immortals time to move away. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued on its path, as it struck the Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystalline ice wall. A huge hole was pierced through the icy wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie snorted as he suffered minor injuries. Heaven's will! The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie stared fiercely at the sky. The 4 Southern Border Rank 8 GU Immortals changed their direction, towards another area of the GU formation. You shall not pass. The black-robed GU Immortal located here chuckled. Boom! Both sides attacked each other. They fought for a long time, but they were evenly matched. The 4 Immortals were obstructed and their momentum was halted, but the black-robed GU Immortal also did not have it easy. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. This was another immortal zombie of the 10 extreme physiques. You are Shang Clan's Shangui Cai. Peng Shalong frowned, recognizing the black-robed GU Immortal's identity. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder and I have a close friendship. As a member of Shang Clan, you actually joined a demonic organization, bringing disaster to the world. A prodigal son who returns is immeasurably precious. You still have time to repent. Otherwise, if this leads to catastrophe, you will implicate your clan as well. The black-robed GU Immortal sneered with disdain. What do you understand? Shangui Cai is just an identity I used after soul replacement. What is mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my great plan? Boom! A lightning bolt of the Tribulation struck the 4 Immortals, causing them to be on the verge of collapsing. Don't bother with him. Let's change to another direction. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Northern Dark Eye Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart, the 10 extreme physiques that one seldom sees in 100 years are actually appearing one after the other. I am afraid this is not a coincidence. This GU formation should be using the 10 extreme physiques to garner such huge power. That means he is the only flaw. After they were thwarted by the Carefree Wisdom Heart Immortal Zombie, the 4 Immortals quickly communicated and fixed their gazes at the young GU Immortal Ying Wuxie. Among all the GU Immortals present, he was the most peculiar. He was alive, and at the same time, his aura revealed he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The Fe Immortals bore heavy injuries as they charged towards Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie's heart was thumping. He thought frantically, what to do? What to do? They are coming over. Don't be nervous, use your most proficient method. The black-robed GU Immortal beside him immediately reminded. I am not nervous, I am not nervous. Ying Wuxie took a deep breath. His breathing, however, was rushed. But as the 4 Immortals neared him, Ying Wuxie thought of the scene when he was born. He had been born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Yangsha. Old Man Yangsha had chuckled when sizing him up with his black eyes, his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique, you are the greatest accomplishment of my dream path research. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Who are you, who am I? Ying Wuxie curiously asked. I am you, and you are me. I am Old Man Yangsha, and you shall be called Ying Wuxie. Old Man Yangsha chuckled. He then lightly waved his arm. Countless thoughts were transferred into Ying Wuxie's mind. Ying Wuxie felt information flowing into the depths of his mind. Time is limited, I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of dream path achievement currently in the 5 regions, at the forefront of this era. Even those heavenly court GU Immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a GU Immortal, I will give you a complete set of GU worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. The recollection stopped. The 4 Immortals had already neared him. Among them, Berserk Wing Jiaoyi was at the lead. Ying Wuxie's eye suddenly let out a sharp light. He slowly spoke, like he was reciting, Immortal Killer Move, Lead. Soul. Into. Dream. The 4 Immortals slowed down sharply, and were extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a powerful foe. However, there was no movement even after several breaths of time. Kid, you actually dared to trick us? Peng Shalong was about to attack in fury. Right at this time, the rank 8 GU Immortal Jiaoyi, however, began to fall down. What's going on? Just when Peng Shalong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation sent out an incomparably swift attack at Jiaoyi. Jiaoyi made no movement. The layers of heavy defense over his whole body began to slowly dissipate. The remaining 3 Immortals quickly moved to block the GU formation's attack. Jiaoyi was still falling. ZZZ. ZZZ. He had actually fallen asleep. That kid's behind this. Ren Haiyang was grim and frantic. The enemy was only a rank 7 GU Immortal, but Jiaoyi was struck by his Immortal Killer move, putting up no resistance. What's more, the layers of defense over his whole body showed no effects. What killer move was this? Careful! Peng Shalong exclaimed. Another form of tribulation lightning descended. This time, countless bolts of falling star lightning struck at the speed of light, reaching the southern border GU Immortals in an instant. In this wave of tribulation, most of the southern border GU Immortals lost their lives. Even the rank 8 GU Immortal Jiaoyi, renowned as Berserk Wind for hundreds of years, was turned into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shalong and the others were not even able to take care of themselves. They simply had no time to save him. We are finished. The 3 rank 8 GU Immortals started to despair. Ying Wuxie was indeed the flaw in the formation, but his battle strength far surpassed the imaginations of the 3 Immortals. This unprecedented dream path killer move directly sent Jiaoyi into deep sleep, unable to wake up. Jiaoyi died. The remaining 3 Immortals' momentum immediately slowed, and their hopes of breaking through became minuscule. Hold on! On Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield, also started to feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, with just his strength, it would be hard to activate the enormous Immortal GU house. It would be like a lone person controlling a battleship. It would be extremely difficult for him to make use of it. So, he had to ally with the southern border GU Immortals. The more GU Immortals in the Immortal GU house, the more Immortal essence would be consumed, the more power the Immortal GU house could unleash. Just with Fang Yuan alone, it would be impossible to increase the Immortal GU house's strength to the level where it could break through the formation. Time passed, the 3 rank 8 GU Immortals were extremely exhausted, let alone the few remaining rank 7 GU Immortals who were fleeing desperately from the Tribulations. When Ren Haiyang perished under the Tribulations, the remaining 2 rank 8s had lost all hope. It's over now. Fang Yuan exhaled painfully, sigh, now I can only continue with my disguise and hope I won't be discovered. But right when the rank 7 and rank 6 GU Immortals had all died, with only the 2 rank 8 GU Immortals remaining, Tian Mountain suddenly began to shake. Soon, the tremor increased rapidly. The earth was shaking. What's going on? The tremor attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 GU Immortals. Could it be that Graceful chaotic duel stage has been obtained by you? The 2 rank 8 GU Immortals said to each other with strange tones. Both were stupefied, realizing it was not due to them. Fang Yuan's body shook, he had yet to refine the Immortal GU house, so who was it? Boom! Boulders cracked, the ground opened up, and from the huge rift jumped out a figure. The great strength true martial Immortal zombie. He had actually gotten free of the Immortal GU house's suppression, and flew to the sky. However, before Fang Yuan and the others could react, a cold snort resounded throughout the scene. You want to escape fate in front of us? Die! A beam of light shot down from the sky. Rank 9 Immortal GU House, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heavenly Court Immortals had arrived. The pure white beam of light was extremely terrifying, breaking apart the 10 extreme formation like snapping a rotten branch. The 2 southern border rank 8s were immediately exterminated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial Immortal zombie was not able to dodge, and could only roar in extreme unwillingness as he was turned into fine powder by the beam of light. The beam of light continued its path as it shot down onto Tian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and clenched his teeth, all the muscles in his body tensed. A rank 9 Immortal GU house's full power attack, he had no way to defend from it. He only had one remaining trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. It failed. Spring Autumn Cicada was carrying Fang Yuan's will and had just entered the River of Time when it suddenly crumbled, exploding into countless tiny fragments. Fang Yuan was dead. Chapter 970. Rebirth, Ghostface, Red Lotus. It connected the beginning and the end, it had hidden causes and effects, flowing to every part in the world, it was everywhere. With its irrigation, the world could operate normally and all things were able to change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a place where Time Path flourished, and countless Time Path GU worms lived and propagated. The endless river flowed wantonly without pause. The river was vast and boundless, its tides rose and fell along with the surging waves. Each drop of the water of time was pale and colorless, but innumerable droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun all the time, giving off a brilliant show of lights. These brilliant lights were in all kinds of shapes and colors, and were hard to put into words. Fang Yuan felt this was one of the most beautiful sights in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal GU House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, sent out the attack which it had prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was like a bystander that had been implicated, unable to avoid it. His only remaining option was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was used. At Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan successfully activated it once. At Shan Cha Mountain, Fang Yuan successfully activated it again. If his previous life of 500 years was counted, then Fang Yuan had already successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times. Now, he had finally failed. Spring Autumn Cicada's activation failed. Although his will entered the River of Time, at the moment of activation, Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost the small boat it was in and was drowning. The surging river of time would engulf and destroy Fang Yuan's will in an instant, not even a trace would remain. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely tranquil. There was no worry, no discontent, and no regret. When he had first chosen this path, he had already expected the situations that could occur. The situation right now had already been within Fang Yuan's consideration. He could do nothing now. He had already done everything he could. If a chance was given to me again, I would still choose to live this way. So be it, my story as a GU Immortal shall end here. Although I did not leave behind any biography or inheritance, but it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's will was quickly dissipating. He was tranquil, even feeling happy in a way. If he still had a face, the corners of his lips would probably be curled up into a smile right now. Dying while pursuing one's goal, what regrets could he have? Fang Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped. A strange change was occurring at this moment. From the remote and grand river of time, a ghost face suddenly came out. The ghost face first looked at Fang Yuan's remaining will and made faces, seemingly in silent mockery. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks swelled up. Its expression seemed like one of extreme suffering, like it was going to vomit. A giant flower bud, dripping wet, came out from the ghost face's mouth. The ghost face's mouth almost ripped apart. Its lips had stretched to an exaggerated degree, even reaching its ears. After vomiting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed before starting to make faces at Fang Yuan again. It was amusingly comical, but at the same time was a ghastly and terrifying smiling expression. And that flower bud started to slowly blossom in the river. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud opened, turning into an enchanting red lotus. From the center of the lotus shot out a slightly red light ray that landed at the area where spring-autumn cicada had shattered. The time in the red light began to turn back. At the same time, the ghost face that had carried the red lotus slowly sank down into the river. Like a movie being played backwards, everything began to go backwards. As if water spilled from a basin was returning. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated. The scant few bits remaining were negligible. But under the illumination of the red light, his will began to rapidly restore and countless GU worm fragments also began to appear. And when these GU worm fragments joined together, they turned into an intact spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada carried Fang Yuan's restored will and began to set on its path again. The red light dissipated, the red lotus immediately scattered, and that ghost face also had been completely washed down into the endlessly surging river of time. It was as if everything had been an illusion. However, spring-autumn cicada was already forcibly restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, carrying Fang Yuan's remaining hopes as it flowed in the river. Flowing backwards. Returning to the past. Star form blessed land. Poisonous fog was spreading, poisonous blood was boiling, 3 layers of GU formations were already destroyed by corrosion, the surrounding land turned into a thin layer of poisonous swampland. Fang Yuan's face was stern. Next is the most troublesome and difficult to process immortal material, earthly limit astral Qi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hands. This GU refinement material was very peculiar. It was made up of soil and Qi. They gathered into a lump. At the top was light azure-colored astral Qi, below was black soil. Astral Qi was the heaven Qi found up in the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens was a thick wall of astral Qi. If a GU immortal wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral Qi wall. Meanwhile, the black soil was made up of the essence of earth Qi condensed from the 10 depths. Heaven and earth Qi could not coexist, but at this moment, this earthly limit astral Qi was joined together in harmony. Not only were they existing peacefully, they were converting into one another constantly. Black soil turned into astral Qi while astral Qi turned into black soil. Fang Yuan shook it by moving his hands rapidly, as this lump of earthly limit astral Qi melted, fusing with the black soil and becoming a lump of fog. But after shaking, after a dozen breaths, The black soil sank while the astral chi stayed on top. Black and white were separated again, the two were rotating, it was a mystical sight. Processing such an immortal material is most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflect Snow, Muffled Thunderstone Drum, and Wind Grind, can complete this step instantly. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these for immortal killer moves. To process the earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in much time and effort. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed as he moved his feet, his huge body shot into the air, he leaped and jumped into the turtle shell, into the poisonous blood. Boom! Fang Yuan flashed his sharp nails, causing injuries on his 6 monstrous arms. He next slashed at his chest, back, and other areas, creating openings on his skin. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. From these injuries, traces of blood appeared. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. The poisonous blood in the turtle shell was drawn away, it moved into Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain assaulted him, Fang Yuan snorted. Immortal zombies did not have a sense of pain, Fang Yuan could feel pain because he used GU worm methods. He needed to feel pain so that he could know what step the immortal materials were at. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell acting as a pot continued to fuse and circulate, they were entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan took out the earthly limit astral chi and swallowed it. Gulp, the earthly limit astral chi entered his stomach. This was his own original method, created in his previous life, an abnormal technique using blood path to refine GU. He called this the flesh-body blood refinement technique. The earthly limit astral chi entered his body, it was engulfed by the blood and slowly melted into the blood. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, into the turtle shell pot, and sank to the bottom. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the pot flowed into Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, engulfing the earthly limit astral chi again. Time slowly passed, 3 days and 2 nights later. Fang Yuan was covered in wounds, the pain made his face distorted, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed and his eyes were red, he was breathing heavily like an ox. Still a night remaining, I need to completely process all the earthly limit astral chi in my body. As long as I can get past this step, the most difficult part of refining change form immortal GU would be over. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's pained expression stiffened. Under his deep frowning expression, his bright eyes suddenly showed confusion, almost losing all their luster. When refining immortal GU, one had to maintain high degrees of concentration. How could he be allowed to be distracted? PFF. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of poisonous blood. Shortly afterwards, he fell down heavily in the poisonous blood in the giant turtle shell, raising a huge wave of blood. The bloody wave splashed out of the turtle shell, into the grassland. Soon, a large patch of healthy green grass turned into dark red smoke due to the corrosion. Master! Star Form Land Spirit shouted worriedly, jumping into the turtle shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head emerged from the pool of blood. He splashed around twice, before standing up. The confusion on his face quickly disappeared, his gaze brimming with energy as he mumbled, this place. Hearing Fang Yuan's mumbling, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master lose his mind because of the refinement failure? Fang Yuan gazed at his hands first, then swept through the turtle shell and the blood pool, before finally stopping on Star Form Land Spirit. What time is it now? Fang Yuan asked. Star Form Land Spirit jolted inwardly, but still replied, many days have already passed since Master began refining the immortal GU. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. Star Form Land Spirit felt bleak. Oh no, Master has lost his mind. After failing the immortal GU refinement, his body suffered heavy injuries, he has even forgotten the time, and is still laughing so happily. There was no need for Fang Yuan to tell others about the reason for his happiness. I have returned once again. Despite the activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada failing, because of a strange change, I returned to life from death. from defeat to victory, my will has once again returned to the past. I am still refining change form Immortal GU, the time is over a year ago. This is actually so short. According to my foundation and with so many Immortal GU on me, I should have at least traveled several hundred years back. Is it because Spring-Autumn Cicada failed to activate that I only returned to a point over a year ago? Also, that ghost face and the red Lotus, what was going on, what had happened? Chapter 971. A bit of excitement thinking about it. It was at the crucial moment between life and death, it was impossible to not have a clear memory of it. Now, as he recalled that moment, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The ghost face and the red Lotus, what do they mean? Why did I not come across this situation when I used Spring-Autumn Cicada before? Does it occur only when Spring-Autumn Cicada's activation fails? Or? Shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious subject. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the turtle shell. The injuries on me are heavy, and the soul success Dao mark is now destroyed because of the GU refinement failure. It is truly a pity. Fang Yuan examined himself and soon noticed the after effects of this GU refinement failure. His body was filled with cracks, almost on the verge of falling apart. Such injuries would require months of recuperation before they could be mended. GU refinement in itself was a dangerous task, not unlike a heated battle. Let alone when refining Immortal GU. This time, Fang Yuan had failed in GU refinement because of his rebirth, suffering serious injuries was to be expected. What made Fang Yuan feel even more regret was that the success Dao mark, which he had obtained after painstaking efforts in the refinement path convention and a difficult journey to reach the top ranks, was destroyed. This gave Fang Yuan some insight. Previously, the reason I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal GU was not because there was a problem in my method, but the subtle aspect of mutual fusion of the Dao marks of each immortal material, which is not something one can control. This is one of the crucial reasons for the low success rate in refining Immortal GU. The greatest use of success Dao marks is to influence this aspect, to let the Dao marks of the immortal materials fuse together and reach the standard for the GU refinement. Thus, when I began refining Immortal GU, the success Dao mark was consumed, turning into a special type of immortal material that assisted in refinement. Last time, there was no mishap and I was able to refine change form Immortal GU, the aid of the success Dao mark was immeasurable. But this time, because of my rebirth, this highly likely refinement was messed up. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt some irony. It was not that with the success Dao mark, the GU refinement would succeed no matter how it was done. If the GU master was purposely trying to fail, intentionally using wrong refinement methods, then it would be certain failure. Success Dao marks were not all powerful. Earlier, why did Fang Yuan intentionally choose star form Blessed Land to refine the Immortal GU? It was because he was afraid of being disturbed by outside forces, which could cause the GU refinement to fail. Once the refinement failed, the immortal materials would be lost. Injuries were a small matter, the main thing was that the success Dao mark would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan was reborn, and it just so happened to be during the process of refining change form Immortal GU, this doomed him to failure. Nothing could be done about it now. Last time, change form Immortal GU had been refined successfully, but now it had failed. I have been reborn, and although I have the advantage of future knowledge, accurately speaking, it doesn't mean a path to success. But this rebirth gave me huge advantages. Losing a success Dao mark is inconsequential. Fang Yuan soon sorted out his mood and stabilized his mindset. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated the Immortal GU and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the past, he was anxious, but now he knew that there would still be a while before Central Continent made a breakthrough with the matter of 88 True Yang building. He could be more at ease. Although he had his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always been the one to consider everything before taking action. An impetuous person would absolutely be unable to reach his current stage. How would he use the countless disorderly clues and his current resources to obtain the maximum benefits? This was the main question Fang Yuan needed to consider. An immortal zombie had slower thought processes. Fang Yuan stepped in the light of wisdom to ponder. Compared to his previous life, his wisdom path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. He had even thought of a small GU formation that could let him use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a large amount of time. In just half a day, Fang Yuan finished pondering over the question. An immortal zombie did not need to eat or drink. Although he was injured, Fang Yuan had to make use of every minute and second. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal GU to secretly return to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the aura of the immortal GU, then he quietly approached Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Tian Mountain. In his previous life, an unprecedented gambling contest had been held on Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan had also participated in it. As time passed, the range of the Forbidden Zone for Immortals had continued to expand, and Fang Yuan had to constantly move farther away, along with the southern border GU Immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery near Tian Mountain. Tian Mountain. At this moment, it was still only a nameless mountain peak. Before Fang Yuan's arrival, there had just been rain over this mountain. The future Tian Mountain was tall and beautiful, with lush trees and deep valleys. A rainbow appeared above and life seemed to brimming with vitality. Fang Yuan gazed from afar, moving in carefully and full of expectations. If Fang Yuan was asked what was it that enticed him the most after Rebirth, it was no doubt Tian Mountain, under which was buried the immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, and the suppressed rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. The significance of the latter to Fang Yuan did not need to be said. Although last time, this rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie had actually leaped out, getting rid of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage suppression. As long as I can successfully refine the immortal GU House and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel stage... Fang Yuan licked his lips as he thought of this. An immortal GU house was no small matter. Immortal GU houses and ancient battle formations, they were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations were gradually eliminated over the course of time, and immortal GU houses had become mainstream. Whether it be southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert or central continent, all powerful super forces had at least one immortal GU house as their trump card. Like Hei tribe, Dark Prison was their symbol as well as a powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison had been lost, to seize it back, even the 4 supreme elders of Hei tribe had risked going out and chasing Hei Cheng. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal GU house and Hei tribe had been so anxious to take it back. The significance of immortal GU houses could be seen from this. And Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, which was buried deep under Tian Mountain, was not only of higher rank than Dark Prison. A mysterious GU immortal had used its power to forcibly challenge someone of a higher rank and succeeded in suppressing a rank 8 expert, one who furthermore possessed the great strength true martial physique. The value of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was clearly many times higher than Dark Prison. Thinking back to my previous life, the profound ice house used by Shark Demon and Su by Man was only an incomplete immortal GU house, but it could repeatedly break through the hindrance of the battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, even if I can't reach the level of moving unhindered in the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am hunted down by Central Continent, Northern Plains, and others, I can protect myself and intimidate other immortals. An immortal GU house was a fortress for battle. It did not have any shortcomings and covered all aspects of attack, defense, movement, healing, and even assistance in cultivation. It was structurally stable, and was easy to control. A rank 7 immortal GU house could be controlled by a rank 6 GU immortal as well. However, immortal GU houses had 2 major flaws. One was feeding and the second was immortal essence. An immortal GU house was constructed from many immortal GU and vast numbers of mortal GU. Feeding these GU worms was naturally extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew that Graceful Chaotic Duel stage seemed to involve food path in its construction, and the feeding problem could be disregarded. Next was the immortal essence. To activate an Immortal GU house, the amount of Immortal essence consumed would be a gigantic number. Just with Fang Yuan's capability, he would not be able to bear it. In his previous life, when Shark Demon had no choice but to activate Profound Ice House, all the Immortal zombies had to share the burden of Immortal essence consumption, and the amount of consumption had greatly distressed everyone. The price to activate an Immortal GU house was huge, because the amount of Immortal essence consumed was extremely high. Fang Yuan was now in a poor state. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely be able to gather one set of Immortal materials for refining change-form Immortal GU. And now, he had failed the refinement, losing most of the Immortal materials. He had little money in possession. Even though he had many rich income sources like the Guts GU trade, earning 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones every month, half of a year of accumulating this income would not be enough to activate the Immortal GU house for even 30 seconds. But none of these mattered. Fang Yuan had very little green grape Immortal Essence, but he had large amounts of Giant Sun's Immortal Essence. This could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was rank 9, the Immortal Essence he had left behind was the Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that only rank 9 Venerables could form. The quality of this Immortal Essence was countless times greater than Green Grape Immortal Essence. The difference between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. Giant Sun's Immortal Essence could not be used by Fang Yuan himself, but the Immortal GU house could absorb it. Immortal GU houses could absorb Immortal Essence of others, otherwise Shark Demon and the other Immortal zombies would not be able to combine their powers to activate Profound Ice House. This was the fundamental characteristic of Immortal GU house, integrating the power of a group of Immortals into one. Fang Yuan had thought of this in his previous life. As far as he was concerned, Giant Sun's Immortal Essence was like water with a source or a tree without roots. The more it was used, the more it would be consumed, and it could not be replenished. Thus, the even more economical method was to gather many GU Immortals to serve as a source of labor in activating the Immortal GU house. Unfortunately, the southern border GU Immortals had died too quickly. Or one could say Fang Yuan was not able to make it in time. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had yet to be refined by anyone when the Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie had broken out. This was a huge pity. If I have Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, I could resist even that beam of life that was about to kill me. Fang Yuan had confidence. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage naturally was not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not optimum, that light pillars might have been reduced after being whittled down by the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. With Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, although he could not say it with a house in hand, the world is mine, it was enough to say it with a house in hand, advancing or retreating is up to me. With a house in hand, the world is mine, the rank 888 True Yang building could be said to be one such example. It was specialized in plundering GU worms, even Immortal GU. The rank 8 Refinement Cauldron was another one. Compared to the Immortal GU house Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Self-Strength Immortal GU, All-Out Effort Immortal GU, Star Thought Immortal GU, all of them seemed unimportant. As long as he had the Immortal GU house, with Giant Sun's Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan could use his rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level and Immortal Zombie body to forcibly fight rank 8s, directly becoming one of the strongest experts. Just thinking about it gives me a bit of excitement. Fang Yuan carefully inspected his surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, he immediately drilled into the ground, entering deep into the earth. Chapter 972. Rebirth Plans. After he was reborn, he had almost immediately hurried to Tian Mountain, thinking of getting this Immortal GU house. But when he searched under the ground, he discovered that Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was simply not present, even that rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie could not be found. Could it be that there were other reasons behind the appearance of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage? I came early, so the opportunity was not available. Fang Yuan frowned as he pondered. He had guessed correctly. Previously, the reason Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared was due to Bai Ning Bing. He had activated a mysterious Immortal GU, and this Immortal GU had been given to him by Old Man Yangsha. Fang Yuan naturally did not know this detail. He also did not have this immortal GU, so he could not find any trace of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was simply buried under the ground, then it would probably have already been discovered by others. How would it remain up until now? Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. He was unable to obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As such, Fang Yuan had to modify his plans and put it aside for the moment, carrying out his other ideas first. After moving a long distance from Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan carefully activated Immortal GU Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal GU's aura leaked, jade green radiance flashed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border and appeared in that giant formation in Northern Plains Earth Trench. This giant formation was a space path formation. The space inside it was extremely large. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used Fixed Immortal Travel to enter here. In this life, he had once again used Fixed Immortal Travel to enter here. There were no mishaps or setbacks. Moreover, this time, he directly entered the central area of the GU formation. This was a large, desolate land of purple sand. In this desolate land, some rarely seen and extremely valuable immortal materials were spread. His memories were still very clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to put in the effort to search. He directly ran to each key area and collected the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were basically all at rank 8, and there were even some top quality rank 8 materials with such dense Dao marks that their light could be seen with naked eyes. Like the tiger-striped honey bee's wings, the fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body. Altogether, 18 immortal materials ended up in Fang Yuan's hands once again. He then moved to the middle of the desolate land of purple sand, where he discovered those multi-layered GU formations once again. He carefully inspected the contents and saw it was just like his previous life. He left the GU formations as they were, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan naturally did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture method for others. Before leaving, Fang Yuan gave the place a final glance, sighing inwardly. He knew that outside the desolate land of purple sand, there were large numbers of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses, but these immortal materials only looked impressive. Once they were picked up, they would all turn into purple sand. Thus, Fang Yuan did not even look at them. In his previous life, he had to painstakingly scheme, joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters first, then after being schemed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was thrown into Northern Plains' Dark Flow giant city. He had to deceive several immortal zombies before he was able to enter Earth Trench. He kept on scheming the whole way, not hesitating to be swallowed by the mouth earthworm, then arriving at the nest of Yaksha octopuses, searching painstakingly, taking the risk to unravel a small portion of the GU formation, before he was finally able to enter this hidden space. But this life, because of Rebirth, he went straight to his destination, getting the maximum benefits while spending the least amount of time and energy. The whole process was very simple. It was like a dream. Using Fixed Immortal Travel again, Fang Yuan left the place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Change Form Immortal GU's refinement failed. Not only was the success Dao mark lost, most of the immortal materials were also destroyed. To prepare for this single refinement of Change Form Immortal GU, he had taken out all his assets. After Rebirth, he could be said to be dirt poor. But now, he had these precious immortal materials as very timely assistance. These immortal materials were extremely valuable. If their value was to be maximized, it would undoubtedly be by keeping them until a time when Fang Yuan refined rank 8 immortal GU. However, the time needed for this was too long. Fang Yuan's cultivation was still at the bottom tier of rank 6, advancing to rank 8 was a distant prospect and not within the foreseeable future. Fang Yuan had already considered how to make full use of these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan put several of the immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, causing a huge commotion among the GU Immortals. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these immortal materials were extremely rare and were very sought after. Fang Yuan easily traded them for the things he wanted, and fed all the immortal GU he had, except for Self-Strength Immortal GU and Wisdom GU. Taking a look over the immortal GU Fang Yuan had. Strength Path, Self-Strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, iron crown eagle strength, eat strength. Star path, star shoot, star mark, starlight. Luck path, connect luck, time luck, calamity beckoning. Besides these, there was also his first vital GU, Spring-Autumn Cicada, the extremely practical space path Immortal GU, fixed immortal travel, the less frequently used poison path Immortal GU, Woman's Heart, a soul path Immortal GU, Cleanse Soul and a wisdom path Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had changed form Immortal GU at this time. But after Rebirth, the refinement had failed, and change form Immortal GU did not exist. As for the rank 9 Wisdom GU, Fang Yuan could not refine it, so it was temporarily placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, whether it could be considered Fang Yuan's Immortal GU was debatable. Normally, most rank 6 GU Immortals only had Mortal GU and not even one Immortal GU. The number of Immortal GU Fang Yuan had already numbered 16, without counting Wisdom GU. As such, the burden of feeding the Immortal GU was extremely heavy and had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. The feeding issue of the Immortal GU was resolved for now. Fang Yuan could relax for the moment. Land Spirit. Fang Yuan softly spoke in the secret room. Master, I am here. The Land Spirit Little Hu Immortal swiftly appeared, beaming with a smile, and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, I didn't disturb you because you were busy, but I really missed you. Little Hu Immortal said while shaking her furry tail, before saying some childlike words, although Master has turned ugly. Fang Yuan laughed, stroking Little Hu Immortal's head as he instructed her, go command all the hairy men in the stone nests to start refining only Airsac GU. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. You can leave now. Okay. Little Hu Immortal gazed at Fang Yuan with a reluctant look, before disappearing. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted, as he activated fixed immortal travel, leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he appeared again, he was already at Lang Ya Blessed Land. At this time, Lang Ya Land Spirit had not changed his nature, and was still that long-robed, white hair, and seemingly sage-like Land Spirit. Why are you here? That immortal material I wanted, did you get it? If you didn't, then there is no need for discussion. Lang Ya Land Spirit waved his large sleeves and spoke with a cold and detached expression when he saw Fang Yuan. Because of his excessive demands, Fang Yuan's relationship with Lang Ya Land Spirit had already turned cold. Fang Yuan wanted to request for Lang Ya Land Spirit's help, but Lang Ya Land Spirit's condition was extremely harsh, asking Fang Yuan to get a type of immortal material. And this immortal material's origin was from the immemorial 9 heavens, and was extremely rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not for this, Lang Ya Land Spirit would not have asked Fang Yuan to do this. Of course I have it, take a look. Fang Yuan laughed, not minding Lang Ya Land Spirit's cold attitude. You really got it. Lang Ya Land Spirit looked at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand, his expression immediately relaxed and his tone revealed his incredulous feelings. Clearly, he had not been optimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Rightfully so. The task of getting this immortal material had already surpassed Fang Yuan's capabilities. At least, that was the case in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he made use of the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands. Why would he fear not being able to purchase goods of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to Lang Ya Land Spirit. I need a certain amount of Exert Strength GU and Disappointment GU, along with large numbers of Star Thought GU. Fang Yuan already knew Lang Ya Blessed Land was extremely special. The space inside was so large that it had already surpassed most grotto heavens. This was because Lang Ya Land Spirit had merged the rank 8 immortal GU house, Refinement Cauldron, into the whole Blessed Land. Countless hairy men lived here, the number beyond imagination. The land of cloud soil in front of him was only a layer of clouds in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Under this layer were 3 continents, where large numbers of hairy men lived. Specializing in GU refinement, they selected talents, living and working in peace and happiness. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely simple for Lang Hei Lan Spirit to refine Exert Strength GU, Disappointment GU, and Star Thought GU. On the basis of this immortal material, I will do you this favor. Lang Hei Lan Spirit replied, before adding, but next time, I hope to get scales of the half-moon Chalene, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I won't agree to any of your requests. His tone was still rather frigid, but his expression was no longer cold. Fang Yuan nodded, and without speaking further, he activated fixed immortal travel and left. He possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as a strength path version of Nirvana Fire, so he could get rid of the immortal zombie body and become a living person. But for the moment, Fang Yuan had no plans to do so. Becoming alive would only mean having the potential to advance, his cultivation would still be at the bottom tier of rank 6. He would also lose his immortal zombie body, and his battle strength would instead decrease. More importantly, Fang Yuan did not have much lifespan left, and thus would not be able to use the Light of Wisdom. Fang Yuan asked Lang Hei Lan Spirit to refine Exert Strength GU and Disappointment GU as early preparations for the future. What he had paid for this was an immortal material, while Lang Hei Lan Spirit was only refining mortal GU. Although the numbers were somewhat huge, Fang Yuan had still incurred a loss. But Fang Yuan did not seriously concern himself with it. He had his own plans regarding Lang Hei Lan Spirit, but it was not the time for them yet. Fang Yuan left Lang Hei Blessed Land, directly arriving at a certain village in central continent. There was an extraordinary tree here. It was a spring dream fruit tree. It indeed still exists. Fang Yuan hid his figure and inspected it, feeling some joy. In his previous life, he had obtained information about this tree from Mo Yao's will, but before he could collect the spring dream fruits, this tree was cut down by someone. But after Rebirth, Fang Yuan had no need to join Zombie Alliance and search for the revival method. He was able to come here half a year early, making up for a regret in his previous life. Chapter 973. Spring Dream Fruit Tree. They could be any kind of fruit tree, but only extremely few fruit trees could become spring dream fruit trees. One of these spring dream fruit trees was next to a farmer's home. The head of the family was an old man known as Old Man Chen. Son, in half a year, you will be married. I will build a house for you. The main girder of the house will be built using this fire date tree. Old Man Chen stood in front of the tree and patted its thick bark as he spoke to his son who was at the side. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, pleased, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree is older than the history of our village. I remember that it has already stopped producing dates. It will be useless even if it keeps on growing. Cutting it down to construct the main girder for my house will be putting it to good use. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. He was standing not far away, but was invisible. Old Man Chen and his son, who were not even GU masters, were unable to sense him. Finding out by chance the reason for the spring dream fruit tree being cut down, Fang Yuan inwardly frowned. This spring dream fruit tree's existence was supported by this date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams and did not have a material body. But it required a real tree to be the foundation for it to live long. This date tree was several thousand years old. Only old trees like this could be used by the spring dream fruit tree. Naturally, the specific requirements involved not just age. Humans needed to be living near the tree. The dreams of these humans from generation after generation would nourish the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this place was once the base of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted every several hundred years, the large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil in the surroundings. Attracted by the excellent natural farmland, there would be people migrating now and then. They would gradually form villages, which would later be destroyed by the volcanic eruptions. Fire date trees were extremely resistant to heat. They could even resist lava, thus they were able to continue existing. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But to move the date tree, there needed to be corresponding dream path methods to move the spring dream fruit tree at the same time, otherwise Fang Yuan would only obtain an ordinary date tree and not the spring dream fruit tree. Fang Yuan did not have methods to move the Spring Dream fruit tree. Currently, it was not possible for him to even pick the Spring Dream fruits. He would need to refine some Dream Path Mortal GU that were targeted at picking the fruits. In the past, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized the extraordinariness of this tree, but due to her limited knowledge, or perhaps she also sensed that casually picking the tree would not work, she chose to leave it behind. It seems I still need to preserve the living environment of this Spring Dream fruit tree for some time. Fang Yuan flicked a finger, 2 wills separately drilled into the minds of Old Man Chen and his son. The son suddenly let out tears. "Father, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't produce dates anymore, I want to keep on seeing it. It has accompanied me as I have grown. When I was young, I urinated on the tree. When I got slightly older, I built a swing on it. Let's forget about cutting it down." Sigh. "All right." Old Man Chen's eyes had also reddened, nodding emotionally, "Then let it continue to grow here. We will choose another tree. Although there is not any that is as tall as this one, they will be enough for the main girder of the new house." After dealing with the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan arranged a GU formation here to protect the Spring Dream fruit tree. In the meantime, he would have to refine some corresponding Dream Path Mortal GU to pick up the fruits. This required time. Almost all the refinement materials for Dream Path Mortal GU were derived from Dream Realm.s. According to how my previous life went, after refining Changeform Immortal GU, I helped Tai Bai Yunsheng pass his tribulation, then participated in the battle to defend Lang Ya Blessed Land. After the battle, I took up the identity of Xingstrongzi to enter Eastern Sea and participate in the invasion of Hei Lou Blessed Land. In this process, because of the collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Immortal Crane Sect to invade a fragment world of the Grotto Heaven. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demonis appeared, defeating the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was forcefully recruited by Blazing Heaven Demonis, then returned to Northern Plains and obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I took part in killing Hei Cheng, then was forced to set a new agreement with Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others, then we went on to seize Luo Po Valley. Finally, I took part in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. This time, after my rebirth luckily succeeded, my main objective is still the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As long as I can become the owner of this Immortal GU House, I can smoothly suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. In that case, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan's plan of taking the Immortal GU House early had failed, how could one failure shake his resolution? Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had not appeared now, then he could only wait for the moment it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan had been to take the Immortal GU House, then suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. He would wait until the alliance agreement expired, then he would use the Immortal GU House to deal with Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis. Maybe he could even borrow the rank 8 Immortal GU House, Refinement Cauldron, from Lang Ya Blessed Land, and seize their Immortal GU, obtaining the greatest benefits. However, he could not do that now. Without the Immortal GU House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than Hei Lou Lan's side. Even if he had many plans and plots, without strength, they could not come to fruition. After all, Hei Lou Lan was also a formidable character. She was not someone who could be trifled with easily. This was clear from when she killed her own father, then disguised herself to enter Hei tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was wonderful, but reality was cruel. Fang Yuan made calculations on the basis of the worst possible situation. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared at the same time as in his previous life, then he would be unable to covertly take this Immortal GU House. The likelihood of this was huge. When Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared, it produced a grand sight. The battle scene of that day in history kept on being displayed. If that is the case, then I can only follow my previous life, and participate in the gambling contest between the southern border GU Immortals, and personally entering the demonic path side on Yitian Mountain. If he went in like this, the risks would be extremely huge. He would have to face the GU Immortals of southern border, Shadow Sect, and also Heavenly Court. It would be entering great danger. But how can there be gains without any danger? Fang Yuan was cautious, but he did not lack the mindset to take risks. The huge benefits had already made him resolve to take the risk. He had been reborn, and had plenty of experiences and knowledge of his previous life. If he did not dare to conspire, then Fang Yuan considered this to simply be cowardly. Since the protection of the Spring Dream Fruit Tree has been ensured, I can put it aside for the moment. I should change my plans. I need to ally with Hei Lou Lan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength Immortal GU, Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely target him. If Fang Yuan obtained the Immortal GU house early, then he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demonis. But the situation happened to be different now. Fang Yuan needed to obtain the Immortal GU house, and in the process, he might have to face the southern border GU Immortals, Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court. Now, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yun Xing, Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demonis and others, especially Blazing Heaven Demonis, with her rank 8 cultivation, she could add much power to the Immortal GU house. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had suffered from going in alone without help. When Shadow Sect mobilized, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both in Xiao Han Blessed Land, using Luo Po Valley to cultivate their soul. And Tai Bai Yun Xing was still in Eastern Sea. Naturally, it was also because Fang Yuan had intentionally concealed it from Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan and the others, sneaking into Yi Tian Mountain alone. Even if Fang Yuan revived, he would only have rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation. To advance to rank 7, he needed to go through many earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In the Blessed Land's time, it would take 300 years. There was clearly not enough time for Fang Yuan to do this. Of course, he could also devour Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but his body had a Strength Path Immortal aperture which did not relate to these Blessed Lands. Right now, the utmost priority was to turn enemies into allies and strategize from there. Fang Yuan wanted to eliminate Hei Lou Lan and the others, but this kind of impatience could spoil his grand scheme. There were many times when one needed to compromise. To accomplish one's aims in the world, it was necessary for any person to compromise, and to learn how to compromise. No matter how high someone's position was, they would need to follow this. Giving up small benefits for greater benefits, this was a display of a person's growth. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to target Hei Lou Lan, she had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the outside world. Her tracks were concealed, and as such Fang Yuan was not able to make a move against her. But in this life, at this time, Hei Lou Lan still was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her Strength Qi Immortal GU to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine Airsac GU. When Fang Yuan found Hei Lou Lan, she was within a stone nest. She was holding an Information Path Mortal GU in her hand, frowning at the information brought by the GU worm. Seeing Fang Yuan, Hei Lou Lan raised the Information Path Mortal GU and asked, "Did you hear about the matter of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent ambushing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly, "Of course I did. This matter can be kept secret from mortals, but it cannot be hidden from GU Immortals. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are hiding their traces, the other GU Immortals in Central Continent would not want to keep this a secret. Right now, they are looking forward to seeing some drama in the 10 great ancient sects." "Oh." Hei Lou Lan sighed deeply, "Such a prime opportunity, but we missed it. If we could kill Song Zixing during this period, we might be able to obtain Star Form Blessed Land." Fang Yuan glanced at Hei Lou Lan, sighing internally, this person really is formidable. She already had attitude GU, but had restrained herself. Not only was he not informed, she did not even inform her closest friend and relative, her Aunt Fairy Li Shan. To deceive the enemy, one had to start from deceiving those they were closest to. But Fang Yuan was like her. He had obtained possession of Star Form Blessed Land, but had deliberately concealed the information, keeping Hei Lou Lan in the dark. In his previous life, were it not for Blazing Heaven Demonis, this secret would not have been revealed. It was because Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan were similar kinds of people, that Fang Yuan appreciated Hei Lou Lan while also being apprehensive at the same time. If possible, he truly wanted to get rid of her and get rid of her quickly. But destiny worked in mysterious ways. Fang Yuan had to deepen his collaboration with Hei Lou Lan to obtain the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Therefore, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out Self-Strength Immortal GU, placing it in his hand and holding it out for Hei Lou Lan. Chapter 974. Difficult interaction with Hei Lou Lan. This Immortal GU was originally hers, but because she failed her tribulation, she had been trapped in a dream realm and was later saved by Fang Yuan. The result was that this Immortal GU became the price for saving Hei Lou Lan, ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. This Self-Strength Immortal GU had huge significance to Hei Lou Lan. Not only was it very suitable for Hei Lou Lan as she possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path, this Self-Strength Immortal GU had been refined by Hei Lou Lan's mother, Suzanne, and was a memento she left to Hei Lou Lan. Thus, Self-Strength Immortal GU had extremely great importance to Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan had been extremely unwilling to give it, but she had no other choice. She thought about this Immortal GU day and night, and really wished she could seize it back from Fang Yuan. However, she had restrained this impulse. On one hand, it was because GU worms were very difficult to take away and could be destroyed with a thought from their owner. On another hand, it was because Hei Lou Lan was astute. She deeply understood there was an art called compromise when interacting with people. Hei Lou Lan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. Hei Lou Lan still needed to rely on the Guts GU business to support her cultivation. Working together created benefits, while being enemies formed losses, so Hei Lou Lan had continued to endure. Besides the first meeting after waking up, Hei Lou Lan had not raised any objection towards Fang Yuan having Self-Strength Immortal GU. It was as if she had already forgotten this. She had deep shrewdness. But now, Fang Yuan was suddenly handing over the Self-Strength Immortal GU, like he was returning it to its rightful owner. Hei Lou Lan was caught unprepared and was unable to conceal her desire. But at once, Hei Lou Lan calmed down, her frown deepened as she fixed her sharp gaze on Fang Yuan. She had already snapped back to awareness, and she was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's nature, and just like Fang Yuan, who had both appreciation and apprehension towards her, she also felt the same about Fang Yuan. Why would Fang Yuan hand over Self-Strength Immortal GU for no reason? This is impossible. Then what is he planning? As if seeing Hei Lou Lan's doubts, Fang Yuan chuckled, "Don't be nervous. Self-Strength Immortal GU is rather suitable for me as well, but I believe this Immortal GU is more important to you. Like they say, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others, isn't that the case?" Hei Lou Lan's eyes flashed with dark light. She glanced at the Self-Strength Immortal GU in Fang Yuan's hand, before fixing her gaze on Fang Yuan, sneering, "You are a gentleman. Just say what you want to say." Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "If I speak directly, I am afraid it will scare you." Hei Lou Lan snorted, "Just tell me." Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, speaking in a serious tone, "Then I won't beat around the bush. I want to use this Self-Strength Immortal GU to trade for your Attitude GU." "What?" Hei Lou Lan's body shook, the ferocious glint in her eyes increased, and she almost took a step back involuntarily. "I have kept the matter of acquiring Attitude GU extremely secret. How did he know? I hid it from even little aunt. Besides heaven and earth, only I know." The shock Hei Lou Lan felt was hard to express. This was her greatest secret, but it was suddenly exposed by Fang Yuan. She could not help being shocked. Killing intent surged inside her, subconsciously wanting to attack Fang Yuan. To eliminate the person who knows her secret. This was the nature of ferocious characters. However, at this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat a step. This movement was simple, but had subtle effects on Hei Lou Lan's current mentality. Hei Lou Lan was like a frightened beast, but Fang Yuan moved away some distance and showed a harmless smile, emitting good intention, making Hei Lou Lan feel safer. Hei Lou Lan's eye squinted into a slit, fixing her gaze at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent had not dispelled yet, instead it was restrained for now. "It seems you truly possess the legendary Attitude GU." Fang Yuan pretended to be observing her expression, and spoke with a surprised tone. Hei Lou Lan stared blankly before speaking in fury. You tricked me. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? Hei Lou Lan took a deep breath. Hearing the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch again, she was filled with wariness. She knew this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan was his disciple and so was Tai Baiyun Sheng. That was the reason why Fang Yuan called Tai Baiyun Sheng senior brother. Of course, all this was false information. In his previous life, even Blazing Heaven Demonis had been deceived. It was your master who informed you? Hei Lou Lan asked. Her killing intent went down to rock bottom. From her view, Fang Yuan had huge backing. It was very difficult to kill Fang Yuan, let alone Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was not someone she could handle. After all, at this time, Fairy Li Shan had yet to fully reconcile with Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan chuckled. What do you think? Hei Lou Lan snorted, thoughts churning in her mind. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually knows my secret. He indeed has vast powers and is unfathomable. Fortunately, we have set an agreement with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan is really scheming. No matter how important self-strength Immortal GU is, it is only a rank 6 Immortal GU. How could it be traded for my attitude GU? HMPH. Hei Lou Lan immediately refused Fang Yuan's suggestion. My attitude GU is a rank 8 Immortal GU. As long as it is someone with a thinking mind, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary GU worm recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. You are actually thinking of using the rank 6 self-strength Immortal GU to trade for my attitude GU. Hee, aren't you daydreaming? Fang Yuan pondered it before speaking. Then how will you trade for it? Not trading. Hei Lou Lan immediately replied firmly. Fang Yuan's expression sank, letting out a dangerous aura. Hei Lou Lan, think properly. I will remind you this is my territory, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hei Lou Lan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so what? Don't forget the agreement between us, it has not ended yet, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. Hei Lou Lan added, you have your master's backing, maybe you have already undone your restrictions. But do you think I, Hei Lou Lan, am afraid of death? You underestimate me too much. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my GU worms before I die. Also, I know all about the resources that are in your Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the battle, how many of these resources will remain? Tai Baiyun Sheng's landscape as before cannot restore these resources. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. In his previous life, he had threatened Blazing Heaven Demonis by showing a fearless stance towards death. This life, after he was reborn, Hei Lou Lan was using the same method to pressure him, and he similarly had to accept and go along with it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, laughing and clapping. Hei Lou Lan, I wouldn't dare to underestimate you, it was only a joke. Using a rank 6 Immortal GU in exchange for a rank 8, your joke only reveals your greed and stupidity. Hei Lou Lan coldly berated, without giving any face to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with sharp light. Then I will add some more on the table. How about I give up in contesting for Starform Blessed Land? Hei Lou Lan shook her head. Giving up in contesting for it? Even if you hand over both Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land to me, I won't trade it. Attitude GU is not only a rank 8 Immortal GU, the requirements to use it are very minimal. It doesn't need immortal essence and only consumes mental energy. That means, even I, a rank 6 GU Immortal, can use this rank 8 Immortal GU. This kind of Immortal GU is a peerless treasure, I absolute won't give it up. Don't mention trading for it. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, you won't make useless efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I shall take a step back. I want to use self-strength Immortal GU to exchange for your slavery Immortal GU. Hei Lou Lan's eyebrows raised. She had a slavery Immortal GU. She had obtained it during the final moments in Imperial Court Blessed Land, after deceiving Giant Sun's will. Hei Lou Lan sank into silence. Fang Yuan's offer enticed her. As far as she was concerned, self-strength Immortal Gu's value was undoubtedly far above slavery Immortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan gazed at Fang Yuan's eyes. My slavery Immortal Gu is only rank 6. You are using rank 6 in exchange for rank 6, this is feasible. But slavery Immortal Gu cannot be used repeatedly, it can only be used once. Trading self-strength for slavery, don't you think you are losing out? Yes, there is some loss. Fang Yuan laughed, before raising a finger. So I still have a condition, I want to borrow attitude Gu for some time. Hei Lou Lan did not reply, sinking into silence. Fang Yuan was trying all kinds of methods to borrow attitude Gu. This made her acutely sense the importance of attitude Gu to Fang Yuan. However, how much importance it had, Hei Lou Lan was not too sure. She needed to probe. Therefore, she refused. I will not lend attitude Gu. Fang Yuan's expression sank, then forget it. He then turned around, leaving. Hei Lou Lan stood at her spot, watching coldly without moving. Fang Yuan moved several steps before stopping, turning around with a bitter smile as he faced Hei Lou Lan again. I only want to borrow attitude Gu for 3 years. 3 years? I wouldn't agree even if it was 3 days. Hei Lou Lan's expression was cold and ruthless. Internally, however, she was excited. She saw an opportunity to rip off Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan's concealment was good, but she was in the end still young, and Fang Yuan was an old monster who had lived hundreds of years. Fang Yuan gave a displeased snort. How could he not know Hei Lou Lan's current thoughts? He threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want revenge. You have such a good opportunity in front of you to kill Hei Cheng. But it feels like you don't want it. What? Hei Cheng. Hei Lou Lan's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint, her expression fluctuating. Although Hei Cheng was her own father, the hatred between them was so great, she would not rest until he was dead. Killing Hei Cheng and taking revenge was already the greatest obsession of Hei Lou Lan. This obsession was so deep that it had affected her cultivation, becoming a permanent scar in her mind. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Hei Lou Lan had killed Hei Cheng, got back the self-strength Immortal Gu, dispelled the scar in her mind, and found herself, so when she activated Strength Path Phantoms, they turned into her appearance, and not the brawny burly man. Chapter 975. New Alliance Agreement. After it ended, even Fang Yuan with his immortal zombie body felt extremely exhausted. His pitiful immortal zombie mind could not think on its own easily, who knew how many thoughts he wasted in the process. Hei Lou Lan also wasn't better off. She felt this negotiation was much more exhausting than an intense battle of life and death. A feeling of weakness emitted from deep within her, her tongue went dry and she was feeling dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan brought over Tai by Yunsheng, and formed a new agreement with Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan handed over self-strength Immortal Gu, trading for Hei Lou Lan's slavery Immortal Gu, as well as borrowing attitude Gu for 1 year. Fang Yuan also had to provide an opportunity to kill Hei Cheng for Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. As for Star Form Blessed Land, everyone would continue to participate fairly. Besides these, Fang Yuan also obtained Hei Lou Lan's consent to connect their luck. The new agreement was tightly linked together in all aspects. Even Fairy Li Shan with her information path quasi-great Grandmaster attainment would need to spend several years to break the agreement. More importantly, it also took account of blazing heaven demoness. There was a condition inside that stated more allies could be added, but the new allies must follow the agreement. Moreover, both sides could not get the help of external forces to target each other. Both sides would also have a one-time opportunity to request for support, and once used, the other side must be assisted. The compensation after the matter would be calculated according to the specific situation. The agreement was extremely stringent. The division of profits was stipulated in detail. Fang Yuan used Hei Lou Lan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch and his previous life's memories to reach his goal. One who could only fight was no more than a bore. Battles could not resolve all issues. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans possessed great wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down this gift from heaven. After the agreement was made, Fang Yuan's situation had changed greatly. First of all, Hei Lou Lan was Fairy Black Moon, with vigorous luck that would not decline for a long time. Fang Yuan connected his luck with hers, offsetting Spring-Autumn Cicada's flaw. Second, he was able to borrow the rank 8 attitude GU. This immortal GU was used in the past by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was the core GU of the legendary Immortal killer move, Familiar Face. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had only been rank 6 GU Immortal, but by using this killer move, he deceived 2 rank 8 GU Immortals in a row, obtaining large amounts of treasures as well as causing the 2 rank 8 GU Immortals to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan had lost change form Immortal GU, but obtained attitude GU, which was countless times better. His improved vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would be sharply increased to an astonishing level. Fang Yuan was now confident of deceiving even rank 8 GU Immortals. Lastly was Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 GU Immortal, had schemed against Fang Yuan. This life, Fang Yuan had reached a new agreement with Fairy Li Shan and others, which could be taken as stopping Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme early. Blazing Heaven Demoness guilt and affection towards Hei Lou Lan was her biggest weakness. Fang Yuan was planning to inadvertently make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance, when Hei Lou Lan falls into a predicament while assisting Fang Yuan, could Blazing Heaven Demoness do nothing? It could be said that Hei Lou Lan was the best tool to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. Hei Lou Lan's side is no longer an obstacle to me. After turning enemies into allies, my plan should now go much more smoothly. But Hei Lou Lan and the others are extremely shrewd, they are not easy to fool. They are now very satisfied with this new alliance agreement, but they will slowly realize the enormous advantage I am holding. At that time, they will definitely be displeased and may even try to go against me. Because of his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was able to gain the advantage. But he had not removed his vigilance against Hei Lou Lan's side. Wait until I possess Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, then the course will be set, the contrast between the strength of our sides will be overturned. Even if Hei Lou Lan's side is unsatisfied, they won't be able to create any problems. Fang Yuan did not hesitate on giving up self-strength Immortal GU, it was because he was planning for the Immortal GU house, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, and the Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. With self-strength Immortal GU, he would only have the first style of Myriad Self, at best, his strength would only be rank 7. But with the Immortal GU house, Fang Yuan did not need to fear even rank 8s, easily advancing or retreating. After obtaining attitude GU, Fang Yuan stored it in his own immortal aperture and moved to Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Land Spirit was extremely surprised, asking, "So quickly? You got what I wanted?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression immediately turned gloomy, shouting coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you disregarding my words? Before you left last time, I told you Lang Ya Blessed Land is not a place for you to come whenever you want. If you don't have the immortal material I want, then don't come bothering me. I won't agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan chuckled, his attitude calm. "What if I want to use my final opportunity to request you to refine GU for me?" "Ah." Lang Ya Land Spirit was staring blankly, lost for words. Fang Yuan had stolen Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, arriving at Lang Ya Blessed Land with the identity of an inheritor of Thieving Heaven. Because Long Hair Ancestor had made an agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Lang Ya Land Spirit had to refine GU 3 times for Fang Yuan without any costs. If refining mortal GU, Lang Ya Land Spirit must guarantee the success of the GU refinement. If refining immortal GU, Lang Ya Land Spirit could fail, but the materials for the GU refinement must come from his own pockets. Fang Yuan had used 2 opportunities. The first was to refine Stargate GU. Although this GU worm was only a mortal GU, it had provided huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second was to refine Second Aperture GU. During the GU refinement process, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of fine wines, obtaining Divine Travel GU. Finally, he used Divine Travel GU to trade for Gruel Mud Immortal GU from Hei Lou Lan Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan only had one remaining opportunity to request GU refinement. Hei Lou Lan Spirit said sternly, "Kid, what GU do you want to refine?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Hei Lou Lan Spirit's shoulder. "I only said if, I don't truly want to waste the 3rd opportunity now." Hei Lou Lan Spirit snorted, brushing away Fang Yuan's hand, and dusting off his clothing with extremely dislike. But in the end, he did not speak anymore. As long as Fang Yuan did not use his final opportunity, he could casually enter Hei Blessed Land. Hei Lou Lan Spirit knew this was Fang Yuan's warning towards him, even a verbal attack. But he was unable to do anything about it, so he felt very displeased. "If you don't want to use the final chance, then leave quickly," Hei Lou Lan Spirit said, displeased. Fang Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned, but I brought this. Take a look." The corners of Hei Lou Lan Spirit's lips curled up. "Brat, you want to deceive me? HMPH, you think immortal materials can easily substitute for each other?" "I cannot." He suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes flew wide open, his gaze intensified sharply as it fixed upon the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand. This immortal material naturally was not a simple one. It was a rank 8 immortal material Fang Yuan had picked up inside the GU formation in Earth Trench. Hei Lou Lan Spirit's eyes were captivated. This looks like fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body." Hei Lou Lan Spirit stuttered in an incredulous tone. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, as expected of Hei Lou Lan Spirit. "You are correct. After I obtained this immortal material, I had to spend some effort before I found out its origin." As he said this, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Hei Lou Lan Spirit. Hei Lou Lan Spirit did not restrain himself. He quickly stretched his hand, grabbing the immortal material and put it in front of his eyes, examining carefully. "Good stuff, good stuff. Sure enough, it is a fragment of a Cloud Phoenix. This is a rare object. What dog's hit luck do you have to actually get such a treasure?" Hei Lou Lan Spirit muttered non-stop. He was extremely enticed, and his gaze looked somewhat infatuated. No matter which Hei Lou Lan Spirit it was, they both originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor excelled in GU refinement, and was also infatuated with it. Hei Lou Lan Spirit had also inherited this nature. Right now, as Hei Lou Lan Spirit looked at this rank 8 immortal material, his thoughts started to fluctuate. He had bitterly sought for such immortal materials, but had not found them. If he had this, the gaps in materials for a lot of immortal GU recipes could be filled up. The GU refinement materials for 1 or 2 immortal GU would even be collected entirely, and the GU refinement could begin immediately. Hei Lou Lan Spirit had already stopped paying attention to Fang Yuan. His gaze was tightly fixed at the Cloud Phoenix's fragment, inspecting it from all directions. He was almost salivating. Even in Hei Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? It was simple, they were hard to gather. Like this Cloud Phoenix's fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix was extremely powerful, able to match rank 8 GU Immortals. To gather this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill the Cloud Phoenix. GU Immortals were few in numbers, rank 8 GU Immortals were even fewer, only a handful of them existed. They had to consider their tribulations and their own safety, and would not easily start a battle. Unless they had some specific demands, there would be extremely few rank 8 immortal materials entering the market. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had only put 2 immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, yet he was easily able to trade for all kinds of food for immortal GU. Even Hei Lou Lan Spirit's main body, Long-Hair Ancestor, did not have too much capability to personally gather rank 8 immortal materials. One of the reasons he agreed to refine GU for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was to borrow the strength of the rank 9 Venerables to gather rank 8 immortal materials. Fang Yuan saw Hei Lou Lan Spirit's expression and smiled. He then took out another rank 8 immortal material and intentionally asked, Hei Lou Lan Spirit, help me check the origins of this immortal material. Hei Lou Lan Spirit raised his head to take a glance, immediately letting out a loud and shocked scream. His eyes were wild with joy. Heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped honey bee? Look, such beautiful lights from Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light from the Dao marks with our naked eyes. Brat, how could you obtain something of this level? It simply angers me to death. I searched so hard for so many years, but even I have barely over 20 of them. They are so precious that I am not willing to use them. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What if I say I picked them up? Do you believe me? Saying this, he immediately took back the Cloud Phoenix's fragment from Hei Lou Lan Spirit's hand. Hei Lou Lan Spirit was caught unprepared, and after he reacted, he gave a miserable howl, feeling like a piece of his heart had been cut out. He stamped his foot and shouted, What are you doing? Doing what? Fang Yuan had a baffled expression. This belongs to me. Are you thinking of stealing it? Hei Lou Lan Spirit stiffened. He was not able to retort and could only glare at Fang Yuan. Chapter 976. Familiar Face. These immortal materials were Fang Yuan's. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his own head. Fang Yuan looked at Hei Lou Lan Spirit with a smile. Not matter how bad Hei Lou Lan Spirit's attitude towards him was, as long as these immortal materials were with him, he seemed to have taken hold of Hei Lou Lan Spirit's weakness. Suddenly, Hei Lou Lan Spirit's eyes turned, and he quickly reacted. He was no longer anxious, instead sneering, HMPH, brat, do I still not know you? You swindler, you don't do anything without benefits. Speak, what advantage you want to take from me? Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy. Your words are really wrong. I didn't come to take advantage of you, but to do a fair transaction with you. Hei Lou Lan Spirit was already somewhat prepared for Fang Yuan's shamelessness. Speak up, don't talk in a roundabout way. Fang Yuan drooped his eyelids, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. Since you are so forthright, then I will speak directly. Can I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face? Hei Lou Lan Spirit was stunned before asking back, how did you know I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Fang Yuan was inwardly joyous. Hei Lou Lan Spirit indeed had it. He had only made a guess about this. Thinking of the past, Hei Lou Lan Spirit lacked a desolate beast and wanted Fang Yuan to grab a living one, using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, when they had been discussing, Fang Yuan had asked about Familiar Face and Hei Lou Lan Spirit's original words were, Familiar Face? You are really daring. That is an immortal killer move. The core GU is the legendary attitude GU. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face. It can be said to be the former version of it. This is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use. Land spirits were simple and would not tell lies. Hei Lou Lan Spirit had not said that he did not have Familiar Face. He had only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. But Fang Yuan now already had attitude GU with him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had deceived 2 rank 8 GU Immortals with his rank 6 cultivation in his time. Fang Yuan should also be able to do it. Looking back over that time, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought out my main body to refine Space Escape GU. My main body also had been interested and worked an entire 21 years with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This duration was according to the time of the 5 regions. When calculated with Hei Grotto Heaven's time, it would be even longer. Hei Lou Lan Spirit recalled those eventful years with a nostalgic expression. He paused for a moment, before continuing, in these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable made many attempts, but they all failed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's accumulated savings were spent, and even my main body's treasury was used. My main body naturally would not accept making a loss. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to bring out his resources to buy immortal materials from my main body. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face and familiar face, this set of killer moves was one of them. So it was like that. Fang Yuan nodded, engraving this information in his mind. Lang Ya Blessed Land indeed had deep foundations, actually having thieving heaven demon Venerable's possessions. A person's wealth is their own ruin, no wonder Shadow Sect targeted them, and even Heavenly Court also attacked. Fang Yuan had also been eyeing this land of treasures, but his strength was simply not enough, and rashly attacking would only cause trouble for himself. Brat, what do you want familiar face for? Did you experience the benefits of unfamiliar face? My things are all of top quality. But unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move, it indeed is not suitable for your current cultivation. Lang Ya Lan Spirit laughed. Fang Yuan spoke frankly, I want to exchange a rank 8 immortal material for familiar face. Lang Ya Lan Spirit had still been laughing, but the next moment his laughter turned into anger. Brat, you really think I am stupid? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy thieving heaven demon Venerable's signature killer move. Keep on dreaming. Fang Yuan did not mind it, and asked with a warm attitude, then what's your price? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to change his expression. Impossible. How could I have so many in my hands? Do you really think I picked them up? He cried out in seeming seriousness, lying brazenly. Lang Ya Lan Spirit was in the dark. He sheepishly smiled, then ate. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open as he shouted, 8. You are robbing me. Back then, you told me yourself that familiar face's core immortal GU is attitude GU. Without attitude GU, familiar face simply cannot be used. I am only trying to use it as reference, to make my own deductions and create an immortal killer move suitable for myself. You think I will use 8 whole immortal materials in exchange for merely familiar face? Fang Yuan's saliva flew out as he shouted, landing on Lang Ya Lan Spirit's face. Lang Ya Lan Spirit looked embarrassed, retreating a few steps. He had been tricked many times by Fang Yuan and had learned to bargain. But clearly, his experience was still not enough, and he was stumped by a few words from Fang Yuan. In the end, Lang Ya Lan Spirit's existence was only an obsession formed by heavenly power. They were extremely simple. Lang Ya Lan Spirit being able to reach this stage was already extraordinary. Fang Yuan continued to lower the price loudly with ragged breathing. According to him, familiar face had already been degraded in value to being of no worth whatsoever, while the rank 8 immortal materials' rarity and value were emphasized and enhanced countless times. Lang Ya Lan Spirit was unable to hold his own, and kept taking steps back in defeat. In Fang Yuan's previous life of 500 years, he had worked as a merchant. He ran a merchant caravan and built stores, earning a huge fortune, but in the end it was destroyed in just one day, breaking his habitual thought processes from Earth, and he comprehended the logic that this world was different from Earth. It was a world where the fist was strongest. Fang Yuan finally reduced the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If he tried to reduce it any further, Lang Ya Lan Spirit would not sell familiar face. Land spirits were simple but stubborn. However, thieving heaven demon Venerable's signature move was indeed worth this much at the minimum. Lang Ya Lan Spirit would not make a loss. He had calculated internally, at most he could say he had sold it at base price. Fang Yuan knew he could not change the outcome, immediately paying 5 immortal materials and getting possession of familiar face. Success! The joy Fang Yuan felt was hard to describe. Although he could use the light of wisdom, it would be extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment was Grandmaster level, but his transformation path attainment was merely at Master level. And the familiar series were transformation path killer moves. Even if I could deduce it, it won't be the same. But now what I have is the original familiar face, which contains its full contents without any flaws. Fang Yuan had no mood to keep staying, and left immediately. He returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and started to carefully study the immortal killer move. There was only one core of familiar face, that was the rank 8 attitude GU. This move fully utilized the might of Attitude GU. One could say Attitude GU was the essence of this move, and without it, no matter which other Immortal GU was added, it would be hard to display the profound capability of Familiar Face. Besides Attitude GU, Familiar Face had over 20 supplementary GU. Among them were 2 Immortal GU, including Changeform Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had failed in refining Changeform, while he did not even have the Immortal GU recipe of the second Immortal GU. This was the only blemish in this otherwise perfect matter. It seems that in the past, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was at rank 6, he possessed these 2 supplementary Immortal GU. Shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan entered the underground cavern and used the Light of Wisdom, continuously consuming large amounts of star thoughts as he began modifying the Immortal killer move Familiar Face. Several days later, he succeeded. The 2 supplementary Immortal GU were removed, about 1,000 Mortal GU were added in, barely replacing the effect of the 2 Immortal GU. With this, the activation of Fang Yuan's modified Familiar Face was over 10 times slower and more complicated. The original Familiar Face only had over 20 GU worms, even including Attitude GU, it did not reach 30. The fewer the GU worms, the simpler and faster the process of activation. After Fang Yuan's modification, the number of GU worms was over 1,000, their activation naturally was not as fast and convenient as the original. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Fang Yuan tried activating the modified Familiar Face. The result of the test made him quite satisfied. The modified Familiar Face could show 60% of the original's capability. The 2 supplementary Immortal GU had been replaced with 1,000 Mortal GU, being able to reach this point was already extremely exceptional. It was just that the activation was very slow and required about an hour. This was not of much importance, after all, Familiar Face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined Changeform Immortal GU and used it as the core to form the modified Vaguely Familiar Face. Now, I have this modified Familiar Face where the effect is over 100 times better. I can completely deceive rank 7 GU Immortals, while the specific situation needs to be assessed for rank 8 GU Immortals. Fang Yuan inwardly calculated. The killer move Familiar Face was exquisite beyond compare, especially the Attitude GU at its core, causing Fang Yuan's transformation to not be a transformation of surface appearance, but directly affecting others' minds. Even if Fang Yuan transformed into a stranger, if the enemy was affected by this move, they would feel Fang Yuan was a long-lost friend, or have a warm impression, or feel intense familiarity. After gaining Familiar Face, Fang Yuan spent some time to practice every day. Although Attitude GU was at rank 8, its requirements for activation were very low, only using up mental energy, not using up any immortal essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's practice did not cost much. As he became more accustomed, the time taken to activate Familiar Face reduced to half of the original 1 hour. The preparations are done. Now, I will have to wait for Tai Bai Yunsheng's tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down, staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and occasionally traveling back and forth from that small village which had the Spring Dream fruit tree. He continuously refined Dream Path Mortal GU, and used these GU to pick up large numbers of Spring Dream fruits. As time passed, his injuries gradually turned better, and finally it was the day of Tai Bai Yunsheng's tribulation. Chapter 977. Slavery Immortal GU. The sky was green, the wind that would not stop in all 4 seasons was blowing gently. A pure white and vast city was stably floating in the air, letting out faint golden radiance. At present, humans were the rulers of the world. The variant human races, who once were dominant, were already hiding in corners of the world, surviving with difficulty. And this green heaven fragment world was the paradise for a group of one of the races of variant humans, the Feathermen. Immortal GU House Sacred Feather City was the strongest headquarters of these Featherman descendants. Right now, rainbow flags were hanging in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts could be heard everywhere. All the Feathermen were calling the same name. Yu Fei! Yu Fei! Yu Fei! The Featherman King had passed away. According to their customs, it was time to select the new Featherman King through battles. And just a while ago, the battle had concluded. The most popular candidate, the Featherman Prince Dan Yu, had actually lost. While the ordinary citizen, the black-haired youngster Yu Fei, had obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life's dream. I have become the Featherman King. Yu Fei was severely injured, but it did not bother him, as he raised his head and laughed heartily. He stretched his arms as well as his wings, enjoying everyone's cheers. He grinned from ear to ear, and his mouth was opened wide, revealing his gums. This new Featherman King is quite unique. He is quite different from the other kings. He is an interesting fellow. It seems that he has quite the ambition. He wants to expand the territory of us Feathermen. But after he becomes the Featherman King, he should become more mature. Behind the scenes, 3 Featherman GU Immortals were communicating with each other, wearing smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, a powerful attack suddenly hit this peaceful city. Boom! The enormous explosion shook the entirety of Sacred Feather City. Painful, painful, painful. Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his balance and crashed onto the ground, rolling around in the process. Quickly look, this is... The Feathermen at the front saw something amiss. They pointed at the sky and stammered in fear. They could not speak. Immediately after, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find out that above them, in the green sky, there was a huge crack. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman GU Immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They were startled to awareness as they flew towards the sky. They appeared to face the invading enemies while shouting to their Featherman citizens. Be careful, there is a strong enemy attacking. Quick, sound the alarms, defend our homeland. GU Masters assemble, go to the formation cores and activate the defenses of Sacred Feather City. The entire city was in chaos, fear was spreading. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for too long. They had no competition with the outside world. It was like life inside a utopia. This caused their defenses to be very lax, and with the crowning of a new king, the non-militarized Feathermen could not respond properly. The enemy had come in with such momentum. The 3 Featherman GU Immortals were grim-faced, but they held a hope as they tried to negotiate peacefully. But the command from the enemy's leader, White Sea Xiao, destroyed the 3 Featherman GU Immortals' hopes. This old GU Immortal's eyes were extremely apathetic, as he commanded, attack. The 3 Featherman GU Immortals were no match for them, and could only retreat to the Immortal GU House Sacred Feather City and defend. Sacred Feather City was besieged from all directions by the Western Desert's Immortals. Battlefield killer moves followed one after the other, as they covered the whole area. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves impacted the Immortal GU House, creating grand fireworks. White Sea Xiao had clearly come prepared, as his methods immobilized Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City seemed like it had sunk into a mire. It would be difficult for it to get free in a short period of time. The Feathermen had lived in peace for a very long time, and now they were suddenly thrusted into a life-and-death battle. They were not able to cope in time. The 3 Immortals were also the same, thus losing the best chance to escape. 2 days later. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot out and struck a section of the wall of Sacred Feather City. The city wall immediately crumbled and shortly dispersed into countless GU worm fragments. None of the Featherman GU masters defending the city wall were able to escape. Their dead bodies covered the ground. Dust clouds rose. From within, a slight trace of green light suddenly flashed. Damn it! The battle had already lasted for 2 days and 2 days. The Featherman GU Immortal Zhu Zhong's eyes were bloodshot. He saw the destroyed city wall. Their defense had a flaw now, thus he immediately flew to guard it. Immortal GU houses were essentially formed from countless GU worms. This destroyed city wall meant all the GU worms in it had died, and it was like a hole had been opened in the Immortal GU house. This was like a boat with holes. Its defense had reduced by a large extent. If the enemies pierced through it and took the chance to enlarge this hole, the whole Immortal GU house could be destroyed in the end. Right now, although the hole was small, it absolutely could not be ignored and allowed to be enlarged. Zhu Zhong quickly hurried to block the hole, buying crucial time for the Immortal GU House's self-recovery. However, just when Zhu Zhong had arrived, he heard a sinister laugh. He, you have fallen into the trap. Suddenly, two figures appeared at his sides, flanking him in the middle. The portion of the sacred feather city that had collapsed had already formed a gap which allowed the two GU Immortals to enter. Scoundrels! Zhu Zhong was extremely furious and panicked as he counterattacked. But he had lost the initiative, and after several rounds, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. Bind! From outside the city, a Western Desert GU Immortal got close and suddenly activated his Immortal Killer move. Instantly, Zhu Zhong could not budge an inch, like he was bound all over. The two GU Immortals beside him laughed sinisterly as they struck Zhu Zhong's chest. Zhu Zhong spat out huge amounts of blood and was sent flying back like a cannon, crashing through countless constructions on the way before finally laying down motionless on a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly as he struggled with all his strength. However, the killer move's effect was still there, making him unable to move. Those two GU Immortals came rushing over. Zhu Zhong could not help but feel despair. Zhu Zhong, hold on, I am coming. At the crucial moment, a stalwart figure stood in front of Zhu Zhong. The strongest expert in the Featherman city, First Supreme Elder. Even by collaborating, the two Western Desert GU Immortals were unable to match the First Supreme Elder's strength. This Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, as he attacked in anger, his might burst out. It was overwhelming. The two Western Desert's GU Immortals were unable to attack back, and were soon injured heavily. They quickly retreated back to the hole. The final Featherman GU Immortal, Zhengling, was controlling the Immortal GU house to quickly repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% restored and was getting increasingly smaller. The two Western Desert GU Immortals hurried to the hole in the Immortal GU house, but were unable to escape. They would have to stay and enlarge the hole slightly. However, at this critical juncture, every second was extremely important. The Western Desert GU Immortals simply did not have the time to attack the hole. Zhengling, great work! The Featherman First Supreme Elder was joyous. Right now, the Immortal GU house was continuously being repaired, and the situation had already become such that the enemies were trapped inside, waiting to be attacked. Once they kill these two Western Desert GU Immortals, the Featherman tribe's morale would surely be uplifted greatly. The enemies would be shaken and no one would dare to rashly charge into the Immortal GU house anymore. But right as the Featherman First Supreme Elder was about to kill the two Western Desert GU Immortals, a shocking change occurred. The two Western Desert GU Immortals no longer had panicked expressions, instead replaced by a smile, as if they had a plot which succeeded. At the same time, four Western Desert GU Immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is you. You will die. The leading GU Immortal was actually White Sea Chartuor. At this moment, his aura erupted and surged, an overwhelming might burst out, revealing rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder paled in fear. The moment of carelessness had sent him into a dangerous situation. Damn it! The rank 7 Featherman GU Immortal Zhengling, who was controlling the Immortal GU house, was extremely anxious, activating the Immortal GU house quickly. Both sides were focused in this peripheral area of the Immortal GU house, this crucial battlefield. Old Ancestor, are you all right? Yu Fei shouted as he moved towards the Featherman GU Immortal Zhu Zhong, who was lying on the ground motionlessly. Zhu Zhong was struck by the Immortal Killer move and its effect had yet to dissipate, thus he was still unable to move from the rubble. The newly crowned Featherman King. Zhu Zhong sighed as he looked at Yu Fei. He transmitted his voice, "Leave quickly, the battle here is not something you can participate in." But Yu Fei ignored it, flying towards Zhu Zhong's side and activating Mortal GU, "Old Ancestor, I will save you." Zhu Zhong appreciated Yu Fei's bravery, feeling moved, but also helplessness. There were countless injuries on his body, all inflicted by Immortal Killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. How could they be healed by ordinary Mortal GU? Who? But the next moment, Zhu Zhong's eyes protruded out as he stared at Yu Fei. "You are not Yu Fei, you." Zhu Zhong tried to cry out furiously, wanting to resist, but he could not budge. Before he could even alarm others, Fang Yuan had sealed his voice. The moment when there was a gap in the Immortal GU house, Fang Yuan had used fixed Immortal travel to travel here from northern plains. The Immortal GU house's control near the hole had fallen to almost nil. Fang Yuan was thus not detected by anyone. He then waited for a chance, and taking advantage of when the two sides were in an intense battle, with their attention focused on the key battlefield, he immediately made a move, disguising himself as Yu Fei, and was able to smoothly approach Zhu Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating Slavery Immortal GU. Zhu Zhong resisted intensely, his resistance kept on increasing. But after a while, all his resistance suddenly disappeared, as he was turned into Fang Yuan's slave. In an instant, he turned to Fang Yuan's side. "I finally succeeded." Fang Yuan was completely exhausted. Shortly after, he gave a command to Zhu Zhong, "Go replace Xiangling to take control of the entirety of Sacred Feather City." "Yes, Master." Zhu Zhong moved his heavily injured body, flying towards the center of Sacred Feather City. "Elder Xiangling, go reinforce First Supreme Elder. I will control the Immortal GU house." Zhu Zhong called out. Xiangling was joyous. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was already extremely bad. Although he was controlling the Immortal GU house, the entirety of Sacred Feather City was already immobilized by the enemy. As such, it was not able to display its true power. Instead of using Sacred Feather City's power, it was better for him to go in person to reinforce the First Supreme Elder. "Are your injuries okay?" Xiangling was about to move, but hesitated. "Quickly go. At this point, even if I die, I will guard the Immortal GU house." Zhu Zhong shouted, his whole body bathed in blood. "All right, I am leaving. Hang in there." Xiangling nodded, and turned into a bolt of lightning as he left. Chapter 978. Subduing the Feathermen. Continuous explosions resounded like thunder. Every explosion shook the whole of Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan was standing within ruins, hiding inside the rolling dust and dirt as the entirety of Sacred Feather City shook. Enslaving a GU Immortal is indeed countless times more difficult than enslaving beast groups. Fang Yuan felt the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other life forms created a burden on the GU Master. Back in Northern Plains, during the contest for the Imperial Court, Fang Yuan had commanded tens of thousands of beasts, but it was not that he had enslaved all of them. Rather, through enslaving myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and 100 beast kings, he had been indirectly controlling the whole beast army. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fang Yuan was able to enslave a lot of them. However, Zhu Zhong was completely different. Zhu Zhong had deep wisdom and intelligence. Although enslaving him did not fail, it created an extremely huge burden on Fang Yuan's soul. After all, Zhu Zhong was a GU Immortal. Rank 6 Slavery Immortal GU could only enslave a Rank 6 GU Immortal. It is also because Zhu Zhong is a Featherman and not a human. His intelligence is inferior just by a bit. If I were to enslave a human GU Immortal, I might have failed. I had cultivated Soul Path previously and have some foundation in regards to my soul. But this is only at the limits of mortal levels, and my foundation in it as a GU Immortal is quite shallow. By enslaving Zhu Zhong, my soul has become heavily burdened. If my soul was like an energetic youth before, now I have turned into an old man with a heavy load on my back. With such a sharp reduction in strength, it would be good if I can display 20% of my ability. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. All the paths of GU were broad and profound. So too was enslavement path. At GU Immortal level, there were extraordinary abilities that laymen could not grasp. Simply put, Fang Yuan was a layman in enslavement path. He did not know of any enslavement path Immortal killer moves. If he had, then in combination with Slavery Immortal GU, his current situation might have been much better. He was only able to use the Slavery Immortal GU superficially. But with his previous lives' experiences, along with the help of the Light of Wisdom to deduce the plans, he was able to achieve a huge success. Master, I have received control over Sacred Feather City. Zhengling has already moved towards the battle to support the first Supreme Elder. Zhu Zhong's voice suddenly resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips, clenching his fists subconsciously. He sent a command: first, kill the real Yu Fei. He now had Yu Fei's appearance. The real Yu Fei was his greatest flaw. Shortly afterwards, Zhu Zhong's voice arrived again: Yu Fei is dead, turned into ashes. At present, Zhu Zhong was the only one controlling Sacred Feather City alone. As such, this was accomplished easily. Good, do all you can to control the Immortal GU house and get away from the battle. Fang Yuan sent another command. This time, it took a good while before Zhu Zhong's weak voice arrived: forgive me, Master, I was not able to do it. The whole Immortal GU house is already locked in place by the enemies. Fang Yuan snorted, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. So it is still like this. He did not feel much disappointment. In his previous life, he had laid a trap which caused all the Feathermen to suicide, and he was only able to obtain Featherman GU Immortal Zhengling's soul. Zhengling had personally participated in the battle to defend Sacred Feather City, and not much time had passed, thus his memories were extremely clear. His soul was not like Shui Songzi's, which had been tampered with by a soul path expert. Fang Yuan could easily search his soul and obtain all his memories. It was these memories that let Fang Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. Thus, his timing was so precise, he could infiltrate the Immortal GU house and take the opportunity when the two sides were in an intense battle to successfully enslave GU Immortal Zhu Zhong. There were a lot of opportunities like this, but the best one was this. Zhu Zhong just happened to be restricted by an Immortal Killer move and was not able to budge, providing huge convenience to Fang Yuan. From Jingling's soul, Fang Yuan also knew this Immortal GU house, Sacred Feather City, was locked down by the enemies and was unable to be moved. However, a person like Fang Yuan would absolutely not be reconciled to this. They would personally attempt it. The attempt indeed failed and he was unable to steal this Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan could only choose the second best option, observing from the sidelines and letting the events continue to develop. Similarly to his previous life, Zhu Zhong carried his heavily injured body and controlled the Immortal GU house with difficulty, freeing Zhengling from the duty. Zhengling hurried to reinforce the first Supreme Elder and had a huge fight with White Sea Shatuor and the rest. This huge fight was the most crucial fight of the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. The outcome of the fight was the same as Fang Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shatuor and the rest were beaten back and escaped through the gap in the wall. The first Supreme Elder was heavily injured and was on the verge of death after being targeted by the combined strength of the Western Desert GU Immortals. As for Zhengling, his situation was slightly better. The battle ended, the Immortal GU house was restored and there was no gaps anymore, its defense becoming perfect. However, the Featherman First Supreme Elder's injuries could not be healed and he died within the city. After losing their greatest battle strength, the two Featherman GU Immortals held on for a night, and seeing that nothing could be done, they resolutely decided to give up on the Immortal GU house and leave this place. All the Feathermen gathered together and activated the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish. I wish my clan's Feathermen survive. I wish my clan's Feathermen gain freedom. I wish my clan's Feathermen have a place to live in the world. The Western Desert GU Immortals observed from the sidelines, letting the Feathermen leave. Once the Feathermen left, they could obtain the entire Immortal GU house Sacred Feather City. It was the first time Fang Yuan experienced this heavenly wish. He felt a majestic and powerful white light engulfing him along with the rest of the Feathermen, and transporting them through a white tunnel. He felt he was like a piece of wood dropped into a rapid whirlpool, as he was sent revolving round and round. After about 5 minutes, the surrounding white light suddenly disappeared and Fang Yuan found his footing once again. He was feeling extremely dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen were already sprawled on the ground. Only the two Featherman GU Immortals, Zhengling and Zhu Zhong, were vigilantly standing. Fang Yuan inwardly shook his head at this. It seems that after enslaving Zhu Zhong, my own battle strength is not worth any expectations. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhu Zhong scanned his surroundings. Zheng Ling's expression changed rapidly. Not good. This is a human Gu Immortal's blessed land. We were treated as an earthly calamity and transported here. With Tai Bai Yunxing at the lead, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan slowly flew towards the Feathermen. In his previous life, Fang Yuan helped Tai Bai Yunxing to pass the tribulation and did not invite them. But this life, Fang Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to intimidate them, so he invited them to help. Tai Bai Yunxing was expressionless, feeling both shocked and joyous internally. Fang Yuan looked for me to tell me he could deduce this calamity and told me what to do. I did not dare to believe him then, but now it seems everything is just like what he said. I can definitely pass this earthly calamity. Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both inwardly shocked. Having a Featherman calamity was rare and peculiar. But Fang Yuan had actually accurately predicted it. What did this mean? One of the reasons it was difficult to pass heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was that they could not be predicted. Fang Yuan now had this ability, which was simply like a divine weapon to pass tribulations. As long as they made specific preparations before the tribulation, the probability of successfully passing the tribulation would be raised by a terrifying degree. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's heart sank to rock bottom. In his previous life, when he had seen Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, he had a feeling of contempt. But now, the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, Hei Lou Lan with the great strength true martial physique and Tai Bai Yunxing arrived together, especially the unconcealed aura of Immortal Gu on them. They involuntarily brought huge mental pressure on Zheng Ling. There was nothing much to say after that. With Tai Bai Yunxing displaying the ability of landscape as before Immortal Gu, the Featherman Gu Immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture had become non-existent. In his previous life, just with Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, these Feathermen had been duped over and over. This time, not only was there Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, Zhu Zhong and Yu Fei were also hidden traitors. After a duel, Zheng Ling was once again killed, but Tai Bai Yunxing and the others did not force the remaining Feathermen. This was a mistake Fang Yuan had made last time. This time, he would not make it again. These Feathermen were different from those Feathermen sold in the markets. They lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world, living on for generations in isolation from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen. They would rather suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing did not restrict them, instead negotiating with them deceptively. Under the lead of Zhu Zhong and Yu Fei, the Feathermen moved to star-form blessed land. With these Feathermen, Fang Yuan's development in Western Desert could reach a new stage, and his prospects were bright. This was not his only harvest. After the event, Hei Lou Lan indirectly asked him regarding the prediction of the calamity. Fang Yuan intentionally gave a bitter smile, asking back, "You think I have such an ability? Don't forget, Purple Mountain True Monarch is my master. At the same time, Tai Bai Yunxing is also his disciple." Hei Lou Lan thought, so it was indeed like this. This ability is too powerful. It is not something Fang Yuan can possess, so it was Purple Mountain True Monarch. Unconsciously, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch deepened further. Fang Yuan was able to deal a heavy blow to them. This would be greatly beneficial to him in restricting blazing heaven demonis in the future. It was only that after he enslaved Zhu Zhong, his soul's burden had become very heavy, and there was much difficulty in even refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. This intensified Fang Yuan's desire towards Luo Po Valley. Luo Po Valley and Dang Hun Mountain, if he had both of them, then even if he was a layman in Soul Path, the foundation of his soul would increase rapidly. However, right now, it was still not the time to go to Luo Po Valley. In his previous life, Hei Chen's soul had ended up in Hei Lou Lan's hands. Much of the information obtained through soul searching had been shared with Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan knew that currently, Luo Po Valley had been remodeled into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect, with large numbers of GU formations arranged everywhere. Even in his previous life, when Feng Ju and the other Central Continent GU Immortals had attacked Luo Po Valley when no one was around, these GU formations were able to hold them off until Qing Bai Sheng and the rest arrived. Right now, Luo Po Valley was filled with Shadow Sect's members. It was much more terrifying than a dragon's den. Fang Yuan needed to wait for the appropriate time. Chapter 979. Going with the Flow. After helping Tai Bai Yunsheng pass the tribulation, Fang Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal GU while collecting the Spring Dream fruits, along with expanding his Guts GU and Eerie Fire Dragon Python trades. Soon, his monthly profits greatly exceeded his previous life. It was over 2,000. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of time in investigating and gathering information before deciding on suitable trade partners in his previous life, especially in Western Desert. But now, with his experience, Fang Yuan could easily contact the buyer and save a lot of time and effort, causing his profits to come much earlier than before. Secondly, the hairy men in the Fang Yuan stone nests were now free to refine Guts GU. This was different from last time, when they were still refining Star Thought GU and other GU worms that did not provide income. Thirdly, Fang Yuan did not have any plans to relocate Star Form Blessed Land. He had already made a new alliance agreement with Hei Lou Lan and the others. He might need to relocate it in the future, but it was not an urgent matter now. Fourthly, with the Feathermen forming caravans and dealing with transactions for him, Fang Yuan obtained much benefits in Western Desert quickly. The use of the Feathermen was starting to show. But Fang Yuan was still experimenting for now. He did not send out all of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this aspect, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to use these current Feathermen to increase the population of Feathermen. He might be able to implement slave trade of Feathermen in the future. In terms of slave trade, even though Feathermen were inferior to hairy men, they were much better than rock men. Especially in Western Desert forces, they sacrificed a large number of Feathermen yearly. The demand for Featherman slaves was always high and unceasing. Fang Yuan developed patiently. While he accumulated Immortal Essence Stones, he did not forget to accumulate GU Refinement Immortal materials. Time passed quickly. Lang Ya Blessed Land was attacked by strong foes once again. Lang Ya Land Spirit knew that the enemy was powerful. He had to seek help, sending emergency support letters to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. In this life, Fang Yuan had planned meticulously. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture did not suffer much losses. After receiving the letters, the two of them went to Lang Ya Blessed Land. In Lang Ya Blessed Land, there was a thick fog of clouds that shrouded everyone's vision. They could not see anything, not the sky, the ground, or even their own fingers. This is the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Lang Ya Land Spirit explained in a deep and low tone, and these are the invaders. The Land Spirit waved his sleeves, as several images appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Qin Bai Xing, Jiang Yu, Hei Cheng, Shui Song Zi, He Lang Zi, and Hui Feng Zi, as well as the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, they were all present. It's them! Fang Yuan pretended to be surprised. You recognize these people? Lang Ya Land Spirit quickly asked. Fang Yuan nodded with a serious expression. These people are extremely strong. The leader, Qin Bai Xing, might only have rank 7 cultivation level, but he can fight with a rank 8 GU Immortal. Lang Ya Land Spirit was shocked. So powerful. Fang Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jiang Yu. She has Dark Limit Immortal GU. This is the Supreme Elder handling public affairs of a super force in Northern Plains, Hei Tribe's Hei Cheng. He has an Immortal GU house in his possession. There is also Shui Song Zi. He might be only rank 6, but he is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He is backed by the rank 8 old ancestor Shui Hu. And this He Lang Zi. He is a transformation path GU Immortal with high battle strength. In the past, he rejected a recruitment offer by old ancestor Shui Hu. This is Hui Feng Zi, a wind path expert. His wind path attainment level is very deep. He is the publicly recognized fastest person in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. He had once escaped from many rank 8 GU Immortals. As Fang Yuan spoke, Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression turned grimmer and grimmer. When Fang Yuan finished his words, Lang Hei Lan Spirit's expression was extremely grave. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal, to think that the enemies are so powerful. Then who in the world is this Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan knew who he was, of course, but at this moment, he pretended to show a confused and suspicious expression. He hesitated before saying, "This person is covering his face and has an immortal killer move protecting him. He is very mysterious. Let me make a deduction." Saying so, he pinched his fingers and deduced, his body was covered in starlight as immortal Gu aura surged around him, as if he was working hard. Seeing this, Lang Hei Lan Spirit was deceived. He thought, even though I had approached Fang Yuan many times in the past and asked him to deduce immortal Gu recipes for me, this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I do not know what immortal Gu he is using, but looking at this, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fang Yuan's body faded gradually, his expression was grim as his eyes shined brightly. My goodness, this mysterious Gu Immortal is extremely special. He is an immortal zombie, and one of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. You deduced it so quickly. Lang Hei Lan Spirit was surprised. Beside him, Tai Bai Yun Sheng chuckled, that is only natural. Fang Yuan is a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Lang Hei Lan Spirit was shocked. He assessed Fang Yuan again, looking at him in a different light. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his voice was heavy as he spoke to Lang Hei Lan Spirit, the enemy is so powerful, we are in danger now. Lang Hei Lan Spirit chuckled, no need to worry, as long as we persevere for a period of time, I can capture any Gu Immortal no matter how strong they are. Oh. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. He probed Lang Hei Lan Spirit while pretending to be curious. It seems you still have additional assistance. Lang Hei Lan Spirit smiled with a smug expression. He did not want to say much, but he changed his mind suddenly and probed Fang Yuan instead. You are a Wisdom Path Grandmaster at such a young age? Honestly speaking, I am quite surprised. Why don't you deduce where my confidence lies in dealing with the enemies? Fang Yuan naturally knew that Lang Hei Lan Spirit's confidence was in the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. But afterwards, he pretended to deduce and acted like he was met with difficulty. Eventually, he admitted his failure. I cannot deduce it. Honestly speaking, in the past, I have tried to deduce Lang Hei Blessed Land, but I had no gains. Now is no exception. Ha ha ha. Lang Hei Lan Spirit laughed loudly. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say much. An immortal Gu house could attack and defend, so could the rank 8 Refinement Cauldron. Defensive methods were not just against attacks, they could also defend against the deductions of others. Fang Yuan pretended to fail. This was within Lang Hei Lan Spirit's expectations. From his point of view, this was natural. No matter how outstanding Fang Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical his immortal Gu were, they could not match the rank 8 immortal Gu house, Refinement Cauldron. It is normal for me to fail in deducing it. If I succeed, it would cause Lang Hei Lan Spirit to become very wary. Fang Yuan smiled coldly internally. Lan Spirit were obsessed and pure, but that did not mean they were stupid. Especially when Lang Hei Lan Spirit's original form was Long-Hair Ancestor, this legendary person had a good friend when he was alive, Immortal Yi Yang, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal that created the prophecy of 3 Venerables. He was also a famous person throughout history. Thus, Lang Hei Lan Spirit was clear about the capabilities of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal to a great extent. If Fang Yuan deduced something, it was evidently out of the scope of ability that a rank 6 Gu Immortal had. This would cause Lang Hei Lan Spirit to become very wary and suspicious. He would think, how could Fang Yuan alone deduce anything? Evidently, he has someone behind him. And this great expert is very powerful. He can breach the defense of my refinement cauldron and deduce my arrangements in the Blessed Land. Once he thought of that, Lang Hei Lan Spirit would be very vigilant. He would be on guard against Fang Yuan. After all, Lang Hei Lan Spirit was the obsession of Long-Hair Ancestor. and long-hair ancestor was a hairy man. Towards humans and other variant humans, he had deep wariness. This could be shown from the transformation in personality and manner of speech in Lang Hei Lan spirit in Fang Yuan's previous life. The reason why Fang Yuan could get close to Lang Hei Lan spirit was mainly because he had obtained a certain inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because of his agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Lang Hei Lan spirit had to help Fang Yuan refine GU 3 times. If not for that, how could Fang Yuan, as a human, get so close to Lang Hei Lan spirit? Even though Fang Yuan had to refine Star Thought Immortal GU and All-Out Effort Immortal GU, all along, he did not want to waste this final opportunity to refine GU. That was because he wanted to remain close to Lang Hei Lan spirit. Lang Hei Lan spirit had lived countless years in this blessed land. His interactions with the outside world, other than the transactions inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, were limited to only Mo Tan Sang. He understood that great wealth would attract the greed of others, thus he had been keeping a low profile. At the same time, he had a natural form of distrust towards other individuals. Fang Yuan was not strong back then, thus Lang Hei Lan spirit was not too wary or suspicious of him, but now that he was starting to show extraordinary abilities, Lang Hei Lan spirit would naturally be alert and uneasy. How can an outsider be allowed to sleep beside his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was a white rabbit, but the Fang Yuan who displayed Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was considered a poisonous snake. Matters developed just like in his previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged to guard a cloud building by Lang Hei Lan spirit. But before that, Fang Yuan suggested that they should allow Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan to join the battle. Tai Bai Yunxing gave his assurance as well. But Lang Hei Lan spirit rejected them. Fang Yuan used a different method to deal with Xue Songzi this time. He did not sneak attack Xue Songzi, instead, he fought him openly. Even though it was a more impressive fight, the result was less of a victory. Fang Yuan only fought with Xue Songzi for a while before Shadow Sect's reinforcements came, and Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat. There was no benefit in killing Xue Songzi. He had Immortal GU and Lifespan GU, but they could not be taken. He might as well let him go, so that he could deal with the Central Continent GU Immortals next. Fang Yuan had thought of reminding Lang Hei Lan spirit and making arrangements earlier, so that Refinement Cauldron could take down the group from Shadow Sect in advance, but after considering it thoroughly, Fang Yuan rejected this idea. First, there was a great risk in dealing with Shadow Sect. Qin Bai Sheng was very powerful, Fang Yuan had no confidence against him. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance also had some kind of secret connection, there was more than met the eye. Second, even if Shadow Sect was dealt with, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron would hold the biggest use. If they won, Lang Hei Lan spirit would gain most of the loot. Shadow Sect's base, Luopo Valley, would end up in the hands of the Central Continent GU Immortals. Fang Yuan would get nothing. Third, Fang Yuan needed the Northern Plains Shadow Sect members to resist the Central Continent GU Immortals. Even though he did not know how the Central Continent GU Immortals found Shadow Sect while investigating Fang Yuan, this was something he wanted to see. If Shadow Sect was eliminated, Central Continent would have no obstacles. If they found Fang Yuan, what would he do? Finally, Fang Yuan could guess that the mastermind behind the Battle of Yitian Mountain was Shadow Sect because of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliant Zombie. If they were killed, the influence would be huge. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, unexpected mishaps would occur. With many mishaps, Fang Yuan's plans would be disrupted, his preparations would be in vain. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow for the battle to defend Lang Hei Blessed Land. Altering the result of this battle not only carried big risks, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. A wise person would not do this. Chapter 980. Joining Lang Hei Sect. Retreat. A moment later, he sighed as he ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. Luopo Valley is being attacked. It's the Central Continent GU Immortals who are investigating the collapse of 88 Truyang Building. Qin Bai Sheng transmitted. How could their investigation lead to us? Unless heaven's will. Fairy Jiang Yu's body shuddered. Heaven's will is vast and grand, that is likely the case. But our action earlier caused too much of a commotion. While making preparations for our ultimate plan, Heaven's will obstructed us. Later, on Tian Mountain, I wonder how terrifying Heaven's will's obstruction will be. Qin Baisheng sighed. The two conversed at lightning speed. They transmitted their words to each other, no one else heard them. Soon, Qin Baisheng ordered the Shadow Sect members to retreat from Lang Ya Blessed Land. They have retreated. Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a breath. Damn it! He escaped again. Hei Lou Lan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent. She was deeply frowning, her expression of worry. The hairy man Gu Immortals first cheered before feeling great sorrow. In this battle, they had made a bloody sacrifice, and even found traitors. Life was hard to predict, with the sad state of life and death in front of them. These hairy man Gu Immortals who normally only thought of refining Gu were greatly incited. Lang Ya Land Spirit dismantled the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. His eyes were bright red. He looked at the direction where Qin Baisheng and the others were leaving harshly. These people really think us hairy men are easy to bully. I will return today's humiliation with bloodshed one day in the future. In this battle, because Fang Yuan did not do much, it was quite similar to his previous life. First, Fang Yuan and the others defended the mortal Gu house cloud buildings, but they were destroyed by Shadow Sect easily, breaking the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Once again, the Inkman Gu Immortal was killed by Qin Baisheng rapidly, losing his life. Lang Ya Land Spirit's plan to stall for time was severely disrupted. He had no way out and was pacing around anxiously. In his previous life, during this crucial moment, the Land Spirit transformed. But now, during this period, Fang Yuan gave a suggestion and advised Lang Ya Land Spirit to use an ancient battle formation. When Lang Ya Land Spirit was desperate and at his wit's end, he heard this suggestion and quickly used it. Ancient battle formations were quite different from the currently mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks in an ancient battle formation were much less harmful to the Blessed Land than battlefield killer moves. Lang Ya Land Spirit was desperate. He could only use Heavenly Giant Solar. At this moment, Fang Yuan suggested again, just the few of us, how can we resist them? We need more people. But Lang Ya Land Spirit was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man Gu Immortals, but they were hidden and manipulating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. Especially when he somewhat sensed that there were traitors among them. Fang Yuan had anticipated Lang Ya Land Spirit's response. He suggested that he had reliable aid. Lang Ya Land Spirit frowned immediately. He was very wary of outsiders. The less people who knew about the Blessed Land, the better. Fang Yuan smiled and said, Land Spirit, rest assured, how good is our relationship? I can definitely keep a secret for you. We will not expose any information regarding the Blessed Land. You just need to summon them directly into Heavenly Giant Solar, and let them fight. Afterwards, give them appropriate remuneration. Lang Ya Land Spirit did not want to agree, but Qin Baisheng and the others were attacking more fiercely. Even though they used Heavenly Giant Solar, they were still losing slowly. Lang Ya Land Spirit had no choice. He could only accept Fang Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fang Yuan brought Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Solar and caused this ancient battle formation's power to rise. However, Hei Cheng controlled the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He could resist Heavenly Giant Solar. Qin Baisheng's 5-finger fist heart sword was extraordinarily sharp. It caused great harm to Heavenly Giant Solar. The situation was only suppressed for a moment before it turned bad again. Lang Ya Land Spirit was forced to move the hairy man Gu Immortals in Refinement Cauldron into Heavenly Giant Solar in batches. In the intense battle, Lang Ya Land Spirit's other self was finally summoned. After sending 3 batches, Qin Baisheng finally got a chance and had the traitors take action, starting to take away Refinement Cauldron. Eventually, he obtained many core Immortal Gu from Refinement Cauldron and hurriedly retreated, bringing Shui Songzi as well as the 2 exposed hairy man Gu Immortal traitors. After the battle, Fang Yuan handed fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng. asking him to bring Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan away, without staying. This way, he completed a part of the new alliance agreement that they had made earlier. He had provided a chance for Hei Lou Lan to kill Hei Cheng. But she did not grasp the opportunity. This did not mean that Fang Yuan failed on his side of the agreement. After the battle, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan were very curious and suspicious towards this Lang Ya blessed land. But Fang Yuan did not answer them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared openly. Since Fang Yuan knew everything now, why would he create problems for himself? Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan felt that Fang Yuan was shrouded in mystery and had a deep background. He could actually be related to such an incredible existence. They could not help but think, was this related to Fang Yuan's Master Purple Mountain True Monarch? First, he borrowed attitude Gu, then now, using Lang Ya blessed land, he dealt several blows towards the confidence of Hei Lou Lan's side. This made Fang Yuan very confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demoness. At the same time, he was slightly setting up for the future, where he might cooperate with Hei Lou Lan and the others to capture Lang Ya blessed land. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to have sole possession over Lang Ya blessed land. But many times, ideas were beautiful, while reality was cruel. This was minor preparation for the future in case Fang Yuan needed it. Lang Ya land spirit turned into his second personality. Like in the previous life, he immediately decided to relocate Lang Ya blessed land after the battle. At the same time, he changed the social system in the blessed land and created Lang Ya Sect, inviting Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fang Yuan agreed. Speaking about the remuneration of joining this battle, Fang Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 Immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, instead he sought a request for reinforcements from Lang Ya land spirit. In the future, if Fang Yuan got into a dangerous situation, Lang Ya Sect would need to dispatch GU Immortals to save him. This way, Fang Yuan roped all of the Lang Ya blessed land hairy man GU Immortals onto his side. Lang Ya land spirit handed Fang Yuan a sect mission, asking him to go deep into the icy plain and contact the super tribes that the rockmen and snowmen who were deep underground had created. As long as you complete this mission, I will release some Immortal GU recipes to you. As long as you have enough sect contributions, you can use the points to exchange for the Immortal GU recipes that you want. Lang Ya land spirit tempted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted. Can I take a look at these Immortal GU recipes first? Of course. After seeing them, even with Fang Yuan's broad knowledge and experiences, he was tempted. Lang Ya blessed land had dozens of Immortal GU, but the quantity of Immortal GU recipes was something even Fang Yuan couldn't expect. At the very least, Lang Ya land spirit gave Fang Yuan more than 200 recipes to view. Fang Yuan quickly saw some Immortal GU recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But Lang Ya land spirit rejected him. "My Lang Ya sect has just been established. There are many things waiting to be done. Of course, many missions are available. But this mission is the most dangerous, thus it is given to you. If you die, so be it, I will not feel any heartache. The hairy man GU Immortals cannot die so easily, they are one of our true members." Lang Ya land spirit only spoke the truth. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt at ease internally. "But don't you worry, I aim to create an era of hairy men. The assistance of you and other species are needed. I have a transformation path method to turn your human body into a hairy man. When you become a true hairy man, I will open up the Immortal GU storage and allow you to exchange for Immortal GU or borrow Immortal GU using contribution points." Ha ha ha. Lang Ya land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. This encouragement was extremely straightforward. But Fang Yuan did not care. The first question he had considered was whether he could use familiar face to turn into a hairy man and deceive Lang Ya land spirit. But soon, he gave up on that idea. Not only was the familiar face that he had now an incomplete copy, the original familiar face came from Lang Ya land spirit himself. Even though he was straightforward, he was not stupid. As for turning into a real hairy man, I will not consider it. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the direction the world is going. How can it be easily turned around? Back then, even long-hair ancestor had to hide and conceal his own identity. Right now, he is only a land spirit. What can he accomplish? HMPH, simply wishful thinking. Fang Yuan did not think well of Lang Ya Sect's prospects. In the 500 years of his previous life, Lang Ya Sect was taken down by Heavenly Court. This was the eventual outcome of Lang Ya Blessed Land. Even if the future changes, and it is not Heavenly Court, it could also be other GU immortal forces. Humans were the rulers, the status of variant humans would not change. Fang Yuan's plan, from start to finish, was to extract benefits from Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit turning into his second personality carried greater benefits for Fang Yuan than losses. At least right now, for Fang Yuan, there were greater gains. The original Lang Ya Land Spirit was conservative. He would not create Lang Ya Sect, or invite Fang Yuan to be an external Supreme Elder. He would also not agree to assist Fang Yuan when he was in danger. After the battle to defend Lang Ya Blessed Land ended, the 100 Days battle in Luo Po Valley commenced gradually. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, resting as he created a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU. At the same time, he amassed a huge amount of GU refinement Immortal materials, to make preparations for refining Immortal GU. A month later, he collected all of the Spring Dream fruits, refining a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU. The number was higher than in his previous life. 2 months later, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had settled the relationships on the other side as Fang Yuan used the Earth Tide as an opportunity to enter Eastern Sea. Chapter 981. The Might of a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Just as in his previous life, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were led by the scenic blue travel immortal zombie, Shonan Jiang, passing Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yun Sheng and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to approach and pat Tai Bai Yun Sheng's shoulder affectionately. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng had not been in Eastern Sea for a long time, he had man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal GU that gave him fame. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng assisted Shark Demon and the others in attacking Yulu Blessed Land, his man as before was a huge help to everyone. After Shark Demon said his greetings, he directed his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Sir, you must be Brother Tai Bai's best friend, Wisdom Star Chen Dao. Since you are Brother Tai Bai's friend, you are also my friend. I am but a wandering lone cultivator, I would not dare. Fang Yuan smiled humbly. His body was straight, he looked like a scholar with a handsome face, he had the appearance of a good-looking young man. His skin was fair, the bridge of his nose was high, his thick brows hung over his deep eyes. Right now, Fang Yuan was smiling. With his handsome appearance, he looked like a perfect gentleman, it was very appealing. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was Xingxiongzi, but now, he was Wisdom Star. The power of familiar face was much greater than vaguely familiar face. If Shark Demon and the others could not expose his identity then, it was even more impossible now. Shark Demon's wife, Subai Man looked at Fang Yuan for a while, speaking, I heard that Sir cultivates Wisdom Path primarily and Star Path secondarily. You were highly recommended by Sir Tai Bai. Can we have a demonstration? In his previous life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Xingxiongzi and declared he cultivated Star Path primarily and Wisdom Path secondarily. But now, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level. Even without any Wisdom Path Immortal GU, he had sufficient foundation. Thus, he swapped the primary and secondary path this time. Fang Yuan nodded, saying to Shark Demon and the others, all of you must be curious about my cultivation level, that is normal. Then I shall give it a go, and let everyone critique. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was very humble, but now, even though he spoke in a polite manner, his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Subai Man looked at each other, feeling great anticipation. Tai Bai Yun Sheng felt deep worry internally, but he did not show it on his face. Bo Dan, who was among them, had a grim expression. Fang Yuan's appearance threatened his status immensely, his benefits were being infringed. At once, everyone's gazes were on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. One of his hands was behind his back while the other was holding a feather fan, waving it in front of his chest. He looked around, observing the surroundings. At this moment, it was still the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast area of snow and ice. Once in a while, there would be icy rain forming countless snow monsters, bringing huge problems to everyone. Fang Yuan only took a while to look around before he said, "I have completed my deduction." Shark Demon and the others were shocked. They thought that Fang Yuan was creating some immortal killer move, but to think that he was done so quickly. Subduing spoke in an even more polite manner. "Sir truly has incredible cultivation level. To think that you could unravel the flaws of this battlefield killer move in such a manner without creating any commotion, it is truly amazing." "No, no." Fang Yuan waved his hands. "Madam is too kind. It would take some effort to deduce the flaws of this battlefield killer move. What I deduced was not that." An immortal zombie asked immediately, "Then what did Sir deduce?" Fang Yuan spoke calmly. "I deduced some details about the battlefield killer move. For example, the battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth." Hearing this, the Immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a ruthless nature. He was about to blow up when Subduing stopped him secretly. Bo Dan chuckled, saying, "Chen Dao, are you toying with us? Everyone knows that this battlefield killer move is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. To think that you have such weak abilities but such great guts, you dare to toy with Lord Shark Demon and Lady Subduing." Subduing laughed, relaxing the tense atmosphere. "Hold your tongue, Bo Dan. I am sure Brother Chen is only joking. He has yet to use his true abilities." Fang Yuan shook his head. "Madam, this is what I deduced." Subduing's expression froze. Her gaze also became dark. "What?" Shark Demon snorted. He could not stand it anymore. He stared with furious eyes as he walked up angrily. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng walked forward, standing in front Fang Yuan, obstructing Shark Demon. He cupped his fists to Shark Demon as he said with a bitter smile, "Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not tell you all that my brother Chen is like this. He liked to explain the deduction in bits and pieces. It has troubled me for a long time too." "Oh." Shark Demon's expression eased. He stared at Fang Yuan. "Sigh, oh Brother Chen, tell us your full deduction." Tai Bai Yunsheng pretended to be anxious. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Everyone, I indeed did deduce the origins of this battlefield killer move, but there is not only Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Underneath it, there is Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, Unmoving Troops, is this for real?" Shark Demon was drawn in by Fang Yuan's words. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his fan slowly. "I made the deduction. How can it be wrong?" Shark Demon and Subduing transmitted to each other secretly. Shark Demon was joyful. "My wife, if this wisdom star is accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is incredible." Subduing agreed. "That's right. The few wisdom path GU immortals that we invited earlier faced great difficulty in deducing the battlefield killer move. To think that this person found the answer so easily." Shark Demon pondered. "We will see. What if he is just spouting nonsense and pretending to be mysterious? If he is wrong, what good would it do?" Subduing thought about it as she rejected that possibility. "I think it is unlikely. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunsheng is an honest man. He approves of this person. If he really is a wisdom path grandmaster, then it is understandable that he could find the battlefield killer moves. Secondly, we can confirm his claims. As we attack the blessed land, we can confirm if he is right. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so stupid as to give us information that can be exposed so easily." "Yes, you are right." While Shark Demon and Subduing were conversing, Bo Dan could no longer wait. He sneered at Fang Yuan. "Chen Dao, you are very smart. What an amazing deduction you made. As long as we do not go past Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, who would know if you are right or wrong?" Fang Yuan sighed internally. he had trampled on and framed this Bo Dan in his previous life, it seemed that it was unavoidable this time round as well. Fang Yuan did not want unnecessary trouble, but this Bo Dan was prancing in front of him, he had no choice. At this time, Shark Demon smiled, "Sir Chen, Bo Dan is rude, please don't take it personally. Even though he is rude, he is speaking the truth. The things that I deduce need some time to confirm." Fang Yuan nodded in admission. Subai Man smiled lightly, "I don't know why, but even though this is the first time I am meeting Sir, it is as if we are long-lost acquaintances. I feel a sense of cordiality and trust. Thus, even though we cannot confirm it now, I will believe Sir." Ha ha ha, many people say that as well. Fang Yuan talked big, he was not humble at all. But he did not need to be humble anyway. The effect of familiar face was like this. Shark Demon said, "Sir Chen, we are stuck at freezing rain frozen earth, I hope Sir will help. The faster we unravel this battlefield, the faster we can get to the next layer and confirm Sir's deductions, proving your capabilities." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Lord Shark Demon, that is not true. I am confident in my earlier deduction, I do not need to confirm anything to myself. It is just that all of you do not trust me and need some affirmation." After a while, Fang Yuan continued, "Since you want my help, should we talk about the remuneration first?" Shark Demon frowned, Fang Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. After all, Fang Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7, this attitude of a rank 6 towards a rank 7 could already be considered a form of offense. Fang Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon in his previous life, that was because he wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite. But now, Fang Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance, why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon was attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he needed Fang Yuan's help, Fang Yuan had to make use of this status to gain more benefits. After some negotiation, Shark Demon offered a huge price. Fang Yuan accepted it gladly and started to work. Even though he did not have Star Thought Immortal GU, now was different from his previous life, he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Even if he only used Mortal GU, he could do many things. Most importantly, he had unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Thus, when he worked, results came quickly, it caused everyone to cheer and gasp loudly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan could only focus solely on unraveling the battlefield killer move, but now, Fang Yuan had a lot of leeway in doing it, he placed his focus on learning instead. Be it in his previous life or now, Fang Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was extremely curious in regards to any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fang Yuan gained more understanding about freezing rain frozen earth and obtained deeper insight. The core Immortal GU of freezing rain frozen earth, how many there were, how many supplementary Mortal GU there were, Fang Yuan gradually understood them. Except that he could not investigate for the time being how these GU worms cooperated, and how many ways they could be used in a certain manner. Once in a while, there would be icy rain and snow monsters attacking, but Shark Demon and the others attacked and ensured Fang Yuan's safety. Fang Yuan did not make the same mistake as previously, he did not increase the power of freezing rain frozen earth. Instead, he deduced and unraveled it step by step, weakening the battlefield killer move gradually. As for Bo Dan, he had already shrunken into a corner dejectedly, he did not dare to contest with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was far deeper than in his previous life. Back then, Bo Dan felt indignant, but now, he saw their immense gap and lost all fighting spirit, he felt great dejection. Eventually, when Fang Yuan almost expended all of the Mortal Star Thought GU that he accumulated, he stopped. 60% of freezing rain frozen earth had been unraveled, only 40% was left. Why did Brother Chen stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled, haste means waste, I am feeling tired, we will stop here for today. Shark C was furious, but he needed Fang Yuan's help, he had no other choice, he could only smile, sir, you are right, you need to rest. How about this, you are a guest from afar, do you want to visit my Shark Sea? My personal shark fishing banquet is unique in Eastern Sea. The other immortals gasped upon hearing this. They looked at Fang Yuan with much envy. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression was plain. Then I will trouble Lord Shark Demon. Chapter 982. Grasping the Battlefield Killer Move. After seeing Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were very inviting and warm towards Fang Yuan. While drinking, Shark Demon summoned many female GU masters. How can we not have dances to entertain us while in a banquet? These are the servants that I nurture. They have GU master cultivation level and are skilled in transformation path. They can perform the Sea Demon dance. Many GU immortals have praised it. Today, I will let both of you watch and critique it. These female GU masters were all beautiful like flowers. Their bodies were slim and attractive. Right now, music could be heard as the girls danced. Their sleeves fluttered in the air. They were extremely dazzling and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed as the calming atmosphere became faster. The female GU masters transformed and gained fish tails, becoming mermaids dancing in the air. The music changed again, becoming lively. The female GU masters transformed again, growing shells on their backs, becoming clam girls, dancing around. The music changed again with a metallic feel. The hands of the female GU masters turned into crab pincers. They danced around causing wind to blow. They were bold and grand. The music changed time and again, as the female GU masters transformed every time, showing an array of dancing styles. Fang Yuan had a truly eye-opening experience. Eastern Sea has various unique and wondrous cultures. It is truly different from Northern Plains' brutish and bold beauty. Tai Bai Yun Sheng praised deeply. Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan did not speak and asked, how would Sir Chen critique it? It is indeed beautiful beyond imagination. Fang Yuan said, finding it a bit funny internally. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high. Even though he suppressed Bo Dan, it was through schemes and framing. But now, after displaying great capabilities, Fang Yuan obtained the enthusiastic hosting of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. In his previous life, even though Fang Yuan joined the shark fishing banquet, there were no dances or songs provided for him. But now, its appearance showed that Shark Demon was placing great emphasis on Fang Yuan. As the dance ended, the female GU masters left. Su Bai Man smiled. I wonder which servant Sir Chen and Sir Tai Bai like? Just tell us, I can make the decision and give them to you. I am too old, too old. Thank you, madam, for the thought. Tai Bai Yun Sheng rejected it politely. Fang Yuan said, I have heard some things about the shark fishing banquet. I am more interested in the shark groups outside of the underwater palace. Su Bai Man felt some disappointment, but she smiled. Sirs did not choose the servants, it is their misfortune. But I cannot make decisions about the sharks in this sea. They are my husband's prized possession. Ha, if you want to take part, how can I not agree to it? In every shark fishing banquet, I will gift some sharks. But there is a rule in this. I wonder if you have any understanding towards it. Shark Demon asked. Of course I understand. Fang Yuan nodded, waving the fan in front of him, but I need to confirm with the owner. The sharks in this sea, no matter what we catch or how many we catch, they will belong to us. That is true, but you have to do it personally. Shark Demon nodded without hesitation. Fang Yuan smiled, then let me deduce which is the most valuable shark in this shark sea. If I can really obtain it, I hope you can bear with the pain and give it to me. He. Sir Chen, go ahead and use your methods. Shark Demon smiled. He wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true foundation. Fang Yuan pretended to pinch his fingers and deduce. At once, his body was covered in starlight, shining brilliantly. A moment later, starlight shone and shot out everywhere, filling the entire palace. A moment later, bells rung. The scene was beyond words. Starlight shone with a grand appearance. Aura of Immortal GU surged as Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were moved. They transmitted to each other secretly. This wisdom star Chen Dao is truly incredible. Did you notice? He has already used 3 different Immortal GU. I wonder which wisdom path Immortal GU they are. What they did not know was, Fang Yuan was just pretending. It was a facade. The starlight faded, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. After resting for a short moment, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes burst out with starlight, shooting out several meters past. The light was extremely dazzling, one could not stare directly at it. To think that Lord Shark Demon and Lady Subduing have such incredible methods. You actually used enslavement path methods to restrain a rank 8 level 1-finger flow shark. I am truly impressed. Even though I deduced it, my methods are too weak. I cannot capture this beast. What a shame. Earlier, I spoke arrogant words, but now my abilities are insufficient. I hope the two of you do not laugh at me. The bodies of Shark Demon and Subduing shuddered. Wisdom Star Chen Dao could deduce even this secret. This. At once, this rank 7 GU immortal couple stared with wide eyes. They looked at Fang Yuan with an expression of disbelief. A few breaths later, Shark Demon and Subduing calmed down slowly as they finally reacted. Subduing sighed, I finally know how skilled Sir Chen is. 1-finger flow shark is our greatest secret. Sir Chen might not know this, but to prevent others from deducing this matter, we had put in a lot of effort to ask Song Jiaodan to conceal this information for us. Shark Sea continued, Jiaodan sits in Twin Polar, Hua and hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. Song Jiaodan is one of the 3 most outstanding Wisdom Path GU Immortals in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. Brother Chen's methods could breach Song Jiaodan's defenses. That means that Brother Chen's Wisdom Path attainment can match Song Jiaodan already. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he had overdone it. He quickly waved his hand, salvaging the situation. Oh. I cannot match Song Jiaodan yet. I had been lucky earlier and did better than usual. If I faced off against Song Jiaodan personally, I would not be able to win. Shark Demon's upper body moved forward. He looked at Fang Yuan, saying, I finally have seen Sir's abilities. But, earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did Sir not use Immortal GU? Fang Yuan chuckled, wouldn't using Immortal GU expend Immortal Essence? This would raise my cost in unraveling it. I am not as rich as Lord Shark Demon. If using Mortal GU can also unravel the battlefield killer move, except that the time needed would be longer, why wouldn't I do it? Shark Demon's heart was jumping. Fang Yuan did not mind the time, but he did mind it a lot. He had accepted Zombie Alliance's mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him more. If he did not show progress, others would take over. Thus, Shark Demon and Subduing's pressure had always been high. Sir knows I am a hasty person, dragging on would lead to mishaps. We should take down Yulu Blessed Land as soon as possible. Shark Demon laughed, continuing, it seems that my earlier remuneration did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chen can quote a price, I will try to satisfy you. Fang Yuan shook his head as he smiled, it is better to take down Yulu Blessed Land slowly. Lord Shark Demon, do you not know the value of a battlefield killer move? Of course I do. I know that the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to create a battlefield killer move. But these methods can be obtained from the land spirit after capturing the Blessed Land. Shark Demon said. What if there is no land spirit? Fang Yuan asked immediately. It is only a small possibility. Shark Demon hesitated. There is a possibility no matter how small. Has Lord Shark Demon seen the land spirit after attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long? I doubt that is the case. Thus, the safest way is to slow down the attack and comprehend all of the battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Shark Demon was starting to get angry. He continued to urge him, but Fang Yuan was insistent on his idea. Shark Demon could not ruin their relationship. He needed Fang Yuan's help. He could only endure it. Fang Yuan had no fear. He raised the price, finally stopping after reaching Shark Demon's limit. After resting for a few days, Fang Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal GU, expending many days and finally unraveling the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth killer move for Shark Demon. As for this Star Thought Immortal GU, it was quite a peculiar thing. After Rebirth, Fang Yuan succeeded in his first attempt at refining Star Thought Immortal GU. But in fact, refining Immortal GU was not so easy. He could refine Star Thought Immortal GU because Fang Yuan had a lot of practice in his previous life. Or perhaps his luck had become better after connecting luck to Hei Lou Lan. His elevated luck could be one of the reasons why the GU refinement succeeded. Fang Yuan was accumulating materials now. He waited for the time to be right before he refined the rank 6 all-out effort GU. Time passed, several months went by quickly. Under Fang Yuan's help, Shark Demon had a much easier time attacking Hei Lou Blessed Land than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Fang Yuan one after another. After refining Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan no longer lacked Star Thoughts. He grasped 80 to 90% of Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal GU to create any of the Battlefield killer moves. This was already an immense gain. Fang Yuan's understanding towards Battlefield killer moves had become very deep. Using the light of wisdom, one day, Fang Yuan was confident of creating his own unique Battlefield killer move using the Immortal GU that he possessed. Finally, Fang Yuan faced the Battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops once again. He finally met with difficulty. Unmoving Troops was the final trial in Hei Lou Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very tough to breach. Since Fang Yuan did not have any experience of unraveling it in his previous life, progress was slow. Fang Yuan simply abandoned it. He did not join Zombie Alliance so Shark Demon could not command him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos now. With the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, countless fragment worlds had scattered over Central Continent. In his previous life, Fang Yuan obtained dual Grandmaster attainment level from the fragment world's Dream Realm. But he did not explore the Dream Realm fully. In this life, Fang Yuan was deeply in anticipation. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment level rise again? Or maybe his other paths' attainment levels? Chapter 983. Shocking Appearance of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, and it was temporarily stable. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent their GU Immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that He Fengyang had led Fang Yuan in, the other GU Immortals did not have good expressions. Currently, it was thanks to Fang Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level, otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such a benefit. This fragment world could barely allow a rank 6 bottom-tier GU Immortal to enter. But in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where would they find a GU Immortal who had cultivation level as low as Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan became the sole and unique person in this category. Immortal Crane Sect made full use of the rules of this contest and allowed him to enter the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy by Qing asked Fang Yuan to take care of Feng Jin Huang. Fang Yuan agreed, but he was thinking internally, should he kill Feng Jin Huang here? Due to Spirit Affinity House keeping it a secret and concealing Feng Juji's death, according to Fang Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Juji had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. Even though Feng Juji died in my previous life, at this point, the 100 Days battle has not concluded yet. Anything is possible. Furthermore, Feng Juji's death was not confirmed in my previous life. Most importantly, I harmed Feng Jin Huang back then because I wanted her Dream Wings Immortal GU. But even though she is immortal, she can destroy the Immortal GU with a thought. Even though I am a GU Immortal, I do not have special methods to steal it. Dealing with her now is courting death. With Feng Juji still at the height of power, I will definitely face the attack of Spirit Affinity House and the other forces. Go in. The others have already entered. Your cultivation is the highest, so you are the last one. He Fengyang said heavily. There was no other choice. If Fang Yuan entered first, the mortal GU masters from the other 9 sects could not compete with Fang Yuan. Of course, this showed Immortal Crane Sect's weakness as well. If Immortal Crane Sect was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult to arrange Fang Yuan as the first person to go in. The fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Fang Yuan. An ocean blue lake appeared like a half-torn drawing, suddenly inserted into this mountain valley that was full of trees. This was not a complete Grotto Heaven or Blessed Land. Fang Yuan stepped in directly. At the next moment, he was inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world. Looking back, the GU Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were still in the valley. They were no longer in the same world as Fang Yuan. The gazes of these GU Immortals were either solemn, envious, or jealous. They could not help it. Their cultivation level was too high. They had too many Dao marks. If they entered outright, they would directly cause this weak fragment world to break apart. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, a desolate beast dragonfish was hidden near the small island at the center of the lake. It was influenced by someone's immortal GU and became berserk and frenzied. I have lost self-strength immortal GU and cannot use strength path giant hand. It will be harder for me to capture it now. Fang Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similarly to his previous life, elite GU Masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on the small central island. Around the island, the lake water was treacherous. The desolate beast dragonfish was wreaking havoc, creating huge waves. Fang Yuan descended from the sky, using immortal methods and expending some effort to capture the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. Leaving behind the shocked and paralyzed Heaven's Envy Manor GU Masters, Fang Yuan flew towards the direction of the Dream Realm. Arriving at the Dream Realms area, Feng Jinhuang had already led the 4 GU Masters from Spirit Affinity House and occupied this Dream Realm. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jinhuang smiled. Her facial features were picturesque, her skin was fair and she radiated deep confidence. Fang Yuan smiled too. Before this trip, your mother asked me to take care of you. I will not find trouble with you. I will try to let you have an easy time, but there is a price for it. What can you give me? Feng Jinhuang was prepared and was about to speak. Fang Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use a method to restore an immortal zombie back to human as the price, forget it. I have already found a suitable method. Of course, it is not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Jinhuang stared blankly, being caught off guard. She did not expect Fang Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie revival method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research in Dream Realms far surpasses the other 9 ancient sects. I only need the GU recipe of a Dream Realm mortal GU. I will let you stay at this Dream Realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have Dream Wings Immortal GU. Don't tell me you do not know the recipe of some Dream Realm mortal GU. Fang Yuan suggested. According to the 10 sects agreement, for the representative of Spirit Affinity House, Feng Jinhuang, to occupy this place, she needed to face the challenge of any sect. Only with 2 out of 3 victories could she take away the opponent's rights to claim this territory. Even though Feng Jinhuang had Fairy by Qing's immortal GU, will, and immortal essence, she was still immortal. She could not beat the immortal zombie Fang Yuan. Feng Jinhuang's expression was bitter. Fang Yuan, your request is too hard to meet. I have Dream Wings Immortal GU, everyone knows that. But the value of a Dream Path Mortal GU recipe is immense. You may be severely underestimating it. I have used some Dream Path Mortal GU before, but they were only extremely secret practice. I planned to combine them with Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move, but I failed. Those Mortal GU were given to me by the sect. I do not know a single Dream Path Mortal GU recipe. Change your request, for example, a Strength Path Mortal GU recipe. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale. Dream Path was still being explored. It had not been created yet. Even though Dream Path GU worms were appearing, they were limited in quantity. To make Dream Path a mature path, it was not enough with just Dream Wings or Dream Travel. Only a widely cultivated path can be known as a path. Dream Path was still developing in its infancy period. In the 5 regions, only super forces could research on it. Thus, the value of Dream Path Mortal GU recipes was immense. Fang Yuan did not pester about this matter. He knew, even if Feng Jin Huang knew any Dream Path Mortal GU recipes, she would not hand them to him. Thus, this request was only to set up for his true motive. Fang Yuan said, "Then in that case, I want information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You may not know, but this person is a legendary character from Spirit Affinity House. Hand his information to me, don't try and deceive me with those details already in the market." Feng Jin Huang thought, this Fang Yuan underestimates me. Even though I am a mortal GU master, I have been in the GU immortal world since a young age. How would I not know Bo Qing? But why is Fang Yuan seeking Bo Qing's information? She thought again, Bo Qing is already dead, what's wrong with agreeing to it? It is easy for Mother to get the information, even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets. I know my limits, I will not hand all of the confidential information to Fang Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Jin Huang agreed. But Fang Yuan continued, this dream realm is something Immortal Crane Sect must have. The duration of your exploration will depend on what information you give me. You can transmit to your mother to start preparing already. 2 hours later, in Central Continent's time, I want to see it. Then, according to the value of the information, I will decide your time in the dream realm. Feng Jin Huang's heart sank. She knew that Fang Yuan could not be fooled so easily. She was the treasure of both her parents, she naturally had Immortal GU with her, and large numbers of Information Path Mortal GU, Fairy by Qing could learn about Feng Jin Huang's status at any time. After spending some effort, both sides finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan was very straightforward, he left the area near the dream realm immediately. This time, even though he had already subdued the Desolate Beast Dragon Fish, he still needed to take the Desolate Beast Hidden Essence Turtle and the Desolate Plant Nether Grass. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, a few days had gone by in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Fang Yuan captured the Hidden Essence Turtle and Nether Grass, and just like his previous life, he let out some rock men to explore for him, searching for valuable GU worms or materials. He returned to the Dream Realm's location as Feng Jin Huang handed him the first batch of information, while unable to conceal her dejected and irritated emotions. Fang Yuan looked at the information as he nodded, it was very in-depth, as expected of Spirit Affinity House's internal information. In my previous life, the Heavenly River in Central Continent had a huge disturbance and many GU immortals gained a lot of benefits, but I could not interfere. This time, with my experience, I will not need to make many deductions, I can save much time and effort, I might be able to explore Falling Heavenly River in time. Fang Yuan thought as he evaluated openly, this information, although in-depth, does not talk much about secrets. According to our agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, that is in terms of the fragment world's time. Feng Jin Huang nodded, sighing internally. She had overestimated herself, while underestimating the Dream Realm's difficulty. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal GU, she could not pass the first layer of the Dream Realm. She had thought that 6 to 7 days was enough to explore this Dream Realm completely and obtain great gains. But the cruel reality was like a loud slap on her face. If I knew this, I would lower the price during our agreement. Now, this information can only provide me 3 days, this is not enough to even heal my injuries. Sigh. Feng Jin Huang sighed deeply again. Fang Yuan knew about her status clearly, but he pretended to not know and left. But secretly, he turned towards the other side of the Dream Realm and entered it stealthily. With his previous life's experience, he was very proficient, and with enough preparation, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal GU, he could use the killer move Unravel Dream much more frequently. The first layer's Beastmen Wind Not Grass Dream Realm, the second layer's Mountain Peak Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm, they were all unraveled. He finally came to the third layer of the Dream Realm. He did not manage to come here in his previous life. There was a shore with willows on it, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was playing the zither. You are finally here. She looked at Fang Yuan, starlight shining brilliantly in her eyes, as her mouth was showing a mysterious smile. Fang Yuan's body shuddered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 984. Mystical Dream, Mysterious Song. The night was calm, as stars filled the sky. The water of the lake was peaceful. Fang Yuan had just entered the dream realm when he stood in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was staring fixedly at the female immortal, feeling extremely surprised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Throughout history, among the 10 Venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable, with his appearance publicly unknown. As for the others, their appearances were widely known. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second Venerable in history, a disciple of primordial origin Immortal Venerable, as well as the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court. She had incredible accomplishments and fame. Her appearance was known by all. Fang Yuan recognized her instantly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a tall body. She wore a long blue dress as it was dragged along the ground. She had a long black waterfall-like hair, extending to her waist. Her brows were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in the well, peaceful but oozing with wisdom and mystery. Her skin was white like snow. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply as her slender hands played the zither. "You are finally here." She spoke slowly. Her voice was soothing like this beautiful night sky. "Interesting, in this dream realm, who is my character?" Fang Yuan looked at his clothing. He realized that he was in his true appearance. This was shocking to Fang Yuan. Logically speaking, this should not be happening. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fang Yuan was in the form of a child. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking the path of immortals. Why was he in his original appearance now in the third layer of the dream realm? Before entering this dream realm, I have been activating the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. Right now, even this Immortal Killer move has lost its effect. Maybe this dream realm is so deep that my soul has already submerged deeply into it. Fang Yuan thought about this and became increasingly alert. When he was exploring the first 2 layers of the dream realm, he was clear that it was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul sank into it completely, he would lose that perception. He would think that everything was real. Like back then, when Hei Lou Lan was undergoing tribulation and had fallen into a dream realm, as it continued to loop, she lost herself in that world. In this dream realm, I am in my original appearance. This is a sign of my soul sinking into the dream realm. It seems that this third layer is extraordinary. Fang Yuan thought of this and focused, not daring to be careless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in front of him seemed to understand Fang Yuan's worry. She smiled lightly. "Don't be afraid, listen to my song." Saying so, her tender fingers moved. The zither produced an alluring and beautiful sound under her manipulation. It was like the soothing sound of flowing water. Next, she opened her mouth and sang with an ancient tune and method. Fang Yuan only heard her sing. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was clear like a mountain spring, flowing into the deepest part of Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that the song was some kind of prophecy. It contained deep meaning. It was trying to say something, but he could not comprehend it in this short time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song. Her figure gradually faded, but the mysterious smile was still hanging on her face. Fang Yuan focused intensely, concentrating his mind, but at the next moment, the dream realm vanished. What happened? This dream realm suddenly vanished. Outside the dream realm, Feng Jin Huang, who was recuperating, opened her eyes with shock and suspicion. Fang Yuan concealed his figure in time. He was not exposed. He stealthily left this place, feeling great shock. Why did this happen? The third layer of the dream realm vanished before I explored it. What sort of dream was it? Why was it so mystical? Even with the 500 years of experience in my previous life, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned tightly. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It had a sort of great meaning and purpose regarding him. In the dream, what was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable trying to sing? What was she trying to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall, but he could not remember anything. It was like a person waking up after a dream. Even though he knew there was a dream, he could not remember any details about it. Fang Yuan thought hard, even using wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the contents of what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sang. Only the sound of the zither remained in his mind. At the same time, in southern border, Shadow Sect's base, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land contained the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Yangsha held 9 rank 8 Immortal GU, stepping into the dream realm slowly. The moment he went in, Old Man Yangsha felt a cold and surging killing intent. Die, die, die. A man dressed in a black robe pounced at him with bloodshot eyes and messy hair. At once, Old Man Yangsha could not move at all. If outsiders were here and saw this black-robed man, they would scream, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." At the next moment, Old Man Yangsha was forced out with a heavily injured soul. Returning to his body, he spit out a mouthful of blood, his expression pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than the Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dream realm that Fang Yuan had explored. Old Man Yangsha only entered the first layer of the dream realm and was forced to act as a character in the dream. This character was an enemy killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Old Man Yangsha tried countless times, but the moment he entered the dream, he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, unable to react. But I have already left the Immortal GU in the dream. It is time to use the killer move. Old Man Yangsha disregarded his injuries. His old and wrinkled right hand opened and revealed an Immortal GU in his palm. This Immortal GU was refined by Yu Mu Chun in Central Continent. It was of rule path, named Become Real. Become Real Immortal GU was activated by Old Man Yangsha using Immortal Essence, turning into a flash of silver light, flying into the sky. It flew around the dream realm in the air, creating a long silvery trail that stopped in the air and did not disappear. Rise! Old Man Yangsha chanted internally. Countless GU worms flew out of his immortal aperture, circling around Spectral Soul's dream realm, forming a formation in the air. The hundreds of thousands of mortal GU, all rank 5, with Become Real Immortal GU and the 9 Immortal GU left in the dream realm as the cause, formed into a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Yangsha's face was purple and gold. The immortal essence that he accumulated in his life, along with all his GU worms, were all expended or dead. Only a silver light cocoon was left. It was huge and wrapped around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm completely and tightly. Old Man Yangsha let out a breath of air. His body shook as he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but he was joyful and looked at the silver light cocoon, muttering to himself, "Next, we will have to wait for it to mature." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, coming out of the underground cave. He had succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield, using Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cause. It did not have explosive strength, but it could endlessly drain the enemy's battle strength over time. The Light of Wisdom is truly formidable. If I had to deduce this alone, I would not have any results even after 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Even though this Star Soul Battlefield only had 600 or so GU including Immortal GU. In fact, the coordination of the GU worms and the methods to use them were extremely complex. Thus, to set up this Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan needed at least a few minutes. This time was not too long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves took a long time to set up. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan faced off against the 4 elders of Hei tribe and their Green City rampage, the immortal battlefield killer move Orchard Garden in Mountain was prepared in advance a while before. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot rival Orchard Garden in Mountain. but the ability to drain the enemy's strength inside the battlefield is almost endless. It is superior to Orchard Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, my Star Soul Battlefield used Fighting Soul Battlefield as the main reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to test it on a suitable target. He quickly thought of the One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength. It also has 3-time path Immortal GU. My Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Furthermore, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I will also have to fight Shark Demon and Subduing Man. Fang Yuan discarded this unrealistic idea very quickly. He could cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness, of course. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had already sent many letters to Blazing Heaven Demoness, establishing some common grounds and understanding. If Fang Yuan used his identity as Hei Lou Lan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, it was highly possible. But Fang Yuan did not want this. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, in terms of loot, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness. He would only gain a small portion of the benefits. And it was impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Subduing Man. Even though Fang Yuan was not a Zombie Alliance member, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. According to the Alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could only suppress Shark Demon and Subduing Man. She could not take their lives. However, I need to look for Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I do not find her, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan might conceal her existence to try and deal with me using her. If I take the initiative to find her, Hei Lou Lan will lose all hope in this aspect, and it will also be a form of deterrence towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon and Subduing Man in Eastern Sea were already in great anticipation regarding Fang Yuan. In this life, their progress in attacking Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced due to Fang Yuan. But the final step, unmoving troops, was extremely difficult. Shark Demon and the others had no way to break it. They could only look at the Immortal GU fluttering in the air while sighing. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan's help was apparent. But Fang Yuan ignored him completely. Rather than helping him, he might as well help Blazing Heaven Demoness in devouring Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was closer than Shark Demon. Fang Yuan could get much more benefits by working with her. Chapter 985. Fang Yuan's entry into Ascending Heaven Plane. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking far away into the horizon. He only saw that the sky was vast. His vision was filled with blue, both from the sky and sea. Waves were moving about, the atmosphere was grand. These were the special characteristics of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was peaceful, the scenery was flat and still, like the grand and brutish northern plains. Yet when fierce waves appear on the surface of the seas, turning it into a dangerous place, the resemblance to northern plains vanishes. Along with the changes of the seas and waves, Eastern Sea constantly shifted in various ways. Precisely because of these changes, such grand scenery could be created, and there were cultures that had various unique features. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was rather small. It was within Zombie Alliance's territory, the private sea area of Bo Dan. But Bo Dan had been chased out long ago. The person who was occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, rank 8 Firepath Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A moment ago, the letter GU that Fang Yuan had prepared for Blazing Heaven Demoness had been tossed into the sea. But there was no disturbance in the sea. "Who are you?" "Such guts, you interrupted me when I was at the most crucial moment of refining GU." Suddenly, Fang Yuan heard a voice. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had used his investigative methods long ago, but Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be traced at all. Fang Yuan did not sense her. She actually got close to him, and before she spoke, Fang Yuan had no idea. On the surface, Fang Yuan was unmoved. He spoke calmly and slowly turned around, bowing. "I am Fang Yuan, my respects to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness." "Fang Yuan?" Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with brilliance. These last days, her mood had been good. because she and Fairy Li Shan had started to communicate using letters ago, and in the letter, Fairy Li Shan mentioned that she was trying to mend their relationship for the sake of Hei Lou Lan. Earlier, she was not refining GU. But when she received the information path Mortal GU, stating that it was Hei Lou Lan's friend, Blazing Heaven Demoness was curious and wary. She sneaked out and got close to Fang Yuan, probing him. Fang Yuan did not sense her, because of his rank 6 cultivation level. Blazing Heaven Demoness wariness fell drastically. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a tough personality. The moment she spoke, she claimed that Fang Yuan had interrupted her refinement. She wanted to gain the initiative in the conversation, so that she could pressure him later. But the initiative that she took did not faze Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness was impressed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, "That is me." Saying this, he deactivated Familiar Face, turning from the appearance of Wisdom Star back to his immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness pupils expanded slightly. She sighed, "This rank 8 attitude GU is really amazing. I could not find any flaws in it." However, what is your relationship with Wisdom Star Chen Dao? Fang Yuan laughed, "Wisdom Star Chen Dao is me, but I am not just Wisdom Star alone." Blazing Heaven Demoness' impression of Fang Yuan rose. In Fairy Li Shan's letters, she did not mention that you had Wisdom Path attainment. She had been eyeing Yulu Blessed Land for a long time. Thus, she had been collecting information about Shark Demon secretly. The information of Wisdom Star Chen Dao that Fang Yuan had been disguised as was known by Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I venture into Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder if you are interested in Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan spoke about his intention. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, "What do you think?" Fang Yuan was calm and collected. "If you are not interested, I would not have come here." Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, "Is this also the intention of your master, Purple Mountain True Monarch?" Fang Yuan did not deny it. "Madam, with my capabilities, as long as I am given some time, I will be able to unravel the final battlefield killer move in Yulu Blessed Land. But how to get rid of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man will be your matter." Without Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would not be so confident. But with the Wisdom Path Immortal GU in his hands, and with the fact that the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was unmanned, Fang Yuan would not face much difficulty in dealing with it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression sank. Fang Yuan had control of the flow of the conversation. She could no longer control her patience. Baseless talk. She snorted, "You say you have the ability, is that necessarily true? How can I believe it?" The anger of a rank 8 GU Immortal was not to be underestimated. The atmosphere became heavy at once. Fang Yuan smiled calmly. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would react like this. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not familiar with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences. He knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness' temper. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had control of the conversation. "It is simple to get Madam to believe in my abilities. Please bear with me." Saying so, Fang Yuan started deducing. At once, starlight shone on his body as Immortal GU aura surged. After a dozen breaths, Fang Yuan stopped pretending. He said to Blazing Heaven Demoness, sighing, "A rank 8 great expert is truly difficult to deduce. Is this your excuse for failing?" Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. "Of course not." Fang Yuan's lips curled up. "I have already deduced that Madam has already contacted the Zombie Alliance headquarters and is prepared to push aside Su Bai Man and Shark Demon. Bo Dan has already been captured, right? Subduing him first, then letting him go and making him bribe Su Bai Man with an immortal material. By then, you can find an excuse of stealing immortal material to righteously seek trouble with them." Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was very shocked internally. She did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan so quickly in such a short time. She was a rank 8 GU Immortal. Even though she was Fire Path, she had methods to defend against the deduction of Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Why did her methods fail against Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make Little Sister feel wary and cause a loss to Little Lan. No, maybe this is what his master Purple Mountain True Monarch deduced, he is only using that information to act in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down quickly. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie, anyone who could reach rank 8 was not easy to fool. Alright, since you have the ability, I have a difficult problem for you to solve. Saying this, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed him and fire burst out, surrounding Fang Yuan's entire body. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He saw Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering personality once again, but he was not afraid that she would cause him harm. Because Hei Lou Lan's attitude GU was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness tried to kill Fang Yuan, would she not be afraid that Fang Yuan would destroy attitude GU along with him? Fang Yuan did not resist, he was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned into a rainbow of fire and tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes could only see fire, he could not move. He did not know how long it took, but suddenly, the flames vanished and Fang Yuan found himself in a plain. This plain was filled with greenery, young and tender grass grew over the entire plain. The plain had few trees, one could see very far. What was most eye-catching was a palace not far away. This palace had a green-gold floating sculpted design, the surface was carved with the sea, sky, and mountains. This was the design style of the remote antiquity era. The radiating immortal GU aura showed that this palace was extraordinary. This was an immortal GU house. At this moment, many GU immortals were standing on the plain, surrounding this immortal GU house from all directions. There were some GU immortals who floated in the air, far from the immortal GU house. Whichever GU immortal it was, their gazes were all focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a fiery rainbow had descended, it was a huge disturbance, nobody could miss it. Blazing Heaven Demoness released her rank 8 GU immortal aura, causing them to focus on her. With such a high-profile entrance, Fang Yuan who came along with her was also heavily locked on by many gazes. I am Song Kuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Cai Xiong pays respects. I, Ruo Lai Gui Yi, am truly honored to be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness in person. Soon, 3 GU immortals acted as the representatives and spoke. Even though their cultivation level was not as high as Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were the representatives of Song Clan, Cai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan. These 3 clans were super forces in Eastern Sea. They were also the main forces competing for the ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant with them. She nodded lightly at the 3 of them, speaking, I have heard about old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance, I am here to try and obtain it. You can feel free to handle your own matters. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness said that casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level was at rank 8, and she even had a huge force, Zombie Alliance, behind her. If Zombie Alliance wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, there would be a huge disturbance in the current situation within Ascending Heaven Plane. Lady Blazing Heaven is from Northern Plains, you are a guest here. How can we be so rude? I am unworthy, but allow me to accompany you. Song Kuan took the initiative and flew over. Brother Song Kuan is right, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived here, I am willing to explain the situation to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Cai Xiong had just spoken when Ruo Lai Gui Yi also flew towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave the 3 immortals a look, she did not chase them away, she allowed them to stand beside her. The geographical location of Ascending Heaven Plane meant that Zombie Alliance could not intervene in it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but the ones who could influence this place only numbered to 3. These 3 clans contested both up front and in secret, but when a strong external force like Blazing Heaven Demoness came, they collaborated and resisted her together. There was no need to guess, Blazing Heaven Demoness knew that these 3 had already informed their clans, soon, rank 8 experts were going to show up and hold the fort for them. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though what was in Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not obtain it. Even though she was a rank 8 GU immortal, if she tried to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not help her, she would offend the three super forces. Blazing Heaven Demonis had a domineering and firm attitude, but she was not stupid. In fact, she was very wise. She understood the value of giving in. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have established that alliance agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demonis' motive in this trip was not to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. She wanted to test if Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, or whether he was only a fraud, merely relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch. Chapter 986. Wisdom Path fame spreads in Eastern Sea. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, obtain the Tian Nan inheritance here. Blazing Heaven Demonis said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He understood Blazing Heaven Demonis' intention. His wisdom path methods were only exposed recently. Even Hei Lou Lan and the others were not very clear on them. Blazing Heaven Demonis wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land. She needed to test the might of Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods. If Fang Yuan had decent capabilities, she would believe him and entrust the duty of attacking Yulu Blessed Land to him. If he was a fraud, Blazing Heaven Demonis had to find someone else. As for Fang Yuan, if he was useless, he would have to scram. Wisdom Star, why is this name so familiar? Since this person is thought highly of by Blazing Heaven Demonis, he must have some proficiency. HMPH, not only are the space path Dao marks in Ascending Heaven Plane complex, they change at every moment. Our three clans are restricted by this and have little progress. How is it possible for him who is working alone? Song Kuan, Cai Xiong, and Ruo Lai Gui Yi transmitted to each other, as Fang Yuan landed on the ground, walking towards the Immortal GU house that old eccentric Tian Nan left behind. Not just the three of them, the other GU Immortals' gazes were also on Fang Yuan. In the Song clan camp, a young woman was dressed in white, seemingly glowing with snow-white light, pure as jade. She was the prized jewel of Song clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yisha. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. At this moment, Song Yisha's eyes stared at Fang Yuan unblinkingly, filled with curiosity. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon has been attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He is doing all that he can to ask this person to help. Earlier, it was Chen Dao who helped Shark Demon unravel the first few battlefield killer moves at a rapid pace. But for some reason, Chen Dao started ignoring Shark Demon recently. Strange. Little Shu, why are you so knowledgeable about Chen Dao? Come to speak of it, this lad has quite the gentlemanly appearance. He is also quite handsome. One glance at him produces good feelings towards him. A female GU Immortal senior from Song clan teased Song Yisha. Song Yisha's face turned bright red. She explained, Chen Dao had once exposed one of Shark Demon's secrets, but Shark Demon had asked Uncle Song Jiaodan to protect this secret. This is why I am paying attention to him. Now was different from his previous life. Back then, Fang Yuan had been disguised as Xingxiong Zi, an elderly man. But now, with attitude GU and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally would make full use of this killer move. He transformed into a handsome appearance which could make people put down their guard, to make it easier for him to execute his current plans. Song clan's GU Immortals heard these words and their expressions changed. Song Jiaodan was the pride of Song clan. He was also one of the three publicly recognized Wisdom Path GU Immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jiaodan's methods. Just in this aspect, one could see his capabilities. At once, the GU Immortals from Song clan looked at Fang Yuan with changed gazes. Fang Yuan walked 5 to 6 steps under everyone's eyes before stopping. His expression was calm, but he was secretly on alert. Ascending Heaven Plane was not simple. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were usually very mysterious. For example, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were filled with Soul Path Dao marks, while Ascending Heaven Plane had an uncountable number of Space Path Dao marks. Precisely because of these Space Path Dao marks, Ascending Heaven Plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even a mortal could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through Ascending Heaven Plane. However, after the havoc caused by Ren Zhu's children, many of the immemorial heavens were destroyed. Even Ascending Heaven Plane was implicated. Ascending Heaven Plane was no longer as safe as during the immemorial Antiquity era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like interlinked spider webs, and they were changing all the time. Even though Ascending Heaven Plane looked peaceful and safe currently, danger was lurking everywhere. It was full of life-threatening traps. Even GU Immortals would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks here if they were careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test the capabilities of my wisdom path methods, and also to suppress me through a show of force. She is probably still suspicious that I am relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch, not using my personal wisdom path methods, instead acting as a middleman. After all, the things I deduced were all predetermined matters. The deductions could be prepared earlier. Only in this environment which is ever-changing can my wisdom path ability truly be tested. It was not surprising that Blazing Heaven Demoness would be suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's display of wisdom path methods was too sudden. Furthermore, he was an immortal zombie. There were wisdom path immortal zombies, but after becoming an immortal zombie, it was rare for them to still have such formidable wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with star thoughts, colliding continuously. With Star Thought Immortal GU, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan a great amount of confidence. After a while, he continued moving forward, progressing towards old eccentric Tian Nan's Immortal GU house. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this time and place, he was about 300 steps away from old eccentric Tian Nan's Immortal GU house, but he had already caught up to the farthest GU Immortal. This GU Immortal was from Ruo Lai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had reached the same progress as him, he smiled without feeling ashamed. Fang Yuan deduced again. The space path Dao marks here were invisible and did not show traces. He had to make deductions to progress. He had already reached the end of the path that he deduced earlier. Fang Yuan needed to walk and stop, while deducing on the way. Deducing a long path was not worth it. Because the space path Dao marks kept changing at varying speed, even if he deduced a long path, by the time he walked on half of it, the latter half would change. The result would be that half of his deduction was wasted. I need to demonstrate my value so that I can participate in Hei Lou Blessed Land. I need to show my wisdom path ability. It seems that after this trip, my reputation as Wisdom Star is going to become renowned in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had an understanding while deducing. Several minutes later, he had surpassed many of the GU Immortals on the ground. He was one of the closest people. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. Cai Xiong stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? This attainment level is at least Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Ruo Lai Guiyi gritted his teeth. Song Jiaodan sighed internally. It is a pity that my clan Song Jiaodan cannot come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been ours long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very pleased. With such an achievement, it was enough to be qualified to attack Hei Lou Blessed Land even in the vast Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shock. How many years has it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? Not only did he cultivate Strength Path, he also has such an attainment in Wisdom Path. And from Sister's letter, he even displayed exemplary enslavement path methods in the Imperial Court contest. This shows how incredible his master Purple Mountain True Monarch is. This should be enough. I am 108 steps away from the Immortal GU house now. Even though I can progress more, I am already one of the closest people. If I move any closer, I would attract trouble. Fang Yuan assessed this situation. Relying on Blazing Heaven Demoness, Shark Demon and Su Bai Mang could be bullied. But against Song Clan, Cai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness was too weak. The space path Dao marks here became more numerous and changed faster as one got closer to the inheritance. Thus, the difficulty of deduction rose rapidly. With just Fang Yuan's capabilities, he could not get to the Immortal GU house. Especially after he got to within the range of 80 steps, he would need a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. The Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move here did not mean defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, or attacking methods like Myriad Star Fireflies. it needed to be specialized for deductions. Fang Yuan did not have this foundation. But he had Wisdom GU. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom GU, he could use the Light of Wisdom. Relying on it, he could obtain a result that far surpassed any deduction Wisdom Path killer move. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through already. He would be 50 steps away, not 100. The Light of Wisdom naturally could not be known to others, and in any case, if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave. The three super forces were wolves waiting to pounce. How could Fang Yuan leave after taking their food? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed internally. Fang Yuan truly was very aware of the situation. Not to mention this rank 6 immortal zombie, even with her rank 8 cultivation level, she did not dare to attempt to take the treasure here. She wanted to leave already. But leaving without fighting would cause trouble. Song Clan, Cai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan were three super forces that treated Ascending Heaven Plane as theirs. Blazing Heaven Demoness coming here would cause others to place their attention here if they did not show a firm stance now. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left now, the three super forces would pursue the matter for sure. She might as well stay and settle it now. It was impossible unless she fought with a rank 8 GU Immortal. As expected, not long later, rank 8 GU Immortals from the three clans appeared, getting into a vague alliance as they spoke with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, although alone, was not weak in stance. She suggested for them to fight. The 4 Immortals flew to White Heaven. The scene of their fight was unknown to everyone. After fighting, Blazing Heaven Demoness descended, laughing loudly as she left with Fang Yuan. The three rank 8s from Song Clan, Cai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan showed deep wariness and solemnness in their eyes. They secretly conversed. I have heard that Northern Plains GU Immortals have incredible battle strength, above the other 4 regions. After this battle with Blazing Heaven today, it appears true. Although she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We can only resist her when 2 of us collaborate. She has great Grandmaster Fire Path attainment level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Earlier in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, giving her the title of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She is extremely thuggish and unscrupulous. Even though she left, in my opinion, we need to guard against her. Your words make sense. Chapter 987. Star Fog Conceals Traces. The sounds of waves penetrated the thick fog as it entered the sea strait. Song Jiaodan sat beside the cliff, his eyes were shut as he rested. His lower body was encased in grey stone. His upper body had the appearance of an old man. It was extremely wrinkled and he looked very aged. Suddenly, his eyelids moved. He sensed that Song Clan's first Supreme Elder, the rank 8 GU Immortal Song Qi Yuan, had used his token. At Song Jiaodan's will, the fog dispersed, revealing a path to walk on. A moment later, from the path, 2 figures walked in. One male and one female, both GU Immortals. The female Immortal was dressed in white. She was like a lotus flower, pure and moving. Her clear eyes were oozing with liveliness and anticipation. The male Immortal was middle-aged. He was experienced and mature, walking behind the female Immortal. Uncle Jiaodan. Song Yisha called out from afar. Song Jiaodan wanted to smile, but his face was firm like a statue. His muscles were stiff and could show no expression. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could fuse with the world and make deductions. They were often very accurate. But the advantages came with disadvantages. Song Jiaodan lost his freedom. His lower body turned into stone and had fused with twin polar sea strait. When his lifespan runs out, he would turn into stone completely, losing all life. Eventually, Song Jiaodan could only speak expressionlessly in a low and drawn-out tone. Little Xia, cousin Xia Qi, it has been a long time. The people who came to Twin Polar Sea Strait to visit Song Jiaodan were Song Clan Song Yisha and Song Xia Qi. Uncle Jiaodan, this is grandfather's token, please take a look. Song Yisha first handed the token to Song Jiaodan. Song Jiaodan inspected it thoroughly and nodded, asking, this time, what do you want to deduce? Song Xia spoke, "This time, we are here for the Tian Nan inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane." Song Jiaodan pondered, Ascending Heaven Plane space path Dao marks are complex and ever-changing. I cannot go personally, thus I cannot deduce the path spontaneously. But Ruo Lai clan and Cai clan have no powerful wisdom path GU Immortals. I believe that all of you can succeed using the wisdom path Immortal GU that I have. Song Yisha smiled lightly, Uncle Jiaodan, there has been a change in Ascending Heaven Plane. Oh. Immediately, Song Yisha talked about Blazing Heaven Demonis and Fang Yuan, about how they entered Ascending Heaven Plane. Song Jiaodan immediately understood Song Yisha and Song Xia's intentions. He spoke, "So you want to employ this wisdom star to help Song clan obtain the inheritance?" "That's right. Wisdom Star is not a member of Zombie Alliance, he is only Tai Bai Yun Sheng's good friend, he is a Northern Plains GU Immortal, coming here because of the Earth Tide. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, he can also be employed by Song clan. He had quite an amazing wisdom path attainment. If we are slow and the other two clans take action first, we would get into a passive situation." Song Xia said. "So you are here to ask me to deduce matters regarding Wisdom Star?" Song Jiaodan continued. Song Yisha nodded, "Uncle, we really cannot hide anything from you." "That's right. Since we want to employ Wisdom Star, we need to know about his background. After all, he is not a clansman. Most importantly, the other party is also a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. If he tries to scheme, we will not only suffer a loss, we will also lose our face. Thus this time, we need you to use your methods and see if you can defeat this Northern Plains Wisdom Path GU Immortal." Song Jiaodan's eyes were lowered. He had a hint of hesitation, but this Wisdom Star Chen Dao can crack the method that I used for Shark Demon, and he was able to achieve that much in Ascending Heaven Plane. That means he not only has Wisdom Path attainment, he even has Wisdom Path Immortal GU. It goes against the usual customs and manners of us Wisdom Path GU Immortals if I make deductions on such a Wisdom Path expert abruptly. If I am careless, we may attract the animosity of the other party and create a strong Wisdom Path enemy for our clan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Xingsheng Zi, because he peeked at Song Yisha when bathing. Song Jiaodan made deductions on him. In this life, Fang Yuan was disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any flaws, and most importantly, he had incredible Wisdom Path methods. This made Song Jiaodan very apprehensive. Song Yisha and Song Xia looked at each other. The former did not speak while the latter said, "There are advantages and disadvantages in everything, it depends on our judgment. Before coming here, we have already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, Cousin Jiaodan, please do it." Song Jiaodan nodded. Even though he was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, he was not in charge of making decisions in the clan. In that case, he no longer hesitated. After preparing for a while, he took action. A long while later, Song Jiaodan opened his eyes, showing signs of fatigue in his eyes. "I could not deduce anything." "What?" "Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path GU Immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you fail the deduction? Is this Chen Dao really that formidable in terms of Wisdom Path? He can already match Cousin." Song Yisha and Song Xia were both very shocked. Song Jiaodan shook his head. "A person's effort is limited, while Heaven's will is unpredictable. Maybe this Chen Dao is very skilled, able to block all my deduction methods, or maybe he isn't in Eastern Sea." "Not in Eastern Sea? Where can he be?" "The Earth Tide is gone, there is still a long time until the next Earth Tide." Song Yisha was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. I am only rank 7, it is not strange that I could not deduce it. "Is that so?" Song Yisha muttered, feeling dejected and disappointed. Song Jiaodan's words shifted, saying, "I am more concerned about Ascending Heaven Plane. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven, it is of strategic importance and is wanted by many. Just now, even though Blazing Heaven Demonis left, we did not defeat her. This would lead to increase in the greed of others. We have to be careful of Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators. And although the other Righteous Path super forces cannot interfere directly, they can use their influence to meddle with the situation in Ascending Heaven plane. These are our biggest lurking dangers. Cousin is truly wise, this makes perfect sense. Song Xia-Chi's expression changed, he nodded repeatedly. Song Yisha also showed an expression of worry. Rather than deducing Wisdom Star Chen Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as you use my arrangement, you will defeat the lone Immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruo Lai clan and Cai clan. Song Jiaodan was very confident. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan willed, using his Immortal Killer move. Immediately, fog made of starlight came out of his second Immortal aperture. Soon, the star fog shrouded Fang Yuan's entire body, blurring his facial features. Others could only see a vague figure of Fang Yuan inside the fog. I finally succeeded in deducing the modified star fog concealment. Fang Yuan inspected it and felt joyous. This star fog concealment could defend against the deductions of others against himself. After leaving Ascending Heaven plane and negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land and used the Light of Wisdom to modify the original Star Fog concealment. The original Star Fog concealment had two core Immortal GU, one of them was Star Thought Immortal GU. The modified Star Fog concealment also had two core Immortal GU. Star Thought Immortal GU was one of them, while the other was replaced with Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. Right now, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. The Wisdom Path Immortal GU Unravel Mystery that he could not utilize well previously was starting to display its capabilities. The trip to Ascending Heaven plane earlier will soon make the name of Wisdom Star spread throughout Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. By then, there will be many who will try to make deductions on me to find information on Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move. It can disguise me, but it cannot block deductions. With Star Fog concealment, I am much safer in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought. Of course, the defense of Star Fog concealment had its limits. Firstly, it could only defend against deductions from others. It could not block fire, wind, water, or physical punches and kicks. Secondly, it only used two rank 6 Immortal GU as the core. If a rank 7 Wisdom Path GU Immortal makes a deduction, it would only be able to defend for a while before collapsing. But Star Fog concealment did not need constant activation. The Star Fog produced after activation was a layer of defense. As long as the fog remained, it could defend him. This Star Fog is filled with tiny fragments of Star Path and Wisdom Path Dao Mark. Because of this jumbled mix of fragments, I can block outside deductions. Even if Song Jiaodan makes a deduction, the Star Fog can block him for a while. It would alert me and I would be able to use fixed immortal travel to hide in a blessed land. Once he entered a blessed land, he would be in another world. Even a rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert would be unable to make any deductions on him. First, he created Star Soul Battlefield. Next, he made Star Fog Concealment. Two of Fang Yuan's weaknesses had been eliminated. Next, he should focus on refining the rank 6 all-out effort Immortal GU. At the same time, he had to patiently wait for Blazing Heaven Demoness to act. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had succeeded in pushing aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, but because the timing was bad, she had to go to Northern Plains. Right now, with my influence, progress in Yulu Blessed Land was much faster, thus she can take action early. We should have enough time. I hope that the rewards in this Yulu Blessed Land will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Earlier, Fang Yuan got through the second layer of the Dream Realm and came to the third, reaching a new layer that he did not enter in his previous life. Both his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels had risen, but they were still at Grandmaster level. But the most important thing was, the third layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand. The third layer of the Dream Realm collapsed on its own, not giving Fang Yuan any boost to his attainment levels. And in the dream, the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited could not be recalled by Fang Yuan no matter what he tried. Days passed by. Blazing Heaven Demonis finally settled the relationships within Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Similarly to Fang Yuan's previous life, she used Bo Dan as an excuse to oust Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this. He would only take action when Blazing Heaven Demonis was attacking Hei Lou Blessed Land. As he expected, even though the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was mystical, it did not have anyone controlling it. It was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a huge amount of mental energy and immortal essence, unraveling this final level and completely capturing Hei Lou Blessed Land. There is only one strength path Immortal GU, don't think about it, this is a present I am giving to Little Lan. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal GU. But this star path Immortal GU, even though it is only rank 6, it is on the list of top 10 mystical GU, it has immense value. If you choose it, you will not be able to take another Immortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demonis said to Fang Yuan. Chapter 988. Star Eyes Immortal GU. Fang Yuan concentrated, without any distraction, on refining all-out effort GU. Large amounts of immortal materials had fused into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid was floating in the air. At Fang Yuan's will, his second vital GU, all-out effort GU, shot into the liquid. Rise. Saying this, Fang Yuan grunted as he stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers opened and grabbed at the ground. Crack crack. With bursts of sound, the rocks on the ground rumbled and completely surrounded the liquid, forming a big muddy ball. This was an Earth Path Refinement Path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had traded for it with Lang Ya Land Spirit. This was a small benefit of joining Lang Ya Sect. Of course, he had to pay a price. Fang Yuan deduced an Immortal GU recipe for Lang Ya Land Spirit, completing 30% of it. This refinement path killer move, even though it was not immortal level, was very useful. The all-out effort GU recipe that Fang Yuan had modified used this refinement path killer move many times during the process of refinement. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, his eyes, nose, and ears, all his 7 orifices started to bleed. The blood flowed continuously, forming 7 snakes that slithered around and hissed, producing scary sounds. The 7 snakes climbed onto the muddy ball. The muddy ball was coiled around, becoming a ball of snakes. Fang Yuan threw mortal GU in continuously, as the blood snakes opened their mouths and ate. With every GU worm that they ate, their bodies would sink into the muddy ball. 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the muddy ball. On the muddy ball's surface, there were countless red snake scales. The entire muddy ball almost seemed to be alive, the red snake scales flickered with faint light, it seemed like this muddy ball was breathing with life. Fang Yuan roasted it with fire. These were 3 different types of fire, roasting the muddy ball of snake scales in turns. The blue fire made the flickering of the muddy ball scales less frequent, as a layer of frost appeared on the red scales. Fang Yuan used a green fire next. After roasting it, the muddy ball became more lively, from the frost, a layer of moss grew. Finally, Fang Yuan used a yellow fire. From within the fire, the moss on the muddy ball hardened, turning into a brown cocoon of blood. The cocoon of blood was flickering with golden light, as if golden sand was mixed in it. The yellow fire roasted the muddy ball for the longest time. After roasting it for a day and a night, the brown muddy ball turned into a pure golden color. By this point, he had finally finished a crucial step. Fang Yuan let out a sigh, he obtained some precious time to rest, he slept for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering completely, he took out the golden muddy ball. The original brown muddy ball was as large as a basin, but the golden one was only slightly larger than a baby's head. Next was another crucial step. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating a special GU worm, attacking the golden ball. With a bang, the golden muddy ball exploded, endless gold powder scattered around the surrounding 3 li. Failed. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, his expectant gaze had dimmed. The gold powder was all over the place, but nothing else was left. If he had succeeded, a half-completed Immortal GU would have been formed. But unfortunately, it did not. The Immortal materials and Immortal Essence stones that he had invested earlier were all wasted. His only gain was the experience of refining the GU. During his next attempt, he would be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly settled his mood, becoming calm once again. Refining Immortal GU was not easy, the success rate was too low. This failure was very normal. He could only continue to accumulate Immortal materials and try again next time. Fang Yuan had refined Spring-Autumn Cicada in his previous life, and succeeded in refining Star-Thought Immortal GU now. After these experiences, he had a very strong mental fortitude in terms of this. After resting for a bit, he used fixed Immortal travel and left the Blessed Land, arriving in southern border. It was night time. Fang Yuan flew up into the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars in the sky could be seen shining brightly. Star Eyes. This Immortal GU was recently obtained by Fang Yuan. It was his reward in Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan activated this Immortal GU. Immediately the pupils in his eyes turned into whirlpools, spiraling and spinning non-stop. A formless attractive force sucked the starlight in the night sky into Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 Immortal GU Star Eyes, 10th on the list of top 10 mystical GU. This was an investigative Immortal GU. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after careful consideration, he still chose this Immortal GU. That was because this GU's investigative ability far exceeded most investigative Immortal killer moves. Using Star Eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes temporarily, using them for observation. The light of stars in black heaven shined over all 5 regions. Any place with the light of stars shining on them could be seen and investigated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the stars in the night sky to observe southern border and northern plains. Thus, this GU was at 10th. It is a pity, if it did not have this weakness, its position would rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eyes Immortal GU's weakness was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a need to connect with the stars. Fang Yuan was doing this now. The spiraling in his eyes slowed in speed, as the light of the stars were drawn in and filtered, until the remaining starlight intertwined together, forming a trace of starlight that was the thickness of a finger. One in his left eye, one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight traces. These 2 traces were formed from starlight, one was connected to Fang Yuan's pupils, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape Immortal Essence were expended. Star Eyes Immortal GU continued to be activated, as a mystical force was transmitted through the traces of starlight towards the end point. Fang Yuan's eyes had been wide open, but now his vision was filled with darkness. But with the continued activation of Star Eyes Immortal GU, he could gradually see a faint blue speck in the darkness. Time continued to pass, soon the night was over. Fang Yuan's vision was still covered by darkness. But at the center, the blue light had already expanded by quite a bit. In time, this blue light will grow larger and larger, regaining its appearance as a star. Hopefully, the light of the star that I chose is small, otherwise, to completely make use of it, I would need a lot of time and effort. If the starlight was small, Fang Yuan could turn it into his tool much quicker. Even though a smaller star's starlight was dimmer, and a larger star's starlight had greater penetrative force. But Fang Yuan still preferred the former, he wanted to quickly be able to use Star Eyes Immortal GU. The sky turned bright, Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted, after one night, he had consumed 8 beads of Immortal Essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is at 10th, a flaw is that its expenditure is too high. To refine a star, the consumption is around 10 attempts at refining rank 6 Immortal GU. Thankfully, I can bear it. In fact, my star path attainment level is Grandmaster, and with the light of wisdom, Star Eyes can combine into other Immortal killer moves and show great use. Most importantly, if I can combine the use of Star Eyes and fixed Immortal travel. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered, thinking of this combination, he smiled. Blazing Heaven Demonis must have known this point beforehand, placing so much emphasis on Star Eyes Immortal GU. It was true, Star Eyes and Fixed Immortal Travel had very complementary effects. In the following days, Fang Yuan attempted to refine all-out effort Immortal GU while deciphering the battlefield killer moves left behind by Fairy Yu Lu. Among which, the most important information was the method to create a battlefield killer move in an immortal aperture without harming it. All the while, Fang Yuan found some time to use Star Eyes Immortal GU and refine the star in Black Heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the information of the outside world. Time passed quickly while Fang Yuan was hard at work. The situation in Northern Plains and Central Continent was not much different from in his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains situation changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals charged into Ascending Heaven Plane, messing up the arrangements created by Song Clan, Cai Clan and Ruo Lai Clan. In this process, Seven Seas Snake Woman even laughed at Song Yisha, causing her to destroy a village by the sea, killing Li Xiao Yao's ancestor. But now, these lone cultivators and demonic immortals were attacked by the combined forces of Song Clan, Cai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan. They broke apart before they even did anything. The reason was because Blazing Heaven Demonis brought Fang Yuan and caused trouble first, resulting in them becoming more alert. The internal conflicts between the clans also became more limited and controlled. With the appearance of outsiders, the three clans collaborated immediately. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luo Po Valley. He knew that Luo Po Valley was undergoing the 100 Days battle. Led by Feng Ju Ge, Central Continent side were battling against the Shadow Sect GU Immortals led by Qing Bai Sheng. Fang Yuan wanted to know about the situation of the battle, but he could not find out. He could only set up some investigative GU about 100 li away from Luo Po Valley. This was a very dangerous range. If he got closer, the GU Immortals from both sides would likely discover him. Be it Central Continent or Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting to the death in the valley. They were definitely afraid of third parties trying to benefit from this. They would inevitably set up many investigative and counter-investigative methods, setting up battlefield killer moves and GU formations in advance. Now is different from my previous life. I purposely kept Shui Songzi alive to increase Shadow Sect's strength. The overall situation in the 100 Days battle will likely change. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but people managed to escape. Even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Ju Ge. It was only a Pyrrhic victory. This time, Fang Yuan was very curious about the result of the new 100 Days battle. But before the winner was decided, he did not want to interfere. Having lost self-strength and failing to refine all-out effort GU, he did not have enough confidence now. Time continued to pass. 3 days had already gone by since the end of the 100 Days battle during his previous life. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers as he deduced he was already in Northern Plains, waiting patiently. There was finally a reaction from Luo Po Valley. Chapter 989. Chasing Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Cheng. Fang Yuan went on alert, his gaze followed the two. He did not chase them immediately. After a while, there were no Central Continent GU Immortals who came out of Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan guessed in his mind, it seems that even though I kept Shui Songzi alive, the result was only stalled by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost, now it seems only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Cheng escaped. Actually, this result was not strange. The decisive factor of this battle was the fighting between Feng Ju Ge and Qing Bai Sheng. Fang Yuan kept Shui Songzi alive, but just merely him alone did not have much of an impact towards the two experts. I wonder if there are any other changes in the 100 Days battle in Luo Po Valley this time. Fang Yuan thought as he chased. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie flew quickly, his speed was very fast. He turned into a black line in the air, shooting forward rapidly. Who is it? Suddenly, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes burning with fire. Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared, smiling coldly, "You are finally here, you will die today." Merely a rank 6, HMPH. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance burst out with killing intent, pouncing at lightning speed. Boom! He hit Tai Bai Yunxing harshly, the latter turned into a clump of bubbles and dissipated. Illusion! The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart jumped. The other party is only rank 6, he dares to obstruct a rank 7. Most importantly, how did he know my location? Is he a Northern Plains pawn of Central Continent? Earlier, he did not join the 100 Days battle because his battle strength was too low, and could not do much. Or perhaps he just arrived. Or do the Central Continent GU Immortals not trust him? This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, even though he was an immortal zombie, had high wisdom path attainment. In an instant, countless thoughts turned in his mind. He understood Tai Bai Yunsheng's objective. He is only rank 6, while I have rank 7 cultivation level, and I have 40% of my battle strength left. He is not my match, and has a Northern Plains GU immortal aura. The most likely reason is that he is just here to slow me down and delay my escape. Slow down, no rush. Tai Bai Yunsheng's illusion appeared again. This illusion was very vivid. Earlier, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was not paying attention and thought it was his true body. But now, after using investigative methods, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance took a look and found something amiss. HMPH. He snickered, flying far away. Tai Bai Yunsheng's battle strength was not high, and he did not have fast movement abilities. He could only cause a disturbance. But the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance did not care. After realizing Tai Bai Yunsheng's intentions, he only thought of escaping. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay here." Fang Yuan finally caught up. He had fixed immortal travel, and arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to slow him down. With their information path methods, he could keep an eye on the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. He could catch up easily. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart was uplifted. Next was the crucial moment. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie saw Fang Yuan and his heart jumped. He was so scared he shuddered. "Feng Ju Ji!" he screamed. In fact, Fang Yuan had used familiar face to turn into Feng Ju Ji's appearance. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. Because he enslaved the Featherman GU Immortal, his battle strength fell by a lot. If they properly fought, he would not be able to do much. But Fang Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was Star Soul Battlefield. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was only rank 7. After the 100 Days battle, and breaking out with difficulty, his remaining battle strength would be less than half of usual. In this situation, as long as they forced the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie into Star Soul Battlefield and used it to drain his strength, Fang Yuan could likely win. Forget about Hei Cheng for now. He is like a stray dog, probably in a worse state than in my previous life. His immortal GU house has already been lost in Luo Po Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent GU Immortals not chase him? He has heavy injuries and only has Dark Arrow Immortal GU. He is not a concern. But this Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie is a crucial member. Qin Baisheng and Jiangyu went through all means possible to keep him alive. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was one of the members inside the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation, acting as a formation core. He is assigned an important mission. He will not die easily. In my previous life, after old ancestor Shuehu captured him, he awaited the rescue of Zombie Alliance. Thus, there is a high chance of me capturing him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him and Shadow Sect secrets will be exposed to me. Of course, if his soul was tampered with, it would be like Xue Songzi in my previous life. But even then, when I kill him, it would be a huge loss to Shadow Sect in the execution of their plans. Fang Yuan had many considerations. Shadow Sect had huge power. If he wanted to take Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, he would need to face this mysterious and powerful GU Immortal force. According to Fang Yuan's experience and ruthlessness, as well as his forceful personality, why would he not find trouble with Shadow Sect personally? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he was going to strike at their weakness and deal a huge blow to them. Is it really Feng Juji? The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie saw that Fang Yuan was approaching while having a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qing Bai Sheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie broke out, he had seen Qing Bai Sheng using the location to drag Feng Juji, Ao Shui, and Ling Mai into the space of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Afterwards, Qing Bai Sheng would suicide, using the winds of assimilation to eliminate Feng Juji and the rest. How could Feng Juji appear here? The likelihood was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already learned, Zhao Lianyun had been secretly sent to Central Continent. From Spirit Affinity House's perspective, they had control of a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. They would naturally send Zhao Lianyun there. Unless, among Feng Juji, Ao Shui, and Ling Mai, one of them is an otherworldly demon. But we had investigated this beforehand too. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought quickly as he recalled Tai Bai Yun Sheng's previous illusion, feeling deeper suspicion towards the Feng Juji who was chasing him. Thus, he decided to use his investigative Immortal Killer move. After investigating, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Juji. At once, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie wanted to grow 100 pairs of wings to help him fly away faster. My familiar face can fool even rank 8 GU Immortals. How can you overcome it? I have Star Fog Concealment protecting me, which means, even if you use Wisdom Path methods, it will take a long time for you to find out my identity. With Star Fog Concealment, a large part of Familiar Face's flaws were alleviated. Furthermore, if the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie makes deductions on Fang Yuan would sense that the Star Fog was thinning. He would naturally activate the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment again and resist the deduction, concealing the truth. Unless the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had very strong Wisdom Path methods that could defeat Star Fog Concealment quickly. But this was very unlikely. At least, in Fang Yuan's previous life, in the information he got from Hei Lou Lan, there was nothing that stated the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had shown any Wisdom Path methods during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was fully displayed at this moment. Even though it did not have attacking power, the Great Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, having one of the 10 extreme physiques with rank 7 battle strength, was sent into shock by Fang Yuan, and escaped in a panic. He had powerful movement ability, at least 2 Immortal Killer moves were meant for movement. Fang Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. But Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan had used Wisdom Path methods to scout the surrounding area completely already. As long as he knew the direction that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was going, Fang Yuan would teleport there and block his path. This way, Fang Yuan chased and obstructed him at times. Doing this repeatedly, he gradually chased the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie towards the area he had made his arrangements. There, Fang Yuan had placed many GU worms and set up most of the Star Soul battlefield. Once he gets there, he would use his Immortal GU and in a few breaths' time, Star Soul battlefield would be formed. Once the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie falls into Star Soul battlefield, he would be a trapped beast. But just as the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Killer move was forced towards Fang Yuan's specially created trap, he suddenly turned around, using an Immortal Killer move to attack Fang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blazing red flames shot towards Fang Yuan. The temperature in the air rose. Fang Yuan felt incomparable heat before the flames even reached him. His eyebrows and hair were turning charred. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed sharply. He had to retreat. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie laughed heartily. Lowly rat, you actually dared to deceive me. Fang Yuan sighed secretly. No plans were perfect. His biggest flaw was that his flying speed was too slow. In the 100 Days battle, Feng Juji displayed incredible speed. Fang Yuan could not replicate it. This flaw made the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie increasingly suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie started to guess Fang Yuan's motives. Not only did he have great battle strength, he had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not held back by its weakness. He was very astute. Fang Yuan almost succeeded in his plan, but at the crucial moment, it failed. Now, the situation had turned around. Fang Yuan was the one in grave danger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved the Featherman GU Immortal. His situation was very bad. After dodging the flames with much difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a pathetic state. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie was angry that Fang Yuan deceived him. He was greatly enraged. He charged towards this faked Feng Ju. Fang Yuan suddenly looked inspired, laughing. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie was shocked. He subconsciously turned around and escaped for his life. Chapter 990. Fang Yuan's second entry into Luo Po Valley. Although he had fixed immortal travel, it was best that he did not expose this GU. Fixed immortal travel was too obvious. If it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path GU immortal, they could deduce the true identity of Fang Yuan. I have fixed immortal travel. Many GU immortals know that. Sigh, if not for that, it would be much more convenient for me to do things. Fang Yuan flew towards the direction he had set up the battlefield killer move. A moment later, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunxing had been waiting already. The strategy to force the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie here failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed in relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, to deal with a rank 7 GU Immortal, it is very dangerous. Actually, Fang Yuan, you do not need to be so anxious. Central Continent still hasn't found us, right? Even if they found us, Master would not leave us in the lurch. Don't forget, we have fixed immortal travel. Where can we not go in this world? We can develop peacefully now and accumulate our strength. Why is there a need to put ourselves in danger all the time? Fang Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunxing about the Immortal GU house. It was not that he did not want to develop peacefully, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunxing was not a person from the future like Fang Yuan. Only with his 500 years of experience did Fang Yuan know how deep the GU Immortal world secrets could be. Once the truth of 88 Truyang building was exposed, the suppression of Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would come faster and with greater severity than Tai Bai Yunxing could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop peacefully, he would not be able to. His businesses would definitely suffer greatly. As long as Heavenly Court hands out false information that Fang Yuan had obtained an immense amount of wealth inside 88 Truyang building and has countless immortal GU with him, as well as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where he went, he would be suppressed and chased after. After all, the current era was not the one where Dream Realm flourished. It was no exaggeration that Fang Yuan, with Giant Sun's true inheritance, would become the focus of the entire GU Immortal world. Fang Yuan with only rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level would become the target of countless greedy people. By then, Fang Yuan, with insufficient battle strength, would have to roam everywhere like a stray dog. Even if he wanted to develop, he would not be able to. Don't forget, he had to undergo calamities and tribulations. Once in a while, he would be faced with them. But if he had the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, everything would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was at the peak of the GU Immortal world. A Fang Yuan who had nothing but cultivation level at the bottom of rank 6 could be hunted down by the entire world. But a Fang Yuan with rank 8 battle strength would only be targeted by rank 8 GU Immortals or super forces that owned Immortal GU houses. Even if they had strength, they needed time, effort, and most importantly, confidence in taking down Fang Yuan. Thus, these two situations were vastly different. Tai Bai Yunxing saw that Fang Yuan was silent and spoke to console him. Fang Yuan, are you forcing yourself too much? No need to be like this. Actually, you can change your lifestyle. We are immortals, we should enjoy life occasionally, shouldn't we? I am enjoying life now. Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunxing a glance, before looking into the horizon. It has been a while, but we have not seen that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie approaching. He is truly cool-headed. With his intelligence, he should have been able to know that I was lying very quickly. But that person was not overcome by rage, he used the chance to leave instead. Oh you. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, sighing, but this GU formation that you set up is quite something. It is very interesting. It surrounds an area of tens of thousands of li. It is the largest GU formation I have seen, and within it, I can actually control GU worms and create illusions. Most importantly, the GU worms used to create this formation are all mortal GU. Where did you get it? Was it obtained from Hei Lou blessed land as well? Fang Yuan nodded, but did not explain it. He had not only obtained Star Eyes Immortal GU from Hei Lou blessed land, he had also gotten Fairy Hei Lou's cultivation knowledge. From it, he had an inspiration, and using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan created this huge GU formation that was designed for this situation. Fang Yuan said, just an area of 10 of thousands of li, so what? Look at 88 Truyang building, it covers the entirety of northern plains. And this GU formation is actually very weak. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie merely did not break it because he was busy escaping and did not have the time for it. Alright, let's go, we are going to chase Hei Cheng. Fang Yuan's plan against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not work, the other party was simply too astute. But Fang Yuan was not going to let Hei Cheng go. Fang Yuan had planned for the Featherman GU immortal Zhuzhong to tail Hei Cheng. He instructed him to follow secretly and avoid battling. The process of chasing Hei Cheng was very successful. Even though Hei Cheng had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow Immortal GU, he had also experienced the 100 Days battle. Fang Yuan did the same thing again and set up the trap. This time, he did not turn into Feng Ju Ge, but pretended to be Old Lord Kenyang. Hei Cheng was escaping and fell into the trap easily. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He activated his Immortal GU and opened the Star Soul battlefield. The pitiful Hei Cheng was continuously weakened by Star Soul battlefield. He had no choice but to scream surrender. Fang Yuan did not take his life, instead, capturing him alive. This way, Hei Cheng became the first gain that Fang Yuan had after creating Star Soul battlefield. Hei Cheng had great value. At the very least, if he were to be sold to Hei Lou Lan, she would be willing to be extorted by a huge sum. But before this, Fang Yuan had to conduct a thorough soul search on Hei Cheng. He had obtained information from Hei Lou Lan in his previous life, but how could that compare to Fang Yuan's personal search? Bringing along the captive Hei Cheng, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luo Po Valley. Once I have it, together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation will grow at a rapid pace. The backlash of using slavery Immortal GU will be quickly eliminated, and my battle strength will recover. Fang Yuan had a strong desire towards Luo Po Valley. Back then, he had chosen to trade for slavery Immortal GU because of Luo Po Valley's existence. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luo Po Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching Hei Cheng, Fang Yuan knew that during the initial period of the 100 Days battle, Xue Songzi died. The rest of the battle was similar to his previous life, and towards the end, it was nearly identical. Feng Ju Ji was trapped by Qing by Xing using some unknown method. By now, Luo Po Valley has been taken over by the Central Continent GU Immortals. It is not time to go yet. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He would never lack patience. Soon, the situation in Northern Plains changed. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found out that old ancestor Xue Hu was stealing immortal zombie corpses. A battle ensued. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was captured, while old ancestor Xuehu was exposed, attracting the rage of Zombie Alliance. Even though the 100 Days battle was dragged on by a few days, the incident regarding old ancestor Xuehu still occurred. Fang Yuan felt a bit of pity regarding this. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, along with Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, these three immortals together gave Fang Yuan a lot of pressure. He still wanted to sell Hei Cheng for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demoness helped Hei Lou Lan, Fang Yuan would be very passive. Later developments were almost the same as in his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She could not refuse it. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to play it safe, she chose 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and some others to accompany her in passing the regional walls. Fang Yuan told Blazing Heaven Demoness a plan, saying that he had deduced it using wisdom path methods. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it and praised him. "This plan is brilliant, I like it. Old ancestor Xuehu is hard to deal with, but he has a weakness, that is, he lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. Tell me, knowing your personality, what do you want in return for giving me this plan?" Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this was a plan that she had come up with after returning to Dark Flow City and thinking deeply for a long time. Fang Yuan told her that he wanted Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated, but thinking about Fang Yuan's deep background, she agreed to it. Fang Yuan was doing this for assurance. In case he fails in obtaining the Immortal GU House and the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, he still had a way out. Time passed rapidly. Fang Yuan was investigating Central Continent and knew that the Central Continent GU Immortals had started to leave Northern Plains. It is time to take Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai Bai Yunsheng and Zhu Zhong, using fixed immortal travel to get to the deepest part of Luo Po Valley. He had come here in his previous life, and after soul-searching Hei Cheng, he knew the scenery of Luo Po Valley. Thus, it was easy to get here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was guarding this place, preventing anyone from entering Luo Po Valley. He did not know that Fang Yuan was already inside. Immortal GU Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this Immortal GU and was about to take Luo Po Valley into his Immortal Aperture when a change occurred. In his ears, a voice could be heard. It was when he was in the Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once sang. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas? Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. This time, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information entered his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was beyond description. Luo Po Valley actually has a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Chapter 991. Inheriting the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable song echoed in his ears again, he received some mysterious information in his mind. The information told him that at a certain area in Luo Po Valley, a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance was hidden. Fang Yuan was greatly enticed. And also very suspicious. This isn't a trap left by the Central Continent GU Immortals, right? In which there is actually no Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, but it is a wisdom path method specially used to influence the rationality of enemies who enter the valley. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down and began to inspect all over his body as well as the surrounding environment. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable song had appeared abruptly and disappeared just as quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself and found nothing wrong. He then checked his surroundings, the many GU formations arranged in Luo Po Valley as well as large numbers of damaged GU formations. However, Fang Yuan did not discover any wisdom path GU formations. He lowered his head and pondered, feeling this matter might be strange but its credibility was high. The reasons? One was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable song, and the second was the contents inside the information, indicating to Fang Yuan that he had to use Open Door GU to enter the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. I am already a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, normal Wisdom Path methods probably won't be able to influence me. Let alone when the only Wisdom Path GU Immortal among the group of Central Continent GU Immortals, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, it is easy to verify this, I just have to test it out myself. Fang Yuan made a decision and cautiously neared the location. He dated around 4 GU formations and unraveled 3 GU formations. Central Continent's GU Immortals had arranged large numbers of GU formations in the periphery of Luo Po Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect for a long time from the periphery. When they invaded the valley, they destroyed Shadow Sect's GU formations. After the battle, Central Continent's GU Immortals officially occupied this valley. The intense battle was already concluded by then and they had no more need to arrange any GU formations. Adding in Fang Yuan's deepening wisdom path attainment, these GU formations were simply no obstacle to him. After a while, he arrived at the location which the information during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song had indicated. Fang Yuan observed for a long while, having no hurry in using Open Door GU. But in the end, he could not find any clues. This place was extremely safe, at least, Fang Yuan could not detect anything even after using all his methods. After confirming again and again, his eyes flashed before he resolutely decided to use Open Door GU. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used Open Door GU in Luo Po Valley, but he had not obtained any results. Fang Yuan had thought Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement was already dismantled by Shadow Sect. But this life, soon after Fang Yuan used the Open Door GU, a change occurred. An entrance of light suddenly appeared in the air. Shortly, a beam of light shined on the prepared Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was shocked, he thought for a moment before letting the beam of light engulf him. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the space of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. This space was vast, extremely vast. Behind him was that entrance of light which had not disappeared and was still there. It was only that the size of the entrance was gradually becoming smaller. If it continued shrinking, it would likely disappear. Sounds of wind appeared from nearby. Fang Yuan moved his gaze towards the source and was immediately shaken. Winds of assimilation! He cried out inwardly, his gaze revealing extreme wariness. He was extremely clear of the power of winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything into itself and expand continuously. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land had been destroyed by winds of assimilation. This time, dozens of huge tornadoes of winds of assimilation had formed, slowly moving in the true inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, creating some distance from the winds of assimilation. He only felt slightly at ease after retreating hundreds of steps away. He then carefully sized up this true inheritance space. I had not expected there was truly a space here. That mysterious information was true. Fang Yuan was cautious, and still held doubts towards the information during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song. He did not hurriedly wander around this true inheritance space to look for the true inheritance, instead his mind was focused on Closed Door GU. If Open Door GU can let me enter, then Closed Door GU can close the entrance. Fang Yuan activated Closed Door GU. Sure enough, the next moment, that shrinking entrance of light in his vision suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light as he activated Open Door GU again. Under the use of this rank 5 mortal GU, a new entrance of light formed in front of him again. Fang Yuan stepped into this entrance of light and immediately left the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space, returning to Luo Po Valley. This means that information should be true. No, more precisely, the part about Open Door GU and Closed Door GU is true. Fang Yuan unavoidably had some expectations. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the contents in the information, these winds of assimilation are genuine, but they are harmless to me. and I can only inherit the true inheritance after dispelling these winds of assimilation. Fang Yuan carefully approached one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation. He revealed his true form and stretched out his 8 large arms. He slowly moved one of his hands towards the tornado. Suddenly, the roaring winds of assimilation completely dissipated. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He mumbled to himself, "Incredible! Winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but they are so restrained in this true inheritance space. Even if the GU Immortal who arranged this space is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, just this method shows they are absolutely a peerless expert." Although he removed one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation, Fang Yuan was not careless, and was very cautious in touching the winds each time. If anything was wrong, he could instantly retreat. Every time, after moving a certain distance, he would use open door GU and closed door GU, letting the entrance of light open up as close to him as possible. Like this, even if something happened and he did not have time to activate fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could still retreat rapidly to the entrance of light and move to the outside world. One after another, the tornadoes of winds of assimilation started to disappear under Fang Yuan's efforts. After a while, there was only one tornado left in the center. Fang Yuan observed briefly and discovered, this tornado not only had the largest size, it was also moving the fastest. The sound of the wind roared in Fang Yuan's ears. This tornado seemed to be hiding something in the center. Could it be that the Thieving Heaven true inheritance is within this tornado? Fang Yuan could not help but guess this. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green tornado. The winds of assimilation suddenly disappeared, revealing a person. This person was sitting cross-legged in mid-air, wearing a red and white robe, and was revealing a faint rank 7 aura. Feng Ju Ji! Fang Yuan cried out softly, and subconsciously retreated. But Feng Ju Ji was even faster than him. He suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a sharp gaze. The piercing, sharp gaze scanned Fang Yuan, before Feng Ju Ji turned into a rainbow light, and with lightning speed, he flew past Fang Yuan, moving into the entrance of light. The whole process was over before one could even blink. Fang Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed door GU. The entrance of light closed and Fang Yuan finally relaxed. Why is Feng Ju Ji here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he was here, then what about the others? Where are Qin Bai Xing, Ao Shui, and Ling Mai? Fang Yuan quickly inspected, but the true inheritance space was empty, with just an information path mortal GU hovering in front of Fang Yuan. This information path GU worm was left behind by Feng Ju Ji. When Fang Yuan did not discover anything wrong with it, only then did he send his consciousness inside to check. Fang Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this a secret for you. You want to know why I recognize you? Because I am Feng Jin Huang's father. Today, you saved my life. In the future, I will save yours. After I leave, there will only be you left in the true inheritance space. The Thieving Heaven true inheritance will be inherited by you. We shall meet again someday. Feng Ju Ji. Fang Yuan grasped this letter GU with a complex expression. He heaved a sigh before storing the GU in his immortal aperture. At this moment, the entire true inheritance space began to dim. The bright light rays that had been present earlier disappeared in an instant, turning the space into darkness. In this darkness, there was only one spot where there was some light. It was precisely the spot where Fang Yuan stood. A charming masculine voice came from the darkness. Traveler from far away. You and I are the same. We are both pitiful people who cannot return to our homes. My real name is Ben Jie Sun. People in this world call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. In truth, I am just a vagrant who wants to return home. This world feels like a cage of despair. If you also want to return home, then accept my present. I believe it can definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you still need to rely on your own effort. This gift's name is Ghostly Concealment. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in Luo Po Valley. A layer of grey light was shining over his whole body. Fang Yuan ignored this grey light, and instead used investigative and defensive methods, being vigilant of his surroundings. Feng Juji did not appear. It seems his injuries are extremely serious, not even having half of his strength. If not for this, he might have made a move against me in the true inheritance space. But this person clearly distinguishes kindness and hatred. Kindness is repaid, and revenge is taken for hatred. His biography after he died explained this point. His words of repaying me for saving his life are perhaps true. Fang Yuan contemplated. Feng Juji did not take action against Fang Yuan. Perhaps it was not because his battle strength had fallen, but because Fang Yuan had saved him. No matter what, Fang Yuan had profited hugely this time. Having Feng Juji owe him a favor, such a huge connection would probably be of great use in the future. He also obtained ghostly concealment. Although Fang Yuan did not know what its use was, it was after all a thieving heaven true inheritance. Besides these two, there was also this Luo Po Valley. Feng Juji has probably already left Luo Po Valley. Now it is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decisively took action. What's going on? Hui Fengzi, who was guarding the valley, was shocked by the scene of Luo Po Valley. His eyes widened as he shouted incredulously, "Someone is taking away Luo Po Valley." Chapter 992. Fang Yuan outwits Hui Fengzi. Even though he did not surrender willingly, because of the situation, after he had surrendered to them, he could only work for them even if he did not want to. Central Continent ordered him to stay here and guard Luo Po Valley. They had naturally made many arrangements on his body. Hui Fengzi was restricted by them, and for the sake of his safety, he had to stand up and stop Fang Yuan from taking Luo Po Valley. But when he saw Fang Yuan, Hui Fengzi, who was startled and furious, shook intensely. He called out in fear, "Feng Juji." Fang Yuan looked at him lightly with a calm expression. The Central Continent GU Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Then, they would naturally leave some arrangements back in Northern Plains. How could the astute Fang Yuan not guess this? Thus, while taking Luo Po Valley, he turned into Feng Juji. So the Central Continent GU Immortals arranged Hui Fengzi to guard this place. It seems that Central Continent has good methods, making this fastest person in Northern Plains defend their interests against his will. Furthermore, seeing his expression, did he not see Feng Juji leave earlier? Is Feng Juji still in the valley? No, that is unlikely. After the 100 Days battle, the Shadow Sect GU Immortals have already left. Feng Juji knows this is a dangerous place. He is heavily injured. Although he mentioned repaying the debt of saving his life, he was very intent on urgently escaping. Thus, he did not speak to me inside the true inheritance space. Guarding against others was a necessity. Feng Juji's actions were extremely wise. After all, Fang Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life, Feng Juji spoke when Zhao Lianyun appeared. But now, when Fang Yuan showed up, Feng Juji kept completely silent. Let alone another point. If Fang Yuan knew Feng Juji was there, he would likely attack. Killing Feng Juji would give immense profits. Even if he could not get his immortal GU, searching his soul was very valuable. In addition, if he could capture Feng Juji alive, he could either extort Spirit Affinity House or sell him to enemy forces of Feng Juji. Such transactions would be hugely profitable. Feng Juji is heavily injured. He is extremely vigilant now. He did not speak with me. Maybe after leaving Luo Po Valley, he saw Hui Fengzi but did not approach him. The likely reasons for that being, either he did not know Hui Fengzi surrendered, or even if he knew, he was afraid of the internal conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects. After all, a person's inner thoughts and intentions are inscrutable. With Feng Juji's current state, he could not take a risk. Fang Yuan appeared impassive, but he had already considered many things. Countless thoughts had appeared in his mind in just these few breaths of time. He is real. Hui Fengzi used his method to investigate, and after confirming Feng Juji's identity, he sighed in relief. Feng Juji was the leader of the Central Continent GU Immortals. If he personally was taking Luo Po Valley, Hui Fengzi had no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Juji. Hui Fengzi was very obedient. He flew forward and paid respects to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. I have understood what happened. Defend me, I am not to be interrupted when taking Luo Po Valley. His words were short and did not contain much information. But by stating this beforehand, he prevented Hui Fengzi from becoming suspicious. Yes, Lord. Hui Fengzi quickly replied. Like this, under the protection of Hui Fengzi, Fang Yuan succeeded in taking Luo Po Valley. Even though Luo Po Valley was moved away, there are many blessed lands left. Stay guard here and prevent any problems from occurring. Before leaving, Fang Yuan said this to Hui Fengzi in a serious tone. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything, he nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan flew away calmly. Feng Juji has already escaped, that confirms that Qing Baisheng is dead. Hui Fengzi looked at his figure while sighing at Feng Juji's great strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised by this. He knew that Qing Baisheng was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no. The 10 great ancient sects restrain each other, they have internal conflicts. Feng Juji is a member of Spirit Affinity House. I have no reason to stop him from taking Luo Po Valley, but I have to send this information over to the other 9 sects. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, he quickly used his information path methods. Prince Fengxian quickly received his letter. Oh? Feng Juji is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luo Po Valley. Prince Fengxian was overjoyed, he laughed loudly. Meanwhile, after leaving Hui Fengzi, Fang Yuan flew to a safe location and met with Tai Bai Yunsheng, as well as the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhu Zhong. These two were arranged to be situated not far away, just in case they were needed. At the same time, he had been maintaining contact with Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. If any trouble occurred, they would be called over as reinforcements. With Hei Lou Lan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship, even if a rank 8 GU Immortal appears, Fang Yuan could deal with them. Naturally. The current situation was best. Fang Yuan obtained Luo Po Valley on his own. And Hei Lou Lan was not like in his previous life. Without Hei Cheng's soul, she could not know the location of Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to keep quiet and earn a fortune, not telling her about Luo Po Valley. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fang Yuan, there was no way he would tell them about Luo Po Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness demanding personality, she would definitely request the use of Luo Po Valley. Even in the future, if I want to trade with them using Luo Po Valley, it will be after my soul becomes sufficiently powerful. Fang Yuan returned to Star Form Blessed Land and placed Luo Po Valley there. Hei Lou Lan went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land often. She had to use Strength Chi Immortal GU to refine Airsac GU with the hairy men. Thus, it was not wise to put Luo Po Valley inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter regarding Luo Po Valley came to an end, but Fang Yuan was still apprehensive. His gains in Luo Po Valley were beyond his expectations, but the course of events was way out of Fang Yuan's control. The feeling of losing control over the situation was extremely irritating. Fang Yuan felt uneasy. In the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Fang Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fang Yuan checked his body, he found that his soul was covered by a layer of Dao marks. But Fang Yuan did not know what the use of ghostly concealment was. Thankfully, he had joined Lang Ya Sect. Thus, Fang Yuan went to Lang Ya Blessed Land and asked about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Lang Ya Land Spirit did not conceal things or make any requests, he told Fang Yuan a lot of information. There are many inheritances of Thieving Heaven, but he only has 10 true inheritances. The one you got earlier was to make me refine 3 GU, that was not a true inheritance. Each Thieving Heaven true inheritance is an unparalleled treasure in the world, they contain the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Anyone who obtains them will gain immense potential. There is only one requirement of these true inheritances, that is, the inheritor has to be an otherworldly demon. Legend says that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 2 defensive killer moves, named Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. The use of divine concealment was to conceal oneself from the deductions of any thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for ghostly concealment, it is very mysterious. I do not know much. It seems to have something to do with the soul. Ah? You are suddenly so interested in thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? Why? Did you obtain a clue to a thieving Heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan laughed. You guessed correctly. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. Lang Hei Lan spirit sighed, deeply moved. If I had divine concealment, Lang Hei blessed land would become a true paradise. We will no longer face any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. It is a pity, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created 10 true inheritances, but they are extremely mysterious. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining them. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are a pair. Obtaining one will give you clues to the other. Fang Yuan, if you can obtain divine concealment and contribute it to Lang Hei Sect, I will make you the second Supreme Elder. In the whole of Lang Hei Sect, you will be second to only me. You will have immense authority. In fact, you will be able to take one rank 7 Immortal GU from my inventory. Ah, no, at least 2 rank 7 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan nodded. Lang Hei Lan Spirit's change of personality gave him a lot of benefits. At least, the previous Lang Hei Lan Spirit was too conservative. He would not promise Fang Yuan such benefits. However, if I can obtain divine concealment, that is a thieving Heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went around stealing everywhere. Nobody could deduce his location. Was it not because of divine concealment and ghostly concealment? This inheritance is far more valuable than merely 2 rank 7 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had a faint smiling expression. Lang Hei Lan Spirit pouted. He laughed loudly and tried to alleviate the awkwardness. You are not wrong. Actually, I did not finish what I was saying. Not only will I give 2 rank 7 Immortal GU, you can even ask me for countless Immortal GU recipes, Immortal killer moves, and all sorts of ancient secrets and inheritance clues. How about that? Is that reward enough? That is about enough. I will be back when I get divine concealment. Fang Yuan obtained the information he wanted and turned around abruptly to leave Lang Hei blessed land. Lang Hei Lan Spirit stared with wide eyes, muttering as he looked at Fang Yuan leaving. This fellow, he might have really obtained some clues. If I can get divine concealment, what is there to worry about? Waha! Even if I let him become the second Supreme Elder, the hairy man GU Immortals only listen to me. Waha! Ah, I accidentally said my thoughts out loud again. Lang Hei Lan Spirit covered his mouth, staring at Fang Yuan innocently. Fang Yuan was used to such strangeness. He laughed internally. If it were any other force, he would feel wary and alert. But joining Lang Hei Sect, with a leader like this, things were extremely easy. I heard everything you said. Fang Yuan waved to Lang Hei Lan Spirit without turning around, using fixed immortal travel and leaving Lang Hei blessed land. Lang Hei Lan Spirit was left behind with a dejected expression. He stomped his foot and muttered, "Damn it! Damn it!" Returning to Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered uncertainly as he fell into deep thought. I am a transmigrator. Even though my body is from this world, my soul is from outside. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualification to obtain thieving Heaven's true inheritances. Earlier, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind some words. It indicated that he was also an otherworldly demon. It can be either very difficult or very easy to obtain thieving Heaven's true inheritances. The most important thing is the status of being an otherworldly demon. No wonder thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spread clues everywhere in setting up this true inheritance. I was wondering why the clues of Open Door GU and Closed Door GU were so easily obtained. But after obtaining ghostly concealment, I did not find any trace of divine concealment. This means, divine concealment has already been taken by someone. Chapter 993. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing appears. He did not get the answer he wanted from Lang Hei Lan Spirit. Fang Yuan still did not have conclusive clues regarding ghostly concealment. Up until now, he only knew ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Divine concealment is already an extraordinary wonder, and ghostly concealment, which is equally famous, should not be worse. Actually, I am even more curious about that song than ghostly concealment. Every time he thought of this, Fang Yuan would subconsciously frown. The song which star constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm was extremely peculiar. According to logic, the song originated in the dream realm and should have no relation to reality. But Fang Yuan's experience in Luo Po Valley showed that this song had huge significance in reality, almost like a prophetic song. Speaking of prophesies, they have always been a specialty of wisdom path great experts. Like Immortal Yi Yang's prophecy of 3 venerables. Could it be that this dream realm is a prophetic dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest expert in wisdom path. After she died, the arrangement she left behind schemed against 3 demon venerables, ensuring Heavenly Court did not fall. This dazzling achievement consolidated her status in wisdom path firmly at the peak, and later generations could only look up to her. For her dream realm to be special and able to deliver a prophecy was not that strange. Moreover, although the latter stages during Fang Yuan's previous life of 500 years was the time when dream path developed rapidly like a raging fire, it was far from being explored fully. It was not strange for Fang Yuan to not be aware of this special kind of dream realm. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. The first verse of this song should be talking about Luo Po Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance and also Feng Ju Ji. Then what about the second verse? Bent sword sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Fang Yuan mumbled. Heavenly river? Falling heavenly river? Bent sword sink in the sand, is it talking about the greatest expert in sword path, Qing? It has already been countless years since he died under the tribulation. During his time, all 5 regions paid attention to him, he could do whatever he wished. Upon his death, even his corpse was lost, his glorious radiance dissipated. This could be said to be rising and falling from ancient times. After the experience in Luo Po Valley, Fang Yuan had already remembered the complete song. After making deductions, he increasingly felt this second verse of the song was related to Sword Immortal Qing. Adding in his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was even more determined to explore Falling Heavenly River. He had wanted to go anyway. It was filled with danger, but those corpses of ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants in Falling Heavenly River could be said to be superior immortal materials. They could not compare to those rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan obtained in Earth Trench. But their quantity was extremely large, and adding all of them would have a price that surpassed Fang Yuan's gains in Earth Trench. Although large numbers of GU immortals had died at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, at the initial stages of the exploration, almost every GU immortal had made a fortune. It seems there is much to reap from Sword Immortal Qing's appearance. It is just that it is still not the optimal time to explore. On one hand, the sword lights don't follow a fixed pattern, just being scratched would cause injuries and death if struck, it is too dangerous. On the other hand, Falling Heavenly River is home to ancient and immemorial desolate beasts, desolate plants, hidden undercurrents and whirlpools. There are countless dangers. Although Fang Yuan's modified immortal killer move Familiar Face was usable, it had limits. At present, Fang Yuan could only take on human form and could not transform into beasts or other species. The original Familiar Face could transform into anything. Why? Fang Yuan did not have change form Immortal GU. One of the core supplementary Immortal GU in Familiar Face was change form Immortal GU. With this Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could transform into other species, getting rid of the shackles of being only able to disguise as a human. But even with change form Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could not go to the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants, Falling Heavenly River was filled with countless dangerous natural traps that were enough to take Fang Yuan's life. He only had to wait until Qing's sword lights finished erupting, Falling Heavenly River would be cleansed, the beasts and the dangerous plants would be cleared away temporarily, the natural traps would also be almost completely destroyed. That would be the optimal time to enter Falling Heavenly River. During this short preceding period of time, Fang Yuan could only wait. There was no better alternative. Prince Feng Xian. The rank 8 GU Immortal Prince Feng Xian was one of the peak experts of Northern Plains GU Immortal world. But his true identity was a mole of Central Continent arranged by Spirit Affinity House many years ago. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a GU master. After going through Immortal Ascension, he became a genuine Northern Plains GU Immortal. On one hand, he had support from Spirit Affinity House, on the other, it was also his own effort and talent that combined to let him achieve his current level. Prince Feng Xian was very loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He knew how much strategic importance Feng Juji had in regards to Spirit Affinity House currently. He had been extremely worried during the time Feng Juji disappeared. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned Feng Juji had appeared, he was extremely happy. It was just that he did not know that Feng Juji in this message was Fang Yuan in disguise. He waited for several days but did not see Feng Juji coming to his residence. I lead Spirit Affinity House's matters in Northern Plains. Since Feng Juji is already out of danger, why did he not look for me? Could it be that he encountered some powerful enemies or troublesome matters? Prince Feng Xian knew Feng Juji's battle strength, but he was also aware of the huge battle between Feng Juji and Qing by Sheng. Feng Juji had been trapped for so long, and had now suddenly appeared. This information itself hinted at Feng Juji's miserable state. But since he has already freed himself, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? The other Central Continent GU Immortals have already gone back. He probably won't be able to return to Central Continent with just his strength. He needs my help. Does he not trust me? While Prince Feng Xian was having doubts, a letter came from Spirit Affinity House. The letter expressed that Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment some days ago, and also that they knew ghostly concealment was in Luo Po Valley's Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Since Prince Feng Xian was able to become rank 8, he naturally had an astute mind. He came to a realization after reading the letter. So it was like this. He heaved a sigh. Where people interacted, there would be conflicts. Even after uniting to form an organization, internal conflicts would exist. Feng Juji was in power for too long. It had definitely resulted in dissatisfaction from many forces in Spirit Affinity House. This dissatisfaction had the chance to erupt when Feng Juji was missing. Merely considering the time when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Prince Feng Xian knew someone had intentionally delayed matters. He immediately realized Feng Juji's plan. It seems Feng Juji is keeping a low profile currently to see who in the sect has ill intentions towards him. Or maybe he already knew and was only waiting for an excuse. He wants to grab hold of them using this opportunity and throw these people deep into the abyss. So, Feng Juji won't come to me because he knows he cannot influence me and I can send a message back to the sect at the first moment. But he is safest in my residence, and I am also held that he needs to rely on in order to return to Central Continent. He is not an idiot, he is a champion who knows how to make plans and schemes. It is very likely for him to still have injuries, while dangers exist from Shadow Sect externally and Sect conflicts internally. Even if he doesn't come here, he must be near this place. Then, once something unexpected happens, he can ask for my help in time. So if I am going to search, I should first search the areas nearby. The moment he thought of this, Prince Feng Xian's eyes flickered with sharp light as he immediately took action. A rank 8 GU Immortal's full-powered search naturally was extraordinary. Soon, Prince Feng Xian discovered Feng Juji. Ha ha ha, brother Juji, I had to search for a while. He laughed heartily as he patted Feng Juji's shoulder. I hope Brother Prince doesn't blame me. Feng Juji's expression was still slightly pale. I understand. Prince Feng Xian nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place for you to recuperate. This Feng Juji naturally was not Fang Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and as they conversed, they talked about Luo Po Valley. Prince Feng Xian was slightly furious. Hui Fengzi was negligent. He should be punished. As for the GU Immortal who took Luo Po Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's image appeared in Feng Juji's mind for a moment, but he did not speak. Prince Fengxian continued, I sent a letter to the sect after seeing you. You are able to return alive, this is the greatest news for us. I can't let your wife and daughter spend time in sorrow any longer. When your injuries are healed, I will hold a celebration for you. The celebration will last for 7 days and 7 nights, and only then will I let you go back to Central Continent. Us brothers will definitely drink until we get drunk. Feng Juji smiled bitterly. He knew Prince Fengxian's intent. Prince Fengxian was half an outsider to Central Continent. What he had to consider was the growth and interests of the whole sect. Feng Juji wanted to suppress the other GU Immortals in the sect, but if the process was too intense, it would inevitably create internal friction in the sect. Prince Fengxian did not want to see this. However, when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Juji's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Prince truly considers everything. Feng Juji cupped his fists, his words containing hidden meaning. Prince Fengxian laughed even more happily at this reply. The information reached Spirit Affinity House, all the higher-ups were in great jubilation. Feng Juji's disappearance brought these GU Immortals huge mental pressure. When Feng Juji was there, they had subconsciously neglected his worth. But his disappearance now made Spirit Affinity House's GU Immortals recognize how important Feng Juji was to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jinhuang laughed with tears on her face, while Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile. Some were happy, and some were apprehensive. Feng Juji did not die? Things will be difficult for us in the following period of time. Xu Hao and Li Junying were feeling heavy. They had intentionally delayed and hidden the news regarding Zhao Lianyun, although it was not blatant, discerning people would know it immediately. Even if Feng Juji could not use it against them, when he returns, he would definitely be displeased at Xu Hao and Li Junying, and it would be a natural thing for him to suppress them to some extent. Feng Juji's news had reached Spirit Affinity House early. Naturally there was now no conference between the higher-ups, and Fairy Bai Qing also did not go to investigate Bo Qing. However, the immortal zombie Bo Qing still appeared. Swords roam unhindered over Central Continent. Countless sword lights shocked immortals and mortals. When the sword light stopped, countless GU immortals began to move towards Falling Heavenly River. But Fang Yuan had already arrived at this place before them. In front of him, Falling Heavenly River was already dyed blood red and immortal materials filled his vision. Chapter 994. Stealing Bo Qing's immortal GU. He quickly hurried over, using his methods to pull up this bull head. An immemorial desolate beast was a strong life form that could rival rank 8 GU immortals. The myriad eyes clear bull had a large body. Just this head already was like a small hill. And it was very heavy. Fang Yuan had once pulled up Luo Po Valley, but this bull's head alone was heavier than the valley. This bull head's weight is mostly on the horns. Incredible, the horns were already cut by the sword light and only half remain, but it is still so heavy. Fang Yuan gasped. The bull's horns were rank 8 immortal material, they were filled with metal path and earth path Dao marks. And the bull's skin was very rare, it was full of water path Dao marks. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had part of the skin from the bull's head. If it was the skin of the bull's body, not only would there be water path Dao marks, there would also be light path Dao marks. It was very useful for the refinement of investigative immortal GU. But the eyes of the bull were the most valuable part of the myriad eyes clear bull. The 2 eyes were dark and deep, they were full of dark path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan obtained them, there were many dark path wild mortal GU inside, mostly rank 5, they could not escape in time. The eyes of the myriad eyes clear bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The mechanisms through which the myriad eyes clear bull truly perceived vision were the eye tattoos on its thick skin. They were very mystical. The Dao marks that were on such rank 8 level life forms already had functions helpful to them. For example, the 10,000 Li earthworm was also an immemorial desolate beast, it had extremely strong regenerative abilities. As for what gave it this ability, it was the wondrous Dao marks on it. Only by destroying these Dao marks can the 10,000 Li earthworm truly be killed. But 10,000 Li earthworms were hidden deeply inside Earth Trench or Earth Abyss. They did not exist in Falling Heavenly River. The life forms in Falling Heavenly River were mostly related to Water Path, followed by Earth Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Light Path, and Dark Path. There were few Fire Path life forms here. Eh? This is the right arm of an ancient desolate beast, Icefall Divine Ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, Snow Soil Crocodile. What is this? Never mind, I will collect it first. Fang Yuan was prepared, he rapidly looted. These were all severed portions of bodies. Fang Yuan could recognize some of them, but not all. They were mostly ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants, with a few of immemorial desolate level among them. But these rank 8 immortal materials, even if they were small in quantity, had immense value. Fang Yuan felt great joy every time he saw one. Oh my! This seems to be a life and death Kuan Peng. Fang Yuan gasped in surprise. When he was almost done collecting all of the immortal materials floating on the river, he found his 19th rank 8 immortal material. This was a grey fish with the size of a boat. It did not have gills. In place of them, there were Dao marks in the shape of feathered wings. The life and death Kuan Peng is a law path immemorial desolate beast. It is very special. Its body is filled with life and death Dao marks. It has two forms. One is a fish, the other is a bird. It lives as a fish for 8,000 years before turning into a bird after dying. After living for another 8,000 years, it will die for real. This life and death Kuan Peng seems to be close to becoming a bird. It is probably more than 7,000 years old. Fang Yuan sighed. Humans were the spirit of all beings, but they had short lifespans. Meanwhile, immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would often have thousands or tens of thousands of years to live. Not to mention plants. The most famous example was Kumu Mountain in northern plains. It was not a mountain, but an old earthwood tree. This tree had 1,000,000 years of history. Because it had grown extremely large, it was called a mountain. Compared to it, primordial origin immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan among Venerables, only lived for 25,000 years. Red Lotus demon Venerable with the shortest lifespan lived for 3,000 years. It was barely a fraction of that of the old earthwood tree. This life and death Kuan Peng had a well-preserved corpse. Only the fish head was partially cut away. The rest of its entire body was still around. Together with the life and death Dao marks that it had, this special type of rule path Dao mark was very rare in the entire world, thus it was very valuable. This life and death Kuan Peng is probably my biggest gain in this trip. Keeping the life and death Kuan Peng in his aperture, Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, the bloody water in Falling Heavenly River was frothing. Large numbers of fierce beasts and immemorial level aquatic plants were fighting over the severed limbs and corpses. Fang Yuan had insufficient battle strength. He could only work quickly and collect the immortal materials that floated to the surface. From time to time, some immortal materials floated up. These immortal materials were mostly taken by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wisely left some alone due to the might of the fierce beasts and plants underwater that sought them. Gradually, under the river, there was growing chaos. These severed limbs and flesh were good food for these living beings. As their food decreased, they engaged in fierce combat that caused bloodshed. Sometimes, some dead ancient desolate beast corpses would float up to the river's surface. Fang Yuan would take them away and earn a heavy sum. As time passed, Fang Yuan's gains decreased, while the risk of collecting immortal materials became larger. He was a bit hesitant, wanting to leave while it was safe, but on the other hand, he wanted to explore the riverbed. After all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's second sentence seemed to be referring to Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But it was all only a guess. He was uncertain. Right at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's singing voice appeared in his head again. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas? Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. As the voice faded, a second wave of mysterious information entered Fang Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing, Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked, his eyes shone with brilliant light. So what if I take another risk? As long as I can obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal GU, even if I am unable to display their true power, it could be comparable to part of an Immortal GU house. Fang Yuan was very resolute. He immediately left this part of the river's surface, choosing a faraway place and diving deep into the river. Because the sword lights had rampaged and almost all of the fierce beasts were gathered at that segment of the river fighting for resources, Fang Yuan could dive in very safely now. In fact, he even picked up some naturally present immortal materials, like snow soil, unchanging water, Chilean ice and others. Arriving at the location indicated by the mysterious information, Fang Yuan stopped moving in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what do you want? Mo Yao's fake will was at first indignant, but she was quickly weakened by Fang Yuan's methods. She was defenseless and at his mercy. It seems that somehow, everything has a connection. Mo Yao, your fake will caused me to topple 88 True Young building. Today, I will return you that favor. Mo Yao's fake will was captured by Fang Yuan. It dissipated slowly, as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a beam of light appeared, as an incomparable sword qi burst into the sky. Fang Yuan was startled and almost retreated, but the sword qi did not attack him, it only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle towards him. In the beam of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, looking at Bo Qing's immortal zombie body tightly. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still closed. This meant that the remnant soul of Mo Yao inside the body was still in a semi-conscious state. This remnant soul only felt a familiar aura and was drawn over by Fang Yuan's methods, arriving in advance. His surroundings were covered in sword light. Fang Yuan could only move 3 steps closer. This distance was his limit. Any closer and Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal it. After all, he was relying on just a fake will that Mo Yao had left behind. And this fake will had been weakened and tortured by Fang Yuan countless times. Basically all my other methods are unusable. Only through using Mo Yao's will can my aura be disguised and the immortal GU in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body be lured out. Fang Yuan moved carefully. He was afraid that enough of a disturbance would wake up the other party. Actually, the most drastic method against immortal zombie Bo Qing was to take away all of his rank 8 immortal essence. That way, even if he has immortal GU, he would not be able to do anything. Although that did not account for special existences like Dreamwing's immortal GU. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had died for a long time, his immortal aperture was completely gone. If not for the layers of sword light around his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality was not as Fang Yuan hoped. The thick sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. Anyone who breached it would be attacked by the countless sword lights. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan used his method and quickly saw effect. He lured out an immortal GU. This immortal GU was like a swan's egg. It was translucent, and from the outside, jade light could be seen in it. When it was close, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness emitting from this immortal GU. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he did not know what immortal GU this was, or what use it had, the aura of the immortal GU told him that it was a rank 7 immortal GU. What sort of person was Bo Qing? Even in history, he was known as among the strongest people beneath the Venerables. Even though he was not invincible, he could still easily dominate and suppress all of Central Continent. None of the immortal GU that he used was rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal GU would certainly all be rank 8. If not for that, he would not have that terrifying battle strength which he was famous for. Fang Yuan enveloped this immortal GU in Mo Yao's aura before using wisdom path methods to seal it completely. These seals were very fragile, they were deceptive in nature. He was deceiving the consciousness of the immortal GU. making it feel that it was still in its owner's hands, that it had not been taken away by a stranger. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal GU yet, he kept it in his immortal aperture. Soon, he repeated it again and used his method on Bo Qing. This time, after a long while, a second immortal GU was drawn out by Fang Yuan. Chapter 995. Rank 8 Wisdom Sword GU. This seems to be a Sword Eyebrows immortal GU. Fang Yuan thought and had a flash of inspiration. This was among the information that he had obtained from Feng Jin Huang. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 immortal GU, Sword Eyebrows. It was not an attack type GU, instead, it assisted with sword path cultivation. When GU Immortals use it, they can modify their eyebrows. Every hair on their eyebrows could be embedded with sword path Dao marks. Dao marks had immense amplification effects towards the power of immortal GU. The number of hairs in a person's eyebrows, if one truly counted all of them, the quantity was not few. This immortal GU's value is very high, but to me, it can only be considered better than nothing. After all, I do not cultivate sword path. Fang Yuan surrounded this immortal GU with Mo Yao's aura and collected it carefully. Next, the third immortal GU appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal GU was more special. It did not have a fixed form, it was a snake at times, and a sword at other times. Its entire body was pale blue, resembling translucent liquid, like water. After being lured out, it continued to dance around Fang Yuan. The liquid formed into the shape of a blade, it was very vivid. But because it was moving around, the blade of the sword seemed to be soft and slippery, yet it gave Fang Yuan a feeling of extreme sharpness. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body did not have weak defense. But when this immortal GU surrounded him, everywhere it went, he could feel a sense of tearing on his skin when it got close. Combined with his information, Fang Yuan guessed that this was the rank 7 wave sword GU. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, in the past, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to raise this wave sword GU to rank 8, but he failed. The GU refinement failed, and Bo Qing suffered a huge loss. The rank 7 wave sword GU was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword GU again. After that, he laboriously raised it to rank 7 again. The fourth immortal GU was Flying Sword GU. Its outer appearance was that of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal GU was one of the most commonly used immortal GU by Sword Immortal Bo Qing in combat. Using this immortal GU as a core, together with other immortal GU and mortal GU, he created many sword path killer moves, leaving a deep mark in history. For example, among them included the killer moves Formless Flying Sword, Cloud Flying Sword, Pursuing Flying Sword, 10,000 Li Flying Sword. The fifth immortal GU was specially used for movement, it was called Sword Escape GU. It was shaped like a golden bee. Once used, the person turns into a sharp sword, piercing through space and moving forward. The speed was so fast it was nearly on par with the Qi Escape immortal GU of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, among his countless prominent achievements, there was a recorded case. When he was rank 7, he was fighting with a GU Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the GU Immortal could not beat him. He used Qi Escape Immortal GU to escape. Bo Qing used Sword Escape Immortal GU to chase him. Even though he did not catch him, the distance was not reduced. Afterwards, Bo Qing used one of his immortal killer moves, Sword Rampage. One of the core immortal GU of this move was Sword Escape Immortal GU. Once he used this move, the enemy's head was chopped off, and the victor was decided. After collecting these 5 immortal GU, Fang Yuan did not want it to end. He continued to use the method on the slumbering Bo Qing. Mo Yao's Fakewill was limited, 65% was used up already. I wonder what immortal GU is going to be next. Fang Yuan was filled with excitement and nervousness. He was dancing on top of sharp blades. If immortal zombie Bo Qing awakens, he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan knew that it was Mo Yao's remnant soul here, he was not defenseless against it. With his eloquence that could distort reality, it was not impossible to deceive the immortal zombie and the remnant soul. But if immortal zombie Bo Qing reawakens with rage and shock, he might kill Fang Yuan before he can talk. Fang Yuan would not wake up immortal zombie Bo Qing, of course. He was not going to place his life in the hands of another person's reaction. This time, there was no reaction when luring the immortal GU. This was truly the longest period of waiting. An hour had passed, but there was no reaction at all. Maybe immortal zombie Bo Qing has no immortal GU left? This is impossible, right? If he only had these immortal GU, how could he create those incomparable sword lights that shot through the entirety of Central Continent? 2 hours passed, Fang Yuan had barely any of Mo Yao's fake will left. His heart suddenly jumped. He had placed many investigative mortal GU and GU formations near falling heavenly river. Suddenly, large numbers of mortal GU and GU formations were pulled out of their place. Other GU immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had spent some time collecting immortal materials on the river surface. Looking at the time, it was not strange for other GU immortals to come now. But if GU immortals found out something wrong with the riverbed and got close to Fang Yuan, that would be troubling. Fang Yuan was not worried about other GU immortals, but immortal zombie Bo Qing instead. Others would not have Mo Yao's fake will. If they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing accidentally, what would he do if he sees Fang Yuan taking his immortal GU? He. The result was obvious. Most likely, Fang Yuan would be beheaded before he has a chance to speak. Mo Yao's fake will is almost used up. I need to leave. After all, I need to conceal my aura when leaving, thus, I cannot use up all of Mo Yao's fake will here. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he used fixed immortal travel directly, the immortal Gu's aura would surge, Mo Yao's remnant soul would reawaken, and Fang Yuan would die. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, the sixth immortal GU finally appeared in front of him. This immortal Gu's appearance was very simple. It was a bubble, floating and having an ordinary appearance. But its aura made Fang Yuan's eyes turn wide. This was a rank 8 sword path immortal GU. No wonder it took so long to lure it out. But what immortal GU is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not tell what this rank 8 immortal GU was. He had no time to think about it. Using his earlier method, he took it into his immortal aperture. Leave! Leave quickly! This time, his gains were huge, far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He earned a fortune. Great wealth could not describe his immense gains. Compared to this, the benefits in Earth Trench were nothing. Next, there would be more and more GU immortals exploring falling heavenly river. If immortal zombie Bo Qing was awakened, thus, he could not stay. The process of leaving falling heavenly river went very smoothly. The GU immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level. His shock had dissipated already. At this moment, his attention was drawn over by the fierce beasts which were fighting in the river. From time to time, high-grade immortal materials would float to the surface, before being swallowed by ferocious tides. This GU immortal wanted to take these body parts, but he was hesitant and did not dare to strike. After all, now was no longer the best timing. It was very risky to try and steal their food. Fang Yuan left falling heavenly river, relaxing himself. Just as he was about to use fixed immortal travel, he shuddered. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal GU is likely to be that legendary wisdom sword GU. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with immense joy. This immortal GU was created by Bo Qing. In the past, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Wisdom Path GU immortals, thus to deal with them specifically, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. This Immortal GU is not just a Sword Path Immortal GU, it also contains the ingenuity of Wisdom Path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided, when he subdues these Immortal GU, he would choose this GU first. His Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level made Fang Yuan gain a vague understanding. As long as he could control Wisdom Sword Immortal GU and use it for himself, Fang Yuan's gains would not just be a rank 8 Immortal GU. His Wisdom Path methods would improve by leaps and bounds. He would achieve a qualitative change. Safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another point. Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought GU, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword GU, and Rank 9 Wisdom GU. Without specific intention, my Wisdom Path prospects seem to have become the brightest. With my current state, Strength Path and Time Path seem to be more helpful to me, but in terms of prospects, Wisdom Path is far greater. He handled all of these Immortal GU that he obtained appropriately. Large amounts of Mo Yaro's Fake Will were created, used as an expendable tool to seal the Immortal GU. As long as wills did not sleep, they would think, and they would be greatly expended. Back then, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yaro's Fake Will used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to strengthen herself, replenishing all of her expenditure. Now, even though Fang Yuan did not have Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, he had other methods, and was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. It was easy for him to create Mo Yaro's Fake Will. It was just that he needed to use countless mortal GU of all kinds. Fang Yuan needed a lot of preparation. The situation in Falling Heavenly River happened too quickly. Fang Yuan's time was tight. He did not have time to create more of Mo Yaro's Fake Will. Thinking back, his gains this time were truly too unthinkable. Chances to steal Immortal GU from others were extremely rare. Because under normal situations, Immortal GU could be destroyed with a single thought. Fang Yuan took advantage of the sleeping Immortal zombie Bo Qing. To be able to steal the opponent's Immortal GU when they were awake, only rare cases like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable were able to do that in history. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's prophecy from that dream realm is truly formidable. What do the next few lines truly mean? Fang Yuan thought about the reasons for his huge gains and felt suspicious and expectant. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent sword sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas? Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Fang Yuan already understood the first two lines, but what were the later three lines trying to predict? Everything was too ambiguous at the moment. Fang Yuan could not guess now. Chapter 996. Fang Yuan cultivates his soul. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this Immortal GU cannot be saved. Bai Chen Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not answer. At this moment, his hands were ethereal, giving off a warm orange light. An Immortal GU was nearly cut in half, but the orange light was sustaining its life. Its aura was strong at times and weak at other times, being very unstable. Lian Zhusheng's face was full of concern. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this Immortal GU was beyond saving. Even Lian Zhusheng could not save it if he tried. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was insistent on trying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. GU Immortals who have reached his level could make use of aspects of other paths even if they only cultivated one path, using it as the basis. A person at this level did not have shortcomings. He could use Wisdom Path to imitate the strength of other paths, and even due to taking an innovative approach, it could potentially surpass the original. Now, Lian Zhusheng could not help this Immortal GU, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's Wisdom Path methods gave them some hope. Except that the method he was using, in the opinions of Lian Zhusheng and Bai Chen Tian, was too risky. If there were any errors, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would face a strong backlash. His Dao marks would go into chaos. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any Immortal GU for the next 30 years, otherwise his injuries would get more severe. Whoosh! Suddenly, from the Immortal GU's body, an extremely sharp, formless burst of sword chi flew out. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not react in time, but thankfully, this formless burst of sword chi only scraped past his ears, cutting down a strand of his white hair. Bai Tian was shocked. It's over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression relaxed. He let out a breath of air, saying in a gratified tone, I pulled out the sword chi that was inside the Immortal GU, it has been saved. Earlier, countless sword lights had burst out of falling heavenly river, rampaging over central continent. One of the extremely sharp sword lights, like in the previous life, penetrated heavenly court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord quickly recalled Bai Kang Shui, Lian Zhusheng, and Bai Kang Shui. The four immortals had a discussion as Bai Kang Shui headed to the riverbed of falling heavenly river, while the other three immortals repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower as it was being corroded by the sword chi, before its damage intensified. Soon, the Immortal GU in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hands could be seen recovering rapidly under the orange light. Lian Zhusheng's eyes shined, he clapped and praised, Tower Lord, your ability to sacrifice your emotions to repair the Immortal GU is truly an incredible wisdom path method. To think that you could really revive it, amazing. But why did you take such a risk? This is a rank 6 Immortal GU, Heavenly Court's inventory is very abundant, we can refine it again easily. But if you got injured, you would not be able to do anything for 30 years, it would be an immense loss to Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the Refinement Path Convention started, I felt something wrong. It is as if a hidden danger is brewing, once it strikes, the consequences will be severe. We have just repaired Fate GU and can now use half of its might. But when I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light flew over and coincidentally cut it in half. But was it really a coincidence? Bai Tian and Lian Zhusheng looked at each other, as their expressions became grave. I will not hide it from you, I have been getting this feeling too. Bai Tian said heavily, but my feeling only started when we repaired Fate GU. Lian Zhusheng also said, so it was not my feeling alone. I thought that my descendants had encountered trouble, causing me to have this feeling. Now it seems it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a Wisdom Path GU Immortal and you control Heaven Overseeing Tower, your senses are sharper than ours, it seems that something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was still holding the healing Immortal GU, thus, I had to take a risk and try to heal this Immortal GU. Even though this is not one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's core Immortal GU, by saving it, we can resolve one of the biggest issues in Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries at the moment. As long as we can fix the tower and use its might, together with our instincts, we will be able to deduce the truth. Also, Qing died under the tribulation back then, why did he suddenly appear? Between the two, there seems to be some close connection. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair the other Immortal GU. During this process, I need to concentrate and I cannot be interrupted. If Fairy Kang Shui sends any letters back, try to inform me as soon as possible. Bai Tian and Lian Zhusheng nodded in agreement, understood. Matters regarding Qing's immortal zombie body continued to grow as time passed. There was a huge influence on Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Just as the Central Continent GU Immortals placed their sights on falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the biggest benefits and was cultivating on Danghun Mountain. At this moment, he was standing on Danghun Mountain's peak, waving a hand and sending out tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly bee souls, rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls, and others were the most common. There were fewer wolf souls, tiger souls, and souls of other fierce beasts. There were plant souls too, but the type of souls in the fewest quantity were variant humans and humans. Actually, trade involving souls had long since existed. Because in this world, there were many Soul Path GU Immortals. Soul Path GU worms had appeared since the immemorial era, but they had never formed into a path. Only upon the rise of a certain GU Immortal did Soul Path get created and flourish. This person was one of the 10 Venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, and had also single-handedly pushed Soul Path to its peak over history. During his era, out of 10 GU Masters, at least 5 chose to cultivate Soul Path. For the cultivation of Soul Path, the soul was the most important resource. Souls were common GU refinement materials needed for the refinement of soul path GU worms. In order to create soul path GU worms, spectral soul demon Venerable had engaged in massacre and slaughter to obtain countless souls. Thus, in history, he was also known as the Venerable with the most murderous nature. And because he created the rise of soul path, it also made his era filled with endless killing. It was a dark time when the world was in unrest. Because many GU masters and GU immortals cultivated soul path, they needed to kill and gain souls for their cultivation resources. Thus, during that era, the trading of souls appeared. They were undergone openly and on a grand scale. After that, Spectral Soul died, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This kind and merciful Immortal Venerable did not promote strife against others, he loved peace. Because of his experiences growing up, he knew the suffering of the commoners, and understood the harm that Spectral Soul had caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and was invincible in the world, one major accomplishment of his was to suppress Soul Path. Soul Path GU masters thus decreased in numbers, and trade involving souls was forced to be done underground. The 5 regions began to recuperate and the killing subsided. The turbulence also gradually disappeared. What the people considered most memorable thing was, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not force people using strength, he won support from people with virtue, and moved the world with his actions. Thus, up until today, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the largest and most free market in the world, the sale of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan. Ever since Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan cooperated, the matter of souls was dealt with by them. He saved a lot of trouble. They were well-connected locals of Northern Plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had Mountain Pledge GU and had a huge network. These souls were immediately destroyed on Danghun Mountain. After the vibrations from Danghun Mountain, the souls were shattered and turned into countless soul essences that were fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these souls, Danghun Mountain produced a new batch of Guts GU. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only average. Because inside, there are few fierce beasts, and no desolate beasts, with very few variant human and human souls. The Guts GU generated will not be high in quantity. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he walked on Danghun Mountain. This batch of souls was not from Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan, but obtained by Fang Yuan. He was already different from in the past. He could obtain souls at a stable rate without Fairy Li Shan or taking action by himself personally. They were obviously not from Treasure Yellow Heaven, but Western Desert. Western Desert was the place with the greatest trade economy in the 5 regions. Fang Yuan was no longer a newcomer there. He had worked with Xiao clan of Western Desert for some time. He had obtained their crucial token after gaining their recognition. Xiao clan was a super force. It was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transactions were exposed, Xiao clan would never admit they were involved. The trading of souls could not be done openly. Xiao clan was, after all, a righteous path super force. Fang Yuan bought souls from Western Desert in order to guard against Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even though they had set an alliance agreement, that did not mean that Fang Yuan did not need to guard against them anymore. Fang Yuan knew how to defend himself against others, and he was even more adept at harming others. Fang Yuan suddenly attempting soul cultivation would definitely lead to the suspicions of Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. When he uses Guts GU to cultivate, it would cause the quantity of Guts GU to fall. To make up for this, he secretly placed souls in and filled the difference. The typically rare Guts GU could be easily picked up at Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did exactly so. Once Guts GU left Danghun Mountain, they would be destroyed. But using Airsac GU, they could be contained and sold. After consuming a huge amount of Guts GU, Fang Yuan's soul reached its limit. If he raised it any further, his soul would collapse. Fang Yuan felt that his immortal zombie body was feeling quite tight. It was like an adult man wearing clothes he wore when he was a teenager. Chapter 997. Refining Bo Qing's Immortal GU. Only living bodies could nourish souls. A dead corpse's soul would continue to wither. Guts GU played the most important role in Fang Yuan's soul being able to last until now. Besides this, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish his soul. Although spectral soul demon Venerable had brought disaster to the world, it was also because of him that soul path had dominated an era. Countless soul path experts emerged one after the other, innovating large numbers of soul path methods. Despite going through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, until now, there are still large numbers of precious soul path methods that were passed down from generation to generation. I don't cultivate soul path GU Immortals have soul path Dao marks which allow the body to hold an even stronger soul. After he reached the limit, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and moved to Star Form Blessed Land. Luo Po Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luo Po Valley. Luo Po Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect and was in a completely different state. But Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yun Sheng to restore it, thus Luo Po Valley had regained its original environment. Luo Po Valley's terrain was complex like a maze. The legends of Ren Zhu stated, in the past, Ren Zhu had been trapped in the maze, unable to find his way out. Right now, Fang Yuan imitated Ren Zhu and walked inside Luo Po Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A grey-white fog spread out. This was the famous bewilderment fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the bewilderment fog, gradually diffusing. After the fog passed, cold wind blew. This was the famous Luo Po wind. The cold wind was like a knife as it cut Fang Yuan's soul, inflicting countless injuries. The incomparable pain almost drove Fang Yuan mad. This pain stemmed from the very depths of the soul and was countless times more painful than death by dismemberment. Fang Yuan roared at the sky, but he lacked a physical body, so he could only produce a piercing screech from his soul. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan realized he had once again reached his limit. He wisely chose to retreat, his soul returning to the immortal zombie body. With the immortal zombie body's protection, the bewilderment fog and the Luo Po wind's might was immediately reduced by a large extent. Fang Yuan safely left Luo Po Valley. He inspected his soul. After going through the bewilderment fog and the destruction by the Luo Po wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large degree and was clearly heavily injured. If he continued, although it would not be severe to the extent where the soul dissipated, the enslaved Featherman GU Immortal Zhuzhong might be able to get rid of the enslavement. The soul was the foundation of enslavement. When the soul is heavily injured, the enslavement would greatly weaken, and the enslaved party could have a chance to free themselves. I don't know how Ren Zhu was able to stay for so long in Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan gave a moved sigh, returning to Dang Hun Mountain. He continued to consume Guts GU. Guts GU was a mortal GU, but it was worthy of being a thing of legend. Using it to heal the soul's injuries would show instant effects. Soon, the injuries to Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered. Fang Yuan once again inspected his soul. His soul had condensed by at least 1-fold. Moreover, his soul was smeared with something like oil that emitted a faint eerie glow. Checking again, the burden on his soul from enslaving the Featherman GU Immortal Zhuzhong was reduced by 30%. The inhuman torture and pain Fang Yuan suffered in Luo Po Valley was worth it. It was because his soul's impurities were extracted in Luo Po Valley, like iron that went through endless hammering and smelting before it finally turned to steel. His soul's quality had been elevated to another stage. And on Dang Hun Mountain, Guts GU were continuously expended, which strengthened his soul at an unimaginable speed. The quantitative strength of the soul was increasing steadily. Luo Po Valley refines the soul, Dang Hun Mountain strengthens the soul. Both quantitative and qualitative change are combined, the soul's foundation advances at a tremendous pace. It is so fast, no wonder in my previous life, after Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan obtained Luo Po Valley, they moved back and forth between Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley, strengthening their soul foundation. They were cultivating freely. Fang Yuan sighed. He also wanted to imitate Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, but he still had many things to do. Right now, there was the most important matter he had to deal with, that was Yitian Mountain's battle, and the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. No doubt, the stronger Fang Yuan becomes, the higher his chances of seizing Graceful Chaotic Duel stage at the crucial time. Fang Yuan could only try to think of every possibility and make more appropriate arrangements for every task. He had to squeeze out every second of time, making every second count in his cultivation. Finally, Fang Yuan obtained news of the appearance of the Immortal GU House, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. What's going on? I made so many arrangements near Yitian Mountain, but they actually disappeared without alerting me. Fang Yuan made time in his busy schedule, personally going to southern border to inspect. But he did not discover any worthwhile information. Like in his previous life, Yitian Mountain displayed the ancient battle repeatedly. In the intense battle, the mysterious GU Immortal with the red Lotus mark on his forehead finally used the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage to suppress the rank 8 GU Immortal with the great strength true martial physique. This GU Immortal has a red Lotus imprint on his forehead. Does he have any relation to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? My rebirth had failed, but in the River of Time, a red Lotus appeared out of nowhere and turned my failure to success, letting me rebirth. Is there some connection between the red Lotus in the River of Time and this mysterious GU Immortal? Fang Yuan was confused, he could only shake his head and leave. He still had many matters to arrange. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Yitian Mountain. At the very least, Fang Yuan needed to remove the after-effects from enslaving the Featherman GU Immortal Zhu Zhong in this period of time. Cultivating back and forth on Dang Hun Mountain and in Luo Po Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was rising sharply, while Zhu Zhong's soul was still at its original stage. The burden from enslaving a GU Immortal has completely disappeared. I can now easily slip into Yitian Mountain and secretly refine the Immortal GU House. The body nourishes the soul, while the soul brings about intelligence, producing thoughts, will, emotions, and promoting thought processes. The increase in his soul foundation would be very beneficial for Fang Yuan in refining the Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can refine Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal GU, it would be a huge increase to my battle strength. That would be even better. He had tried to refine all-out effort Immortal GU several times now, but had yet to succeed. At this time, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had already reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on refining all-out effort Immortal GU, not continuing to invest in this sunk cost. During these last moments, Fang Yuan went all out in making preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left falling Heavenly River and was slowly rising up. Under his feet, the surging waves and tides of falling Heavenly River attacked the shore, engulfing the piled-up snow. Blood had already faded from the water, while countless ferocious beasts living in the river sensed Bo Qing's aura and scattered everywhere in panic. And in the riverbed of falling Heavenly River, there were corpses of many GU Immortals. Only the rank 8 GU Immortal from Heavenly Cower, by Kang Shui, had luckily survived. I have lost many Immortal GU, my battle strength is reduced. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low and deep voice. What's our next course of action? Right now, standing beside him was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Envoy Blue of Shadow Sect, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, as well as the Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing, also known as Blood Dragon, and the Hairy Man Refinement Path GU Immortal Yu Mu Chun. Somehow, there was a difference in this situation as compared to the previous life. In the previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing had died at Bo Qing's hands. But now, they were both alive. Perhaps this was because Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to plunder Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun did not speak, letting 7-Star Child speak. Next, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun will use an immortal killer move to transport the four of us to Central Continent's northeast region to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made the arrangements. In the previous life, 7-star child and Song Zixing had died, only Yu Mu Chun was left behind, unable to activate this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was shocked and furious. He saw the 4 Immortals with Immortal Zombie Bo Qing at the lead, battling as they headed towards one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He was unable to keep watching from the sidelines. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a GU Immortal formerly from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had large numbers of disciples and descendants. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had awakened, Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court's GU Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Jusheng and Bai Chen Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bo Qing revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect. We have to reinforce them now. The 2 Immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. Go! The 2 Immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the 3 Immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation GU formation and appeared at Heavenly Lotus Sect's base in a moment. At this moment, Bo Qing and the rest had also just arrived. The remaining radiance of the teleportation immortal killer move on them had yet to dissipate. Both sides stared at each other, battle intent rising immediately. What's going on? Heavenly Lotus Sect's GU Masters and GU Immortals were puzzled. Fight! A battle of rank 8 suddenly erupted. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land, an underground cave. Success! Fang Yuan looked at the GU formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy as well as regret. Over these last few days, he had used the light of wisdom to continuously ponder and deduce, obtaining a powerful GU formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path Immortal GU. This GU formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will along with the poison path Immortal GU, woman's heart, and the wisdom path Immortal GU, unravel mystery, to refine Bo Qing's Immortal GU. Unfortunately, after using this GU formation for 3 days, I could only refine 1 Immortal GU. Moreover, I still don't know what use this Immortal GU has. I can't wait any longer. The Battle of Yitian Mountain has already begun. The earlier I can obtain the Immortal GU house, the better. Undue delay might bring trouble. Chapter 998. Prematurely joining Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked forward with big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. Huge bulging muscles, an exposed chest, thick hair over his head, chest, and beard, even along his legs. His hair was a muddy yellow color, his clothes were very tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, his fingers and toes all had extraordinarily huge joints. His nose bridge was short and stumpy, he had huge nostrils that contained thick hair, they were like open taps, gushing out together uncontrollably. Even though this appearance was ugly and disgusting, it was something that Fang Yuan had picked after careful consideration. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this person had come to Yitian Mountain at this time. After Rebirth, Fang Yuan secretly killed this person. Taking his place, Fang Yuan arrived at Yitian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin fog. The scenery of Yitian Mountain was still peaceful, there were birds chirping in the mountain's forests. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started its first wave. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself and joined Yitian Mountain. By that time, Yitian Mountain was already immersed in heated battles, there were even demonic path guards at the base of the mountain. But this time, Fang Yuan had arrived here several months early. At this time, Xiao Shan had just been forced to leave his clan, he, Zhu Xingxing, and Sun Pang who had just created Yitian village. Fang Yuan did not see any people as he walked. After getting partway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Yitian village from the crevices between the dense trees. Yitian village was still in the process of being built, it was not completed yet. Who is this? Which GU Immortal's pawn is this? He doesn't resemble a pure human, he seems to have hairy man blood. HMPH, this guy is a half-breed, would anyone even choose him as a pawn? He. Far away, the southern border GU Immortals discussed the matter of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked slowly, confidently and calmly. In his previous life, he had used vaguely familiar face and was not exposed by these southern border GU Immortals. Now that he was using an immortal killer move with attitude GU as the core, familiar face, it was even more impossible for him to be exposed by them. He took big steps and went to the mountain peak. Soon, before he reached Tian village, someone finally stopped him. It was a rank 3 demonic path GU master. But Fang Yuan was also disguised as a rank 3, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked in a serious tone, "You are?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists, saying boorishly, "My name is Huang Shao. I heard about Hero Xiao's matter and came to join you." The other rank 3 demonic path GU master's body shook. He was not intimidated by the name of Huang Shao, instead, it was because Fang Yuan was too loud. "Okay, keep it down, why are you shouting? Since you know about our leader's reputation, come with me to meet him." The rank 3 GU master rubbed his ears as he turned around. Fang Yuan laughed as he quickly chased. He had a huge body, his steps were huge, he quickly surpassed the GU master in front. The demonic path GU master was unhappy, he stretched out his arm, pulling Fang Yuan. "Why are you running so quickly? If you want to join Tian village, follow the rules, get it? I got here first, so my position is higher than yours. Follow behind me." Oh. Fang Yuan quickly nodded, pretending that he was all brawn and no brains. "This structure needs to be built properly. If anyone attacks us next time, we will defend from here. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine GU. Shan pointed at a location and said this to a GU master beside him. At this time, someone shouted, "Leader, your fame spreads throughout southern border. Right now, a new warrior has joined us." Shan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to see Fang Yuan. The joy in his mind faded a little as he felt disappointment. But at the same time, he showed a look of appreciation on his face. He quickly went forward, patting Fang Yuan's shoulders. "What a strong man." Fang Yuan laughed and cupped his fists. "You are Hero Xiao? I am here to join you, you are really brave. You dare to oppose those righteous path members." Saying so, Fang Yuan raised his thumb at Shan, saying, "With just this, I am in admiration towards you, I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day." Shan saw that Fang Yuan was boorish and uneducated, the disappointment inside him grew. But on the surface, he did not show it, he praised Fang Yuan as he arranged a mission for him. After Fang Yuan left, Shan called Zhu Xingxing, asking, "This Huang Shao, what is his background? I am not too clear about it." Zhu Xingxing thought about it and laughed. "Brother, what rank are you? There are so many people in this world, how can such a minor character attract your attention? I know this person, his father is human and his mother is a female hairy man. He was born as a slave collecting sand rocks on Sand Mountain. In the end, on Sand Mountain, he obtained an inheritance by chance and became a GU master. Next, he and a water path GU master occupied a territory, calling themselves the Bai Sha twin generals. Afterwards, they were defeated by Tai clan GU masters. Bai Jiang died while Huang Shao escaped, with his whereabouts unknown. To think that he came here after hearing brother's name. So that's it, I remember now. There was once a time when there was news about the Bai Sha twin generals assaulting Tai clan's merchant ships. Shan nodded, his expectations towards Fang Yuan fell to rock bottom. He even dared to touch Tai clan's ships. This showed that the Bai Sha twin generals were rash and boorish, they did not use their brains. Furthermore, this Huang Shao even had hairy man blood, this made Shan look down on him more. Hairy men, feathermen, snowmen, and other variant humans were all the slaves of humans. Why would human GU masters treat them as equals? If Fang Yuan had rank 4 or 5 cultivation, Shan might have placed great emphasis on him and disregarded that point. But Fang Yuan was disguised as Huang Shao, who was only rank 3. even though rank 3 was higher than the average GU master. But in Tian village, it was not eye-catching. Very soon, Shan forgot about this Huang Sha. Fang Yuan was at a worksite. Now, I have joined Tian Mountain, and was sent by Shan to help in the building of the village. It shows that this person is not placing attention on me. Good, this is my motive after all. Everything has been very successful so far. If Fang Yuan had higher cultivation level, he would be given a major role by Shan. In the following righteous demonic battle, he would definitely be kept busy. If he did not go for the missions, he would expose himself, but if he went, he would be wasting time. If his cultivation level was lower, he would be cannon fodder, sent to the front lines to attract the enemy's firepower and waste their prime val essence. After some battles, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation level, it was neither high nor low, he could be the leader of a small group. He would not be given important missions, and if he survived in the battlefield, nobody would find it strange. Tian Mountain's Forbidden Zone only targeted immortal apertures, it did not affect immortal GU. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had deduced a method on how to seal immortal apertures. But now, he had this method prepared in advance. He could join Tian village a few months earlier. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie body. During the day, he worked at the sites and easily did physical labor. At night, when everyone was asleep, he would be awake and refining Graceful Chaotic Duel stage secretly. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie, not allowing any freedom. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no signs of life at all. It seemed like its soul had completely dissipated. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie, he placed his efforts on refining the battle will. The southern border GU immortals engaging in this gambling contest were trying to refine the battle will into their own. They needed these mortal GU master pawns to engage in fierce combat to create their own battle will and resonate with the immortal GU house. They would then convert the pure battle will in the immortal GU house into their personal battle will. But Fang Yuan came in person, and was also a wisdom path grandmaster. He did not need to do so. Even if he did not fight fiercely, he could increase the battle will in his mind and convert the immortal GU house's battle will. His efficiency was many times that of ordinary GU immortals. If someone turned all the battle will in the immortal GU house into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 immortal zombie, that is, refining the immortal GU house and becoming the true owner of the immortal GU house. Thus, there was a key point needed for Fang Yuan to snatch Graceful Chaotic Duel stage from these southern border GU immortals. At the final period of time, the immortal GU house's pure battle will would be completely refined by everyone. But there can only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills had to engage in combat and undergo a terrifying battle. In this battle, any loser would vanish. There would only be one winner. I am a wisdom path grandmaster. I have a huge advantage in a fight between battle wills. Furthermore, I am going to take the lead and refine battle will at many times the speed of others. The more battle will I convert, the bigger my advantage during the battle will contest. As long as I follow my plan, it is assured that I would obtain the immortal GU house. But there might be unexpected surprises. While Fang Yuan was pondering, the other southern border GU immortals were also harboring their own intentions. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder was paying close attention to the developments on Tian Mountain. He had barely survived his last tribulation. The next one was approaching. He had lost all hope initially, but the appearance of the immortal GU house Graceful Chaotic Duel stage gave this GU immortal see the light of hope within the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented gambling contest, he went all in on his bets. Almost all of his wealth was invested into it. His stake was the highest among the immortals. According to the rules, one of his pawns, Shan, became the first GU master to ascend Tian Mountain. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder also became the first GU immortal in southern border to start refining battle will in the immortal GU house. I must succeed in obtaining the immortal GU house. I cannot fail. Without this immortal GU house, in the following tribulation, I will definitely die. Chapter 999. Chess Piece, Chess Player. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder spurred himself on secretly, but he was also aware internally the biggest difficulty was in maintaining his current advantage. According to the rules, the second to take the stage was the pawn of a Wu clan Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal from Wu clan was an insightful character. She chose someone with lower cultivation level, as the cost of entering Yitian Mountain earlier. Hopefully, Xiao Shan does not disappoint me later. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's wish was something that the other southern border Gu immortals were unwilling to see happen. Right now, Xiao Clan's ancestor had created a huge advantage. The southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Xiao Shan defeated or even killed, so that the advantage of Xiao Clan's ancestor would be gone, and they would have an opportunity. Wu Shentong arrived near Yitian Mountain. Everyone, I bear a mission of utmost importance to the clan. To exterminate evil, we will pay any cost. He pointed at Yitian Mountain. His expression was stern as his intent to fight surged, along with his battle will. Around him were many Gu masters. Among them, those with the highest cultivation were 3 rank for Gu masters. One was a Wu clan elder, guarding Wu Shentong. The other 2 were clan leaders of villages that were subordinates of Wu clan. Wu Shentong was a rank for peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and had a pale face. He coughed from time to time, like a sickly scholar. He could not even stand in the cold winds for long. But nobody dared to look down on him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path allowed him to fight many people single-handedly. On Yitian Mountain, the strongest person is Xiao Clan's former leader Xiao Shan. Below him are Sun Panghu and Zhu Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should act slowly, inviting more righteous path members to join us. This will make the battle more assured, and we can prevent these demons from escaping as well. A rank for clan leader suggested. Wu Shentong's expression turned grim. He wanted to do this too, but this mission was a forced mission by the clan. They had given him a certain timing. It was so strict and rushed, Wu Shentong could not help but suspect that he had become a sacrifice in a political conflict of his clan. He exerted all of his effort and used his network to recruit all of these people around him. Wu Shentong would not understand the truth of Yitian Mountain even after death. All these high and mighty Gu masters were all merely the tools of the Gu Immortals gambling contest. He certainly did not know, at this point in time, how many southern border Gu Immortals were placing their attention on him. You do not need to say any more. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beasts? Once their Primeval essence is expended, the accomplishment of killing a rank 5 will be all yours. Furthermore, I am going personally. I have some confidence, of course. Why would I send myself to die? Wu Shentong was a skilled person. With just a few words, he dispelled everyone's suspicions and raised the group's morale. They moved quickly. They were trying a sneak attack. A moment later, the mountain was covered in beast groups. Under Wu Shentong's manipulation, they charged towards Yitian Mountain. Right now, Yitian village was still being built. The demonic path Gu masters were all in chaos. They were used to fighting alone. Even though Xiao Shan was trying to group his men together and organize them, there was little effect in the short term. Xiao Shan was extremely anxious. He thought, Yitian village has just been built. We are only partway through completion. This is my first fight against the righteous path. Yitian village is like a banner. It cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will suffer. It is like a heavy blow that will make us falter forever. Losing our reputation, who would come here and join me? Thinking of this, Xiao Shan immediately ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Yitian village with their lives. Xiao Shan's thoughts were very precise, but he greatly overestimated the ability of the demonic path Gu masters to cooperate. If demonic path Gu masters fought righteous path Gu masters one-on-one, they usually won more than they lost. But when there were many people, if they had even numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without any cooperation, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Against the huge beast groups, they did not place priority on defending the strategic points. this was what Wushan Tong most wanted to see. Initially, large numbers of wild beasts died from the Demonic Path GU Master's attacks. But soon, the Demonic Path GU Master's attacks became more sparse. After all, mortal GU Masters had limited Primeval essence. The wild beasts charged past the attacks of the Demonic Path GU Masters and assaulted them. The Demonic Path GU Masters suffered heavier and heavier losses. The battle was tilting in favor of the Righteous Path. Good. Great. The southern border GU Immortals watched the battle as they showed expressions of joy. Xiao clan's ancestor had a dark expression. He stared at Xiao Shan fixedly. Xiao Shan was a veteran of the battlefield. He knew that the situation could not go on. He shouted, "Rank 4 and 5 experts, come with me and kill the Enslavement Path GU Master. Everyone else, retreat while you battle." In the current situation, the Demonic Path was suffering terrible losses. Meanwhile, although the Righteous Path was few in numbers, they did not lose anyone. Everyone knew that fighting alone would not result in a good ending. Only by relying on one another and carving out a path of blood could they survive. Xiao Shan's words received quick response. The rank 4 and 5 GU Masters were all secretly joyful and gathered around Xiao Shan. The remaining rank 2 and 3 GU Masters, however, all had pale expressions. The people who charged out were strong. No matter what, if they managed to get out of the encirclement, they could escape alone. But the GU Masters who stayed back were surrounded by beast groups. There was nowhere they could go. They could only await reinforcements. Only Fang Yuan, despite having an anxious and ferocious expression, had peace of mind. Even if the beast groups expanded by 100 times, they were no threat to him. Furthermore, he had the knowledge of his previous life. He knew what was going to happen. As expected, the following developments were almost the same as in his previous life. In this sudden fight, the Demonic Path GU Masters fought against the waves of beast groups and moved forward, causing many GU Masters to die along the way. But eventually, they managed to get to Wushan Tong. Xiao Shan, Sun Pang Hu, and Zhu Xingxing were rank 5 GU Masters. They were forced into a desperate situation. They had to attack the Righteous Path. After an intense battle, 2 rank 4 GU Masters from the Righteous Path died, while Wushan Tong retreated with heavy injuries. The other rank 4 elder from Wu clan blocked them desperately. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came and saved Wushan Tong from the Demonic Path's objective of killing him. They had no choice but to return to Yitian Mountain. That night, Xiao Shan gathered the remaining Demonic Path members in a certain cave. He was bathed in blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he called out in a hoarse voice, "Wushan Tong is not dead yet. He is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will face the threat of an unceasing tide of beasts. We need to kill him, otherwise, Yitian village will never be built." Xiao Shan had just finished his words, but there was little response. The Demonic Path GU Masters had suffered a loss. Their morale was low. Among them, a rank 3 GU Master said dejectedly, "Leader, we should retreat. The Righteous Path is very powerful. It is normal that we cannot win. But we can always fight back another day. We should leave this dangerous place and find another mountain to rebuild Yitian village. That is possible too." As he said that, a sharp light flashed in Xiao Shan's eyes as he stood up and attacked. He raised his saber and killed the Demonic Path GU Master on the spot, shouting, "This person is trying to shake our spirit. He deserves death. If anyone dares to request a retreat, you will end up like him." Sun Pang Hu and Zhu Xingxing immediately stood up, walking to either side of Xiao Shan, with wary expressions towards everyone. The GU Masters were all stunned by Xiao Shan's demeanor. They quickly spoke and agreed to battle to the death. Xiao Shan's expression relaxed. "I know that everyone is having a hard time. There are injuries. But no injury can compare to our brothers who have sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave today. Tomorrow, we will gather our forces and fight on the path to killing Wushan Tong. We will not rest until he is dead." Everyone quickly responded. Fang Yuan was among them. His wounds were still bleeding, but of course, it was a disguise. The night sky grew darker. The mountain cave was not big. There was not much space for the Demonic Path GU Masters to sleep. This was a cave that Xiao Shan specially chose. It was easy for them to monitor each other. If they needed to use the toilet, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the disgusting smell of blood, sweat, urine, and feces mixed together. The demonic path GU masters were tossing and turning, thinking about the desperate battle tomorrow. They could not sleep. Only one person was sleeping soundly. It was Fang Yuan. His snoring could be heard in the entire cave. Xiao Shan was shutting his eyes and resting. Hearing this sound, he opened his eyes and saw Fang Yuan. He smiled lightly and said loudly, "This guy has no worries." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Don't worry everyone, I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wuxian Tong has already been severely injured. He is definitely going to die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away. If I go against my word, may heaven bring judgment upon me, and may the world shake in anger." The demons were inspired. They were in admiration towards Xiao Shan's enthusiasm and aspiration. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was trying to subdue the immortal GU in his body, and obtain the acknowledgement of Xiao clan's ancestor. Unless he had no choice, he would never retreat from here. Xiao Shan thought of these demonic path GU masters in the cave as his chess pieces. In contrast, he was a chess piece of Xiao clan's ancestor, but he did not know. On this night, the chess player, Xiao clan's ancestor, was also feeling anxious and worried. After the fight today at Yitian Mountain, he had left his place of residence, arriving at a mountain peak. He stood for a long time under the winds of the mountain. "Master, Xiao clan's ancestor has requested to meet you, but you have not agreed to it. He is a rank 7 GU immortal. He has already been outside for 2 hours. Won't it be bad if we continue dragging it on?" Lu Xuan Feng asked carefully and softly. Chapter 1000. Changes beyond expectations. After a long while, Xiao clan's ancestor spoke again from outside the cave. "Brother Yuxia, I am willing to add in 10 heavenly dragon pearls. Please help me." Old man Yuxia slowly opened his eyes and said to Lu Xuan Feng, "Disciple, go to Yitian Mountain and solve this crisis for Xiao Shan." Lu Xuan Feng hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to old man Yuxia. "Master, this disciple shall leave." Although he said this, Lu Xuan Feng was still kneeling down on the ground, and did not show any signs of getting up. Old man Yuxia smiled, "Your crafty nature, I can see right through it." He then blew cold air towards Lu Xuan Feng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuan Feng's belly, and lingered there without dispersing. "This immortal GU can protect you. Go now." Lu Xuan Feng was joyous, kowtowing 3 more times before getting up and cheekily speaking, "I was actually thinking in the interests of Master. As a disciple, losing my life is not important, but then Master would have no one to serve him. What to do then? Master has shown me great benevolence. I still haven't returned it, so how could I die so easily? Go now, go." Old man Yuxia sighed, repeatedly waving his hand at Lu Xuan Feng. Wuxian Tong led the beast group to attack Yitian Mountain. Yitian village, which only had its foundations constructed, was destroyed. The demonic side's morale fell sharply. Xiao Shan was determined to fight back to the death. But on that very evening, the rank 5 GU master Lu Xuan Feng infiltrated the Righteous Path's camp and assassinated Wuxian Tong, bringing his head back to Yitian Mountain. Xiao Shan was ecstatic, saying to Lu Xuan Feng, "Brother Lu is magnanimous. Thanks to Brother Lu, all of us were saved." Lu Xuan Feng was a quick-witted person, immediately cupping his fists, replying in a cordial manner, "Brother Xiao exaggerates. I only took advantage of an opportunity. If not for Brother Xiao and the other comrades fighting with all you have and inflicting heavy injuries to Wuxian Tong, how could I have easily taken his life? Out of the total contribution, I can only account for 10%, and the other 90 would go to everyone here." When they heard such words, everyone immediately had a much better impression of Lu Xuan Feng. Xiao Shan's heart sank. He was not able to ruin Lu Xuan Feng's fame by overpraising him, so he quickly changed his words to stabilize and pull Lu Xuan Feng to Yitian village. Like this, the Righteous Path's first wave of offense collapsed under the attacks of Xiao Shan, Lu Xuan Feng and the rest. Fang Yuan was staying on the sidelines, not caring any less about this situation, viewing it coldly with the stance of a bystander and not provoking any doubts. He thought of the information gathered during his previous life. It seems in this life as well, due to Wu Shentong being heavily injured and Xiao Shan's situation being critical, Xiao clan's ancestor sought Old Man Yuxia's help. This Old Man Yuxia is a well-known lone immortal of southern border, with some friction against Wu clan. And with Xiao clan's ancestor giving him heavy payment, he was able to increase his wager, letting Lu Xuan Feng enter Yitian Mountain early on. And the female immortal from Wu clan, Wu Dangji, had lost her chess piece because of this scheme. Although she had refined much of the battle will, her loss was the greatest. Righteous and demonic paths are fighting on Yitian Mountain, but the masterminds are the southern border GU immortals behind them. Mortals are like ants. Let them continue scheming against each other. After this battle, the amount of battle will I have refined has already surpassed Xiao Shan, becoming the highest. Like this, Fang Yuan was silently earning a fortune. The battle will he refined secretly continued to grow, but no one noticed. Time passed, the second wave of the righteous and demonic battle erupted. After the first wave of offense, in which Wu Dangji suffered a loss, she was still unreconciled. Old Man Yuxia had increased his wager, how could she not do that as well? Therefore, she chose another person and allied with a Shang clan GU immortal, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. At the battlefield on Yitian Mountain, Wu clan's GU masters attacked Yitian Mountain. At the same time during this attack, Shang clan's two newly advanced elders, Yang Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined. Both sides fought at the base of Yitian Mountain, having some wins and losses on either side. They were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan ascended the mountain, joining Yitian village. These two GU masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of southern borders GU masters. Yitian village thus had the upper hand, and the Righteous Path members were forced back. To resist Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan, the Righteous Path invited a female GU master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the Righteous Path. But Hong Fei Yu alone could not resist the combination of two flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Fei Yu was at the moment between life and death. When Shang clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang had been nurtured by Shang Yang Fei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank for initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Fei Yu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the Righteous Path came, as Lan Maihe and Fei Yuan were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was acknowledged by both the Righteous and Demonic Paths, joining the ranks of the Flying Masters. Southern Border's three famous Flying Masters became four famous Flying Masters, with Wei Yang at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the Righteous and Demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as second Zombie King entered Yitian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked Wu Shentong and had no choice but to fall back. Thereupon, the second Righteous and Demonic fight came to an end. Behind the scenes of this were the Southern Border GU Immortals plotting and conspiring. Naturally, the mortal GU Masters could not imagine it. The only one who was in the know on Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was secretly earning a fortune, disregarding all of this. With Huang Shao's identity, he had gone on the battlefield and had encountered Wei Yang face to face. This expert under Shang Yang Fei had once taken great care of Fang Yuan and by Ning Bing when they were in Shang Clan City. Right now, Wei Yang's growth was large. Fang Yuan, however, was already an immortal. It could be said that times had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan was already way ahead in the amount of battle will refined. The lead was so huge that even if all the Southern Border GU Immortals added up their refined battle wills, it would still be slightly less than Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble. Explosions resounded without an end. All the surroundings within an enormous area had turned into a desolate land, sand rolling and covering the sky. In the desolate land were many deep craters, some burned with fire, some had piles of ice, some was still letting out rumblings of thunder. A river of blood flowed wantonly in this battlefield. Because of the battle between rank 8s, the original mountainous terrain had completely changed. This was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect, and also home to famous mountains and rivers, possessing profound natural Tao marks. Otherwise, the landscape would be even more severely ruined. After a round of battle stopped, with Sword Immortal Qing at the lead, Shadow Sect's group retreated by some distance, panting roughly. In front of them were 3 Immortal Gu houses hovering in the air. One was Canary Pavilion, which was delicate and exquisite. Another was Yuan Palace, which shined with brilliant radiance. However, the gazes of Shadow Sect's group were focused on the central Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house was rank 8, named Heavenly Pool. Looking from the outside, this was a pool with a small area. It could even be said to be among the world's smallest Immortal Gu houses. But this Heavenly Pool was filled with green lotuses, some were in full bloom while some were closed. However, in every lotus was a blessed land or grotto heaven. The rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Heavenly Pool, was the base of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we can't take down Heavenly Pool, these losses to Heavenly Lotus Sect can't even be considered to be harming them. Song Zixing said heavily. But it is too difficult to take down. Among the 10 Venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most specialized in healing and recovery. This Heavenly Pool has inherited his style to an exaggerated degree. If it is not broken apart in one attack, it can recover any severe losses in a short period of time. Yu Mu-chan was solemn. Immortal Zombie 7-star Child shook his head. Not only Heavenly Pool, the other 2 Immortal Gu houses are also very difficult to handle. And Qing's greatest weakness is already known and being used by them. Immortal Zombie Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's Remnant Soul. This Remnant Soul was the biggest shortcoming. Its greatest flaw was that it was very easy to target. In the previous life, Qing had died and the soul inside was destroyed by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. This life, Immortal Zombie Qing had even lost Wisdom Sword Gu, which had been a trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing this Gu, Immortal Zombie Qing had to be even more cautious when fighting and was extremely passive. Let's go! We have already achieved our goal of delaying them. Immortal Zombie 7-star Child retreated first, his body turning into a rainbow light, quickly flying far away. Qing and the rest also followed closely behind. Escaping the judgment of fate and attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects, such audacity, this is unpardonable. And you still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 Immortal Gu houses chased after them. From within Heavenly Pool came Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's furious voice. 7-star Child's expression changed slightly, saying to the other Gu Immortals, in the current situation, someone has to bring up the rear and hold them off until the others can escape. I will do it. Immortal Zombie Qing immediately spoke. It is better if I do it. Azure, Blue, and Song Zixing, you all have higher battle strength than me. You will be a lot more helpful to our crucial plan. Yu Mu-chan had an indifferent expression while he volunteered to stay behind. The other 3 Immortals' gazes flashed, and they quickly retreated without hesitation, leaving behind Yu Mu-chan to cover their retreat. Overestimating your ability. Demonic path people specialize in treachery. You think you can stop us? What gives you such blind confidence? The Righteous Path Immortals angrily called out one after the other, the 3 Immortal Gu houses nearing. Yu Mu-chan looked at the approaching death calmly and with a smile. You think we haven't made any arrangements? Saying this, he fell to the ground. An enormous Gu formation gave a brilliant flash of light that reached to the sky. The information about this battle was simply unable to be concealed by Central Continent. After Fang Yuan learned of the news, his gaze flickered. This event was already very different from his previous life. Immortal Zombie Qing was still alive. As such, he would naturally hold animosity against Fang Yuan, who had stolen his Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness inside his sealed Immortal aperture, in there was a mysterious Immortal Gu. This immortal GU was one of the harvests Fang Yuan had reaped from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But in fact, this immortal goo's original owner was not Bo Qing but Mo Yao. Because this immortal goo's body was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan was able to quickly refine this immortal GU using Mo Yao's fake will. As for the other Sword Path immortal GU, their true owner was Bo Qing, with large amounts of his will in them. So when Fang Yuan used the same GU formation, it would take a lot more time to refine these immortal GU. I can forget about these Sword Path immortal GU for now, they definitely cannot be used in this battle. As for this mysterious immortal GU, I have tried to inspect it over these last days, but unfortunately I did not gain anything even from Hei Lou Lan Spirit's End. At present, the 6th wave of offense between righteous and demonic has already passed. The scale of my battle will in the immortal GU house probably is already over 30 times the total amount of the battle will of the southern border GU immortals. If I battle with them at this time, within less than 15 minutes, I can clear out all their battle will. There were probably many among the southern border GU immortals who had wisdom path attainment. But so what? Not to mention Fang Yuan's wisdom path Grandmaster level. Just based on the scale of the battle will, he already occupied absolute dominance. The southern border GU immortals already had no chance of victory. It could be said that these GU immortals were already of no concern, but Fang Yuan was still filled with worry. I have refined it for so long, but there is actually still pure battle will remaining in the immortal GU house. I wonder what quantity are there exactly? Can I make it in time? Fang Yuan looked up at the sky. The night was dark and hazy. Fang Yuan felt somewhat stifled. The amount of pure battle will in Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to get this immortal GU house earlier on and leave freely. But now, it had already dragged on until this day. When would he finish?